A seasoned player traverses the realm of Warcraft, becoming the elder brother of Jaina, and now, he too is a prince, for the continuation of his family line. Should he not first break his sister's legs to prevent her from becoming a parricidal beast in the future? But wait, why must he die upon his arrival? Let us consult the guide. First, he touches his forehead to activate his character panel, then seizes a weapon to crush the skull of an orc. Should he procure any equipment, it would be a boon. If not, there is no reason for sorrow. He cleanses his hands and seeks the next opportunity. Now, let us cease the jest and earnestly recount this tale. Death is a key that unlocks a new life. Blake Shaw, wielding the player template, can vanquish foes and ascend in levels, enjoying a robust class system as he strides boldly forth. He dons the night as a cloak, wields shadows as blades, sharpens his claws through slaughter, and nourishes his ambition with fear. From a Stormwind Kingdom to Orgrimmar, his nefarious deeds are known to all. From Icecrown Glacier to Pandaria, his infamy echoes far and wide. When the Dark Emperor emerges from the shadows, the entire world trembles in fear. This is the story of a man that begins with the 6 years of Kaz Modan beyond the Dark Portal. Volume 1, Son of the Sea. Prologue, Drake's Final Day. In the fiercely burning waters of Kaz Modan, only the last ship of the Kal-Tira's Third Fleet's advance party struggles upon the surface. No one anticipated that the orcs, having breached the Dark Portal from another world, would wreak havoc across much of the eastern continent and, after the destruction of Stormwind, choose to cross the sea to assault Hillsbrad foothills today. Even less did they foresee that the orcs would summon red dragons, creatures not meant to exist in mortal warfare, to escort them. These wretched, green-skinned destroyers are not as reckless and foolish as they seem. Among them are wise strategists who, at the onset of this raid, employ their sole trump card capable of subduing the Kal-Tira's fleet. Dragons. Beasts that exist solely in human legend. Who could have imagined that these brutish orcs could command them? The red dragon has arrived. Be cautious. Take cover. The helmsman's elongated warning echoes alongside the ship's alarm. Yet, the sound of a heavy object plummeting from the skies, mingling with the crackling flames of the sea, is more jarring than any alarm, sending chills down the spines of the living. Dressed in a Kal-Tira's naval coat and adorned with royal insignia, Prince Drake Proudmoore is drenched in blood, standing over the corpses of 4 orc warriors at his feet. The deck of the burning warship tilts dangerously. The weary prince, sword in hand, gazes upward to see a red dragon circling overhead, continuously unleashing fiery breath that ignites the rear deck of the flagship, the Fearless. The massive creature's scales reflect the flames, and within its enormous eyes glimmers a chaotic madness, presenting it as a monstrous harbinger of doom risen from the depths of hell. A vile dragon. In the midst of chaos, the young prince realizes he will not survive this day. Before fate claims him, he never envisioned such a death. Prior to this voyage, he never imagined that a simple transport and patrol mission would culminate in such an end. Yet, as a member of the Proudmoore family, even in his final moments, he must learn from his father and never perish in cowardice. He is the son of the king of Kal-Tira's, Admiral Dalen Proudmoore. He is the brother of Jaina and Tandred Proudmoore. He is the prince of the kingdom of Kal-Tira's. He commands this fleet. He will die like a man. In the last instant of his life, the prince remains fiery with passion, tearing away the blood-stained insignia from his attire and spitting a mouthful of bloodied saliva upon the deck. He grasps a silver anchor pendant tightly in his hand. Orc, Kulme, come and slay me. He raises his head, eyes filled with sorrow and rage. I end this final battle cry. The orc knight above catches sight of the prince's tattered royal cloak, igniting a spark of interest. The fierce and grotesque orc roars, pulling on the reins, causing the red dragon to circle in the air before diving toward the prince. The dragon's maw fills with flames, and in the instant it descends, the inferno erupts, scorching everything in its path. The blood-soaked prince clutches the pendant tightly, closing his eyes as his sword slips from his grasp. I am sorry, father, I have disappointed you. I shall not fulfill my mission of returning the tainted relic to its rightful owners. I am sorry, mother, I shall not return home. Do not weep for me. I am sorry, Anna and Tandred, I can no longer be by your side. You must protect Kal-Tira's for me. Farewell, my homeland, my country, my family. With a thunderous roar, the dragon's fire strikes the ship's deck like a hammer, shattering it and igniting the ammunition hold, sending fragments of the warship scattering across the waters, engulfing the entire sea in flames. The orc dragon rider, having slain a significant target, roars with exhilaration. Just moments ago, he sees an opportunity to become a hero of the Horde, and he intends to grasp it fiercely. He shall rise as a new star of war within the Horde. He will be revered like Grommash Hellscream, becoming a respected commander. This glorious kill would earn him his own clan. Amidst the jubilant roars of the orcs, he and his red dragon vanish into the horizon, eager to bear this news to the war chief. The magnanimous Orgrimmar Doomhammer shall reward him for his valor. Chapter 001: Death, Resurrection, and Death Again. Plop. The sensation of plunging into the frigid sea jolts Blake Shaw awake. He immediately emits a cry of pain. His entire body feels as though it has been tossed into a fiery inferno. The burning agony radiates from every part of him, causing his body to convulse. He struggles to stabilize himself in the water, but alas, his limbs, racked with pain, refuse to obey .Is. Is the machine malfunctioning? Though it is an old computer, it shouldn't malfunction over just a dungeon run, should it? Confused thoughts race through Blake's mind. In the next moment, those musings come to a halt. From the murky depths, he glimpses the chaos unfolding upon the surface. Flames burn fiercely upon the water surface, unquenched by the sea, consuming everything in their path. Surrounding him, the murky waters are littered with shattered remnants of ships, fallen bodies, and armored sailors struggling for survival, yet they emit no sound, drowning. Silently in despair, A.S. Blake lifts his gaze. He notices two massive figures, nearly 70 meters long, soaring above, spewing flames with abandon. The entire sea trembles under the wrath of these beasts. Is that a dragon? As he opens his mouth to speak, seawater rushes in, prompting him to quickly shut it, while the searing pain throughout his body distracts him from focusing. He turns his head, rusty and slow, surveying his surroundings, then looks down at his hands and body, realizing his clothes are charred beyond recognition. His skin is severely burned, leaving him with a sensation akin to melting. This is not my body. He beheld fingers longer than he remembered, a sudden shock coursing through his heart. In the next instant, a tumultuous flood of memories surged into his mind, akin to a dam bursting, causing him to tremble momentarily in the water, clutching his bald head. The Third Fleet of Kul Tiras. The Battle of Kaz Modan. The Orcish horde crossing the sea. Azeroth. The 6th year since the Dark Portal opened. The second war against the orcs. No. Blake silently screamed within. This was not the unfolding he had envisioned. Yet this was not the time to succumb to despair amidst the agonizing, searing pain. He could feel his vitality rapidly waning, like a punctured balloon, unable to be contained. He was swiftly growing weaker. If he did not devise a means of escape, this fantastical journey would conclude in no more than 5 minutes. He did not believe he would be fortunate enough to return to his familiar world after yet another death. Amidst the chaos, Blake slapped his face to regain his composure, yearning to rise to the surface. However, the moment he touched his forehead, a translucent vision materialized before him. Character card: Drake Proudmore Blake Shaw. Information: Kul Tiran human, age 19. Status: mortal body severely injured, weak near death. Class: level 10 warrior, level 16 navigator, level 5 rogue. Legendary class: none. Mythical class: none. Title: Prince of Kul Tiras. Equipment: none. Talents: Son of the Sea, Battlefield Berserker. Proudmore Bloodline Hatred Seal. Skills: Kul Tiran Military Swordsmanship Skilled. Deadly Throw Novice. Fist of the Tide Mastered. Navigation Mastered. This character card. Upon seeing this information, Blake's mind nearly short-circuited. What was happening? Had he become an NPC? The orderly arrangement of this information and the familiar descriptions resembled the character settings from the tabletop RPGs he often played with his friends. Was he, then, within a campaign story? Or had he truly arrived in Azeroth? Yet, in the next moment, he noticed the red bar beneath the character card had dwindled to 1/5 and was still decreasing, pulling him back to reality. For now, he could not afford to dwell on these thoughts that if he continued to fail in finding a way to save himself, he would either be incinerated by the remnants of the Red Dragon's fire or drown in the ocean. In the face of this life-or-death crisis, Blake's mind raced with frantic thoughts. Memories etched in his mind surged forth rapidly. When the game began, it had already been 24 years since the Dark Portal opened, and the Third Fleet had been decimated by the Red Dragons of the Dragonmaw clan, merely a tail end. The backdrop of the game and its quest lines. Blake was not particularly well-versed in the details of this naval battle, but as a seasoned quester, he almost instantly recalled a quest line related to the sunken Third Fleet. Right in the Kaz Modan Sea, right in the wetlands, 18 years later, an old sailor named Fismo, who had survived this battle, would seek help from every greedy adventurer passing through Menethil Harbor. That drunken scoundrel would first extort an expensive mug of ale from the adventurers before offering them a quest. Blake still harbored resentment over the single coin he had given for that ale. After all, it was a gold piece. But thanks to that coin, I learned that thing was right here. In the next instant, Blake resolved himself, striving to turn his body in the water towards the wreckage of the Rin battleship, which was sinking into the depths. Every movement of his limbs was painful, yet he had to endure. If he could not retrieve that item, his fate would be sealed today. The memories of Prince Drake, Proudmoore, surged relentlessly, affirming Blake's suspicions. The Third Fleet of Kultiras had not set out specifically to intercept the Orcish armada crossing the sea. They were merely unfortunate. In truth, they had departed without knowledge of the orcs crossing the 2 warships, and 5 transport vessels were originally tasked with ferrying new recruits to Hammerfall. To establish a battlefield behind enemy lines. Simultaneously, they were to transport a holy artifact, tainted by Orcish warlocks, to the capital of the Stormwind Kingdom, the city of Stromgarde. This artifact was known as the Eye of Pale Tress. Crafted decades ago by the Light Church, it was intended to bless the faithful, but when the orcs breached the kingdom of Stormwind 2 years prior, it fell into the hands of the Horde. Under Golden's command, the warlocks, skilled in shadow magic, mercilessly corrupted it, transforming it into a wicked tool for curses. The corrupted Eye of Pale Tress sank to the seabed, turning countless warriors who perished in today's battle into specters, binding them eternally to the shores of Kaz Modan. This malevolent binding lasted a full 18 years. It was only through the efforts of an adventurer deceived by a fleeing first mate that it was finally broken, yet this tainted relic could not be purified by ordinary priests. It was sent to the Cathedral of Stormwind, where it was purified by the Light's deputy, High Priest Benedictus, himself. These crucial pieces of information tumbled through Blake's mind as he fought through the pain, making his way into the descending wreckage of the Rin. Just below the captain's quarters, bang, Blake struggled to push open the sealed door before him, finally revealing the captain, who had taken his own life with a dagger in despair, and beside him, a black magical briefcase, the key. Blake seized the briefcase and, disregarding the sacrilege of disturbing the dead, snatched a bronze key from the captain's waist. His chest felt as though it might explode. Despite this body possessing the Kul Tiran racial trait, son of the sea, allowing him to hold his breath longer and swim faster, he was gravely injured and growing increasingly weak. The red bar beneath his character card had reached a precarious level in 10 seconds. It would be entirely depleted. The corrupted Eye of Pale Tress is a dreadful thing. Any who bear it shall be cursed into a state of undeath. Unless purified, this curse shall endure eternally. Blake's thoughts raced as he inserted the key into the magical briefcase submerged in the water. Twisting it forcefully, click, as seawater surged in. A foreboding violet-black glow illuminated the murky depths. He glanced at the dwindling red bar, and without hesitation, grasped the palm-sized crystal orb before him. The swirling dark magic coursed through Blake's hands and into his body, and he felt a chilling, peculiar power envelop him. The searing pain began to dissipate. The life force that had been ebbing away was staved off. He sensed his breathing becoming labored, his skin rapidly desiccating until, in mere moments, it resembled that of a long-dead corpse. His mouth lost its taste, his mind grew foggy, and his senses of touch and smell began to fade. Yet, oddly, his hearing sharpened. Even the water before him seemed to darken, and deep, eerie whispers resonated in his ears and heart, akin to a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing close by. 1 second later, Blake Shaw ceased to breathe, but he did not perish. He had merely been cursed into a state of undeath by the malevolent artifact. The undead do not drown, nor do they fear pain. That dark, evil magic, while cursing him, had solidified his vitality. The dwindling health bar ceased its decline as Black stuffed the damp bread he had found amidst the wreckage of the warship into his mouth, causing the bar to gradually rise. The taste was undoubtedly repulsive, but it mattered little. He had lost his sense of taste. I survived. A wave of relief washed over Black as he floated in the sea, taking a moment to hold the crystal ball before his eyes. Truly, it deserved the name Eye of Pales. He knew not who Pales was, perhaps a priest of the holy light or the creator of this magical artifact, but the orb indeed resembled a violet eye, exuding a palpable malice into the surroundings. The longer he gazed upon it, the more insistent the whispers in his mind became. The more he sought to comprehend, the less clarity he attained. This object was clearly troubling. Azeroth, this is the welcome gift you have bestowed upon me. With a sigh, the undead Black Shaw glanced back at the sea behind him. The light of the sky refracted upon the water, casting an ominous pallor and reflecting the bodies of sailors soon to be consigned to the frigid abyss. The shattered warships and the torn battle flags spoke of buried glory. He floated in the water, moving his limbs like a silent observer or a participant who had narrowly escaped disaster. The sunlight above streamed through the burning surface of the sea, refracting into pale, swirling, foreboding rays. He would never forget what he had witnessed today. These departed souls would fade from the memory of the living. Yet he would remember them, recall the massacre of this day. The memory belonging to Prince Derek Proudmoore surged within him, stirring emotions as he lingered silently in the sea. After a few moments, he slowly raised his hand, rendering a formal Kul Tiran salute with his undead form to the scene before him. He cast one last glance at the turbulent hell behind him before turning away, clutching his suitcase and cursed relic, propelling himself further across the ocean's surface. In this vast expanse of water, nothing remained but death and resentment. It was no longer worth the living's longing. Chapter 002. Approaching hostility. The undead cannot be drowned. Although in the beloved and familiar game of Blake, undead characters perish if submerged in water for too long. This is merely a design choice for gameplay. In reality, the undead have no fear of water. Just like now, Blake Shaw was swiftly traversing the seabed along the familiar route, moving southeast from the Kaz Modan Sea area towards the wetlands. Although the wetlands, belonging to the Dwarven Kingdom, were currently occupied by the Orcish horde, they remained the closest land to the battlefield. Blake could not remain in the water indefinitely. He needed to interact with others. Surviving through the cursed artifact was merely the beginning. If he wished to escape the fate of being a cursed undead, he must seek out a skilled priest of the Holy Light to dispel this curse. The tainted eye of Perez had saved Blake from despair. Yet it was far from a benevolent entity. While it rescued him, it also inflicted upon him indescribable changes. Mere minutes after leaving the combat zone, he felt the dark magic of the curse seep into his body, insidiously eroding him. Blake touched his forehead once more, and the cursed character card immediately manifested. Translucent and suspended before his eyes, reminiscent of the effect when pressing the C key in the game. However, the data displayed had undergone significant alterations. Character card: Drake Proudmoore, Blake Shaw. Information: Kul Tiran human. Age 19. Status: Mortal body shadow curse life, solidification weakness magical invasion class. Level 7 warrior, level 15 navigator, level 5 rogue legendary class. None mythical class. None title: Prince of Kul Tiras equipment. Tainted eye of Perez talents. Son of the Sea. Shadow affinity, beginner. Proudmoore bloodline. Hatred seal, skills: Kul Tiran military swordsmanship, beginner. Deadly throw, beginner. Title fist, proficient. Navigation, expert. Blake, now transformed into an undead, widened his eyes in disbelief. He clearly observed that while wielding the cursed artifact, his classes were rapidly diminishing. The warrior class plummeted 3 levels within minutes. The most severe loss. The navigator class dropped 1 level, while the rogue class, or more bluntly put, the thief class, remained unchanged. Likely because this profession inherently navigates the shadows, utilizing the powers of darkness. This was further corroborated by the unexpected addition of shadow affinity in his talents. It seemed that the character card would evolve with Blake's changing status. On an unfortunate note, due to the warrior class's drop from level 10 to level 7, the talent battlefield champion had vanished from the talent bar. Moreover, the once proficient military swordsmanship had fallen to the beginner level, and the expert level title fist had regressed to the proficient level. He felt a wave of weakness wash over him, as though he had lost something precious. His hands felt soft and powerless. With a swift motion, he stowed the violet-black crystal ball back into his magical suitcase, securing it with a key. Suppressing the dark magic from emanating further, Blake's character card transformed once more. The state of magical invasion was removed. However, the shadow curse and life solidification remained, along with the newly acquired basic shadow affinity from the dark magic's infiltration, a small consolation. Yet, if he continued to hold the cursed artifact, even with the suitcase's protection, he would face further diminishment, reducing from a promising NPC rookie template to a feeble wretch. He had to locate a priest to purify it swiftly. Damn thing, Blake muttered under his breath. He secured the magical suitcase to his waist with a strip of cloth and pressed on, hastening his steps along the ocean floor. After nearly 4 hours, as night fell completely, he finally stepped onto the coastal wetlands, aided by the ebbing tide. With a splash, upon setting foot on the murky shore, Blake collapsed onto the sand, sprawling out like a drowned soul, unwilling to lift a finger. Indeed, the undead do not die. Yet, the undead can grow weary. It was not merely the numbness of his body, but also the exhaustion of his soul, as if he had been awake for 2 days and nights. All he desired was a peaceful slumber. Thus, as the tide receded, he closed his eyes and slipped into a dream, a chaotic flood of memories washing over him, accompanied by the sound of crashing waves and his own snoring. Is the timeline fluctuating? In a desolate land, separated from the eastern continent by an endless sea, within an expansive and boundless desert, lies a mysterious place, spoken of only in the whispers of spellcasters. Within the timeless cave, shrouded in the flow of time, a voice akin to one just awakened echoed throughout. In a cozy and warm nest, a graceful creature slightly raised its head in confusion. It possessed a snake-like head, eyes reminiscent of serpents, and its body was adorned with fragmented bronze scales. It bore enormous bat-like wings that could fold neatly, a slightly rotund abdomen, a slender neck, and a long tail lined with bony spikes. Complemented by 4 sharp claws concealed beneath, it could extend its claws effortlessly, shattering wood, steel, or flesh. Now, it curled its tail and body like a cat. Clearly having just emerged from slumber, its elegant neck rising, the 5 long horns atop its head gleaming with a metallic sheen. This was a dragon, nearly 30 meters in length, far smaller than the colossal 3-headed red dragon ravaging the Kaz Modan Sea area today. This size indicated that it was merely a juvenile dragon, not yet fully matured. Nevertheless, it was already a proud member of the Bronze Dragonflight. Although weaker and unable to join the esteemed sands of time to follow the great timekeeper, Nozdormu, in safeguarding the temporal network of Azeroth, it had been assigned its own duties. Time is an intangible force. Yet, in the eyes of the bronze dragon, it resembles a river one can traverse at will. And the timeline of Azeroth is uniquely structured, resembling a web. Every significant temporal node interconnects. If interfered with externally, the timeline may veer off course. Such errors can give rise to temporal tributaries. Most tributaries do not impact the main timeline. However, if too many temporal nodes are affected simultaneously, dire consequences may ensue. The task of a juvenile dragon like it is to maintain the stability of a specific temporal node, remaining vigilant against external interference and promptly clearing any remnants of time that may cause disorder. This responsibility had been relatively easy for the past 100,000 years, but recently, it had grown increasingly challenging. A mysterious force, unfamiliar to the bronze dragon, had begun to subtly infiltrate those less significant temporal nodes, akin to mischievous pranks. This had raised the alarm among the bronze dragonflight, leading the rare but elite sands of time to become incredibly busy, frequently traversing various nodes. Consequently, novice dragons like this one had also found themselves occupied. The time fluctuations in the Kaz Modan Sea were of low intensity and did not threaten the stability of the temporal nodes, yet it was prudent to investigate. The juvenile dragon swiftly followed the vibrations of the timeline to locate the source. It lazily stretched its massive body and exited its nest, observing that the once bustling time chamber, the headquarters of the bronze dragonflight, now appeared desolate. Aside from a few newly hatched dragon whelps frolicking under the watchful eyes of the dragonkin, everyone was occupied with their respective duties. The sacred ground was permeated with scarlet energies, a manifestation of temporal power, akin to a rainbow or the aurora borealis, adorning every dusty crossroads. Within the vast cavern lay portals leading to pivotal junctures in time. However, only the elite members of the Shifting Sands were permitted to traverse these significant temporal nodes. A fledgling dragon such as herself was deemed ineligible to partake in safeguarding these crucial points. This was not an act of disparagement or suppression, but rather a prudent measure of protection. Alas, Sephiel, you must strive harder. The young dragon sighed, a hint of human-like resignation in her large eyes, as she lifted her head and declared to herself, Chromie, that mischievous imp, was born merely a century before me. Yet she is already the youngest member of the Shifting Sands. I cannot allow her to outshine me. That simpleton has always pilfered my sustenance and bullied me since childhood. Alas, it has been an age since I last saw her. Perhaps I shall venture into the past or future to seek her out. A cloud of bronze light enveloped the young dragon, and as she took a step forward, her colossal form abruptly diminished. In an instant, she transformed from her draconic guise into a high elf maiden with alabaster skin, a lithe figure, a flowing moon-white gown, silver-gray hair, and an exquisite blue gem circlet adorning her brow. Such metamorphoses were commonplace among dragons, a feat easily accomplished by those who wielded arcane powers. The young dragon, Sephiel, levitated a few inches above the ground, glancing about before summoning a dragon beast, instructing these draconic servants to tidy her lair and replenish her supply of crystals and gems. Then, with a swiftness akin to a mage's blink, she departed the inner sanctum of the caverns of time, reverting to her dragon form as she reached the outer perimeter, beating her wings as she soared towards the seas of Kaz Modan. As a mere whelp, she lacked the ability to perform transcontinental teleportation. Fortunately, even a young dragon was a veritable legendary creature, possessing sufficient aerial velocity. Several hours later, the young dragon, weary from traversing the endless sea, descended upon Tidiri Cove. On the fringes of Kaz Modan, once a military port, it had been utterly ravaged and seized by the Horde's fleet. Upon the dragon's arrival, the brutish orcs were engaged in disposing of the corpses of the Kultiran sailors who had perished in battle. No survivors remained. None had surrendered. These warriors, in service to Admiral Dalen Proudmoore, had fought valiantly to their last breath, meeting a glorious end. This was why the savage and formidable horde had required 6 long years, suffering grievous casualties, to reach the borders of the Northern Kingdom, for they faced adversaries who were far from easily overcome. Especially when human warriors fought to defend their homes and country, their courage was no less than that of the orcs. Yet all of this, while evocative, held little meaning for Sephiel. She was a dragon, Her notions of good and evil differed from those of mortal beings, and their joys and sorrows were alien to her. Sephiel assumed her elven form, hovering high above, raising her left hand as temporal energies, like fine sand, emanated forth, coalescing into an exquisite hourglass before her eyes. She closed her eyes, sensing the timeline of this place. The Orcish crossing, the facts aligned. The sinking of the Third Fleet, the facts aligned. The participation of the enslaved red dragons, the facts aligned. Dalen Proudmoore's death in this location, the facts aligned. Wait. Sephiel's eyes snapped open in that instant. She hurtled towards the sea ahead and dove into the water in her dragon form, creating a huge splash that attracted the attention of the patrolling Orcish ships nearby. But they could not possibly have caught sight of a legendary creature entering the water. Half an hour later, the young dragon Sephiel had scoured the seabed of the Kaz Modan Sea, meticulously examining the wreckage of every ship and every corpse. A hint of anxiety and fury appeared in her large dragon eyes. Dalen's corpse was not here, and the defiled eye of prophecy was also missing. But he was certainly dead. I cannot sense his presence. The timeline has been tampered with. A temporal anomaly is at work. Could it be those secretive rats again? What machinations are they plotting? I must report this to the Shifting Sands. At that moment, the young dragon's thoughts were interrupted. The Shifting Sands were preoccupied. Every member was busy, and Dalen Proudmoore was not a figure of great importance in the future timeline. He was merely an insignificant node, far less important than his sister Jaina. Even if this situation were reported, no adult bronze dragon would be dispatched to deal with it in the short term. Then I shall seek him out myself. The young dragon instantly made up her mind. A problem had arisen in the timeline she was responsible for, and a temporal anomaly had escaped. This was a disgrace. She had to personally redeem herself from this humiliation. I will not allow you to mock me again, Chromie. You annoying pest. The young dragon's body ascended rapidly through the water, bursting into the sky seconds later. I will find him, no matter what. Anomalies must be purged. Chapter 003, The Calamity of the Marshland Merman. As midnight approached, an overwhelming sense of impending crisis surged into the weary consciousness of Black Shaw. Akin to a traveler in the dark, suddenly sensing movement in the shadows. It was Prince Drake's well-trained body responding with acute awareness. Something was drawing near in the enveloping darkness. Black immediately opened his eyes and sprang to his feet. Instinctively, he lowered his body and clenched his fists. Assuming a combat stance as memories of Prince Drake's martial prowess flooded his mind. It felt as though Black had undergone rigorous training in the past, just like the prince. Yet, it was merely an illusion. Knowing how to act and truly executing those actions are two distinct concepts. Simultaneously, as he surveyed the rustling surroundings, Black rapidly recalled the nature of the marshland. This place was likely not far from the Bay of Baradin, a mire shaped by the relentless tide, teeming with life. Suddenly, a cacophony of splashing and discordant cries interrupted his thoughts, heralding the emergence of a formidable presence from the shadows. They were the mermen. Dreadful, loathsome creatures. The name flashed through Black's mind, and within moments, 5 or 6 mermen surged forth from the darkness, revealing themselves before him. These beings possessed a humanoid form with limbs. Their heads grotesquely fused with their bodies, staring with lifeless, fish-like eyes. Most stood less than a meter tall, scuttling about like a band of comical little figures. However, the rusted swords they clutched and their frenzied yells rendered any amusement impossible. The mermen's bodies exhibited a murky green hue, adorned with blue spots. Their forms were predominantly covered in slick, shiny scales, yet their backs bore scaled spines, and their oversized, bulging eyes flickered with an eerie luminescence. Flanking their necks were quivering gills. With short, stocky limbs equipped with webbed feet, they leapt forward, their hoarse, shrill voices conveying their wrath and brutality. These were the mermen, ugly beings birthed from the depths of the ocean, inhabiting every inch of Azeroth. They possessed their own civilization, language, and societal structure. Yet their nature was predominantly cruel and savage. Most disturbingly, mermen were known for their cannibalistic customs. Now, the mermen ruling this marshland had evidently found new prey. The leader, a more imposing merman, brandished a rusted sword upon spotting Black, swaying its body as it charged forward. Black felt an instinctive urge to retreat. But the memories belonging to Drake urged him to advance. Mermen were creatures that preyed on the weak. If he could not establish dominance in this initial clash, his fate would be sealed. With determination, he slapped his forehead, summoning a translucent character card that revealed his health had returned to a robust state following his brief respite. This bolstered his confidence. With a fierce shout, he bent forward, tightening his left fist and stepping forth to deliver a powerful blow to the advancing Blue Guild merman. Ignoring the sword swinging towards him as if it were non-existent, he struck. The rusted blade struck Black's midsection, leaving a shallow wound, but little blood flowed. The curse of undeath had rendered him frail, while simultaneously preventing excessive blood loss. After all, his skin had dried out. The health bar beneath the character card dwindled. A group of 6 or 7 mermen met their demise, their searing essence absorbed into Blackshaw's being. Eliciting a contented sigh, He seized a weathered cleaver left behind by the merman, grasping a rusted sword in his right hand. Under the cloak of night, he hummed a folk tune from Drake's memory, reminiscing about the thief's techniques, stealthily advancing through the mire. Perhaps it was the dark affinity bestowed upon him by the curse that allowed Black to traverse the swamp with barely a whisper. After a few minutes of practice, he grew accustomed to this stealthy approach, even capturing a semblance of the assassin's stealth from the game. In the distance, he spotted a merman village, his next target. Now seasoned in slaying monsters, he pondered whether they might drop equipment. As for the experience gained from vanquishing these mermen, how should he allocate it among his 3 classes? Would advancing his classes grant him new skills? Would he eventually learn the art of the massacre feast? Would he master the descent of the celestial beings? The prospect of happiness arrived so unexpectedly, stirring anticipation. A few minutes later, at the village's edge, Black lunged forth, wielding his 2 rusted weapons, taking advantage of the merman's momentary surprise to strike fiercely. There was little finesse in his attack, yet the chaotic onslaught proved effective. In an instant, he felled 3 of the damp creatures, their foul green blood splattering everywhere. The remaining mermen squawked in disarray and fled, only to be hunted down by Black, who dispatched them one by one. His valiant demeanor resembled that of a resurrected prince. Yet, if his adversaries were orcs instead of mermen, perhaps it would confer greater glory. Nevertheless, this mattered little. These blue-gilled mermen were hardly virtuous beings. They thrived in the marshes of the Baradan Gulf, posing the greatest threat to travelers and caravans long before the orc invasion. Now, as Black exterminated them, it could be deemed a righteous act. With a swift motion, he hurled his rusted blades with deadly precision, pinning 2 fleeing mermen to the ground. Shaking the green blood from his hands, he celebrated his first victory with a triumphant gesture. Mermen were easily dispatched. Instilling fear in them was half the battle won. But what if they were not intimidated? Oh, what do I see? Having dispatched the last 2 mermen, Black turned back towards the village strewn with their carcasses, only to be astonished by the sight of more mermen. A cluster of tiny mermen, likely just hatched. In stark contrast to the grotesque adult mermen, these newborns appeared rather endearing. Small, soft-bodied, devoid of the slimy scales. They gazed up with wide, terrified eyes, huddled together like little tadpoles, staring at their slayer, Black Shaw. Those wide eyes were almost adorable. As Black surveyed the scene before him and glanced at his bloodied rusted blade, he grimaced and discarded the weapon. With 1 merman in each hand, he carried them outside the village and tossed them into the muddy river. Run, scoundrels, run, he urged, stomping his feet and splashing mud, startling the tiny mermen into a frantic dive into the water, where they swam away, instinctively using the frog kick. Laughing heartily, Black placed his hands on his hips, chuckling for a moment before patting his belly and returning to the village. He began to rummage through the quaint settlement adorned with rotting wood, seaweed, and shells. These mermen had robbed countless travelers. Surely, some supplies could be found here. Minutes later, a startled exclamation echoed from the merman village. Did a piece of equipment truly drop? Chapter 004. Orcs. The first hunt in the Fishman village. Blake chewed his bread with a sense of monotony. Yet, the health bar of the character card had only recovered to 70 and showed no signs of further improvement. It was needless to say that the accursed shadow curse and the debilitating effect from the dragonfire that scorched this body were to blame. The former could be purified by holy light, while the latter could be healed through restorative spells. Blake could only take solace in the fact that the orc was controlling a red dragon, rather than a black or blue one. The 5-color dragons of Azeroth wield different powers. The red dragon serves as a guardian of life, capable of both incineration and healing through its breath, with the ability to choose the mode of its breath. However, the orc had enslaved the red dragon with a wicked artifact, rendering it mindless. Consequently, the dragon's breath, which should have incinerated, spared the prince, allowing him to remain intact and giving rise to the possibility of recovery, albeit in the future. After discarding the bread, Blake expanded his perception. The prince's body, being well-trained despite limited combat experience, possessed noble lineage and the rogue class, granting him heightened awareness. Like a feeble radar sweeping across the Fishman village, he detected faint glimmers rolling in the nearby muck pool. Blake leaped into the mire, feeling around until he unearthed the dagger, its handle corroded. However, once cleaned of the filth, the blade gleamed like snow. He had indeed found a piece of equipment. He exclaimed in surprise, grasping the dagger and waving it with flair. He sensed a faint magical essence emanating from it, indicating its superior quality. Excellent find, he mused, inspecting the character card and scanning the equipment slot. To his delight, a new entry appeared in the previously empty slot. Spirit Monkey Fishman Dagger. Excellent quality minor armor piercing. Cool, Blake exclaimed while toying with the dagger, before continuing to rummage through the muck, only to stumble upon a weathered skull that startled him. No longer inclined to search for more gear, he collected a bundle of slightly spoiled bread and jerky, along with a few bottles of dwarven beer. He hastily packed his findings and prepared to depart to continue hunting the fishmen. Yet, after taking a few steps, Blake turned back, squinting his eyes at a small fishman with blue stripes, hiding amidst the water plants. The creature gazed curiously at him with its adorable, wide eyes. "Come here," Blake beckoned, startling the small fishman, which turned to flee. In response, Blake tossed a piece of bread at its feet. The enticing aroma of food halted the creature in its tracks. It cautiously glanced back at him, then quietly seized the bread, devouring it eagerly. So, it was merely hungry, seeking food to take home. "I have plenty more." Blake mischievously revealed his backpack, displaying it stuffed with slightly darkened bread and jerky. The fishman's eyes lit up. After finishing its bread, the creature, still wary and cautious, inched closer to Blake, who squatted down, waving another moldy piece of bread in his hand as if to entice it. Despite having a language, fishmen were evidently not very intelligent, and these younglings were even more naive, yet filled with curiosity about the world. As it approached, emboldened, the small fishman reached out to snatch the bread from Blake's hand, only to be abruptly lifted into the air by Blake, who seized its soft body and cradled it in his arms. Naturally, it still clutched the bread. "Now I have a little pet." "Cool." Blake chuckled with delight, disregarding the creature's struggles as he carried it deeper into the swamp. Casually speaking, "I shall name you Ben Borba. I've always wanted one, but that thing costs $3,500, which I cannot afford. You bear quite a resemblance to it, so in a sense, my dream has been realized." "All right, Ben Borba. Now that you're well fed, let's go hunt a few more fishmen." 2 days later, Blake finally emerged from the marshes of the Barrett Bay, stepping onto solid hills. He climbed to a vantage point and gazed northward at the setting sun. In the distance, he could vaguely see a cluster of ruined structures, distinctly dwarven in style, with large stones strewn about, and a few scattered orcs camping there. The tomb of Iron-Fur. Blake, thin as a true undead, squinted and lowered his body to scrutinize the orcs. He recognized the devastated burial ground. It was the resting place for the dwarves of the nearby town, Dunmodder, where the deceased were laid to rest, an extensive crypt that delved deep underground. In dwarven culture, the dead were treated with great respect. The orcs' sacrilegious actions towards the deceased were utterly unacceptable. However, at this point in time, the dwarven town on the road to Arthi Highlands had undoubtedly fallen into Orcish hands. The Copperbeard dwarves had lost the entirety of Kaz Modan and the wetlands, and despite their fury, they could only remain confined within their capital, Ironforge. Thankfully, that fortress-like city was built to be easily defensible, and the orcs had spent over a year attempting to breach its gates without success. The combat prowess of the burly dwarves was not inferior to that of ordinary orcs, and they had the support of steam tanks engineered by clever gnomes. If it weren't for the dwarves being fewer in number, the orcs would have found it much more challenging to seize Kaz Modan. Suddenly, a clear croak emanated from Blake's arms as the blue fishman poked its head out from his tattered clothing, wide-eyed as it peered down. Upon spotting the orcs, Ben Borba, who had grown close to Blake, instinctively shrank back, clearly frightened by their presence. It was evident that it had encountered orcs before and had good reason to fear them, likely recalling the massacre inflicted upon its kind by the Bloodring orcs during their forays into the marsh. To reach the human-populated Arthi Highlands, one could either traverse the Salder Bridge, which was swift yet guarded by orcs, or take the reef coast to Falder's Cove, which was devoid of orcs, but there lurked a horde of spine-fin naga. Blake rubbed his head, pondering. Beneath the reef coast, there seems to be an ancient elven ruin, where the Naga clan resides. Those slippery serpents possess combat prowess in the water that far exceeds that of the orcs, not to mention sea witches as spellcasters. Traveling through the reef coast poses too great a risk. His gaze fell upon the orc encampment outside the tomb of Iron-Fur. Although the number of orcs present was scant, merely 4 or 5, the size of the camp suggested it could accommodate many more. Thus, it seemed that War Chief Orgrimmar had summoned the Bloodring orcs from the wetlands to join the battle in Arthi after crossing the sea. This implied that the number of orcs stationed here had dwindled compared to before. Under the cover of night, coupled with his affinity for shadows, he might dare to cross the Salder Bridge. Blake quickly devised a plan in his mind. He set Ben Borba down at the edge of the high ground, leaving behind a dozen pieces of bread. Patting its head, he instructed, "Stay here and don't wander off. I will test the orcs' combat abilities and return shortly. Be good." The small fishman tilted its head, blinking its large eyes, croaking in response as it sat down, grabbing a piece of bread to munch on. Blake smirked, thinking how foolish the fishman was. He stealthily descended from the high ground, gripping tightly the fishman dagger with its handle wrapped in tattered cloth in his left hand, while gently drawing a short sword from behind his waist with his right. Both were weapons of green quality, spoils acquired from the fishman village. He inhaled deeply, firming his grip on the weapons, and, cloaked in the shadows cast by the golden rays of the setting sun, he stealthily advanced toward the orc camp. Over the past couple of days, he had slain numerous fishmen, accumulating substantial experience. Yet, there was troubling news. The curse of the tainted eye of Perez continued to sap his strength, evident in the decline of his warrior class from level 7 to level 4. He sensed his body's power waning significantly, and in a few days, his warrior class would likely plummet to 0. Black contemplated injecting the experience he had gained into his warrior class to salvage it, but after much deliberation, he opted for a more prudent approach. The curse had bestowed upon him shadow affinity, leaving his rogue class unaffected. Thus, the most beneficial course of action was to enhance this class instead. In the span of 2 days, the experience garnered from slaying over 100 fishmen was poured into his rogue class, elevating its level from 5 to 8. He did not acquire any new skills or mysterious talents, yet he found himself moving more gracefully in the dark, his speed quickening, akin to a silent, prowling black cat. Gradually, he approached the orc encampment, concealing himself behind a tree, patiently awaiting an opportunity. After a dozen minutes, roars erupted from the orc camp, followed by the sounds of a brawl, prompting a disdainful smirk from Black, who mused over how these orcs had destroyed their own world. On the other side of the dark portal, in the world of Draenor, they had succumbed to the temptations of the Burning Legion demons. Drinking the blood of their malevolent kind, gaining immense strength while becoming increasingly volatile, akin to mad berserkers. The fel-infused blood coursing through their veins robbed them of their sanity. While they exhibited ferocity in battle, in moments of idleness, they would often turn on their comrades with fist and feet. They were beyond salvation. However, this was fortuitous for Black. Soon, the tumult within the camp subsided, and an old orc, battered and bruised, was driven from the encampment. He hunched over, blood-red markings adorning his face. Why Chapter 005. The Tomb Raider. The strength of these green-skinned orcs is truly formidable. Outside the encampment, the anguished cries of murlocs echoed. Clearly, they were being mercilessly slaughtered by the orcs, while Blake crouched nearby, rapidly scavenging the body of an injured orc, a dagger piercing through its eye. He pondered. That orc appeared quite aged, yet its strength was still at least double mine. This was the elite template of Prince Drake, and even in direct confrontation, I held no advantage. Had it not been for the ambush. Just a moment ago, when he had gripped my neck, he could have easily snapped my spine. With the warrior class increasingly in decline, facing them head-on offered no chance of victory. However, employing stealth and assassination proved to be rather feasible. Ah, what is this? He swiftly discovered a vial within the orc's leather pouch at his feet. Upon removing the cork, he beheld a black liquid within. Though his sense of smell was lost in his undead form, the appearance of the substance alone suggested it was anything but benign. The Bloodring clan excelled in guerrilla tactics. So this must be poison. Blake blinked, quickly dabbed a rag into the toxic liquid, and evenly coated his dagger and short sword. He glanced outside the encampment. For robust, enraged orcs had dispatched the murlocs Blake had lured in a matter of minutes. The most delightful part was that these infuriated creatures, driven by bloodlust, scattered to pursue the fleeing murlocs. It wouldn't be long before they concluded their hunt and returned to the camp, satiated and ready to rest. This was an exceptional opportunity. Blake exited the encampment and concealed himself in the shadows, stealthily making his way back to the edge where hills met marshes. Fixating on the most slender of the 4 orcs, the majority of the Bloodring orcs had likely been summoned to the Arthi battlefield to confront the human knights of Stromgarde, leaving behind only a motley crew. They guarded the retreat of the Bloodring orcs at Salder Bridge and had the Dragonmaw orcs stationed in the wetland center as reinforcements. The lifebound Oathsworn, captured by the malevolent artifact, the powerful red dragon Queen Alexstrasza, was likely imprisoned within that long-abandoned mountain-hammer dwarven city. In the wetlands, these orcs faced virtually no adversaries, which explained their sparse numbers in such a large encampment. Blake's thoughts raced, and an idea began to take shape in his mind. The experience gained from slaying 2 orcs outweighed that of defeating 30 murlocs. Evidently, the orcs' levels were significantly higher than those of the murlocs. Although levels as a concept did not exist in reality, the accrued experience indicated that orcs were far more perilous, with the collapse of the warrior class seemingly inevitable. If Blake wished to avoid further weakness, it was imperative to elevate his rogue class before facing the dangers of Salder Bridge. In other words, he must seize the moment to slay monsters and level up. Were there not better targets in the present wetlands than these scattered Bloodring orcs? With this thought in mind, Blake prepared to pounce, concealed by the branches and leaves. As the Bloodring orc, armed with a hunting staff and a look of satisfaction, approached while dragging a murloc corpse, the gaunt assassin sprang from the tree. It was nearly a reenactment of the previous attack on the Elder Orc, but this time Blake had learned his lesson. The thrust of his left-hand short sword was a feint, provoking the startled orc to attempt to block with its staff, allowing Blake's right-hand dagger to strike with lethal precision. The heavy hunting staff required 2 hands to wield effectively. The sharp murloc dagger plunged accurately into the orc's temple and, with a flick of Blake's wrist, twisted within its skull, churning its brain like a heated nail. A surge of searing energy coursed through the dagger into Blake's body. This time, the experience gained was slightly greater than before, illuminating his vision. A successful assassination. A single fatal strike, and an additional reward? Splendid. An hour later, Blake withdrew his short sword from the eye of the last Bloodring orc, his hand trembling. A dangerous gash marred his chest from a battle axe. had it not been for the curse of undeath preventing excessive blood loss. That retaliatory blow could have left him grievously injured. This failed assassination taught Blake a crucial lesson. His rudimentary affinity for shadow, which granted him stealth, was not infallible. Bloodring orcs were adept hunters, their senses sharper than those of ordinary orcs. While assassination proved convenient against the weak and frail, it was perilous when confronting robust bloodring orcs. A moment's carelessness could lead to discovery. Fortunately, the poison smeared on his dagger aided him in vanquishing the strongest of the bloodring orcs despite the failure of his stealthy approach. This underscored two vital truths. First, it is best for assassins to avoid direct confrontation with warriors or hunters. Second, poison is indeed a valuable asset. After 2 hours of rest, Blake gathered the bodies of 6 orcs, scavenging while tossing a piece of seemingly edible fish jerky into his mouth. Alas, his luck had run dry. After thoroughly searching the corpses of the 6 orcs, he had found only several vials of bloodring poison, leaving him empty-handed otherwise. He sighed, a wave of despair washing over him as he tossed the jerky to the small murloc, Bembalba, who was attempting to seize an orc battle-axe nearby. The little creature squeaked in delight, grabbing the jerky and tearing into it with fervor. While Bembalba was in high spirits, Blake's mood was far from cheerful. In 2 days, he had slain numerous murlocs, yielding but a dagger and a short sword. Despite the effort expended in dispatching 6 bloodring orcs, he had again come away with nothing. This indicated that, in the real world of Azeroth, good equipment and weapons were not as plentiful as in the realm of games. It was understandable, after all. The world was designed for playability and enjoyment. There simply couldn't be that many skilled blacksmiths capable of crafting exquisite weapons in abundance. Even the most adept dwarves could not. Wait. Suddenly, an idea struck Blake. He lifted his gaze, sweeping it toward the charred remains of Ironjaw tomb, a knowing smile emerging on his thin visage. Dwarves often buried their deceased with accompanying relics. No wonder these orcs had set up camp after torching and destroying the tomb. It was clear now that these bloodring orcs had come to loot. Blake scoffed inwardly, contemptuously regarding the shameless orc invaders. Rising, he beckoned to the munching Bembalba, saying, "Little one, come with me. We shall visit Ironjaw tomb to pay our respects to the ancestors of the dwarves." He wished to express his reverence, hoping that the spirits of the departed would grant this weary traveler a token of goodwill and gratitude for vanquishing the orc invaders who disturbed their rest. The little murloc chirped excitedly, waddling behind Blake with its characteristic side-to-side gait, weaving around the charred rocks to enter the tomb before them. The dwarven tombs, in truth, were little different from those of humans. However, dwarves excelled at digging and stone carving, resulting in their ancestral tombs generally being grander and more elaborate than those of humans. Leaning against a torch left by the orcs, Blake descended into the tomb, traversing the steps into the first chamber, where he was met with the sight of shattered coffins dragged out and carelessly strewn across the ground, along with scattered bones lying in disarray. These individuals. Blake shook his head, a tinge of disappointment in his heart. It seemed the orcs had thoroughly plundered this place, leaving little of value. However, he didn't depart immediately. Instead, he dedicated some time to gathering the scattered remains, constructing a rudimentary headstone from the shattered coffins. Such an act held no practical significance. But having lived in another world for over 2 decades, Blake had cultivated the habit of honoring his ancestors annually. He couldn't abide the desecration of departed souls. Though inconsequential, it offered a semblance of inner peace. He rose, offering a respectful bow to the makeshift grave. Behind him, the little murloc, filled with curiosity, mimicked his gesture. Subsequently, he ventured into the lower, more expansive catacombs. As he stepped inside, a peculiar gurgling sound reached his ears, akin to the sloshing of some liquid, punctuated by strange roars. In that instant, with remarkable alacrity, Blake snatched up the little murloc, executing a swift backward roll. He landed prone as a globule of verdant slime, propelled like a projectile, whizzed past his head, impacting the stone wall behind him. A cloud of white vapor immediately billowed from the point of impact. Poison. In that moment, Blake finally understood why the bloodring orcs had set fire to Ironbeard's tomb. The depths of this tomb had likely been sealed for too long, giving rise to a noose. Covered in grime, he lay there, the little murloc in his arms startled, emitting croaking sounds. Blake craned his neck to see a slime-like entity. A massive, semi-translucent, gelatinous form, swaying and wobbling in his direction. The creature's body was a translucent, green gel, riddled with a chaotic assortment of skeletal remains and a half-digested orc corpse. The corpse's gore had stained the lower half of the ooze a dark purple, with chunks of flesh suspended within. Several swords and hunting spears were embedded in its form, along with a grotesque head containing a dwarven skull, weathered black. An offensive stench likely emanated from it, utterly revolting. Such creatures were, of course, unique to the wondrous world of Azeroth. Even the most erudite mages couldn't definitively classify the ooze. Whether they were even living beings remained a subject of debate. However, one thing was certain, they possessed no intelligence. Driven solely by the instinct to consume everything in their path, be it wood, steel, or flesh, Judging by the size of this particular ooze, it had likely devoured at least 4 or 5 orcs. Against such a foe, daggers and short swords, no matter how sharp, would be useless. However, Blake possessed something else. Clutching the little murloc, he rolled to the left again, evading another spray of the ooze's slime. He deftly retrieved the black magical briefcase from his waist, unlocked it with a key from his wrist, and with a flick of his wrist, hurled the purplish-black cursed artifact toward the repulsive ooze. It was an exploitation of the latter's lack of intelligence. The ooze made a gaping motion, like the most obedient of dogs, and swallowed the purplish-black cursed artifact whole. Then, Blake heard a sound like boiling water, a gurgling, bubbling noise. Within the massive ooze's translucent gelatinous body, a purplish-black light seemed to ignite. Expansion, expansion, and further expansion. Damn it, Blake exclaimed. Clutching the little murloc, Blake turned and fled. As he reached the first level of the tomb, a muffled explosion, like a bomb detonating, echoed behind him, followed by the hissing sound of venom corroding stone. He and the little murloc waited in the first level of the tomb for a full 10 minutes before relighting their torches and venturing back into the lower level. The place was devastated. The exquisite stone carvings and scattered coffins had been rendered unrecognizable by the great ooze's explosion. The ooze's internal remains, corroded weapons, disgusting corpses, were strewn everywhere. Blake murmured. Closing his eyes, he extended his senses for a moment. His heart leaped. Amidst the debris, he detected at least 2 items radiating magical energy. Doing good deeds truly brings rewards, no matter the world, he mused. The skeletal man grinned, his face gaunt like a specter, and his fire-scorched features revealed a smile that could frighten children. He opened his eyes and deftly reloaded the cursed artifact into the magical briefcase. Then, guided by his senses, he located the 2 magical items. Well, what have we here? He exclaimed. A magic satchel, precisely what I require. My gratitude, ancestral dwarves. I shall put your gifts to good use. Chapter 006. Walking in the shadow of the dragon, the large slime monster in the tomb of Ironbeard was obliterated by the cursed artifact's malevolent power. Amidst the wreckage, Blake fortuitously discovered an unusual, slime-covered satchel. This satchel appeared extraordinary, and after Blake cleaned it, its beauty was further revealed. It was a compact backpack, akin to a waist pouch, crafted from some high-quality, supple leather, with gleaming thread expertly sewn into it. Blake surmised that it might be made from runic or magical thread used by mages. At the top of the satchel was a drawstring to tighten or loosen it. However, its aesthetic allure was not the sole reason for Blake's exhilaration. It was, in fact, a magical item. Once he affixed it to the belt he had scavenged from an orc, a new entry for a runic satchel appeared in his equipment section. Its actual capacity far exceeded its modest exterior, likely enhanced by some form of extension spell employed by mages. Blake tossed all his belongings into the satchel, and to his astonishment, it remained far from full, revealing that it already contained items. Some food, seemingly preserved for an indeterminate time, along with an entire crate of dwarven ale and a pile of gleaming gold coins. Approximately 100 pieces were discovered. This runic satchel must have belonged to some blood-ring orc, plundered from Azeroth, but ultimately found its way into Blake's possession. Reflecting on this, Blake recalled that 18 years hence, within the tomb of Ironbeard, there was a quest chain from a dwarven herbalist that also rewarded a magical satchel. He pondered. Could it be that the satchel gifted to me by that dwarven woman was this very one? Finding the magical satchel was indeed a delightful surprise. Blake promptly stowed the magical briefcase into the satchel, deeming such a dangerous item too conspicuous to carry openly. He steadied his emotions and began to examine another magical item he had unearthed from the slime monster's remains. This item was rather peculiar in appearance, resembling a piece of decayed wood, grayish-black in color, about the length of an arm, with the top thicker than the bottom and adorned with small, frosted spheres. Aside from that, it bore no remarkable features. The only curious aspect was its weight. By weapon standards, it was exceptionally well balanced. Blake grasped it and swung it experimentally. The feel was quite satisfying. Upon inspecting his equipment section, he was astonished to find this object classified as a weapon, its name evoking a sense of nostalgia. Vit's third leg, superior quality, enhanced critical strike, minor crushing. Indeed, this peculiar item was strange in many respects, to the point that Blake hesitated to contemplate it further. In reality, it was not as sinister as he imagined. While organizing the rim, however, he was not disheartened. Instead, he crouched on the ground with a broad smile, beginning to scour the belongings of several orcs for treasures. He held little hope, knowing that the frail and ailing beings left behind in the marshes could hardly possess anything valuable. Yet, surprises often come unannounced. In the satchel of a wounded orc soldier who had lost a leg, Blake discovered a pair of leather wristbands, adorned with clan motifs. Upon donning them, his inventory revealed a new entry: forest wristbands, excellent quality minor protection. Well, it was merely one attribute, which amounted to little more than nothing. Only slightly tougher than common leather armor. Blake couldn't help but grimace. he had begun to grasp the characteristics of equipment. The more attributes, the better. Superior weapons like the Leg of Vidar carried descriptions of enhancement, surely far more potent than mere minor protection. However, items of excellent quality were exceedingly rare. And the prospect of encountering another exquisite piece of equipment akin to the Leg of Vidar seemed distant, perhaps a matter for another age. Blake's current attire was rather amusing. His leather armor was pilfered from the orcs, and due to the curse that rendered him as slender as a reed, the fit was somewhat awkward. He wore hunting leather trousers, cut short to expose his bare legs, which did not hinder his mobility. His boots were scavenged from a Murloc village, fitting perfectly and protecting his delicate toes. On his head, he donned a hood, resembling an Arab in appearance. This eclectic ensemble, regardless of its aesthetic appeal, was hardly the concern of the moment. In the camp, he found several vials of blood ring poison, which he applied once more to his short sword and dagger. The Leg of Vidar was unnecessary, being a blunt weapon. Striking the head during a sneak attack would either render the foe unconscious or fracture their skull, rendering poison somewhat superfluous. Thus, the next step was to venture towards Damard. Under the cover of night, Blake entered stealth mode, moving cautiously beyond the encampment. Concealed in the shadows, peering towards the horizon where a small town nestled within the valley came into view. It bore the hallmark of dwarven architecture, built against the mountainside. Few structures were visible above ground, yet the town was lit, with orc patrols riding their war wolves, howling as they charged northward. The thought of slaying every orc in this town flickered in Blake's mind. He licked his lips, a brilliant idea forming. If he could indeed eliminate all 400 orcs in Damard, his rogue class could ascend to level 15, perhaps even 20. Yet, he quickly recognized the impossibility of such an endeavor. The garrison was not composed of mere rabble. They were the elite of the Blood Ring. Accompanied by keenly trained orc werewolves, Blake feared that he would be detected before even nearing them, likely meeting a violent end at the hands of furious orcs. In this stark reality, notions of overwhelming levels and effortless kills held no truth. After gazing towards Damard a few more times, he reluctantly retreated, planning to explore elsewhere and seek out other Blood Ring encampments, preying upon the weak and infirm. Ideally, he could lure a small squad of elite orcs to investigate, then employ a method of individual assassinations to eliminate them. Surely, elite orcs would drop some valuable loot, Blake mused. He cast another glance at his character card, only to discover with despair that his warrior class had dropped another level, now standing at level 3. At this rate, he could only remain in the marsh for another 3 or 4 days before needing to hasten to the Arthi Highlands to find a priest to dispel the curse. However, mere minutes after Blake departed Damard, he arrived at a hilly highland, intending to take a brief rest. Suddenly, the little Murloc in his arms began to squawk loudly, trembling in fear and pointing at the sky while covering its eyes with its other hand. Clearly, it had been startled by some unseen terror. Blake followed the little creature's gaze and was struck with a chill. Above the tranquil marsh, beneath the stars, a colossal shadow soared. Its wings unfurled as it flew towards the earthy highlands. Though it was a great distance away and soaring high above, Blake could discern that it was at least 30 meters long, even in his cursed state, where breath was unnecessary. He instinctively held his breath and covered the little Murloc's squawking mouth with his hand. That was a dragon. Chapter 007, A Close Call 'For. The bronze dragon whelp was exceedingly fortunate, yet equally unfortunate. Upon discovering Prince Derek Proudmoore's escape from his ordained destiny, it immediately began tracking the temporal anomaly. Through the arcane art of time reversion, it swiftly discerned Derek's residual presence, tracing his path across the sea of Kaz Modan and ultimately to the wetlands. Thus far, all proceeded smoothly. The celerity of dragons far surpasses that of mortals. In theory, with 'For in pursuit, the resurrected prince would soon be returned to his rightful fate. However, 'For, engrossed in its noble mission to preserve the time stream, overlooked a critical detail. The wetlands during the 6th year after the Dark Portal's opening constituted a forbidden territory for all chromatic dragons save the Black Dragonflight. Due to the presence of the Dragon Soul, an artifact of immense and sinister power. The saga of this Dragonbane artifact is ancient and sprawling, involving internecine conflict and the decline of the Dragonflights, a sorrowful chapter for all dragons. When the orcs surged into Azeroth through the Dark Portal, the artifact, originally safeguarded in the Redridge Mountains of the southern continent, fell into the hands of the Dragonaw clan. These brutal orcs, through sheer numbers, vanquished the artifact's guardian, a noble red dragon who perished in its defense. Yet this marked only the beginning of the calamity. Alexstrasza, the Dragon Queen and one of the most potent and venerable beings in Azeroth, was ambushed and subjugated by the Dragonaw chieftain, Zulad the Wapped, who wielded the Dragon Soul. This clan, skilled in taming wyverns on their native Draenor, resumed their nefarious practices in Azeroth. Employing the artifact, they enslaved red dragons, creating dragon riders, a practice that contributed to the tragedy of Prince Derek Proudmoore and the Third Fleet. Currently, the Dragonaw clan is encamped in grim battle, the accursed city of the wetlands. Zulud, wielding the dragon's soul, could keenly sense any dragon entering the wetlands and sought to enslave them. In the 2 years since the orcs acquired the dragon's soul, numerous dragons had met a grim fate. 'For was not ignorant of this peril, but the temporal residue it sought lay within reach, and it could not abandon the pursuit. Alas, the young dragon, barely a century old, gravely underestimated the dragon soul's potency. The moment it set foot in the wetlands, it was marked by the Dragonmaw's dragon riders. "Leave me be." The vexed whelp beat its wings, darting across the night sky, straining every fiber to distance itself from the 2 red dragons in pursuit. These orc-controlled dragons still possessed a modicum of defiance. They might reluctantly slaughter humans, but pursuing their own kin was a bridge too far, resulting in a half-hearted effort. Otherwise, given the adult red dragon's flight speed, 'For would never have escaped the wetlands borders. The bronze dragonflight, like the blue, traditionally shuns the world, preferring seclusion. However, their rapport with the red dragonflight was amicable, a legacy that now aided 'For's escape. It needed to depart with utmost haste. Bronze dragons, capable of traversing timelines at will, are virtually unkillable. As temporal beings, even if the present iteration were slain, its past and future selves would persist. For 'For, death was not an absolute. Yet fates worse than death exist. Should it be enslaved by the dragon soul, the comely whelp would suffer a fate more appalling than oblivion. Zulid evidently held a keen interest in the enigmatic bronze dragons and their temporal manipulation. More red dragons were dispatched from grim battle, encircling 'For from all directions. "May the Time Warden grant me safe passage." The whelp prayed inwardly as it flew, vowing, "Once this ordeal is over, I swear never to return to this forsaken place." As it pondered this, it vigorously flapped its wings, soaring over the mountains of Dunmorrow, heading towards the earthy highlands, too preoccupied to even sense its surroundings. It dared not pause. It had eons to trifle with the temporal residue, but for now, its life was paramount. "Flee, little one. Flee with haste." Concealed upon a highland knoll, Blackwood held his breath as he watched the whelp, pursued by 2 immense shadows, vanish into the sky. The whelp appeared distressed, desperately flapping its wings in flight. Blackwood's mind raced. During this era, the Dragonmaw orcs, wielding the dragon soul, held Alexstrasza captive in grim battle. The artifact exerted a fatal influence over all dragons save the black dragonflight. No dragons, save those seeking to rescue their queen, would willingly venture into the wetlands. Blackwood, cradling the trembling murloc, speculated, either the whelp has lost its mind, or it risks the wetlands to seek something of paramount importance. What treasure could entice a dragon here? Then, a chilling notion struck Blackwood, causing his eyes to narrow and his fists to clench. Damn it, a meddlesome bronze dragon. It seeks Derek Proudmoore, who should be slumbering in the depths of the sea. The dragon seeks me, and the Orcish dragon riders inadvertently saved my life. Blackwood flexed his fingers, gazing at the elevated peaks in the wetland's heart. Grim battle, the ancestral home of the Wilehammer dwarves, cursed 3 centuries prior by Modgud, the Dark Iron Queen. The malevolent queen perished there, concluding the War of the 3 Hammers with the victory of the Bronzebeard and Wilehammer clans. However, the victory came at a cost. The Wilehammer dwarves forever lost their ancestral homeland. The Sky Lords were forced to relocate with their beloved griffins to the hinterlands in the Airy Peak. The dragon soul's destruction is 4 years hence. If I remain hidden in the wetlands, I can endure for at least 4 years. With the dragon soul, the bronze dragon dare not trouble me. Blackwood pondered. Perhaps I should join the Dragonmaw clan and seize the dragon soul, preventing its destruction, thus rendering me immune to the bronze dragons. However, wresting the dragon soul 4 years later from Deathwing and the wizard Ronin is no easier than facing a bronze dragon. Besides, Blackwood glanced at his character sheet, at the prominent Proudmoore surname, and sighed. He was not Prince Derek, but as he inhabited the body, he should maintain some semblance of honor. To bear the Proudmoore name and join the Dragonmaw clan was unthinkable. Even if the orcs accepted him, Admiral Dalen would be incensed. Leading the entire Kultiran navy into the wetlands to slay the prodigal son in grim battle, even if it meant annihilation. That is Dalen, one of Azeroth's mightiest warriors, who slaughters orcs as easily as chickens. Thus, the plan is altered. After contemplating in the hills for nearly half an hour, Blake finally reorganized his thoughts. He picked up the murloc and decided not to squander any more time in that place, redirecting his course. Instead of advancing towards the Arthy Highlands, he walked northwest towards the wetlands. The bronze dragon had headed to the Earthy Highlands, making the path across the Saldor Bridge impassable. He would venture through the treacherous coastal reefs and sail westward to the Hillsbrad foothills. There, numerous significant strongholds of the human kingdoms awaited him, and he should be able to find sufficiently powerful priests of the Holy Light. Considering that he had returned their long-lost relics and taken down so many orcs, he could certainly ask them to purify a curse for him without much trouble. Blake Shaw slipped into the shadows, practicing his stealth while gently stroking the smooth head of the murloc. He whispered, "Once the curse is purified, I shall return to the wetlands with utmost haste. For the next 4 years, I will dwell here as a wandering orc slayer. After all, there is no shortage of orcs for me to eliminate. By the time my rogue class ascends to level 40 or 50, I shall no longer fear a mere whelp of a dragon. The Bronze Dragon Legion has its own myriad troubles to contend with. Blake chuckled heartily, declaring, as long as I do not stir up apocalyptic events or interfere with significant figures of the world, the harried sandshark and the already missing Time King will not come seeking me. With his resolve set, Blake strode briskly towards the saline marshes of the northwest wetlands, effortlessly dismantling a small blood ring camp guarded by merely 3 orc sentinels along the way. By the early hours of the day, he returned to the marshes, replete with mud and unseemly detritus. He spotted a nearby Murloc village at once, situated in the most remote corner of the wetlands. This place had not been subjected to a thorough sweep by the blood ring orcs, allowing the saltwater Murlocs to thrive in freedom and abundance. With a swift motion, Blake unsheathed the leg of Ith and set the Murloc down. He stretched his shoulders, gazing at the cacophony of the Murloc village, and silently entered into stealth mode. Greetings, Murlocs. Surprise. Your old friend has returned. The saline marsh between the Tomb of Ironjaw and the coastal reefs was not vast. Blake spent a little over a day traversing it, during which he leveled his rogue class to 11, since he had not wasted much time scavenging for equipment. His gear remained unchanged. Upon stepping out of the marsh and onto the beach at dawn, he beheld the coastal reefs shrouded in a misty veil. Excitedly, the Murlocs spotted the ocean and began to croak joyfully, leaping from Blake's arms and scampering towards the waves lapping against the shore. WRLGMMGLGLGM. It squealed, dancing in the water with exuberance. Blake, perched upon a rock on the beach, rested while savoring the morning breeze. The damned curse rendered him akin to the dead. Food tasted bland, and water lacked flavor. Initially, it had been somewhat novel, but now he had grown weary of this existence devoid of sensation. He scanned his character card data, fervently yearning to return to a normal state. Character card: Drake Proudmoore, Blake Shaw. Information: Cult Huron Human. 19 years old. Status: Mortal Body Shadow Curse Life Solidification Weakness Class. Level 2 Warrior, Level 15 Navigator, Level 11 Rogue Legendary Class, None Mythical Class, None Title, Prince of Cult Tears Equipment, Arcane Satchel. Leg of Vith, Murloc Dagger of the Spirit Monkey, Murloc Dining Knife of the Spirit Monkey, Forest Wrist Guards Talents, Child of the Sea, Shadow Affinity, Novice, Shadow Walking. Proudmoore Bloodline, Hatred Seal, Skills, Cult Huron Military Swordsmanship, Expert, Deadly Throw, Expert, Tidal Fist, Expert, Stealth Proficient. Navigation, Expert. The health bar at the bottom of the character card remained stubbornly fixed at 70, preventing any further increase, which caused Blake to feel a wave of annoyance, intensifying his desire to break free from the curse. Very well, let us proceed. Blake rose and strode purposefully towards the coastal reefs ahead. He was aware of the perilous Naga lurking in the waters, yet facing them was preferable to confronting a young dragon. He aimed to reach the hills with swiftness, resolving this predicament before that pesky whelp arrived. Bengal, stop splashing about, and keep close. Don't wander off. Be wary of the Naga who might snatch you up for a snack. You foolish, naive little Murloc. If only I could possess your innocence. How many troubles I would be spared. Chapter 008. The title spell, A Worthy Possession. The northern frontier of the eastern continent is home to the human nations, representing the cradle of human civilization. Here lies 6 of the 7 human kingdoms, with the Stormwind Kingdom being an anomaly established by pioneers in the southern region of the continent. Most humans reside on the vast lands of the northern frontier. However, the northern frontier is not connected to the central part of the continent, which is under the control of the dwarves, nor to the wetland regions. Between the two, a wide strait spanning several kilometers separates the northern frontier from the mainland, which, for centuries, was impassable except by ship. Yet, prior to the War of Three Hammers, a prosperous alliance between the dwarven and human kingdoms led to the construction of a grand bridge, facilitating easier travel. This bridge, known as the Salder Bridge, is regarded as an engineering marvel of Azeroth. The construction of this bridge was nothing short of magical, relying not only on the dwarves' innate stone carving skills but also on the assistance of human mages and the shamans of the Wilehammer dwarves. Therefore, it can be accurately stated that this bridge, several kilometers in length and capable of accommodating 100 individuals simultaneously, is also a miraculous feat of magical prowess. It transformed the landscape, allowing humans and dwarves to traverse freely without the fear of turbulent waves or the menacing attacks of the lurking Naga beneath the sea. This strait, known as the Reef Sea, is inhabited by a clan of Nagas, whose existence predates that of human and dwarven civilizations. Yet, no one pays heed to these savage serpents, nor do they regard them as the rightful owners of this strait. Following the establishment of the Salder Bridge, the Nagas were thoroughly cast aside from the civilized world, relegated to the status of a wild legend in the wetlands. However, The empire of the deep-sea Nagas could easily unite both humans and orcs. And these so-called savages were, millennia ago, the most civilized race in this world. Compared to their history, the conflicts between humans and orcs seem trivial. At this moment, Blake traverses the seabed of the reef sea, vigilant and alert, his mind lingering on tales of the Nagas. He moves swiftly, bolstered by his undead form, and has adorned himself with various foul-smelling seaweeds to disguise his presence. Should a Naga approach, he is prepared to slip into stealth. However, human perception in the deep sea pales in comparison to that of the amphibious Nagas, hence a small scout accompanies him, guiding the way. The blue-striped merman, Bimbalba, swims effortlessly through the depths, resembling a true fish, and has grown larger than the typical juvenile fish due to Blake's generous feeding. Its dorsal fin, now a striking orange-yellow, has begun to develop. Unlike true fish, the merman's fin has several protrusions along its spine, resembling a banner. The merman possesses acute sensory perception in the water, and upon detecting any traces of Nagas, it promptly waves its claws to signal Blake, who then takes it along into stealth. Through this method, the duo has evaded 4 Naga patrols. They are still some distance from the deep-sea ruins guarded by the spiny Nagas, surrounded instead by novice Nagas. As long as they do not provoke them, safe passage is assured. Blake calculates his speed against the width of the strait and concludes that after an hour of travel, another hour should suffice to cross the Naga-controlled area and reach the shallow waters beneath the cliffs of Terran Mill. From there, he could proceed along the coastline to the east, passing through the dwarven-controlled Dalarock fortress, eventually entering the Hillsbrad foothills. After 3 days' travel, he would likely arrive at South Shore. The orcs had crossed the Kaz Modan Sea 5 days prior and should now be besieging Terran Mill. South Shore is likely under their control, prompting Blake to consider lingering with the dwarves for a few days to observe the situation. Furrowing his brow underwater, he mutters to himself, blaming the meddlesome bronze dragon for his current predicament. Had it not appeared unexpectedly, he would have already reached Arthi Highlands, a secondary battlefield where the Highland Knights of the Kingdom of Straumgard hold the advantage of terrain. Led by the staunchly pro-war King Salas Tolbane and the brilliant commander Darnas Tolbane, the situation there would surely not be as dire as in the Hillsbrad foothills. Suddenly, Bimbalba lets out an alarm, waving its claws and interrupting Blake's thoughts. He steps forward, cradling the little merman in his arms, and leaps into the shadows. However, upon raising his head, he discovers that the warning was not solely about the Nagas. In the distance, several dilapidated black ships are besieged by a throng of spiny Nagas. The serpentine creatures, adorned with vibrant tails, charge toward the surface, wielding heavy weapons such as war pikes and tridents. These male Nagas, with their true serpentine lower halves and humanoid upper bodies, are adorned with striking scales, their faces resembling beasts. In truth, the male Nagas bear a closer resemblance to dragons. Complete with facial tendrils, they possess dorsal fins akin to those of mermen, their muscular upper bodies covered in scales, towering at nearly 2 meters tall when supported by their serpentine tails. Fully extended, they could reach heights of 2.5 to 3 meters. Yet, in Naga society, these males are mere cannon fodder, as their society is matriarchal. The assault is commanded by a cadre of female Nagas, who are the epitome of the extreme opposite in physique. These matriarchs are tall and slender, their scales delicately intricate, and many possess 4 arms, each wielding multiple weapons. Following the cataclysm 10 millennia ago, these females retained more memory and humanity through their mutations, granting them greater intellect and magical prowess than their male counterparts. Thus, they are more cunning and sinister, capable of wielding magic. With a thunderous crash, several female Nagas unleash a powerful spell, blinding bolts of lightning dancing across the sea, sweeping over 3 orc transport ships. Indeed, these Nagas are engaged in combat against the orcs. No one knows why this horde of ferocious orcs has appeared in this locale. Perhaps they intend to flank the forces of the Kingdom of Straumgard at the cliffs of Terran Mill. Regrettably, these intruders are unaware of the horrors lurking beneath the reef sea. Blake, hiding beneath a canopy of seaweed, surfaces to observe the distant battlefield. The lightning spells cast by the female Nagas annihilate the soldiers aboard the orc vessels. Yet, more orcs roar, brandishing their axes and warhammers, charging from the holds of their ships, undeterred by the male Nagas that have boarded. They engage in close combat with the serpentine foes as easily as one would fell a human, effortlessly harvesting the lives of the male Nagas. Unfortunately, the ships lack warlocks, and the orcs have long abandoned their ancient and pure shamanistic beliefs, leaving them bereft of spellcasters. They can only watch helplessly as the cunning and vicious female Nagas methodically bury their transport ships with lightning and water elemental magic from a distance. The orcs' demise is all but assured. Their ill-fated choice to confront the Nagas on their home turf, while commendable for their bravery, cannot save their lives. Blake lets out a derisive laugh. It seemingly stems from the memories of Prince Drake, who harbors no affection for the orcs, although he plays the role of a double agent within the game, navigating between the Alliance and the Horde. His sense of belonging lies with the newly established tribe formed over a decade later, rather than the blood-soaked invaders of the old tribes. His disdain extends to both the orcs and the Naga. Although eager to charge into the fray and reap a harvest of chaos, he prudently extinguishes this impulse, considering the ever-increasing number of Naga. However, as he turns to seize the opportunity to assassinate a few orcs or Naga amidst the turmoil, he is suddenly startled by the deafening roar of an explosion and the terrified, enraged cries of the Naga. Turning back, he witnesses an orc transport ship erupting in flames, engulfing its orc and Naga occupants in a gruesome display of carnage. It appears that a desperate orc, facing defeat, detonated the explosives intended for an ambush on the human rear, resulting in mutual destruction alongside the Naga. But that is not the crux of the matter. There, that individual. Blake spots a colossal male Naga, larger than the others, propelled by the flames and crashing into the water right before him. Its scales differ markedly from those of other Naga, shimmering in a pure azure hue reminiscent of exquisite gemstones. Around its thick neck hangs a pendant radiating arcane energy. Blake observes clearly that the earlier talisman emitted a tidal-like glow, granting this Naga a fleeting chance for survival, resulting in its grievous injuries rather than being obliterated by the ship's explosion. Such a powerful magical artifact suggests this creature holds a position of significance, perhaps the leader of the spiny Naga. Fortune favors the bold, and without hesitation, Blake unsheathes his weapon, the leg of Veter, and his dagger, plunging into stealth as he lunges toward the massive Naga merely a few meters away. The creature, wounded by the orc's explosion, bleeds a dark green ichor, thrashing in the water. It roars in fury, indignantly enraged that its noble body, belonging to a prince of the tides, has been harmed, an unforgivable act. In the name of Queen Ishara, it vows to send these barbaric orcs to the depths of the ocean, annihilate them. The Naga speak in Cerulean, a complex dialect reserved for elves, intricately more elaborate than the human tongue, being a relic of an ancient language that has persisted for millennia. Blake comprehends it well. Although he has never formally learned it, he has intuitively grasped Cerulean, along with the languages of orcs, humans, and even dwarfs, since his arrival in this world. Regrettably, he remains oblivious to the language of the Murlocs, a lamentable reality. In any case, the noble Naga bellows in the water, venting its fury like a frenzied storm, perhaps once powerful before its injury. However, all its wrath is directed at the orcs, rendering it oblivious to the looming threat behind. Blake emerges from the water, brandishing the leg of Veter, now tainted with the Naga's blood, and strikes fiercely at the creature's injured eye. With his other hand, he thrusts the poisoned dagger with ruthless precision into its mangled eye socket, penetrating to the hilt without mercy. Remarkably, the assaulted Naga does not succumb immediately. It attempts to roar back in retaliation. Quick-witted, Blake seizes a large vial of blood-ring poison from his satchel and forcefully crams it into the Naga's gaping maw. He then wraps his arms tightly around the creature's thick neck, preventing it from expelling the poison, while relentlessly hammering the perfectly balanced leg of Veter against the Naga's head. He senses its struggles waning after 2 seconds, and within 5 seconds, it lies motionless, akin to a snake stripped of its sinews. A surge of warmth floods Blake's being, propelling his rogue class from level 11 directly to level 13. Is this the ecstasy of claiming a kill? The thrill of vanquishing a boss? How delightful! As he observes the murky waters, noticing more Naga approaching, Blake swiftly snatches the exquisite talisman from the neck of the colossal Naga, retrieving the dagger embedded in its skull, and plunges into the shadows. At the moment he enters stealth, Blake glances at his character card's equipment section, discovering a new entry. Tidal Talisman, damaged, exceptional quality. Special effect, tidal impact, cooling down. The skeletal figure in the depths of the water gapes in astonishment. Could it be the fabled Commoneress artifact? Chapter 009, The Invitation to Hell with a soft patter. Water-slicked feet raced across the sandy shore, clad in seaweed camouflage. Blake cradled the frightened merman in his arms, who squawked in terror. Behind him, 3 ferocious Naga surged from the water, their serpentine tails thrashing as they roared and pursued him. Each of them wielded heavy war pikes, towering over Blake, the elite guards of the great Naga prince title. Ever since Blake had ambushed and dispatched their leader, they had been relentless in their pursuit, evidently seeking vengeance for their fallen chief. Though Blake had managed to slip away from some of them using stealth, he was soon discovered again by the 3 male Naga as he fled the water's edge, igniting this frantic chase. Under normal circumstances, Blake would undoubtedly be outmatched by these brutish foes, whose might rivaled that of the orcs. However, he possessed a secret weapon. Hurry, hurry. Blake clutched the unremarkable tidal charm tightly, his gaze fixed on the cooldown timer in his character's equipment menu, muttering incantations as he ran. He fixated on the charm's entry, anxiously awaiting the cooldown to expire. The merman in his embrace squirmed restlessly, sensing the lethal intent of the pursuing Naga, tightening its grip and emitting a piercing scream, seemingly urging Blake to turn and confront their pursuers. Blake, however, refrained from such impulsive actions, his left hand already grasping the leg of his weapon, the white leg. Once this little artifact cools down, your doom shall arrive, Blake mused internally, urging the cooldown to complete as if his encouragement could hasten the process. Seconds later, the fastest Naga closed in, now less than 10 meters away, raising its war pike in preparation to throw. At this range, the sheer strength of the male Naga could easily spell Blake's demise if the pike struck true. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed from the tidal charm. Blake skidded to a halt, his body swaying as he redirected his momentum to charge back toward the Naga, momentarily stunning the three pursuers. Is he seeking death? They roared, their serpent-like eyes glinting with malice as they raised their weapons to slay the despicable ambusher and avenge Prince Nazgak. Yet, Blake harbored the same thought. He intended to fell these three Naga to test the power of his newly acquired artifact. Drawing nearer, he calculated the distance, undoubtedly within 30 yards. With the tidal charm clutched in his right hand and the white leg raised, he activated the magical charm just as the Naga's warpike descended. A thunderous roar of crashing tides filled his ears as a surge of magical energy erupted from the charm, resembling a furious wave crashing down around him. The three Naga were struck by an invisible force, their bodies swaying as if intoxicated, their strikes rendered feeble and easily dodged by Blake. The white leg slammed into the nearest Naga's eye, blood erupting forth as Blake swiftly drew his short sword, leaping to deliver a precise thrust that pierced through the Naga's eye and into its brain. With a twist of his wrist, he wreaked havoc within its skull. In the next instant, both weapons were withdrawn, and Blake unleashed a brutal assault upon the third Naga. 3 seconds later, the last of the Naga regained consciousness, only to see Blake's clenched fist rapidly approaching. With a resounding crack, Blake's fist connected with the Naga's scaled forehead, sending Blake observed that when this enigmatic figure appeared, a mist began to envelop the beach, reminiscent of the morning haze that blankets the sea. Yet it bore a more ominous quality, as if peril lurked within the fog, poised to emerge. Behind Blake, the merman Bon Baba, who was kicking at the corpse of the Naga, was startled by the sudden arrival, squawking as he took refuge behind Blake's calf. Peering out with wide eyes, trembling in fear, he gazed apprehensively at the half-giant before them. Can you siphon souls? The stranger inquired, his voice peculiar, as if he spoke through a murmur from deep within his throat, dry and raspy, a sound that could not belong to the living. You are. Blake gripped his weapon, aware that in his undead form, he did not perspire. Yet, he felt a long-forgotten tension. He scrutinized the towering half-giant before him, a look of suspicion in his eyes. There was something oddly familiar about this being, as if they had crossed paths before. Particularly, the black lantern suspended at his waist emanated a foreboding pale light that seemed to hint at the abyss of the netherworld. Blake retorted, is it indeed from the abyss of the netherworld that you hail? This prompted a slight raise of the gray eyes beneath the figure's hood, who began to reassess this clearly cursed, fragile human. After a few moments, he nodded and spoke. I indeed come from the abyss of the netherworld, guiding souls to the shadow realm. Tell me, mortal, how have you achieved such a feat? How can a mere human body siphon souls? Blake cast a glance at the three-headed Naga's corpse beside him, suspecting he understood what this harbinger of souls was implying. However, Blake would not resort to such nefarious terminology. He merely stated that he had garnered invaluable experience through vanquishing foes. Perhaps it was a sort of innate talent. He offered a vague response, and, in a gesture of goodwill, sheathed his weapon. After all, there was no point in hostility, and it was far more dignified to present himself with some decorum. He extended his hands and remarked, this world inevitably births many anomalies. For instance, I know of a cursed mage in Dalaran. Wherever he treads, calamity ensues. Yet, he remains inexplicably fortunate. His companions may perish, but he remains unscathed. Furthermore, I am aware of a powerful sorcerer in the distant Southlands, possessed by demons since childhood. Manipulating souls is child's play for him. Moreover, the act of siphoning souls has become rather commonplace in this era. One could merely seek out an orc warlock to accomplish it, so it hardly merits your astonishment. Indeed, the harbinger of souls nodded in agreement, albeit with a hint of dissatisfaction. Since the orcs invaded Azeroth, the souls that the abyss ought to reap have dwindled. Those insufferable warlocks, siphoning souls that do not belong to them, trade with demons using currency they do not possess. They disrupt the precious balance of life and death. They shall ultimately face retribution. After a brief pause, his gaze returned to Blake as he continued, but a resurrected individual, one who is not a warlock. Achieving this feat is indeed intriguing. You should have boarded my Nagfar upon your death, sailing with me directly to the abyss, becoming a mist warrior under the command of Queen Hela. Yet, I have not encountered you in the recent conflicts. The souls perishing beneath the seas of Kaz Modan continuously call your name. Even in death, they yearn for their noble prince to lead them. You have evaded the summons of death. The harbinger's left hand rested upon the pale lantern at his waist. The mist behind him thickened, and in that murmur, he declared, such behavior is rather discourteous. Thus, I have come to escort you. Prince Derek Proudmoore, you, who are no longer among the living, shall accompany me. The abyss beneath the shadows of Hoswald awaits your esteemed presence, as the illustrious Queen Hela anticipates the arrival of her distinguished guest. Chapter 010, The Hand of the Underworld on the Reef Coast, from the position of the beach, through the increasingly thick fog. One can faintly discern the happenings beneath the dim waters. In the depths where sunlight scarcely penetrates, a colossal entity rests, shrouded in the shadow of its own grotesque form. From a distance, and with the water's surface refracting light, it is difficult to ascertain the true nature of this being. It resembles a bloated lobster crawling along the seabed, yet also evokes the image of a gargantuan octopus unfurling its lengthy tentacles in the abyss. It is a ship, a dragonbone warship. In Black's view, there are no conventional decks or hulls. Instead, there exists only a skeletal frame, reminiscent of a giant dragon's gray-white carcass, rising on either side, enshrouded in decaying timber adorned with seaweed and barnacles. This gives the vessel the appearance of a colossal spine drawn from an ancient giant. At the prow, a skull of a dragon, rendered in a blue-gray hue, serves as an exaggerated figurehead. Its stark white bones seem to echo the ferocious roar of a beast in its final throes. Its mouth gapes wide, revealing 16 menacing canine teeth interlaced above and below. Within the dark hollows of its eye sockets, a ghostly green light flickers, surrounded by similar bone lanterns that illuminate the spectral ship. The ship boasts masts, submerged within the ocean's depths, between which hangs tattered sails akin to a shroud for the deceased, swaying in the water as if stirred by an unseen wind. A distant, ethereal horn resounds from the dragonbone vessel, barely perceptible. Under Black's astonished gaze, robust half-giant mist warriors emerge from the depths, dragging struggling souls of orcs and nagas from the abyss and delivering them aboard the dragonbone warship. These formidable figures tower above, each standing at least 3 meters tall. Resembling drowned giants, their rusted armor festooned with seaweed and starfish, and adorned with peculiar horned helmets. They are the Vrykul, a degenerated race of ancient humans from the northern continent of Northrend, the forebears of modern human civilization. The humans of the eastern continent are further devolved descendants of the Vrykul, and the robust physique of Azeroth's humans, capable of contending with orcs, is attributed to their superior genetics. As Black scrutinizes the depths, the undead Vrykul gaze back, their eyes flickering with green specters, casting an unsettling look upon Black. He quickly averts his gaze to the more corporeal Soul Reaper before him, speaking in a curious tone. As a mere mortal, why would Queen Hela place such importance upon me? Why would the most formidable navigator of the underworld personally come to retrieve me? You are Habron, are you not? The navigator of the Nagfar, Hela's most trusted subordinate. A reaper of souls. I was born in Kul Tiras, where tales of the underworld abound. In every sea-related legend, there exists a story of your kind. However, if I am not mistaken, do you not typically operate in the eerie northern seas? What brings you to the realm of Kaz Modan? Because of souls, the Soul Reaper replies, seemingly eager to share the secrets that belong solely to the deceased with Black, who is destined to become his companion. He raises a soul lantern from his waist, and with a casual wave, a pale light binds itself to Black like a chain, a chill seeping into his very marrow, as if his soul could be effortlessly drawn from his body. Since the orcs first set foot on the land of Azeroth 6 years ago, an unprecedented number of souls have wandered the realm of the living. Souls are the currency of the Grim Reaper, and Queen Hela is fated to possess them. As the Queen's loyal subordinate, we must fulfill all her desires. Humans, orcs, nagas, dwarves, gnomes, all souls fall from grace, a gift of life. Yet their final journey is one I must personally guide. The Soul Reaper intones to Black, as if reciting a poem. Souls are the tide, and we are the sailors, drifting with the currents. Every soul possesses value, and each must be utilized wisely. Indeed, that is quite insightful, Black nods. Though internally he scoffs. If I were not aware of the nature of your deranged queen, I might have been deceived by your grandiloquent words. Currency? Nonsense. All souls within the underworld, regardless of origin or status, are merely cannon fodder in that madwoman Hela's eyes, destined to be squandered in her private vendetta against Odin. To be truthful, I would rather face a blade from Frostmourne and become a mindless undead than fall into Hela's clutches. The former is but a moment's pain. The latter promises endless torment. Clearing his throat under the watchful gaze of the Soul Reaper, bound by the light of the Soul Lantern, Black attempts to raise his arms but finds himself unable. Instead, he coughs lightly and addresses the half-giant. Mr. Habron, before you take my pitiful soul, may I speak a few words? The Soul Reaper halts, turning to regard Black. The latter gathers his thoughts and continues, if you take me now, all Queen Hela shall gain is a feeble soul. Look at me. I am but a casualty of this grand epic. I am scarcely stronger than an orc. All I possess is the hollow title of a prince of Kul Tiras, a mere trinket in the eyes of the esteemed Queen Hela. However, I believe that if I were to serve the great queen in another capacity, perhaps our sovereign could reap greater rewards. He glances at Habron and asserts, as you mentioned, I can absorb living souls. Perhaps it is a gift of death, yet that is inconsequential. What I wish to convey is that you and the nefarious traverse between the realm of the living and the underworld daily, guiding departed souls to their final resting place. This is a noble endeavor, yet the souls of the deceased vary greatly in quality. Should the Great Queen desire an invincible army, she would surely crave powerful and resilient souls. Yet, bound by the balance of life and death, you cannot intervene in the realm of the living. You can only passively seek and guide. I, however, can actively pursue, just as you are Hellas' finest and most loyal navigator of the underworld. I could become the Queen's most adept soul hunter and spirit seeker. Black emphasizes his point. Do you know what makes this idea so brilliant? I am a living being. Hunting the living does not violate the balance of life and death. All the souls I claim in battle, I willingly offer to Her Majesty. This land stirs with unrest. The decisive battle between orcs and humans looms. Countless powerful souls, after their demise, have nowhere to go, drifting away from the sea, unreachable by the nefarious. They are fated to linger in desolation, becoming pitiful wraiths. Yet, I can find them, in the depths of the continents that your warship cannot reach. I can fulfill this task for you, and Her Majesty, as you have said, all souls return to the shadows of the underworld. I sincerely beseech the great Queen Hela to grant this humble mortal an opportunity to serve her, to serve the underworld. Black pauses, having played his final card, gazing steadily at Habron, awaiting his response. Though it may appear to be a reckless gamble, a mere exercise in verbal dexterity, Black harbored an unwavering confidence in this proposal. He was privy to certain clandestine secrets of the infernal queen that she could not divulge to others, and he understood her most fervent desires. When one is aware of another's most profound needs and utilizes that knowledge as leverage to forge an agreement, success is all but assured. The secrets of the powerful figures in this realm served as Black's formidable assurance. Habron remained silent, the navigator of the underworld deep in contemplation. The gray eyes beneath his had shimmered with a light akin to dim stars. After a suffocating silence that stretched for 5 long minutes, he slowly nodded. The Queen is intrigued by your pledge of loyalty. She is willing to offer you an opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to the infernal realm. As he spoke, Habron removed the soul lantern from his waist and handed it to Black. You have 10 days in the corporeal world to prove your mettle, 50 valiant and vibrant warrior souls. Should you fulfill your promise, the generous monarch shall grant you all that you desire. Indeed, I shall prove myself, Black replied, grasping the lightweight soul lantern. At the moment it touched his hand, a chill from the abyss surged through him, sending a shiver coursing down his spine. In an instant, frost clung to his skin, affecting even the small fish-like creature behind him, causing it to sneeze twice in rapid succession. Strive to serve the Queen, for that is the highest honor you may attain in your lifetime. Habron cast one last glance at Black before turning to vanish into the mist, only to be called back by Black's voice. Wait, Soul Reaper. The infernal Soul Reaper turned to regard Black, his voice a murky echo from beneath the hood. Countless souls await my guidance in the eternal tide. My time is precious. What further matter do you wish to discuss? A curse, Black said, gesturing to his gaunt frame. He rolled his eyes with a nonchalant demeanor, stating, if this curse is not lifted, my frailty will hinder my ability to procure souls for the illustrious Queen. I seek your assistance in dispelling this curse. I believe this should pose no great challenge for a powerful Soul Reaper such as yourself. To that end, I am willing to offer this insignificant cursed artifact as a gesture of goodwill. As he spoke, he deftly retrieved a suitcase containing the tainted eye of pears from his magical satchel, unlocking it with a key. He extended the dark orb to Habron. The moment their hands made contact with the eye, a surge of dark magic coursed through Black's body, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass echoing in his mind. He glanced at his character card. Alas, his warrior class had plummeted to level 1, officially reduced to 0, dissipating like ink in water, leaving him with a sense of regret as one of his ordinary classes was now vacant, signifying the loss of his potential to become an exceptional warrior. Ah, a trinket capable of binding souls and casting curses. I can also detect the insidious whispers of the void within it, Habron remarked, extending his pale hand to touch the surface of the purple-black orb. His tone was far from amiable. Yet another group of despicable sorcerers engaging in their trivial tricks, oblivious to the fact that among them lurk the mad adherents of the void. The detritus from the abyss is indeed pervasive. Certainly, I can assist you in dispelling this curse. It is not an arduous task. The Soul Reaper held the tainted eye of pears with interest. After a few moments, he addressed Black. You seem to have ventured down the path of shadows, yet your power is impure. Such impurity renders you incapable of contributing to the Queen's grand endeavors. Step forward, Soul Hunter. Embrace the blessings of the infernal realm. Chapter 011. The soul-hunting pirate Black. The abyss of the underworld is indeed a grim place, embodying the traditional concept of hell in a vivid manner, where the souls of the damned endure eternal torment. Regrettably, the souls of the virtuous also suffer the same fate. Even more disheartening is that in the enchanting realm of Azeroth, There exists a paradise that stands in stark contrast to hell. The catch is that only the most valiant warriors among mortals are deemed worthy to enter the Hall of Valor, meticulously crafted by Odin himself. It welcomes only the purest of fighters. Souls of other professions, no matter how formidable, are ineligible for entry. Thus, in a broader sense, Azeroth is not a suitable realm for the deceased to wander. The plethora of mystical entities renders death merely the commencement of a new journey. This is not an exaggeration. Amidst the damp, uncomfortable, and chilling fog of the Reef Coast, the towering soul harvester Habron gently placed his ghostly pale left hand upon Black's forehead. The power of the underworld surged through Habron's touch, gradually dispelling the curse of the Eye of Polaris from Black's being. Concurrently, as Habron would phrase it, he was bestowing a blessing upon Black. However, the character card conveyed a different narrative. As the deathly power flowed into him, a translucent character card materialized, displaying an abrupt message reminiscent of alerts in role-playing games. While various entries rapidly transformed. Character card: Drake Proudmoore, Black Shaw. Information: Coltiron human. Age 19 status: mortal body infused with deathly power, underworld curse and progress. Well, I truly am a genius, Black mused internally, as waves of chilling magic course through him like the relentless tides of the sea. My method of dispelling a curse is to replace it with an even more potent one. This hell's power is indeed peculiar. Even bestowing a blessing can be perceived as a curse. Truly, she is a woman who defies all reason. In the next instant, the fog before him shifted dramatically, as if some phantasmagoric vision were reflected in his view. He beheld a band of savage Vrykul, towering over 3 meters, clad in crude leather armor, brandishing savage blades and warships, bellowing as they boarded a dragon-headed longship. They set forth from beneath a grand and ancient fortress, navigating the frozen seas and assaulting every creature they encountered. Mighty walrusmen, nagas, murlocs, after plundering and bathing the enemy in blood, they ignited their vessels and surged onto the coast, raiding the coastal villages. They slaughtered amidst the biting winds and snow, roaring like wild beasts. On the barren glacial plains, they clashed with towering mammoths, reminiscent of ancient humans hunting these behemoths, ruthlessly slaughtering the wargen and seizing the candles and treasures of the kobolds. Even dragons fell. Young drakes soaring through the skies were struck down by half-giants wielding harpoons, besieged by the fearless Vrykul until they met their demise in pools of blood. Furthermore, the bizarre underground spider demons, residing in their mysterious and opulent subterranean kingdom, were not spared from the greedy sweep of these Vrykul. Ancient relics were seized, and spellcasters fell before the unparalleled ferocity of the Vrykul onslaught. Ultimately, these warlords returned via the same route they had come, laden with their plundered treasures, greeted by the jubilant cheers of countless women and children, as if they were the most glorious of champions. They distributed the spoils evenly among their tribe, offering the finest and most extravagant to the elders, who would then burn the luxuries on a designated day, a sacrifice to the god of war and protector, Odin, as well as to the goddess of death and welcomer, Hel. They were pirates, the first pirates of the entire world of Azeroth, where plundering was their life force, a power coursing through the veins of ancient Vrykul. This primal strength, with the passage of time and the degeneration of races, has been passed down to the present human lineage. Now, it has been awakened by the forces of the underworld. You hail from Kultiris, the maritime kingdom of humanity, born amidst the crashing waves of the ocean, where you have received blessings and power. I shall now reveal it to you. Embrace it, soul hunter Drake Proudmoore. This shall be your future, to roam the seas, living by plunder. With Habron's deep, murky voice, Black's character card transformed once more, merging the ranks of a level 15 navigator and level 13 rogue into a new class that made Black's eyes twitch with astonishment. The entire character card underwent a refreshing change. Character card: Drake Proudmoore, Black Shaw. Information: Coltiron human. Age 19 status: mortal body underworld curse. Remaining time: 239 hours 55 minutes. Class: level 14 pirate empty legendary class. None mythic class. None title: Prince of Kultiris. Soul hunter equipment: arcane satchel, tidal charm, Vith's third leg, spirit monkey murloc dagger, spirit monkey murloc dining knife, jungle bracers talents, old sea dog, shadow affinity, intermediate, shadow walk. Living by plunder, drunkard, Proudmoore bloodline, hatred seal, skills, Kultiris military swordsmanship, mastery, pirate combat, beginner, deadly throw, mastery, tidal fist, mastery, stealth, skilled, seamanship, mastery, theft, beginner, grappling hook jump, beginner. At that moment, Black found himself at a loss for words. Though he had played a rogue inspired by pirates in the game, he never anticipated that pirates could truly become a profession in this tangible world. Despite the unappealing name and the negative trait of being a drunkard, the pirate class card was remarkably impressive. It granted him several active skills and 3 passive talents, with shadow affinity even advancing to intermediate under the infusion of the underworld's power. Could this be the fabled hidden class? Alas, his queries were destined to remain unanswered. The Soul Harvester Habern was far too occupied to elucidate the intricacies of these shadow powers to their newfound comrade. After purging the curse and casually bestowing upon Black an enigmatic underworld curse, he vanished into the thick fog, taking with him the tainted eye of Polaris. Holding the soul lantern, Black gazed out to sea, where the formidable and sinister soul-harvesting ship, the Nag-Far, had also submerged into the depths, disappearing from view. The residual mist was swiftly dispelled by the sea breeze and sunlight, restoring the reef coast to its original tranquility. As the sun's rays bathed Black, the long-lost warmth compelled him to take a deep breath, rekindling the joy of breathing. He once again felt the vibrant sensations of life and caught a whiff of delightful scents, which, oh, how revolting. The return of his sense of smell seemed not entirely fortuitous. The very next moment, he found himself retching at the foul odor emanating from his own being. Admittedly, he had been traversing through mire and deep waters for quite some time, leaving little room for personal hygiene. Yet, this stench oddly suited the pirate profession. After all, pirates are known for their scruffy appearances. First, a bath, then, to the wetlands. Wait, why must he go to the wetlands? As Blake undressed, a peculiar idea suddenly emerged in his mind. He glanced at the soul lantern at his feet, gleaming ominously, and then looked up at the sky. Surely, a young dragon could not possibly be more formidable than Hela? Even a bronze dragon would be no exception, if he could devise a way to eliminate it. He could use the soul lantern to capture the meddlesome young dragon's spirit. Even dragons possess souls. He could then sell it to Hela in exchange for something valuable. While effortlessly resolving a troublesome matter, the newly minted pirate, with his emaciated, bony frame, plunged into the sea alongside the little Murloc and began a meticulous personal hygiene routine. After the curse of the undead had been lifted, he finally had time to gaze upon his own reflection on the water's surface. The result was rather disappointing. The curse had solidified his flesh into a state as gaunt as that of a corpse. Although the curse had been removed, his body required time to recuperate, and he could hardly discern the handsome visage that should belong to Prince Drake. After all, he was the son of Dalaran's noble lineage. His sister, Jaina, would soon become renowned throughout Azeroth for her beauty, a charm so potent that even the blue dragons would be unable to resist the allure of the Daughter of the Sea. Logically, Prince Drake could not be an eyesore. Regrettably, the burns inflicted by dragonfire had marred what should have been a handsome face, and the reflection on the water was one that could frighten children. Indeed, Blake was almost moved to tears by his own hideousness. The silver lining was that his bald head might eventually sprout hair. The downside was that although the wounds had begun to scab, complete recovery would likely necessitate the assistance of a powerful priest. After all, dragonfire burns are nearly impossible to heal without aid. Nevertheless, the future held promise. H Chapter 012, The Secret of Titles. The Greenskin Fiends surged forward once more. Open fire. Mortar Squad, follow me. Griffin Knights, ascend swiftly. We require the Griffin Knights. In the afternoon, a cacophony of thunderous shouts erupted, accompanied by the low rumble of gunfire and the explosions of ordnance, reverberating across a hill in the southeastern region of Hillsbrad foothills. This was a dwarven fortress known as Dalarock, perfectly positioned to complement the city gates of the Saladin Wall several kilometers away, an absolute strategic stronghold. If the Saladin Wall served as an impenetrable bulwark against the orcs, then Dalarock stood as the hammer that would shatter their war ambitions. Should the orcs, having traversed the sea, fail to seize this stronghold, they would be unable to exert control over the entirety of the eastern Hillsbrad foothills. Nor could they link the battlegrounds of the hills and highlands. The inability to connect these two fronts would mean that in the brutal conflict between earthy highlands and the kingdom of Stromgarde, the clans of Dragon's Maw would find themselves devoid of support from other clans. This effectively diluted the strength of the orc tribes, rendering the dwarven fortress a thorn in their side, a persistent irritant. Boom. The cannonballs fired from the fortress whistled down, crashing into the ground below, obliterating 3 or 4 unsuspecting orc warriors, their blood bursting forth in a gruesome display, the scent akin to charred flesh rendering the air hellish. Yet, the more destruction wrought, the fiercer the orcs' fury grew, their eyes ablaze and their roars resonating louder. This fearsome display might terrify humans, but it could not intimidate the stout-hearted dwarves, whose robust frames, barely standing at 1 meter and 30 centimeters, echoed with battle cries, seemingly in competition with the orcs for who could bellow the loudest. The siege of Dalarock had reached its 5th day, and the orcs had paid a heavy toll, breaching 3 of the fortress's gates and advancing toward its inner sanctum. But the dwarves refused to concede. They positioned 6 steam tanks at the fortress's entrance, dismantling their wheels to thwart the Orcish assault, while several mortar squads on the 2nd tier unleashed a relentless barrage. On the ground, heavily armored, bearded dwarves wielding shields and war hammers formed a formidable line, shielding their marksmen and sentinels behind them. The orcs approached in a scattered formation, only to be repelled by a torrential downpour of bullets and cannon fire, each assault leaving a grim toll of fallen bodies. In the sky, a cadre of Griffin Knights from the Iron Hammer clan provided aerial support, occasionally launching bolts of lightning from their hammers to dispatch an orc squad leader with deadly precision. The dwarves were now down to fewer than 300. Yet the orcs would need to pay with at least the same number to claim this last stronghold. This modest hill had transformed into a veritable meat grinder over the past 10 days, with neither side willing to yield an inch. The outcome here would directly influence the tide of battle in the Arthi Highlands. These dwarves are truly formidable, hiding at the battlefield's periphery in the shadows. Blake Shaw crouched behind a tree shattered by cannon fire, watching the violent clash between dwarves and orcs as if it were an exhilarating war film. Despite harboring no particular affection for these brutish dwarves, Blake could not deny their prowess. Were it any other race of humans guarding this position, they would scarcely endure against such an orcish onslaught for 5 days. However, the dwarves found themselves in peril. Their attention was wholly captivated by the orcs' frontal assault, leaving them oblivious to the threat lurking behind. Even from the edges, Blake could sense the presence of kindred spirits through his recently enhanced affinity with shadows. The orcs had dispatched assassins. These shadowy figures, akin to Blake, maneuvered stealthily around the dwarves' front line, seeking to infiltrate the fortress of Dalarock. Their intentions were all too clear. Unable to conquer through brute force, the orc leader seemed to have devised a nefarious scheme, opting for direct destruction instead. With a swift motion, a poisoned dagger twirled in Blake's left hand before being grasped firmly, while his right hand gripped his trusty weapon, the leg of Vith. He crouched low, quickening his pace toward the dwarven fortress. Although Hela demanded the souls of 50 warriors, irrespective of their race, be they orc or dwarf, Blake harbored his own preferences. He would rather aid the dwarves of Dalarock than the greenskin marauders. Despite being a pirate devoid of moral clarity, he felt a sense of obligation toward his kin. After all, he still bore the name Proudmoore. Moreover, the death of Prince Drake was orchestrated by the orcs, adding a personal vendetta to his motivations. Deep within the fortress of Dalarock, in the munitions depot, a female dwarven quartermaster, armed with a harpoon, was ambushed by an orc assassin who lunged from the shadows, plunging a dagger into her back. Several of her comrades had already fallen around her. These stout warriors, with their resilient skin and robust vitality, remained alive despite the treachery, albeit gravely wounded. Despair clouded her vision as she beheld 4 orc assassins igniting torches, intent on detonating the munitions depot. While the stored explosives were insufficient to obliterate the entire fortress, their destruction would render the dwarves' firepower utterly impotent. Devoid of their firepower advantage, the weary dwarves, having fought for 5 grueling days, would likely be mercilessly overwhelmed by the orcs. Most crucially, above the munitions depot, injured soldiers were recuperating. For the Shadow Council, these 4 orc assassins, evidently fanatical, had breached the fortress with no intention of retreat, their faces alight with fervor as they ignited their firebrands. In that critical moment, the female dwarf closed her eyes in despair, but as magic surged forth, the shadows shattered, producing a thunderous roar akin to a tidal wave in this remote place. The 4 orc assassins were felled in an instant by the force of magic, their flames extinguished simultaneously. From the shadows, a skeletal figure emerged, brandishing the leg of Vith, delivering a crushing blow to the nearest orc's temple. The MP glanced downward, still in the mood to comment. Turning back, he raised the leg of it, gripping it with both hands, and brought it down forcefully upon the forehead of the last orc assassin, akin to cracking an egg. A dull thud echoed as the assassin's eyes flickered with confusion. Despite the tremendous blow, he still attempted to extend a dagger towards Blake. However, the reaction of the skeletal warrior was evidently swifter. With the leg of Vid in hand, he executed a swift, instinctual military sword strike, toppling the final assassin to the ground. Suddenly, a feeble scream erupted from behind, followed by the sound of a heavy object being hurled. Blake turned around and grasped it, realizing it was a dwarven double-barreled shotgun. Its design was unique, featuring a black flared muzzle adorned with intricate carvings, and it was already loaded. He instinctively lowered the barrel, aiming it at the eyes of the orc assassin beneath his feet, and pulled the trigger. A deep gunshot rang out, and the orc's body twitched underfoot, bursting forth like a watermelon, splattering red and white everywhere. "Thank you, human warrior. I am Talma Thunderstrike. I am grateful for your rescue, as are my brethren in this castle." The wounded female dwarf leaned on a harpoon, emerging from her stone-like state, her tone feeble yet earnest. "These despicable green-skinned wretches. They have ravaged our Kaz Modan, and now they seek to destroy our home. Unforgivable. The orcs will not cease their assault. Defending alone offers no path to victory." Blake, unfazed, set the heavy dwarven shotgun aside and addressed the female dwarven quartermaster. "I seek to assassinate the leader of this orc clan, but I require the assistance of your Griffin Knights." "Who says so?" Despite her injuries, the female dwarf remained obstinate, her dwarf-like temperament shining through. Upon hearing Blake's hoarse words, she flicked her long braid defiantly. "We Thunderstrike guards fear no greenskins. We can hold this castle until we perish." "I have my doubts," Blake retorted mercilessly. Had I not fortuitously passed through here, you would have been finished moments ago. In any case, considering my assistance, why not give it a try? Regardless of my success, you stand to lose nothing. I now require a sturdy grappling hook, preferably one with a claw, and a set of lightweight leather armor suitable for my stature. Lastly, I demand the shotgun in your possession. Blake crouched down, scavenging through the corpses of 4 orcs while simultaneously casting their souls into the soul lantern. He pointed to the nearby shotgun, stating, "It possesses decent power, but the barrel is too long for my convenience. Shorten it to resemble a hand cannon." I cannot decide that," the female dwarf exclaimed. "I shall fetch Lieutenant Darren. He has the authority to mobilize the Griffin Knights. As for the leather armor you seek, it is in the box behind. You may find it yourself." With that, the female dwarf retrieved a vial of red healing potion from her pack, downing it in one gulp before limping out of the blood-soaked ammunition depot, leaning on her harpoon. After her departure, Blake touched his forehead and glanced at his character card, only to be astonished to discover a peculiar new title in the title section. Orc Slayer? The newly minted pirate stroked his chin, focusing on the title, which underwent a subtle transformation, Orc Slayer, equipped. Then, memories of his recent encounters with orcs flooded his mind, each image granting him deeper insights into the Orcish anatomy and vulnerabilities. After a few moments of reflection, Blake suddenly slapped his forehead. Now, he comprehended the significance of these enigmatic titles, and with renewed enthusiasm, he attempted to equip the other 2 titles. However, he found himself unable to equip either Kultira's Prince or Soul Hunter, the former likely related to the seal of hatred in his talents, while the latter was probably due to his incomplete first trial given by the death goddess Hela. But why haven't I received a title for slaying so many murlocs? Blake mused, glancing at the curious little murloc peeking from his pocket. After a few moments, he arrived at what he believed to be the correct conclusion. Oh, perhaps it is simply because murlocs are too weak. Chapter 13, The Orc Slayer Part 1. Nearly 20 days prior, Chief Orgrimmar personally led the orc forces, crossing the Sea of Kaz Modan under the cover of red dragons. His surprise assault shattered the human front lines at South Sea Town, allowing the orcs to establish a tenuous foothold. However, formidable defenses still loomed ahead in the form of the heavily fortified cities of Terran Mill, Dunhold Keep, and the magical city of Dalaran. These 3 strategic strongholds formed a barrier, staunchly obstructing the advance of the horde. Even if the orcs managed to conquer these formidable bastions, further ahead lay the treacherous, crescent-shaped peaks of the Alterac Mountains, which stood as a natural defense against their incursion into the heart of the kingdom of Lord Darren. Such terrain was easy to defend but difficult to assault. Sir Lothar, the commander of the human realm, was evidently a seasoned strategist, having prepared a welcome for the green-skinned invaders long before their arrival. Faced with the humans' resolute strategy of steadfast defense and counterattack, Chief Orgrimmar's hopes of swiftly demoralizing the kingdom and ending the war began to fade. Unless the orcs could devise an unexpected strategy on land where humans had thrived for nearly 3 millennia, victory seemed elusive. These grand strategies were the concerns of the chieftains. The warriors of the lesser clans needed only to execute the necessary tactical offensives, such as the current one. The assault on Dungle Rock was led by the Bonechewer clan, once a prestigious clan in the world of Draenor. Sadly, they had fallen into misfortune during the cataclysmic events that befell the orc world, becoming vassals of the Shattered Hand clan. They were among the first clans to consume the blood of demons, the raging power coursing through their veins rendering them both larger and more savage, yet devoid of intellect. At this moment, in Dungle Rock Keep, Lieutenant Darren Iron Mountain, the commander of the fortress, wielded a bloody dwarven battle axe as he listened to his quartermaster recount the tale of Black's heroism in saving the keep. This stout dwarf, with his golden beard braided into a thick plait, seized the opportunity to meet Black during a brief respite from the front lines. Eager to hear his plans, the strategy was outlined in 3 steps. First, the dwarven griffin riders would take to the skies, airdropping him into the orc stronghold. Second, the dwarves would launch a feigned attack to draw the orcs' attention. Finally, he would execute a stealthy assassination of the orc clan chieftain. Amidst the chaos following the loss of their commander, they hoped to claim a decisive victory. The plan was audacious yet straightforward, easily comprehensible. And the forthright lieutenant expressed his opinion bluntly. "You must be mad," he bellowed, his stout frame standing at roughly 1.30 meters, adorned with a splendid beard and heavy armor. With a voice characteristic of his kind, he shouted at Black, who was adjusting to his new leather armor. "Every single life of my brothers is precious. There are at least 500 greenskins surrounding that camp. Without taking risks, you won't last 3 days." In response, Black retorted with equal fervor, "Do not boast of dwarven fearlessness. Courage cannot be eaten, nor can it be used as ammunition. Do you have enough firepower to suppress them for days? They've already sent assassins. I helped you once, but I cannot do so again." He observed the stubborn lieutenant shaking his head resolutely. Dealing with such obstinate minds required a direct approach. The lieutenant, bristling with indignation, leaned on his blood-stained battle axe and declared, "I appreciate your saving my quartermaster and my keep, but I am the commander here, and I must answer for my soldiers. I do not question your bravery, human assassin. I merely doubt your capability to carry out the assassination of the chieftain." Suddenly, a collection of severed orc heads, resembling oversized balls, was tossed before the dwarf. The pile was indeed striking. "These are the trophies I've gathered from my journey through the wetlands," Black stated solemnly. "I am a Kul Tiran, having survived the naval battles of Kaz Modan, but my fallen brothers watch over me from above. All I require is for you to initiate a feigned assault to create an opportunity for my assassination. The only one truly risking his life is me. If I fail, I shall perish, but you can retreat and continue your defense. However, if I succeed, the glory of victory will be yours as well, and your weary brothers and sisters may live on. All you need to sacrifice is a griffin and a diversion." After 5 days of being pressed by the orcs, do you not feel a spark of anger? With a crash, Lieutenant Darren Ironmountain struck the ground with his axe after dispatching 3 orcs, glaring at Black as he shouted, "You shall not question the courage of the Copperbeard dwarfs. If a scrawny human like you dares to throw himself into danger, what do we dwarves have to fear? Besides, there are no reinforcements coming for us in these hills. Prepare yourselves. In 10 minutes, the griffin shall take you aloft." With a bellow, the lieutenant stormed out, leaving the quartermaster, Talma, who had been hastily bandaged, to approach Black with great respect, presenting him with a few items: a newly acquired grappling hook, sturdy yet lightweight dwarven craftsmanship, a sawed-off dwarven double-barreled shotgun, perfectly sized for concealment and sudden ambush, and several gnome bombs, bizarre in appearance, covered in small spikes, easily held in one hand, and equipped with a flint ignition device, designed to explode 2 seconds after being thrown. "To you, valiant warrior." The female dwarf saluted Black with a spear salute, exclaiming, "Please tell me your name. If you do not return, the Thunderfury clan will spread word of your bravery throughout the 7 kingdoms of humanity." "I am Black Shaw," he replied, casting a sidelong glance at the female dwarf. "Your words imply that my return is uncertain, yet I possess some confidence. Also, please convey to Lieutenant Darren that if I survive, I would like to be entrusted with executing the orc captives. My comrades perished at their hands. I loathe them." 15 minutes later, a massive griffin descended from the clouds, its powerful wings beating gracefully. This fantastical creature, with the forebody of an eagle and the hindquarters of a lion, was a majestic war beast of the mountain-hammer dwarves, inherently loyal, brave, and well-trained. It could carry 3 dwarven warriors or 2 human riders. "Hey, human warrior. Below lies the orc encampment. How do you plan to descend?" shouted the mountain-hammer rider, who was equipped with a war hammer and green goggles, caught in the wind. "I cannot lower you too far. The camp is guarded by bludgeoning hunters, and those scoundrels will spot my griffin. But if I keep you too high, you'll surely plummet to your demise. As an assassin, how could I possibly fall to my death?" Black replied, securing the grappling hook to his arm. Taking a deep breath, he instructed the griffin rider, "Make as much noise as possible up front. The more orcs drawn from the camp, the greater my chances of successfully assassinating the chieftain. This is where you leave me." With that, the newly minted pirate, slender as a skeleton, turned and plummeted from nearly 100 meters above ground, whistling through the air. He was certainly not seeking death. As the howling cold wind cascaded down from the camp, Blake summoned the shadows to envelop him, slipping into stealth midair. The power from the abyss elevated his affinity with shadows to an intermediate level. His perception of shadows sharpened, and his stealth skills had been honed to proficiency through repeated use, allowing him to remain concealed even amidst the fierce onslaught of wind. To be frank, Blake appeared rather dashing at that moment. Clad in a new set of human leather armor, his appearance was no longer a chaotic amalgamation. With a hood and face covering that revealed only his piercing eyes, the shadows coiled around his form, cascading down like swirling black smoke as he plummeted swiftly. Alas, this striking visage was visible only to him, shrouded in darkness. He gazed at the approaching ground, and as he gripped the grappling hook tightly, he hurled it forth when he was merely 10 meters from the earth. The pirate skill, jumping grapple hook, beginner, activated. The shadow-enveloped grappling hook lashed out like a whip, entwining around a branch below, allowing Blake to spin around the trunk like a circus performer for 3.5 rotations. After dissipating the kinetic energy, he landed gracefully upon the branch, akin to a black cat, and with a flick of his hand, released the hook, tumbling into the underbrush below. Upon landing, his stealth was briefly disrupted, but he re-entered it mere moments later, lying low in the grass at the edge of the orc camp. He craned his neck to survey the surroundings. The camp bore a distinct old tribal orc style, which could be described more plainly as chaotic. Yet, the dwelling of the chieftain was unmistakable. It was the only 2-story wooden structure in the camp, where a tall, armored orc stood, hunched over, gazing intently in the direction of the Darnassian castle. In his right hand, he wielded a white-boned battle axe, and a flag behind him displayed a peculiar emblem, that of the Bonchuer clan. The most striking feature of this orc chieftain was his left hand, severed at the wrist, replaced by a menacing black blade resembling a cleaver, signifying his allegiance to the frenzied power of the Shattered Hand clan. Blake licked his lips, contemplating how much more pleasant it would be to chew on a piece of gum at that moment. He refrained from drawing a weapon from the shadows. Instead, he retrieved 6 gnome bombs gifted by the female dwarf from his enchanted satchel and placed them before him, estimating the throwing distance. Stealthily, he crept 10 paces closer to the wooden structure housing the orc chieftain, biding his time. A few minutes later, the resounding beat of war drums echoed from the direction of the Darnassian castle, accompanied by a squadron of griffin riders soaring through the skies, raining down bombs upon the orc camp, throwing it into disarray. The groundhogs were retaliating. This was a desperate fight. The orc chieftain atop the wooden structure witnessed this scene, and, rather than being enraged, he laughed. He shouted to his guards, "They have emerged from their burrows, devoid of hope. Victory belongs to the Bonchuer clan. Dispatch all wolf riders. All warriors, advance. That castle shall be ours. Slay every groundhog, and leave their leader to me. I shall personally take his life." Soon, the orc warriors within the camp erupted into a frenzy, their eyes bloodshot, breaths heavy with the palpable thirst for destruction. The chieftain, with a deliberate gait, descended the wooden structure, protected by several guards, while battle wolves howled nearby, clearly eager to join the fray. With 2 gnome bombs in hand, Blake ignited them with a flick of his finger, delaying the detonation by a second before hurling them at the feet of the orc warriors and their battle wolves, resulting in a thunderous explosion. He immediately followed up with another pair of bombs, which detonated in succession, and finally, the last 2 were thrown, igniting a fiery spectacle. Amidst the chaos, Blake grasped the leg of Ith and unleashed the grappling hook, which latched onto the escaping chieftain, drawing him closer amid the tumult. In that instant, as he landed, the tidal charm in his right hand activated. With a resounding crash, the Bonchuer chieftain, axe raised to strike the intruder, along with 4 grievously injured guards, was knocked to the ground by a surge of magical force. Meanwhile, the ribsman emerged with chilling intent from the shattered shadows, wielding a wooden hammer in his left hand and a short sword in his right, striking towards the chieftain's head in a swift, relentless assault. Within 3 seconds, you have been vanquished. Chapter 014. The Orc Slayer, Part 2. With the tidal charm activated, the enemy was within striking distance, rendered unconscious by a surge of magical energy. This allowed the short sword handed to him by Blake to bypass any defenses. Adorned with the title of Orc Slayer, Blake seemed to possess a slight edge in correcting his movements against the orc adversaries. In a fleeting moment, a glint of cold steel surged forth, driving the sharp blade directly into the eye of the chewing bone chieftain. The chieftain, writhing in pain, yearned to roar and struggle. Yet the 3 seconds of disorientation from the magical onslaught were beyond his endurance. He was merely a minor chieftain, an insignificant figure, far from the legendary heroes of lore. With a resounding thud, the leg of Vit descended forcefully upon the head of the chieftain's guard. As Blake released the short sword in the second, he rolled away and seized the chieftain's fallen war axe. Raising it high above his head with one hand, he brought it crashing down. Blood erupted as the keen axe cleaved through the chieftain's neck, momentarily halted by the protective collar, yet ultimately severing the spine under the overwhelming force of the strike. The assassination was complete. In less than 2 seconds, what appeared effortless was fraught with peril, had it not been for the tidal charm, a small artifact. Blake would never have ventured into such a deadly fray. Surrounded by 5 injured orcs, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp at the moment of his emergence. Yet this is the essence of equipment, aid to the user in overcoming foes. In the 3rd second of disorientation, Blake grasped the bloodied axe, flicking his wrist as the hefty weapon soared towards the guard furthest from him. A lethal throw. Another spray of blood erupted as the spinning axe plunged into the chest of the severely wounded orc, propelling him backward to the ground, lifeless. 2 streams of warmth surged into Blake's body. The larger one was absorbed, while the smaller was cast into the soul lamp at his waist. It appeared the chieftain was a rare creature. With the bonus of a perfect assassination, the warmth surged through him, elevating his pirate class from level 14 to 15, and adding a new skill to his arsenal. However, there was no time for him to inspect it, as another orc leaped upon him, pinning him to the ground. The orc roared, teeth bared, with a face twisted like a demon, its hands clutching Blake's throat. In an instant, Blake heard the ominous cracking of his spine under the strain. These frenzied orcs were indeed formidable. A single misstep could lead to his demise. With a powerful thrust, Blake curled his left leg and slammed it against the orc's groin, causing its eyes to bulge in agony. Seizing a sharp fishman's dagger from his pack, Blake thrust it upward, piercing the orc's jaw and driving it into its brain. The title of Orc Slayer proved invaluable in such close combat. As long as the knife's trajectory was roughly correct, it would inevitably find its mark due to the slight correction in movement. But the danger was far from over. Two more chieftain guards, having retrieved their weapons, charged at Blake with their bloodied bodies. The newly minted pirate rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the thrust of their spears. This was the art of pirate combat, unrefined yet effective. Just as he regained his footing, the orc guards lunged at him, with only Vit's leg remaining as a weapon. Blake felt the pressure mounting. No, there was one more option. Enduring the pain in his neck, he pulled out a sawed-off musket from his coat. He raised it and pulled the trigger, the thunderous sound echoing twice as two lead bullets shot forth, striking the charging orc squarely in the chest. Like two mighty fists. The shots forced the leaping orc back to the ground amidst the acrid smoke, leaving Blake no time to reload. He seized the empty gun and hurled it as a deadly projectile. The musket spun through the air like a hammer, striking the last orc in the eye, disrupting its attack. Seizing the opportunity, Blake retreated to a safer distance. He adjusted his shoulder and glanced at his abdomen, where a painful strain lingered. As he took advantage of the orc's momentary pause to check his character card, he noted that his pirate class at level 15 had not granted him a talent, but had instead bestowed an active skill, Shadow Strike, Beginner, attacks infused with shadow power, dealing additional damage. Blake glanced at Vit's leg, silently sheathing it back at his waist, and picked up two rugged orc-style daggers from the ground. In the midst of the burning encampment, amid billowing black smoke, a slender human assassin and a gravely injured orc guard faced each other, 3 meters apart, one tall, one short, locked in a tense stare. The assassin shifted his shoulder, assuming a stance from Kultira's military swordsmanship, while the orc, eyes reddened, cast a glance at the severed neck of the chieftain, spitting a mouthful of blood, heedless of its own grievous wounds. The orc raised its spear and charged at Blake with a roar. The assassin met the charge, wielding twin daggers, striking in a flash as Shadow Strike activated. A dark line trailing along the blades, enhancing their ominous appearance. Indeed, those who tread the path of shadows often favor the art of a swift kill. Yet as a pirate, one seldom finds the chance for assassination. It is imperative to hone one's swordsmanship, at the very least. Before mastering the skill of vanishing into stealth after a failed attack, one must perfect their combat techniques to avoid a swift demise and direct confrontation. After all, as the old adage goes, every assassin harbors a warrior dream deep within their heart. Control your speed. Do not charge recklessly. As Blake engaged in the assassination of the chieftain, Captain Darren Ironhill stood atop a steam tank equipped with newly fitted wheels beneath the hills of the dwarven fortress of Dangalok. He directed the remaining 300 dwarfs, arranging them into an assault formation, feigning a breakout attack. Behind them, the dwarven mortarmen and musketeers rapidly unleashed a barrage of fire upon the advancing orc horde, their bullets raining down like a tempest, keeping the orcs at bay. Yet the savage orcs, emboldened by the orders of Chieftain Harkin Skullcrusher, pressed forward with relentless fervor, determined to annihilate the fleeing dwarfs. At the forefront, dwarf warriors wielding hammers and shields clashed with the berserkers of the Chewing Bone clan. However, the cunning dwarven commander had chosen an advantageous terrain, where the orc formation could not properly deploy, leaving them vulnerable to the dwarfs' elevated position. Where's the signal flare? Captain Darren pondered as he stood atop the steam tank, grasping a large-caliber musket. He dispatched the fastest charging orc warrior with a single shot before tossing the gun to his lieutenant. His anxious gaze remained fixed on the orc encampment. Harboring little hope for Blake's assassination, yet he could not suppress his desire for a miracle. Without such a miracle, relying solely on the 300 injured dwarfs under his command, they would only be able to endure for 3 more days before their fate would be sealed. That human was surely dead. The captain's lieutenant, also a dwarf and evidently a hunter, brandished an intricately designed long gun, clad in a Green Ranger's cloak. Trailing behind him was a roaring brown bear, his loyal companion. Although Harkin the Skullsplitter may not be a renowned orc, I have heard tales of his prowess in slaying knights during the assault on Stormwind. The lieutenant's aide, handing him a well-loaded rifle, expressed with a tone of regret. That human assassin displayed remarkable courage, but given his limited strength, it is nearly impossible for him to ambush such elite orcs and succeed. I had previously remarked that sending him was akin to sentencing him to death. Yet, that human undoubtedly lived up to the valor of General Dalaran. Worthy of tales that resonate across the 7 kingdoms, he did not bring disgrace upon his nation. Before the loquacious dwarf could continue, a red signal flare shot into the sky from afar. By the beard of Muradin, he truly accomplished it. Lieutenant Darren Ironstone gazed in astonishment at the flare overhead, exclaiming with characteristic dwarf enthusiasm, before his eyes gleamed with determination as he seized a nearby horn and blew into it with fervor. The deep, resonant sound of the horn reverberated across the battlefield, prompting the dwarves, who had been feigning an attack, to exchange glances and roar in unison, brandishing their weapons as they charged forward. The Griffin riders, who were in the process of evacuating the wounded, heard the horn and swiftly redirected towards the orc encampment. Mere moments later, the sky was ablaze with the flames of oil and torches, swiftly igniting the camp. Moreover, spies had been strategically positioned. The cunning lieutenant had made ample preparations. As the horn sounded, dwarves fluent in Orcish began to mimic the war cries of their adversaries, shouting, "The Skull Splitter is dead. We are doomed. Human reinforcements are upon us. It's a trap. They are slaughtering us. The camp is ablaze. We are finished. Our army is defeated. Run. Escape." Dwarves are famously loud throughout Azeroth, and their cacophony amidst the chaos momentarily halted some of the less astute orcs from their battle frenzy. More terrifyingly, just as the dwarves' clumsy war cry suggested, they turned to see that indeed, the camp was engulfed in fierce flames. If the Skull Splitter chieftain were still alive, how could he allow such a fire to consume the camp? The dwarves spoke the truth. Human reinforcements had arrived. The dwarves' breakout was but a ruse. They had undoubtedly received intelligence to execute a pincer movement, aiming to annihilate the orcs trapped in this death trap. The panic spread like wildfire. The dwarves surged forward like a relentless tide, striking hard against the bewildered orc ranks. They had consumed demon blood, and that frenzied power clouded their minds, stripping them of their wisdom. This was the curse of strength. We have won. We have triumphed. Lieutenant Darren laughed maniacally, as under his command 300 dwarf remnants slammed into the panicked orc formations. Initially, a few orcs fled, but soon it devolved into a rout. The orcs, despite their numerical superiority, were overwhelmed. Charge! Crush the greenskins. Ecstatic dwarves stood atop steam tanks, brandishing their battle axes and bellowing with exuberance. In this moment of fervor, the dwarves were momentarily lost in the thrill of battle, recalling the request conveyed to him by Black through Quartermaster Talma Thunderforge prior to the conflict. The bearded lieutenant pondered for a moment before turning to his equally exhilarated aide, who was busy directing his bear companion to attack fleeing orcs, and shouted, "Gr-Faf. Take a few lads and capture a batch of orc prisoners." Huh? The hunter aide paused, scratching his head with a characteristic dwarven simplicity. "Darren, why expend the effort? They'll be executed anyway. We have no time to take prisoners. These greenskins deserve death. It is a gift," the lieutenant proclaimed, leaping down from the steam tank. Hefting his imposing weapon as he addressed the aide, "A present for our orc slayer. He requests the right to execute them, to honor his comrades who perished in the waters of Kaz Modan. I have heard that the Prince of Kultiras also fell in that battle. Alas, these greenskins have wrought too much calamity. That was a prince, and yet he met such an untimely and unjust end." The hunter Gr-Yff, too, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. The orcs' occupation of Kaz Modan had cost the dwarves many brothers. This damned war. Very well, I shall capture them. The aide hoisted a rifle taller than himself and declared, "I will seize 20. No, 30 to present to him. Such acts of valor deserve fitting recompense." Chapter 15. Spoils of War. When Blake was carried back to the castle of Dangalok by the Griffin Knights, 3 hours had already elapsed. Under the command of Lieutenant Darren, the dwarves pursued the Boneshoer clan's orcs for several kilometers, effectively dispersing them. It must be said that this victory was indeed magnificent, with merely 300 troops. They vanquished an orc clan that was twice their number, a feat that would be celebrated in any race. As one of the key contributors to this triumph, the assassin Blake received a hero's welcome upon his return to the castle. The dwarves who could still move stood at the castle's edge, cheering him on. The lieutenant even personally opened a barrel of exquisite dwarven ale and invited Blake to partake in the fine brew. The skeletal man did not decline. He was weary and in need of rest. Yet surprisingly, he managed to keep pace with the dwarves renowned for their heavy drinking and lasted until the end. This only enhanced his stature among them. This lean, bony human assassin was not only skilled in combat and courageous, but also possessed the remarkable capacity to drink, rivaling that of the dwarven drunks, earning him the status of a hero among humans. In truth, the cunning pirate had merely employed a minor trick. Upon his ascension to piracy, he acquired a remarkable talent known as drunkard, perhaps a darkly humorous nod to the stereotype of pirates as heavy drinkers. Thus, with the support of this talent, Blake could drink as though it were mere water. Not that he could not become intoxicated, rather, once he reached a certain level of inebriation, he would not succumb to more severe drunkenness, avoiding vomiting or blackouts. However, nature's call was unavoidable. After all, the human stomach has its limits, just as the inhabitants of the oceanic realm of Kultiras. At midnight, on the outskirts of Dangalok Castle, a tipsy Blake held a bottle of ale in one hand, cradling a similarly inebriated Murloc, still bubbling with intoxication, in his arms. From his magical satchel, he retrieved an object and presented it to Lieutenant Darren, who was seated beside him on a barrel, enjoying tobacco from his pipe, illuminated by the flickering torchlight nearby. The lieutenant, also feeling the effects of drink, took the object and discovered it to be a peculiar weapon, heavy in his grasp. It was a blade gauntlet, the lower half fashioned into a wrist-like structure, while the upper half retained a savage Orcish design resembling a cleaver, complete with blood grooves along the blade. It was evidently a sinister weapon. Ah, This is indeed a rare find among us dwarves. Only those Orcish lunatics and pirates would replace their fists with such contraptions. Lieutenant Darren remarked, a master craftsman in his own right. He examined the blade gauntlet and then looked up, exhaling a puff of smoke, addressing Blake. However, this item is of excellent quality, likely crafted by that orc chieftain in their world, not akin to the craftsmanship found in Azeroth. You wish for me to seek a blacksmith to modify it for you, do you not? Indeed, Blake replied, taking a swig of ale and wiping the remnants from the corner of his mouth. Who in Azeroth does not know that dwarves are the finest smiths? It is a rare opportunity to have encountered you. I implore you to assist me in transforming it into a weapon suited for my use. He lamented as he rubbed his waist, where the leg of Veth had once rested. My previous weapon was regrettably destroyed during the pursuit of the orcs today. I suppose I had been too reckless in my usage, neglecting its maintenance. That is not the mark of a good warrior, the lieutenant chuckled, slightly intoxicated. Whether you are a warrior or an assassin, one must learn to treat their weapons well. If you do not care for them, they will punish you and abandon you. Quite so, Blake said, gazing sorrowfully at the moonlit sky. In his heart, he mused, who knew that in this reality, weapons had durability, and once it reached zero, they would shatter. Yet this is not reflected on the character card. It all depends on one's perception. That Murloc short sword had suited me quite well. It is indeed a pity. I will modify this weapon for you, Lieutenant Darren declared, taking a draw from a pouch of tobacco, patting his belly as he stood unsteadily. While I am not a master blacksmith, altering a weapon is within my capabilities. I shall have it ready for you by tomorrow at the latest. By the way, this is a trophy you acquired from an orc chieftain. Will you not bestow a name upon it? Blade Gauntlet, Blake replied, taking another sip of ale. That name is rather peculiar, yet fitting. It is both a fist and a blade. The lieutenant laughed heartily, waving dismissively as he ambled back toward the castle. Blake watched him disappear, shaking his head, reflecting that the name was not of his choosing, but rather the designation of the weapon itself. He glanced at his character card's equipment section. Replicated blade gauntlet, quality, fine, enhancements, enhanced slashing, enhanced bleeding. Indeed, he noted, observing the two enhancement attributes. Statistically, it surpassed the leg of Veth he had grown accustomed to, marking it as his second fine weapon acquired. Truly, fortune favors the bold. Moreover, the spoils of his daring endeavor today yielded not just a fine weapon, but also a singular skill. I cannot speak for you Kultiris folk, but we dwarves do not take pleasure in slaying captives. Far from the castle, Blake held the bottle aloft and clutched the pipe gifted by Lieutenant Darren, puffing clouds of smoke. The dwarven tobacco was quite potent, yet once acclimated, it revealed a distinct aroma reminiscent of timber, becoming somewhat addictive. Within this wooded area, Lieutenant Darren's aide, the dwarf ranger Grieve, was soothing his oversized brown bear companion while addressing Blake, who emerged from the shadows. Were it not for my knowledge of your unique circumstances and your valor demonstrated on the battlefield today, I would not extend my assistance. Thank you, Lieutenant, Blake replied, casting a glance deeper into the woods where a group of dwarven riflemen clad in green ranger garb stood vigilant over a makeshift camp. Bound with ropes were the orc captives taken during the day's battle. Their numbers were considerable, perhaps around 30. How do you intend to execute them to honor your fallen comrades in Kaz Modan? Grieve, ever chatty, inquired, leaning upon his lengthy rifle. Blake met his gaze earnestly. Our third fleet was entirely annihilated in that region, victims of an Orcish conspiracy. Few survived. Yet I recall our forward fleet boasted nearly 3,000 men. I shall ensure that these orcs, devoid of any honor, pay with their lives. However, my comrades would not wish to see me descend to the level of these invaders. Loan me a sword, Blake declared, discarding his bottle and wiping his mouth, addressing the dwarf lieutenant. I shall slay them one by one. Do not interfere. If I fall, it shall merely confirm my inadequacy. Very well. Grieve's eyes lit up at Blake's words, and he drew a hand axe from his belt, tossing it to Blake. Catching it deftly, Blake glanced at the weapon's attributes. Edge of the razor, quality, fine, enhancements, enhanced slashing, enhanced swiftness. Goodness. The dwarves truly possess an abundance of fine goods. With a casual gesture, a finely crafted weapon was bestowed, hinting at the remarkable pedigree of the seemingly ordinary dwarf, Grave. You come. Blake stepped forward, brandishing his weapon, the leg of wit, and severed the ropes binding an elderly orc. Nearby, a dwarf ranger tossed two short swords to the orc, observing the unfolding spectacle with keen interest. The pirate raised his weapon, and the orc, understanding Blake's intention, silently picked up the swords, preparing for battle. These ferocious orcs, long seduced by demons during their entire race's descent into destruction, were beyond redemption. Yet, granting them a warrior's end seemed fitting. It also provided an opportunity to hone one's skills. Blake gazed at the orc before him, contemplating. Hela seeks the soul of a warrior. I shall deliver her such a soul. After tonight, my trial shall be complete. He presented a provocative stance, uttering in halting Orcish. I offer you glory. The moment the words escaped his lips, the elderly orc momentarily froze. Under the watchful eyes of the dwarves, the old orc bowed his head. Reminiscent of his youth, his body trembling, and when he lifted his gaze, his eyes were red with emotion. He offered a bow to Blake, a gesture of gratitude, perhaps. The execution continued until dawn. 30 orcs fell to Blake in one-on-one duels. They were already exhausted from the day's battles, most bearing injuries when captured. The disparity in weaponry was glaring. This was not a fair fight, yet no one voiced discontent, not even the observing dwarves or the slain orcs. Thanks to their sacrifices. As dawn broke, Blake's piratical combat skills and newly acquired knife thrust technique advanced from novice to adept. However, he only recorded 17 experience points. The remaining 13, combined with those from previously slain orcs, amounted to 50 and were cast into the soul lantern. Blake scrutinized the status bar of his character card. Before his eyes, words began to shift. Character card: Orc Slayer Drake Prodmore, Blake Shaw. Information: Kul Tiran human, age 19 status, mortal frame harbinger of the abyss. The curse had transformed into a new state. In that moment, Blake perceived the sound of crashing waves, as if reality blurred and his senses sharpened. The soul lantern officially became an equipped item, while the title of Soul Hunter shifted into an equipable state. However, Blake refrained from donning it immediately. As the loquacious dwarf Grave continued his incessant chatter beside him. Huh? You wish to learn hunting skills from me? The dwarf ranger, accompanied by a pet bear, lounged against the soft fur of his companion, sipping ale while observing Blake with a curious grin that peeked through his bushy beard. Sure, I can teach you. But whether you can learn is another matter. The ranger's skills are unique to us dwarves, a blessing from the earth. Many humans aspire to learn, but none have succeeded. Those long-eared folks from Quel'Thalas have formidable hunters, known as rangers. I heard there is a prodigy among humans who joined the Farstriders over a year ago. What was his name? Maris? Grave rambled on about tales he had heard, while Blake sat cross-legged before him, his expression equally nuanced. Above the translucent character card, the previous scene re-emerged, a line of text pulsating. Level 35 Ranger, Level 25 Beastmaster, Level 1 Shadow Sentinel, Copperbeard Dwarf Grave of the Wildheart is imparting hunting skills to you. Indeed, a revelation stirred within Blake. The seemingly unremarkable dwarf lieutenant was anything but ordinary. With his level 35 ranger class, he could likely take down today's orc chieftain, Skullbreaker, with a single shot. In his presence, Blake appeared as nothing more than a novice. Most significantly, Grave's level 1 Shadow Sentinel class was a legendary class. If Blake discerned the name correctly, it indicated that this loquacious dwarf was a member of the legendary hunter organization of Azeroth, a secretive elite. No wonder the castle of Dalarak had withstood the orc siege for so many days. This individual was probably providing covert support from the shadows. But what was he surveilling in the Hillsbrad foothills? Demons? Chapter 016, The Unchanging War. The orc messenger, riding atop a warwolf, gasped for breath as he clutched the reins tightly with his left hand. His body sprawled over the black saddle. His right arm hung limply at his side, blood oozing relentlessly from a wound in his shoulder. A burning lead bullet had struck him, tearing through flesh and leaving a grievous injury that rendered half of his body numb. Cursed human assassin, poisoning the bullet. How vile. The orc messenger cursed vehemently, yet he dared not pause. His legs clung to the wolf's back as he called out from his throat, urging the beast to run faster. He was a seasoned courier, delivering messages from the Hillsbrad foothills to the earthy highlands, but had fallen victim to an ambush by dwarves near the wall of Saladin. The 5 warriors who accompanied him now lay buried in this human land. He was the sole survivor. He must escape, not only for the sake of his life, but also because he carried an important document from the tribal high command. This crucial item could not fall into human hands. Swoosh! A strange sound emanated from behind the orc messenger, who abruptly twisted his body sideways, narrowly evading a projectile that sliced through the air like a blade. But it was neither a throwing knife nor an axe. It was a grappling hook, fashioned like a claw, snagging the reins of the warwolf. The orc's eyes widened, but it was too late to dislodge the device. In the next instant, the hook straightened, pulling forth a gaunt, shadowy assassin who appeared as if shot from a bow. With a swift motion, the human clad in black leather armor, his face obscured by a full hood and a black mask, deftly perched himself on the back of the galloping wolf. He moved with an intimacy akin to a dance partner, his left hand rising in a lover's caress, gliding gently across the orc's neck. The front edge of the blade-like fist, sharp as a knife, dug into the orc's throat as he yanked back, the dual-edged black blade slicing into the orc's flesh. A howl erupted from the orc as the black warwolf sensed the sin of death. This fierce creature leaped and bounded, desperately attempting to save its dying master. But in the next moment, the black-clad assassin struck, severing most of the orc's neck with a single, lethal blow. The warwolf, with its master, slid sideways and tumbled across the ground, struggling to rise but soon succumbing to its fatal wound. Its master had already departed from the realm of the living. He sought to forge an alliance with the Armani's forest trolls to launch an assault on the High Elves of Silvermoon. He intended to establish a second battleground in the northern territories. Squinting his eyes, Black stowed away the blood-stained letter into his satchel. He pondered, just as the memories in my mind aligned perfectly with the trajectory of our world line. The formidable defenses orchestrated by Lothar in the northern territories indeed left Orgrimmar with no viable avenues for breach. Truly, he is the last scion of the great Saladin. Such strategic foresight as exhibited by Marshal Lothar is a rarity throughout Azeroth. With a sigh of admiration, he glanced back towards the direction of the Dalaran Keep. The dwarves were exuberant and remarkably hospitable. Their energy was as legendary as the tales suggested. Over the past 4 days, they had scarcely regained their strength before embarking on hunts for orcs, and Black had managed to claim numerous trophies alongside them. To be honest, he rather enjoyed the company of those dwarves, albeit their boisterousness was somewhat overwhelming. He rubbed his forehead and glanced at the semi-transparent character card before him. The evolution of his class was significantly pronounced compared to 4 days prior. Character card: Soul Hunter Drake Proudmoore, Black Shaw, class, level 17 Pirate, level 3 Hunter, empty, new talent. Perception enhancement: the addition of a second class, derived from the enigmatic guidance of the Ranger Gryph Wildheart, had granted him this newfound perceptive talent upon attaining the Hunter class. However, he had yet to reach level 5, and thus had not acquired any skills. Based on the carnage Black had inflicted over the past 4 days, the experience gained should have been substantial, yet a considerable portion had been sacrificed to the Soul Lantern, which had a voracious appetite. This contraption was akin to a mobile experience-devouring machine. The dilemma lay in the fact that Black could not simply abandon it, for the consequences of provoking the Netherworld were daunting. Moreover, the title of Soul Hunter was exceedingly alluring, unlike the title of Orc Slayer. Donning the title of Soul Hunter endowed Black's every strike with a faint soul-piercing effect. The ease with which he had dispatched the Orc messenger was largely due to this formidable enhancement, while physical pain might be mitigated through sheer will. The agony of soul-piercing was excruciating, capable of distracting even the most valiant warrior in the heat of battle. For an assassin, a mere moment of distraction could spell the end of combat. However, continuing down this path was untenable. As Black walked back, he murmured, "This pace of leveling is severely hampered. I must devise a strategy to mitigate the losses, perhaps seek out some elite foes to claim their vast experience. As for the common creatures, they could be sacrificed without a second thought. It would merely be akin to purchasing a passive skill, hardly a loss. Black, come quickly. Reinforcements are arriving at the castle." Just as he approached the dwarven keep with a light step, he heard the unmistakable raspy voice of Lieutenant Darren Ironstone, who seemed to be in high spirits. The newly minted pirate felt a surge of interest. They just reported that the conflict in the hilly regions was critical, and no additional reinforcements could be dispatched? Where, then, had this new contingent come from? Upon reaching the foot of the castle hill, Black was taken aback. Lo and behold, the reinforcements were not humans at all, but a throng of elves, a host of long-eared beings. Chapter 17, The Human Ranger Maris beneath the hills of Dangalot Castle. Over 30 tall and slender elven rangers clad in green chainmail, adorned with exquisite war bows and phoenix war halberds, stood at rest. The remnants of a fierce battle fought 4 days prior lingered in the air. Near the castle's precipice, numerous gravestones had sprung up, marking the resting places of valiant warriors who perished in the siege. The dwarves had severed the heads of the orcs and placed them before their comrades' graves, a tribute to the glory of victory and a sign of their mourning in remembrance of fallen friends, as well as a commemoration of the arduous struggle. The rangers, with their pointed ears and fair skin, pointed at the rather barbaric pile of heads, whispering in the elven tongue of Thalassian. Some elves wove garlands from the flowers they had gathered, placing white wreaths upon the gravestones as a gesture of remembrance and sorrow for the brave souls. Their green cloaks bore the emblem of Quel'Thalas, the phoenix, intertwined with a symbol of crossbows and halberds, marking them as members of the elite ranger expedition, a unit renowned for its prowess and led by the illustrious Windrunner family. Though the High Elves possessed formidable magical talents, their physical might was lacking, resulting in a dearth of true military legions throughout their 6,800 years of nationhood. Aside from their powerful mage battalions, close-quarters combat tasks were primarily entrusted to the rangers. Yet, for a group so wildly gifted in magic, they seldom encountered battles that necessitated the rangers' desperate measures. Most forces daring to challenge the High Elves were obliterated by the overwhelming numbers of elven mages before they could even charge. "Darren, don't you dwarves typically disdain elves? Just yesterday, I heard you refer to them as a bunch of sissies. Why the warm welcome for these rangers today?" Blake inquired, lowering his voice to address the dwarf captain beside him, who was puffing on a pipe. The dwarf grimaced, pragmatically replying, "Indeed. I have little fondness for those pretentious long-eared folk. Look at their waists, not to mention the men, whose waists are thinner than my arms. However, the situation with the humans is dire, and reinforcements cannot be dispatched from Ironforge, which is too distant. Any support is welcome. And in light of our shared struggle against the orcs, I shall refrain from complaints. As long as those effeminate elves join us in slaying orcs, I shall consider them allies." The dwarf captain exhaled a cloud of smoke. Despite his disdainful words, dwarves are forthright, and he could not help but commend. These rangers are commendable. They have slain many green-skinned brutes in the Arthi Highlands with remarkable ferocity, though their king is another matter altogether. Do you know that you're human? Lothar bears the bloodline of the great Emperor Thorland. 2,800 years ago, your emperor allied with the High Elves to combat the forest trolls. After their victory, the long-eared king declared an eternal alliance with Emperor Thorland. As long as his bloodline has a request, Quel'Thalas shall spare no effort to assist humanity. The long-eared king who forged that alliance was the current Sun King of the Elves. But Marshal Lothar still stands as the last scion of Emperor Thorland. Regrettably, he sought aid from the long-eared king, only to be met with cowardice from Sun King Anasterion. Fortunately, the noble Windrunner family remembered the pact. I have heard it was a young Windrunner maiden who led a group of elves to assist, albeit a small contingent of only a few hundred. Yet each one a hero. One woman possesses more courage than their king. Blake nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly endorsing the dwarf's sentiments. The dwarf's remarks held merit. Yet the Sun King had his own burdens. Just as he finished speaking, a gentle voice interjected into their conversation, prompting both the dwarf and Blake to turn. They beheld an unusual human approaching them, clad in identical elven chainmail, signifying his companionship with the Rangers. This was peculiar, for the High Elf Kingdom was notoriously insular, and few humans were permitted entry into Silvermoon, let alone join the elite Ranger Corps of Quel'Thalas. The young human, with golden hair and a handsome visage, bore a slightly mature beard. He carried a war bow and quiver but lacked a phoenix war halberd, instead wielding two elegantly crafted and deadly one-handed axes, uncommon armaments for elves. Upon noticing these distinctive weapons, Blake squinted, suspecting the identity of the newcomer. How remarkable! Just days prior, he had conversed with the loquacious dwarf Grev the Mad about this legendary figure, and now he was face-to-face with him. The robust human with golden hair and a beard strode forward, appraising Blake and extending a hand, his tone friendly. "You must be the work slayer lauded by the dwarfs. I heard you assassinated the chieftain of the Bonechewer clan and saved Dangalot Castle. Moreover, a formidable ranger hunter informed me that you have single-handedly hunted dozens of orcs in recent days." Blake shrugged, extending his gloved hand to shake the stranger's. With humility, he replied, "My dwarf friends tend to exaggerate. In truth, I am not as formidable as they claim. At least a third of those orcs were injured by my dwarf companions before I took advantage of the situation." "Ah, you are quite the diplomat." The human chuckled, humorously remarking, "If each of us human warriors could see such opportunities, the orcs would have long been driven back to the dark portal. You are a rare warrior, and it is an honor to converse with you." "Oh, how rude of me to neglect my introduction. I am Nasinos Maris, hailing from the kingdom of Lordaeron, specifically the region of Stratholme. I am also an auxiliary member of this ranger squad. My companions follow an ancient millennial vow to aid humanity in the war against the orcs, and they sought a guide familiar with the northern terrains, which led them to me, a mere ranger apprentice. As a human, I am honored to join this fight to defend our homeland, and even more so to meet another courageous compatriot here." "You certainly have a way with words, albeit tinged with an effeminate elven flavor," remarked the dwarf, Darren Ironstone, shaking his head as he sat atop a barrel, enjoying his tobacco. This drew a hearty laugh from Blake and a hint of embarrassment from Nasinos. This young human ranger, destined for significant deeds and beset by trials, was but a novice still unaccustomed to the dwarf's forthrightness. Yet, he bore a commendable disposition, not harboring resentment towards the dwarf's candidness, but rather sighing as he glanced back at his somewhat mismatched companions. Dungarrett Castle is the domain of dwarfs, inhabited by a group of diminutive beings standing no taller than 4 feet. In contrast, the imposing figure of Blake, at approximately 6 feet tall, stands out like a crane among chickens. This disparity is even more pronounced with the presence of the taller high elves. Among the dwarves, over 30 elven rangers blend in. Akin to a cluster of flagpoles, it is evident to anyone with sight. Indeed, I have spent the past few years training under my mentor in Quel'Thalas, acclimating to their customs and acquiring the poetic manner of speech characteristic of the elves. Nasinos turned his head, shrugged, and smiled at Blake, a young man of similar age to Blake's current physique. He quietly explained to both Blake and the dwarfs, "The rangers near the spire of the Windrunners are far more amiable than the elven aristocracy of Silvermoon. They won't look upon you with disdain simply because you are human, nor will they distance themselves from you for adhering to human customs. However, even so, if you cannot converse in their slightly ostentatious and emotive manner, they will not regard you as one of their own." My mentor advised me not to be concerned with the petty remarks of her kin. Yet I understand that the best way to assimilate into a new environment is to embrace their way of life. I must transform to mirror their essence. With a hint of sarcasm, Nasinos lowered his voice further and winked at the two before him, saying, and despite what humans often claim about elves being haughty and pretentious. Believe me, my friends, away from Quel'Thalas, my elven companions have made a concerted effort to be modest. The irony is, even their modesty is still rather grand. His heartfelt sentiments elicited hearty laughter from the dwarves, their mirth resonating like the rhythmic clattering of a pile driver, while Blake contained his amusement. The bond among the three seemed to deepen due to this light-hearted exchange. Observing the emblem of the Wayfarers on Izanos' cloak, Blake inquired, Miris, you mentioned that your companions came in response to the ancient pact to aid the human kingdom, so is your leader Lady Ethys Sunstrider? Upon hearing this name, Nasinos, who had just accepted a mug of ale from a dwarf, immediately displayed a look of respect. After sipping the beer to clear his throat and adjusting his somewhat disheveled hair, he replied, Lady Ethys is indeed a true hero. Her family participated in the joint campaign of High Elves and the human empire against the forest trolls 2,800 years ago. She believes that the pact is not merely a bond between the Sunstrider royal lineage and the bloodline of Emperor Thoradin, but rather an alliance between Quel'Thalas and human civilization. Undeterred by General Laressa, her mother, she was willing to relinquish her military commission to fulfill the obligations of her ancestors. Many Wayfarers heeded her call, departing from Quel'Thalas to join the battlefield in the north. Unfortunately, despite their elite status, their numbers were insufficient. Nasinos sighed, casting a glance towards the distant Thoradin's wall, and continued, last month, under her leadership, we supported the battle against the Bloodring orcs in the Arthi Highlands, where she even personally wounded the chieftain of the Bloodring on the battlefield. The situation there has stabilized somewhat, and the Rangers have been reassigned to the Tirisful region to assist in guarding the capital of Lordaeron. Our small squad has been ordered to the border city of Andoril in the eastern wilds to assist Colonel Garithos' forces, and our arrival here was somewhat serendipitous, primarily for rest. The human ranger sighed, adding, while traversing Thoradin's wall, my captain, Hadgeland Brightwing, unexpectedly tracked the presence of a dragon and learned that Dungarrett Castle had recently experienced a conflict with the orcs. Thus, we altered our course to investigate. A dragon? Blake's interest was piqued. He exchanged a glance with the dwarf and asked, in the hilly region, how could a dragon appear? Miris, please elaborate. Chapter 018. The Companions. Is it the malevolent Orcish forces that compel the Red Dragon to assault my castle? Upon hearing Nasinos mention their ranger squad tracking a dragon to Darnagrok Fortress, Lieutenant Darren Ironhill immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Given the castle's current inability to summon reinforcements, should a red dragon truly approach, the dwarves' present firepower would be utterly inadequate for defense. Seated atop a barrel, the dwarven lieutenant, with a grimace of disdain, recounted, I previously heard from my cousin, who engages in guerrilla warfare in the marshes, that the Dragonmaw orcs have seized the ruins of the Brute Hammer and are using wicked artifacts to raise dragons. They even unleashed a dragon upon the fleet of Kul Tiras. He turned to Blake. Surely you are the survivor of the Kaz Modan assault? Indeed, Blake replied, his expression darkening. The events of that day haunt me like a relentless nightmare. Leaning against another barrel, the gaunt pirate shook his head and continued somberly. I witnessed orcs descending upon us astride a red dragon. Just 3 dragons annihilated our advance fleet. Fewer than 1,000 survived. The entire Kaz Modan Sea was engulfed in flames. Behold my scars. These are the reminders left upon me by those accursed dragons and orcs. With a theatrical flourish, he unveiled the hideous burns marring his face, shocking the young ranger Nasinos, who now regarded Blake with newfound curiosity. How had this mere human survived the onslaught of dragonfire? This renowned orc slayer possessed a tale of legend behind him. It is a miracle I survived, Blake stated, shaking his head. Perhaps the spirits of my fallen brethren shielded me, compelling me to live on to avenge them against the Greenskin tribe. However, forgive my candor, Maris. I traversed the marshes and heard no tales of red dragons in the hills. Surely, you have misinterpreted the signs? Indeed, the dwarven lieutenant, puffing on his pipe, interjected. Before the orc whelps besieged us, I received reports that the red dragons, after the orcs successfully crossed the sea, left only a couple behind to guard their vessels, retreating to grim battle. If they are to attack, it would be more strategic to strike at the nearer river marsh. Darnagrok, while significant, hardly warrants an Orcish dragon assault from across the ocean. Captain Hadgeland Brightwing, a seasoned ranger lord, had dealt with dragons in Quel'Thalas and could confirm the presence of a dragon. Yet, he could not ascertain its color. Nasinos shook his head, gazing skyward as he spoke. Under the captain's guidance, we beheld the dragon's makeshift lair, which appeared injured. The direction of the bloodstains suggests it is deliberately approaching Darnagrok Fortress for reasons unknown. Yet, if it is indeed a red dragon under Orcish control, intent on breaching the walls of Saladin, we must set a trap and spare no effort to hunt it down. Allowing a dragon to ravage the hills would have dire consequences for the ongoing war, shattering the morale of our warriors. It is likely the young bronze dragon that escaped the marshes, emboldened and seeking me. Upon hearing this, Blake's mind raced with a precise hypothesis. He inhaled deeply, maintaining a calm demeanor, for he already possessed a strategy to counter it. We must depart, Blake thought. Darnagrok Fortress should have fallen to the orcs in the last battle, dooming all dwarves to death. My intervention spared their lives, perhaps causing a ripple in the fabric of reality. It seems that annoying bronze dragon has come seeking me. Before leaving, Blake cast a glance at the nearby elven rangers, weighing his options. He furrowed his brow in contemplation before relaxing it moments later. After several minutes, a plan began to form in his mind. He retrieved a blood-stained letter from his magical satchel and handed it to Maris, saying, "This letter was found upon slaying an orc scout. My understanding of Orcish is limited, but it bears the emblems of 2 great clans. I believe its contents to be of great significance, and I intended to seek the expertise of some professionals to decipher it. I've heard the elves of Quel'Thalas are quite learned. Perhaps your companions can assist." "Certainly," Maris replied, lifting his gaze from his dwarven ale as he took the bloodied letter. He winked at Blake, opening it with a grin. "You needn't seek out my companions. They are, shall we say, not the most welcoming to strangers. Since the war commenced, I have taken the liberty of self-studying Orcish in my spare time. I believe there will come a time when it proves useful, and now that opportunity has arrived." Blake smirked at Maris's modesty. Observing him read Orcish with remarkable fluency, he suspected the so-called self-study was mere humility. Perhaps Maris was indeed the prodigy others whispered of. Nasanos Maris, as a human, had joined the Farstriders and become a ranger, demonstrating extraordinary talent. In the 800 years since humans and Quel'Thalas first interacted, only a handful of human rangers have been acknowledged by the elves, and Maris surely ranked among the finest. Blake watched intently as Nazanos' expression shifted while reading the letter. As he had anticipated, it transitioned from ease to gravity, ultimately culminating in a furrowed brow that indicated he had uncovered troubling revelations within the message. A flicker of concern appeared in his dark eyes as he clutched the letter tightly, directing a serious gaze at Blake. "This is indeed significant and alarming news. Mr. Blake, the letter you discovered may very well alter the course of the entire war and save countless lives." Nasanos set down his mug, speaking earnestly, "Forgive me, but I must urgently relay this information to my captain." Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed away, his movements agile and fluid, scaling the nearby dwarven tavern's roof with the grace of a shadow, hastening toward his fellow elves. Blake observed Nazanos' retreating form, cautiously scanning the surroundings for any sign of the dragon in the clouds. After several minutes, no dragon descended from the heavens, prompting a long sigh of relief from the pirate. Hopefully, this letter would incite a disturbance in the timeline, drawing that accursed young dragon toward Quel'Thalas. "Ah, bronze dragon. Though you traverse time, surely even you cannot manifest in 2 places simultaneously to confront 2 predicaments?" Blake waved at the Murloc, who was playfully engaging with the dwarven quartermaster, Talmar Greymane. The little creature scuttled over, leaping into Blake's arms, only to be tossed into a pouch crafted specifically for Murlocs, resembling a kangaroo's pouch. He downed the last of his dwarven ale, sharing the remaining drops with the Murloc, who belched loudly afterward. With a hearty laugh, Blake clapped Darren Ironhill on the shoulder. "Darren, I am grateful for your hospitality these past few days, but I must take my leave." "Ah, such a sudden turn of events?" Captain of the Dwarves turned to Blake, his eyes wide with astonishment above his splendid beard. He set down his pipe and remarked, "I had intended to bestow upon you the rank of 2nd lieutenant in my regiment, for you are deserving of the dwarves' respect. However, with the current chaos in the hills, it is your duty as a human to assist your fellow kin. Where are you headed? Perhaps to Duthold Castle?" Blake smiled at the dwarf, a faint grin emerging on his scarred, emaciated face. He gazed northward and said, "Did the battle report not state that Major Blakemore is recruiting veterans to support the fight at Terran Mill? I wish to join that endeavor. Surely, there will be enough orcs for me to hunt there, with the weapon you forged for me." He raised the black knuckle duster stuck in his left hand and assured the dwarf captain, "I shall not betray this weapon, my friend. If we both survive this war, I will treat you to the finest wine in the world." "Ha ha ha, that is your promise," the captain chuckled. The dwarves were indeed a rugged lot, and their camaraderie matched that ruggedness. Seeing Blake's resolve, the captain did not attempt to dissuade him. Instead, he retrieved a pouch of tobacco from his waist and tossed it to Blake. He fondly caressed his exquisite ebony pipe. Then, with a resigned sigh, he relinquished the pipe as well. Though indulging in tobacco is a poor habit for an assassin, look around this castle. The damned orcs have plundered everything of value. Consider this a parting gift. You mentioned wanting a good firearm, but alas, the gnome engineers at Dungalok Castle have fallen to the orcs, and I cannot fulfill that desire. However, if we both survive until the war's end, I shall procure you a fine weapon." The dwarf captain theatrically wiped his nose as he turned his back on Blake and waved his hand. "Until we meet again after the war, my human friend. Farewell, Captain." Blake raised his hand in a Kul Tiran salute to the dwarf captain and waved at Quartermaster Talmar, leading a cacophonous Murloc. He took a horse from the stables and rode northward, departing from the castle under the captain's farewell. But mere minutes later, amidst the whinnies of war horses from behind, Blake turned to see a figure clad in an elven cloak, bearing a war bow, galloping towards him. Marius? As Nathanos Marius approached, Blake, half astonished and half feigning ignorance, queried, "Aren't you to remain with your companions at the castle, hunting the dragons? Or to join them in their endeavors?" "Indeed, Lord Blake. Your news has proven too astonishing for us," the human ranger replied, pulling at the reins of his horse. "Captain Hagelin Mooning has already relayed the message to Lady Aurelia via magical communication. It is said she is hastening back to Quel'Thalas to warn her kin of the impending war. However, this news is equally critical for us humans, and I must temporarily part from my companions to convey this intelligence to the commanders on the front lines of the hills." "Ah, I see," Blake smiled, surveying Marius. "You could have simply penned a letter. There was no need for such haste." "No, Mr. Blake," Nathanos replied earnestly. "First and foremost, I am a human, then a wandering ranger. Although I enjoy camaraderie with the elves, it does not absolve me of my responsibilities to my homeland and kin. I too aspire to be an orc slayer, contributing my capabilities to my nation. I heard from Lieutenant Darren that you are also heading to Dunholt Castle. It seems we shall travel together for the remainder of the journey. Perhaps I can glean some practical experience from your orc hunting exploits." "You? Learning from me?" Blake exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise, then shook his head. "Let us rather learn from each other. Do not let my assassin's guise deceive you. I am also a skilled hunter." By the river in the Hillsbrad foothills, 2 horses were tethered, grazing, while their masters rested nearby, tending to their weapons and engaging in casual conversation. Nathanos was cleansing his hand axes in the river, with Black doing the same beside him, indicating a recent skirmish. Together, they had dispatched a squad of 7 Orcish grunts. Black's ruthless assassination emerging from the shadows had astonished Maris, who had only witnessed such lethal stealth among the most deadly elven assassins. Nathanos' unerring archery, rapid-fire technique, and adroit counterattacks with his hand axes in close combat had also impressed Black. The young ranger's combat style was akin to a precise and elegant war dance. Devoid of brutality, his keen axes struck with viper-like accuracy on vital spots. This was likely a secret elven ranger combat technique, honed through years of training to seek opportunities amid nimble dodges. The Blood Ring orcs of the earthy highlands were skilled hunters, yet they suffered defeats against the Farstriders. Despite being outnumbered, the elven companions were all elites. In one-on-one combat, the Blood Ring hunters were outmatched, their demonic blood enhancing their strength but diminishing their reaction time and agility, fatal flaws for hunters. During lulls in battle, Maris would recount his experiences fighting alongside the Farstrider Rangers against the Blood Ring orcs in the earthy highlands. Indeed, elves live long, each ranger's life spanning over 10 times that of humans or orcs, Black remarked, reclining on the grassy riverbank, a blade of grass between his teeth, watching murlocs frolic in the water. They have ample time to practice and hone their skills against opponents like the forest trolls, making them superior to us short-lived races. However, their numbers are a disadvantage. Orcs can sacrifice thousands to conquer a city, but elves cannot afford to squander their precious warriors. True, Nathanos nodded in agreement. My mentor often said the same. She demands much of her rangers to protect them, urging them to refine their skills to counter numerical superiority. We've only been traveling for a day, and you've mentioned your mentor over 10 times, Black noted, sitting up and asking with a peculiar tone, Maris. While I may not know much about your past, I overheard a dwarven mountain patrolman from Dangarolok Fortress say that your mentor is a prominent figure in the Windrunner family. A renowned ice beauty in both human kingdoms and Quel'Thalas. Her name is Sylvanas, the younger sister of Illyria Windrunner, correct? Are you fond of her? Respect. It's respect. Maris sputtered, nearly choking on his water, waving his hands dismissively, avoiding Black's gleaming eyes. My mentor is an exceptional ranger, a powerful hero by human standards. I am fortunate to learn ranger techniques from her. Only respect? Black pressed. But I heard that you were initially rejected by the elves when you joined the Farstriders, and she insisted on bringing you into the Legion, defying opposition. She seems to value you highly, even without intimate knowledge of Quel'Thalas' customs. I can surmise that being personally trained by a member of the illustrious Windrunner family is a privilege few rangers receive. Perhaps it's because I have talent, Nathanos replied. Not one to boast, but compelled to answer Black's probing. I was born near Darrowshire in Stratholme. My father was a renowned forester, commended by King Tarinas for hunting trolls. I inherited his hunting prowess. During a visit to Stratholme, an elven ranger noticed my potential and suggested I train in Quel'Thalas. Maris paused, reminiscing. I later learned that the old elf with the cloak and scarred face was a remarkable figure named Hawksbill, a retired ranger lord, occasionally hailed as the Ranger King of Quel'Thalas by human bards, though that's a misnomer. If Quel'Thalas had a Ranger King, it would undoubtedly be a Windrunner. But enough of that. There's nothing between my mentor and me. She's like the sun, you know, Black. Approaching her makes you feel insignificant. Nathanos' tone turned somber. But he quickly recovered. Let's change the subject. All right, no more personal matters, Black said, toying with a dagger, a glint in his eye. Let's discuss your unique combat techniques. That dance-like fighting style. Is it a secret of the Farstrider Legion? Yes, Maris affirmed, seizing his elegant, deadly single-handed axe, twirling it deftly in his hand before catching it with precision. It's called the Farstrider Blade Dance, an ancient war dance passed down from the High Elves' distant kin. Maris did not reveal the essence of the technique. Black listened intently, a line of text floating above the semi-transparent character card in his vision. Level 25 Ranger, Level 10 Beastmaster, Lordaeron Human Nethanos Maris, is imparting Ranger techniques. Hunter class can be replaced. The text was grayed out, indicating it was unselectable. This line appeared whenever Black discussed Ranger techniques with Nethanos, confirming his earlier suspicion that hidden classes existed in this world. Like the Pirate class based on the Rogue Assassin path, or the Ranger Beastmaster based on the Hunter path. These were new classes arising from a specific emphasis on ordinary classes. Nethanos Maris was considered talented because he, an ordinary human, had simultaneously obtained the Ranger and Beastmaster hidden classes, both belonging to the same hunting path. Damn, Black thought, these two classes conflict. It's like a hunter player in a game who can't select both marksman and Beastmaster talents. Truly, he is destined for greatness as a noble NPC with a customized skill tree. No wonder the future Banshee Queen took a liking to him. As two young men engaged in a discussion regarding combat techniques, a small merman named Ben Dorba, frolicking by the riverbank, suddenly cried out, startling Blake and Maris. The duo rose to their feet, witnessing the little merman rush towards them, flailing his claws and pointing excitedly at the water. Blake looked up and noticed a lifeless body drifting downstream, clad in the standard leather armor of a human military scout. A battle was taking place upstream. Maris leaped into the river, grasping the corpse to examine it. He shouted to Blake, he has only recently perished. The wounds were inflicted by an orc's battle axe. There are orcs nearby. What are we waiting for? Blake tightened his grip on his dagger, which he had rotated in his hand, and stated, let the hunt commence, Ranger. If you possess a pet adept at tracking, release it now. I have sensed a hint of beastly essence about you. Impressed, Nethanos gave Blake a thumbs up for his perceptiveness and revealed a collar-like insignia from his ranger's satchel. After stroking it a few times, a formidable Gilnea's hound appeared at Maris's feet, its size comparable to that of a wolf. Resembling a pit bull, it had a short tail, taut skin, bulging muscles, and pricked ears. At its appearance, it bared its teeth at Blake. The little merman in Blake's arms was startled, but soon began to shout and waved his fists at the hound. Silence, wasteland. Maris gestured, and the hound promptly quieted, obediently settling down to await its master's command. The human ranger crouched low, allowing the hound to sniff a fragment of orc armor he had retrieved from the corpse, then commanded, track the enemy. The hound barked in response, its nose sniffing the air before it dashed towards the forest upstream. Following closely behind were Blake and Maris, mounted on their horses. Is that a magical collar? Blake grasped the reins tightly, inquiring amidst their gallop. Such items are rare among humans. Are they plentiful among the elves? The Farstrider Legion has specialized masters for beast training, Maris explained. Such magical items, designed for carrying battle companions, can be exchanged for military merit. However, this is not high elf magic. It is said to have been learned from the sentinel forces of their kin, the Kaldorii, across the Endless Sea. To be precise, this belongs to druidic spells. Should you wish to learn beast mastery, I could assist you in obtaining one, for every hunter ought to have a companion in battle. However, the Farstrider family upholds the traditional path of the solitary ranger, thus I rarely summon Wasteland in front of my mentor to avoid her displeasure. Yet, Wasteland is indeed my greatest ally. It has been with me since childhood, transcending the role of a mere battle pet, more akin to family. You too should seek an animal companion, Nethanos suggested. They are not only the finest allies, but also your vanguard in war, and with their loyal presence, you shall never feel lonely, even in foreign lands. That makes sense, Blake nodded, squinting at the fierce hound racing ahead. Beast mastery, I will learn it. But if I am to learn, I shall strive for the best. If I encounter that individual in the future, I will not let the opportunity slip by. By the way, Maris, can I learn the technique of the Farstrider blade dance? Of course, Nethanos replied, reclining on his horse while retrieving his battle bell. The Farstrider Legion does not prohibit the sharing of combat techniques. I have attempted to teach some human warriors interested in this art in the earthy highlands. Unfortunately, it demands considerable talent. The combat skills of elves are honed over millennia, tailored specifically for them. If you wish to learn, I shall find time to instruct you. However, I cannot guarantee your success. Enemies ahead. I see them. Blake, prepare for battle. Chapter 20. The Stepping Stone 2,800 years ago, the first emperor of mankind. The great Saladin erected the Saladin Wall to fend off the invasion of the forest trolls. Today, it still stands proudly between the two vast plains of the Stormwind Kingdom, a testament to the resilience and indomitable spirit of humanity. Towering over 20 meters high and as formidable as a fortress, This black monolith stretches for hundreds of kilometers between the Hillsbrad foothills and the earthy highlands, with but a single gate for passage. This millennia-old wall has been a witness to history, but in these war-torn times, it has resumed its role as the guardian of human civilization's heartland. Its very existence has divided the orc tribes landing in the northern territories into two battlefronts, granting the commander of the human coalition precious time to maneuver his forces. Now, Black and Maris are headed to Dunhold Castle, situated at either end of the Saladin Wall, akin to two clenched fists protecting the surrounding regions. The orcs are not fools. They are acutely aware of the wall's impediment to their ambitions. Since their landing on the hills a fortnight ago, they have been dispersing their forces to harass and attempt to seize the wall. The siege of the Dwarven fortress is merely the most intense of these skirmishes, not the entirety of the battlefield. Go. Move quickly. Break through the formation. At the northern end of the Saladin Wall, near the river southwest of Dunhold Castle, a company of human soldiers is anxiously repositioning themselves. Each soldier rides a horse, with few clad in armor to ensure their steeds can gallop swiftly, matching the speed of the Orcish wolf riders. However, fate is not on their side. While retreating along the river that flows from the Alterac Mountains into the Endless Sea, they encounter a blockade set by the orcs. Only a small contingent of orc wolf riders, numbering around 20, confronts them, while the human scouts boast a count of 30. If they could secure advantageous terrain, they might stand a chance. Alas, the young sergeant leading them is overly protective of his men's lives, or perhaps, in simpler terms, he lacks bravery. Upon realizing they have been spotted by the orcs, he promptly issues the order to break through. They react swiftly, mounting their horses and heading northeast toward the castle from their riverside camp. Yet, the orcs are swifter. Noticing the humans attempt to flee, the wolf riders quickly form an assault formation, their towering black war wolves howling as they burst forth from the woods. These elite orcs don crimson leather armor, their clan banners tied to their backs, armed with sharp spears and exaggerated cleavers, mimicking the roars of their war wolves as they descend upon their prey. They charge from all directions. Though only a score in number, they create the appearance of an overwhelming force, sending the retreating human scouts into a frenzy as they plunge into the woods under the frantic guidance of their young sergeant. However, this plays directly into the hands of the orc wolf riders. The endurance of the human steeds surpasses that of the Orcish wolves, yet in the densely obstructed forest, the wolves' agility renders the humans vulnerable, stripping them of their speed advantage. Scatter. Break through to the castle. Request reinforcements. During their retreat, the young sergeant makes a second blunder. He instructs his subordinates to disperse and break through individually, perhaps hoping to dilute the pursuing orcs. Yet, the wolf riders relish this opportunity in one-on-one encounters. These ordinary human soldiers stand no chance against the green-skinned orcs. The disparity in strength is too great. Should they be caught, they would face a grim demise. Within mere minutes, the consequences of his two erroneous commands become evident. The young sergeant finds himself cornered by two wolf riders, the cacophony of screams echoing through the surrounding forest. This cannot be deemed a battle, it is a slaughter. Humans, weak. The captain of the Lei Wang clan's wolf riders, with malice etched across his face, gestures mockingly at the sweating sergeant. His ferocious warwolf snarls, driving the sergeant's steed back. Yet, another orc rider approaches from behind, brandishing a spear and preparing to throw. The captain has captured the sergeant's attention, leaving him oblivious to the lethal threat lurking behind. A single throw of that spear would seal his fate. The orc's eyes gleam with sadistic glee. He relishes this effortless hunt, finding it far easier to slay these isolated human scouts than to charge headlong against the human heavy cavalry. Those Highland Knights, who form impenetrable lines on the battlefield, are the nightmares of all wolf riders. It is precisely through this tactic and the coordination of massive infantry formations that humans have withstood the onslaught of the bludgeoning orcs in the earthy highlands. O light, I am doomed. Despair washes over the young sergeant. Yet amid his impending demise, he finds a flicker of courage, drawing his sword with a swift motion, clutching the reins, and preparing to charge forward. He intends to meet his end like a warrior, refusing to tarnish his family's honor. Suddenly, a faint whinny breaks the tension as the would-be assailant, poised to throw his spear, clutches his neck in shock and tumbles from his wolf, blood oozing from his fingers. Unable to staunch the flow, the orc's thick neck has been cleaved open as though by a cruel smile. Perched on the saddle of the warwolf is a lithe figure clad in black leather armor, his left hand adorned with a fearsome black blade fist, dripping with crimson. An orc slayer, the sergeant exclaims in astonishment. During his reconnaissance in the hills, he had heard whispers of a vengeful specter haunting the orc-infested battlefields. This phantom assassin mercilessly claims the heads of every orc he encounters. Even the fiercest wolf rider meets only death upon crossing paths with him. This rumor, first disseminated by the dwarves of Dangalok following their resounding victory against the Bonechewer orcs 8 days prior, has spread like wildfire throughout the hilly region. In this dire hour of orc incursion into the northern territories, all military factions seek to forge tales of heroism to bolster morale. Nothing inspires hope more than the legend of a lone avenger. Roar. In stark contrast to the sergeant's joy, the captain of the orc wolf riders bellows in rage upon spotting the figure wielding the blade fist, steering his war wolf toward Black. His cleaver raised, his eyes blood red in a frenzy, he is now consumed by bloodlust. While humans may dismiss the orc slayer as mere folklore, the orcs know the specter is all too real. It was this very figure who assassinated the chieftain of the Bonchurer clan, Tarkon the Skullbreaker, precipitating the failure of their siege on Dangalok. The Bonchurer clan, now bereft of their leader, has placed a bounty on this ruthless individual. Whoever can return with the unmistakable blade fist taken from the slain chieftain will be richly rewarded. In the face of a foe like this, the terrified young scout pales in comparison. The orc slayer embodies the very essence of the Orcish tradition of challenging the strong. This is nearly the last remnant of the once glorious old tribal orcs, a feature that could be deemed a virtue. Of course, this band of butchers shows no mercy when slaughtering the weak and defenseless among humanity. Thus, they deserve to suffer in death. Assassin, die. The captain of the wolf cavalry charged at Blake, wielding a massive blade, embodying the essence of man and beast. The sensation of his strike was exhilarating, reminiscent of countless previous instances where he severed heads with his blade. This blow was nearly guaranteed to succeed. A resonant sound, akin to a tidal wave, echoed in the ears of the orc wolf cavalry captain, momentarily bewildering him. Yet, the invisible force struck him and his war wolf, plunging them into a state of dizziness. In the next instant, a flash of the blade ensued. A roaring head was severed from its neck, arcing gracefully through the air, ultimately crashing at the feet of the young soldier's steed. It was the same old routine. With a swift motion, the head fell to the ground. Blake Shaw, having executed a flawless assassination, regarded the fountain of blood erupting from the headless corpse before him, feeling no stir within his heart. With a casual flick of his fist, he dispatched the thrashing warwolf and knelt to search the two fallen orc cavalrymen. Adhering to the familiar custom, he collected the orc captain's experience for himself and the lesser soldier's experience, or soul fragments, to feed to Hela's soul lamp. Both parties were satisfied, particularly Blake, whose face lit up with surprise as he discovered a piece of equipment on the wolf cavalry captain. The beheading sword, excellent quality, with minor slashing and striking attributes. Blake grasped the wolf cavalry's executioner's sword, brandishing it with a semblance of familiarity. While it was a fine weapon for a warrior, it felt rather cumbersome for an assassin of his caliber, though it was of no use to him. Finding equipment on the lesser soldiers reaffirmed Blake's integrity, bringing him a sense of joy. "Thank you for saving my life." A voice, tinged with excitement, rang out behind Blake. He turned to see the young soldier standing there, wiping sweat from his brow, a broad smile etched across his face. Blake's gaze swept over the emblem on the soldier's chest. In a gravelly tone, he inquired, "You are soldiers of Dunhold Castle?" "Yes. We serve under Major Edalos Blackmore, guarding the strategic stronghold of Dunhold Castle, currently engaged in reconnaissance for the front lines of Terran Mill." The young soldier straightened with pride. "Our major has responded to General Galvanrad's call and is preparing to lead our forces in the counter-offensive against the green-skinned orcs." At this juncture, the young man's eyes sparkled as he earnestly addressed the orc slayer before him. "My mentor, Major Blackmore, is rallying all willing warriors to fight for the fate of humanity. A valiant warrior like you would undoubtedly be welcomed at Dunhold Castle." "Wait, not so fast." Blake shook his head, tossing the two-handed sword into his satchel. "Get on your horse." "Huh?" The young soldier paused, watching as Blake skillfully flung a grappling hook end. Like an agile monkey, climbed onto a nearby branch. The assassin turned back to the bewildered soldier. "Do you not care for your subordinates' lives? They are still being slaughtered by orcs. My companions are striving to save them, but if you do not hurry, they may soon be disappointed in their commander." "Oh, right. My soldiers." The young man suddenly snapped to attention, hastily mounting his horse. He galloped into the woods alongside Blake, brandishing his sword with a display of bravado while shouting, "Orc Slayer, I have heard tales of your exploits. I am Orgrimmar Pyrenod. It is an honor to fight alongside you today. You could shout a bit louder, rookie. It would be splendid if you could draw all the orcs to us." Blake remarked coolly from behind, causing the excited young soldier to feel a bit sheepish. He ceased his chatter and charged into the forest, sword in hand. Orgrimmar Pyrenod, a descendant of the king of Alterac, leader of the Syndicate bandits, an apprentice to Edalos Blackmore, was grateful for the guiding hand of fate. The rogue maneuvered through the woods like a ninja, crouching upon the branches, squinting at the young soldier galloping ahead. In his heart, he mused, "Keep it up, rookie. Lead me to the sun of the world. This year, I, the Orc Slayer, come to pay my respects to you, young Sal." Chapter 21. The brewing counterattack. The dense, concealing woods provided an ideal terrain for the assassins to thrive. The synergy between the Orc Slayer and the young sergeant was impeccable, with the mounted Orgrimmar shouting loudly in the front to draw the attention of the wolf riders. while Black emerged from the shadows at the rear to strike with lethal precision. Additionally, the support of the deadly ranger, Nazano's Maris, lurking amidst the trees, proved invaluable. With each arrow he loosed from his hidden perch, he consistently pierced the eyes of the orcs or felled their war wolves, thus creating opportunities for Black to execute his deadly strikes. And then there was Maris's hound, known as Desolation. This beast was ferocious. Black had witnessed it courageously challenge orc war wolves much larger than itself, emerging victorious each time, a feat even the finest of Gilnean hounds could not replicate. Maris's hound was likely among the elite of the famed Gilnean bloodlines, said to be owned solely by the royal family of Gilneas, the Greymane lineage. How he acquired such a creature remained a mystery. In less than 10 minutes, they annihilated all the scattered orc wolf riders in the forest. With Nazanos using his warbot to seal off the woods, these unfortunate souls had no chance of escape. The forest, a battlefield ruled by rangers. They rescued 7 or 8 scouts, but regrettably, the others had perished. A single, inadequately trained human scout stood little chance against the orc riders without heavy armor. Sever their heads. Bring them back to the castle, and the major will reward us. Orgrimmar, the young sergeant who had shed blood in battle, shouted to the remaining soldiers, who, though still gripped by fear and bearing wounds, did not oppose the command due to their hatred for the orcs. A few gathered their fallen comrades' bodies, hastily dug a grave in the woods, and collected their dog tags. You two masters have saved us. Orgrimmar rubbed his hands together as he approached Black and Maris. Resting against a tree, he adopted a more mystical title, speaking with reverence. Come back to the castle with us, the destined Major Blackmore. Your valor is greatly needed. Maris, perhaps due to frequent interactions with elves, exhibited a rather aloof demeanor around strangers. He merely leaned against the tree, crafting new arrows with his knife, remaining silent. Black, assuming an air of a reclusive sage, retrieved some jerky from his pack to feed the inquisitive little murloc nestled in his arms. He addressed the slightly awkward Orgrimmar. I am far from being a master assassin. Please do not refer to me as such. By the way, is your surname Pyrenod? What relation do you have to His Majesty Aiden Pyrenod of the Kingdom of Alterac? Just a distant relative. The young man's smile faltered, becoming more awkward. Black noticed the change in his expression and refrained from further inquiries. Upon hearing the name earlier, he recalled the flamboyant young man's complete lineage and was aware of his subsequent fate. This fellow was neither a warrior nor a noble character. He had evaded both the Orc War and the ensuing undead conflict, possessing woefully inadequate abilities that did not match his ambitions. Even years later, he remained a minor figure. Yet, he served as an excellent stepping stone for Black's entry into Dunhold Castle. The pirate assassin pondered, stroking the murloc's head, and turned to Orgrimmar after prolonged pursuit. My companions and I indeed require a secure refuge for rest. Moreover, my companion brings crucial battlefield intelligence for Major Blackmore. We must proceed to the castle at once. Personally, I share your disdain for the orcs. Thus, if Major Blackmore intends to wage war, I am willing to lend my utmost assistance. Excellent. The previously disheartened young sergeant suddenly brightened. He had his own ambitions. Leading a scouting party of over 30, he suffered defeat at the hands of the orcs, returning with fewer than 10 men. Although bringing back the heads of over 20 orcs might redeem his honor, he aspired to distinguish himself in this conflict. Nevertheless, such an outcome felt inadequate. If he could escort the recently renowned orc slayer back to the castle, his mentor would surely be pleased. After exchanging a few more words with Maris, who remained vigilant and suspicious of potential lurking orcs, Black watched the ranger mount his horse with his hound and continued to patrol the surroundings. Once Maris departed, Orgrimmar glanced around cautiously, lowering his voice as he rubbed his hands. Master, I noticed you retrieved the weapon from the orc wolf rider captain. Black shot him a sidelong glance. Are you coveting my spoils? Do you know the cost of provoking a shadow walker? And no, not coveting. Orgrimmar, having witnessed Black's prowess against the orcs, raised his hands defensively. What I mean is, many warriors have a penchant for collecting the weapons of their enemies. As a distant branch of the Alterac royal family, I too have such a tradition. However, I am still following my mentor's training and have yet to acquire my own trophies. Master, you are a shadow walker, and that dual-bladed dagger is not your customary weapon. Thus I wish to inquire if I might have the honor of purchasing it from you. Before he could finish, Black's gaze silenced him. The pirate assassin, masked, revealed only his eyes, yet the mirth within them made Orgrimmar feel as though his intentions were entirely unveiled. He felt a rush of embarrassment and anxiety. With a swift motion, Black plunged the ruggedly designed head-cleaving sword into the ground at Orgrimmar's feet and produced another item from his pack, the head of the orc wolf rider captain. The sight of these two objects sparked a glimmer of desire and greed in Orgrimmar's eyes. His clumsy excuse was surely a fabrication. The notion of weapon collection was mere pretense. This cunning and ambitious young man sought to acquire his own accolades. Take it. Black tossed the orc captain's head to Orgrimmar. Waving his hand dismissively, his voice hoarse as he declared, a young man should possess his first orc head. It is only natural. I can comprehend your desire. If you can prepare for me a comfortable, undisturbed room at Dunhold Castle and cover my expenses during my stay, I can assure you that your glory will be flawless. Certainly, master. Orgrimmar glanced around furtively like a thief, retrieving his magical satchel from his waist to stow away the orc head and the sword. Truly. He was a scion of the Alterac royal family. Even as a distant branch, he possessed fine magical artifacts. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction, and his demeanor grew more obsequious as he personally led Black to a horse. After a brief tribute to the fallen, they set off toward Dunhold Castle. What astonishing news! In the Lord's reception hall of Dunhold Castle, the robust and sharp-eyed human sergeant, Edras Blackmore, clad in white armor, awaited the arrival of Black and Nazanos. The veteran from the kingdom of Stormguard exhibited no airs of nobility. His manner of speaking was refreshingly candid, in alignment with the spirited disposition expected of a warrior. Initially, his countenance bore a grave expression as he absorbed the news delivered by the human ranger. Upon learning that the orc chieftain, Orgrimmar, had secretly taken half of his Orcish forces away from the hillside battleground, traversing through Sindorii towards Quel'Thalas, the major stood up in astonishment. He remarked, "Those greenskin brutes are truly a band of warmongers. Arrogant and reckless, they dare to divide their forces to provoke the Elven Kingdom before they have even vanquished us. Yet, this may not be entirely unfavorable." Major Blackmore paced thoughtfully around his desk, his tone reflecting a seasoned wisdom as he contemplated. Their reckless division of troops will afford us the opportunity to gain more allies and precious time. Perhaps, upon witnessing the Orcish onslaught with his own eyes, the Sun King of Quel'Thalas, who has hitherto remained unresponsive to our pleas for aid, may reconsider the proposition of an alliance. But that is a matter for the future. Now that I am aware of this intelligence, we can pursue our ambitions in the hillside region with fervor. Turning to the tactical map before him, his eyes gleamed as he traced a circle on the parchment with his finger. He then addressed the composed Nathanos, saying, "I am sincerely grateful for the information you have brought back, Mr. Maris. You truly embody the heroism of the kingdom of Lordaeron. However, I have a modest request. I have scouts under my command, yet as you have witnessed, those inept fools are utterly incapable of breaching the increasingly rampant orc patrols. I cannot entrust them with the task of relaying messages to Terran Mill and Dalaran. The opportunity for war is fleeting, especially at this juncture when we desperately require a victory to uplift our spirits." Major Blackmore exhaled deeply and earnestly implored Maris, "I understand that you are weary, brave warrior. But I beseech you to embark immediately to Terran Mill, to connect with General Gavinrad stationed there, as well as the mages of Dalaran. I am confident that with the general's strategic acumen, he would not wish to squander this opportunity. I aim to launch a significant counteroffensive against the hill orcs. Yet my forces are insufficient. I require the collaborative support of Terran Mill, the Dagger of Kaelin, and Dalaran. You alone can traverse the enemy's blockade in the shortest possible time to deliver this message. I am prepared to depart at once. That is precisely why I am here." Nathanos replied in a calm, almost indifferent tone. "I require the finest steed, as well as your personal letter, Major, along with your strategic plan. Repeatedly crossing the front lines would be a waste of time. It would be best to finalize our plans in one go." "Very well." The Major gestured invitingly, seated himself, and picked up a quill. "I shall commence writing the letter to elucidate my thoughts to the general. It will take no more than a few minutes. I ask you both to wait outside momentarily." As Black and Maris exited the office, Nathanos turned back to glance at Black. "Will you accompany me, Black? Perhaps along the way, we can continue our exchanges on combat experience. To fight alongside a skilled orc slayer such as yourself brings me great reassurance and honor." "I would love to join," Black replied, casting a furtive glance around before leaning closer to Maris and speaking in a hushed, conspiratorial tone, "but I cannot leave. I must remain here, Maris. I do not know if you have noticed, but I just caught a whiff of Orcish stench emanating from the Major. I must stay to uncover the truth behind this matter. There is a battle of my own to wage within this castle. Therefore, my friend, this time, you must venture forth alone." Chapter 22. The Ranger Black within the confines of Dunhold Castle. Upon hearing Black's whispered words, Nathanos' expression swiftly transformed into one of grave intensity. He furtively glanced around before responding in a hushed tone. "Are you certain? This is a serious accusation. Major Edlas Blackmore, the commander of Dunhold Castle. If he were to betray us, chaos would ensue on the entire hillside battlefield." "I did not claim he has betrayed us," Black clarified. "However, I suspect that orcs are concealed within the castle. I cannot turn a blind eye to this, Maris, my friend. You bear an important mission as well. I cannot ask you to remain here. Thus, I must conduct the investigation alone. I hope that the Major is innocent, trust me. Yet, should I meet an untimely end here, please convey my suspicions to the Alliance. This decisive battle is of utmost importance, and as you said, if there is a problem with the Major, the consequences would be dire." "Do not speak such ominous words," Nathanos admonished, shaking his head. He placed a reassuring hand on Black's shoulder, promising. I will return as swiftly as possible. No matter what you uncover, hold your ground. You are the Orc Slayer. To perish at the hands of orcs would be a disgrace. I share your sentiments, Black replied, sitting at the edge of the castle window, toying with his dagger, gazing down at the entirety of Dunhold Castle. He jested softly, however. Since this may be our last meeting, why not take this opportunity to teach me the way of the Ranger's blade dance? I have practiced for a year just to grasp the basics. Maris shook his head, retrieving his battle axe from his waist. Very well. Let us pass the time this way. You see, the essence of the blade dance lies in evasion. The greatest challenge is mastering your excessive desire to attack. Black listened intently. Above his translucent character card, the words reappeared, level 25 Ranger, level 10 Beast Master. Human Nathanos Maris of Lordaeron is imparting Ranger techniques to you. Would you like to replace the Hunter class with this? This time, the option was no longer gray. Yes. Black decisively chose. In the next moment, his character card status transformed once more. Character card, Soul Hunter Drake Prodmore, Black Shaw, class. Level 17 Pirate, level 3 Ranger, empty new talent. Wayfinder, new skills, Scouting, novice. Ranger's blade dance, learning, indeed, a hidden class. Black marveled inwardly. Having just transitioned to Ranger, he retained the perception-enhancing talent of the Hunter class, while gaining an additional talent and 2 skills. However, he was surprised to find that the Ranger's blade dance was not an active skill. It functioned as a passive skill, akin to the drunkenness conferred by the Pirate class, resembling a state of accumulation. No wonder such a talented Ranger as Maris required a year of study to master it. The power of this technique must be formidable. Yet, the scouting skill seemed to be absent from the game. While the pirate listened to Maris's teachings on the blade dance, a small learning progress bar appeared beneath the skill. Advancing quite slowly, he turned his head and cast a scouting glance towards a nearby guard. In the next moment, a translucent box appeared above the guard's head, reminiscent of Black's character card, but more succinct. With much less information, Dunhold Castle Lord's Guard, House Mortal Frame, Heavy Armor Enhancement, Vigilant, level 10 Warrior, level 2 Knight, Retainer. Only these 3 attributes were visible. Everything else remained unknown. Moreover, as Black observed the guardhouse, he sensed that the armored sentinel, wielding a polearm, had noticed his gaze and turned to look in Black's direction. The pirate quickly averted his eyes. It seemed that using this ability carelessly could attract attention and potentially provoke hostility. Black contemplated this. However, the strength of the Lord's guards in this human castle appeared quite limited. Judging solely by the surface statistics, Black could easily traverse the castle, dispatching foes with ease. Yet, this was merely a comparison of data. This was not a game, and a single blow could draw blood. Such quantified might was merely an illusion. Just like a prodigious ranger such as Maris, if he were to lose focus in battle against orcs, he too could fall prey to a frail orc seizing an opportunity. In the real world, every battle demands one's utmost effort. All right, I believe that covers the essentials. I hope you understood, but time is of the essence. After several minutes, Maris concluded his exposition. Black timely offered a water pouch, which the ranger accepted to moisten his throat. He then said, I will continue to teach you when there is time. Based on my past experiences, mastering the blade dance requires constant practical application to become instinctual. I understand, my friend. Black smiled. I did not expect to master it all at once. That would be unrealistic. In fact, compared to my work here, your journey across much of the hills and over the Alterac Mountains is a true test of life and death. Even if you are formidable, I still worry for you. You see, you have imparted your most profound techniques to me, and I have nothing fitting to offer in return. How about he placed his hand on Maris's shoulder? And in an instant, Shadow Walk activated, enveloping Black in a cloak of tangible shadows. The shadow, flowing like dark light, also draped over Maris, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Guided by Black, they walked a few steps within the shadows, but due to a sudden movement, the shadowy cloak tore, exposing them once more to the light. Their sudden disappearance and reappearance startled the nearby guards. However, given their status as guests of the Major, the guards refrained from reprimanding them. You. Upon materializing, Maris grasped Black's slender wrist, whispering, You can bring others into stealth? Black pondered, momentarily perplexed by the question. He responded, Is that so remarkable? For an assassin, moving through shadows is a fundamental skill, is it not? Indeed, it is a fundamental skill, Maris replied, struggling to articulate his thoughts. However, I have never heard of an assassin capable of bringing a non-assassin into a stealth state. Perhaps those shadow masters could achieve it. Yet you mentioned that you only embarked on the assassin's path after joining the Kultira's navy, merely 2 or 3 years ago. You have accomplished this to such an extent. Black, my friend, I have underestimated you. Perhaps you are a genius, akin to my own talent in the ways of the Ranger. No, I am not, Black thought inwardly. I am merely cursed with shadow affinity. Further enhanced by Hellas power, I am not a genius like you. He refrained from affirming Maris's words and instead inquired, I can only attempt to help you understand the power of shadows in this manner. Consider it a reward for teaching me the blade dance. Have you grasped it? How could that be? Nathano shook his head, saying, This is merely my first encounter with tangible shadows. How could I possibly learn it all at once? However, I have indeed sensed certain aspects, which have provided me with some insight. Yet, it requires practice, a great deal of practice. Please, enter, Majors. As they conversed, the door to Major Blackmore's office swung open, and a servant humbly announced their arrival, prompting the two to step inside. The Major had already penned a letter, sealing it with wax before placing it into a waterproof leather pouch, along with his personal seal, which he then handed to Maris. He expressed his gratitude once more for Nathanos' assistance and personally escorted the ranger out of the castle, instructing the servant to bring forth his favorite steed. He gracefully handed the reins of the majestic, armored warhorse to Maris. Truth be told, had Black known the Major's history and true nature, Blackmore's courteous demeanor alone would have undoubtedly endeared him to the pirate assassin. Judging by Nathanos' current expression, it appeared that he held a rather favorable impression of Major Blackmore as well. Stay safe, Blackmore advised his new acquaintance, to which Maris nodded as he mounted the horse, waved goodbye without further ado, and swiftly galloped out of the castle gates. After galloping a short distance, the ranger sensed a gaze upon him from behind and turned to see his new friend watching him, waving persistently. This evoked a warm feeling within Nathanos Maris, who also waved farewell before vanishing down a fork in the road outside the castle. Blackmore withdrew his gaze along with his scouting abilities. The information relayed by his reconnaissance left him somewhat unsettled. Nathanos Maris, Ranger of the Kingdom of Lord Darren, Mortal Form, Enhanced Perception, Wayfarer, Lone Wolf, Blessing of the Windrunner. Level 25 Ranger, Level 10 Beast Master, Level 1 Assassin. He muttered that it was merely his first encounter with shadows, and he could not possibly grasp it. Yet in reality, a single act of stealth had allowed him to perceive the path of shadows, effortlessly transforming him into a novice assassin. Black sighed inwardly, feeling a tinge of resignation. Nathanos Maris, can you still claim you are not a genius? Nevertheless, he thought to himself, this exchange is not without merit. I forged a new friendship, uncovered a hidden class, and conveniently dug a pit for the loathed bronze dragon. Truly, this is but a prelude to the dawn of a great era. In this time, traversing this land, one is bound to encounter individuals of future renown. Your name is Black? They call you the Work Slayer? Just as Black pondered, the voice of the castle's master, Major Edlos Blackmore, both deep and laced with curiosity, jolted him back to reality. The pirate turned to see the Major, clad in heavy armor and showing signs of thinning hair, standing with arms crossed, scrutinizing him intently. A few days ago, I heard the tale of the Work Slayer for the first time from a messenger sent to Darnassus. At first, I thought the story was somewhat exaggerate. Chapter 023, A Night Visit to Sal, Part 1. Since the orcs crossed the sea to the hills over half a month ago, those green-skinned marauders have relentlessly pillaged the land, attempting to besiege my fortress in droves. Yet, thanks to the meticulous preparations of Marshal Lothar, these invaders have been woefully unsuccessful. They have come thrice, and each time they have met with defeat. The hills shall be their grave. Those beasts shall not advance another step. On the return journey to the castle, Major Edlos Blackmore rode alongside Blake, with the fervent yet somber tone befitting a commander and seasoned veteran. He engaged Blake in a discussion about the current state of affairs in the hills. In this feudal realm, such egalitarian exchanges between a lord and his soldiers are indeed rare and commendable. The Major took a deliberate detour to show Blake the gallows within the castle. Several captured orc wolf riders dangled from the apparatus, some already lifeless, while others writhed in their final throes, as a group of children gleefully pelted the invaders with mud. The surrounding soldiers made no effort to intervene. The Major seemed intent on demonstrating his stance to Blake, hoping to garner the goodwill of the Orc Slayer. It is easy to comprehend his motives. Despite Azeroth being a world where large-scale military engagements are commonplace, the individual prowess of a warrior is significantly amplified by the presence of various mystical forces, impacting tactics and even strategy. A skilled archmage can obliterate an army with a blizzard, while an assassin, seizing the right moment, can sway the tide of battle. A prime example of this is the war 2 years ago when the human kingdom of Stormwind was overrun. The primary reason for the downfall of Stormwind was not merely the orcs' overwhelming might, but rather the assassination of King Laenrin by the half-orc legendary assassin Garona. Witnessed by all, this shocking act shattered the morale of Stormwind's forces, compelling Marshal Lothar to flee north with the young prince and hundreds of thousands of citizens. Though Blake cannot be compared to the infamous Garona, his reputation as an orc slayer in the hills signifies that he is no longer an obscure figure. Moreover, the Major had received comprehensive battle reports. The stout defenders of the fortress of Durnhold successfully repelled the orc siege and achieved a notable victory largely due to the efforts of the gaunt assassin before him. It was Blake's solitary assassination of the Boneshoer clan chief, Harkin Skullsplitter, that left the orc forces leaderless. allowing the dwarves to launch a decisive charge and create a minor miracle. This event could almost be seen as a parallel to Garona's assassination of King Lane, exemplifying how assassins can dictate the course of war with their daggers. For an ambitious major, enlisting such a warrior would undoubtedly be an invaluable opportunity. Having fought against orcs for several years, I have personal experience in this regard. Blake may not be aware that I once led my knights in a confrontation against orcs in the wetlands while en route to Kaz Modan to rescue the exiled people of Stormwind. Major Blackmore observed the orc slayer with keen interest and continued, his voice imbued with compelling conviction. I once scoffed at the foolish notion circulated among the high echelons of various nations that orcs are inconsequential. I do not mean to boast, but I recognized the threat posed by orcs long ago. I requested General Daneth to grant me an expeditionary force to halt the orc advance into Kaz Modan, but alas, as a low-ranking soldier, my counsel was seldom heeded by those in power. Moreover, lacking a warrior of your renown, my words bore little weight. Fortunately, the invasion of those orc wretches has finally awakened the higher-ups. Even that prominent lord in the northern political arena, Daverprester, has become a staunch advocate for war, thus providing us, the soldiers unwilling to bow to the orcs, an opportunity to rise. At this juncture, the Major's intentions were unmistakable. Upon reaching the castle gates, he earnestly addressed Blake. I cannot guarantee a bright future for a warrior of your caliber, but I promise you this. Should you join me on the battlefield, I shall not let you down. The Major's candor was evident. Given the earlier context, if Blake were merely a humble assassin, he would likely not refuse the overtures of this robust lord. Unfortunately for the Major, Blake was not that man. He was acutely aware of Major Blackmore's fate and understood that serving under such a leader would offer little prospect for advancement. He would not willingly throw himself into such a quagmire. Moreover, Blake's other identity as a pirate must also be taken into account. His wounds would eventually heal, and his visage would inevitably become known. If he were to attract the attention of courtiers, particularly that of Prince Daelin's father, matters could become exceedingly complicated. The fate of the illustrious Proudmoore family over the past decade has been fraught with peril, and Blake was not inclined to leap into that pit just yet. Besides, he was a bona fide prince. It is hardly customary for a prince of a mighty nation to serve under a mere major. It is far more fitting for Major Blackmore to kneel and seek to become a vassal to the prince. Thus, Blake refrained from providing a direct answer, instead quietly responding, "You claim to be of lowly status? Please, do not jest. Even I, an outsider, am aware that you are one of the most trusted generals of General Daneth Trollbane and King Varian Wren, stationed at the crucial stronghold of Dunhold. That they have entrusted you with such a vital military position is a testament to your boundless potential. Alas, I hail from courtiers and have sworn an oath of vengeance. Until I have avenged my fallen brethren in the waters of Kaz Modan, I cannot pledge my loyalty to any other lord. However, I have come here to slay orcs. Therefore, I am more than willing to join your forces on the battlefield." This was commendable. This was the essence of a warrior's journey. Upon hearing Blake's equally forthright response, the Major's disappointment was palpable. The assassin had subtly declined his offer. Yet the fact that he was willing to fight alongside the Major's forces brought him joy. With an assassin capable of slaying orc chieftains at his side, the Major could anticipate significant victories in the forthcoming battles. This would undoubtedly benefit his career. The Major, beaming with delight, escorted Blake into the castle and instructed his apprentice, Orgrimmar, to fulfill all the Master's needs before retreating to his office to attend to military matters. Major Blackmore was indeed a heroic figure, and someone with such lofty ambitions was bound to achieve great deeds. Walking alongside Orgrimmar through the sturdy corridors of the castle, Blake begrudgingly praised the local lord. The young soldier, too, wore a broad smile. He had returned with the head of the orc captain and a trophy sword as proof of his military exploits. Coupled with his mentor's arrangements, he was already on the list for promotion to the next rank of lieutenant. All of this was thanks to the orc slayer before him. Orgrimmar was a clever man, and he adeptly catered to Blake's needs, leading him to a prepared chamber for rest. Just as they exited the second floor of the castle, they encountered a jovial young girl clad in a blue dress, her golden hair cascading down as she carried a basket of fruit. She hummed a cheerful tune, seemingly untouched by the ominous clouds of war that loomed over the castle. Her gait reminiscent of a carefree child, nearly colliding with Orgrimmar. Blake, quick on his feet, stepped in to steady her. The young girl exhibited remarkable politeness, apologizing to Sergeant Orgrimmar amidst her fluster. The sergeant, in good spirits that day, chose not to reprimand her. Blake turned to observe the girl as she departed with a basket of fruit, his fingers brushing against his chin concealed by a face cloth, and he rasped, "Is that girl a servant of the Major?" "No, my lord," Orgrimmar replied in a low voice, displaying his keen perceptiveness. "Her parents are in the service of the Major. She is a fortunate and astute girl named Teresa Faxton. Years ago, her mother assisted the Major, which granted Teresa the privilege of an education, unlike those ignorant farmers. This child is destined for a bright future." Blake nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiry. Upon returning to his chamber, he unfastened his leather armor and indulged in a cold bath in a large wooden tub, savoring the moment. No longer was he required to endure the hardships of the wilderness. Lying on a comfortable bed, the pirate assassin felt an overwhelming wave of happiness, nearly moved to tears. Though the decor of the castle room was modest due to the wartime setting, it was tidily arranged, and provisions of fruit and food had been thoughtfully provided. After resting for 2 hours, as dusk approached, Blake opened his eyes and glanced toward the dining table, only to discover that the foolish little merman had devoured all the fruit. He had also sipped the wine that Din had specifically prepared for the master. Now sprawled across the table, fast asleep, the little merman clutched Blake's retired fish knife, wielding it like a short sword. The pirate assassin shook his head, choosing not to disturb his pet's slumber. Silently, he donned his leather armor and meticulously honed the blade with a whetstone, applying poison to its edge. When the night deepened and the castle fell into a tranquil hush, he stealthily opened his door, evading the guards as he made his way toward the castle's underground. According to my recollection of the quest, there should be a hidden prison beneath Dunhold Castle, its entrance located beside the armory on the ground floor, through a narrow passage. Blake crept through the shadows, his mid-level affinity for shadows granting him exquisite control, the shadowy garb enveloping him like flowing water, concealing his presence entirely. He descended from the upper levels of the castle, encountering several patrols without raising an alarm, and took the opportunity to practice his thieving skills along the way. By the time he arrived at the ground floor, his satchel was filled with a handful of copper coins and some trifles. It appeared that the soldiers under Major Blakemore were not faring well. He first explored the armory, as expected, finding no valuable armor. With a sense of disappointment, he continued to navigate the flickering lights of the corridor, searching for the path to the underground prison. However, the game differed from reality. The castle, perched on a hillside, was vast, and after several turns without discovering the passage, he opted for a different approach. Concealing himself at the entrance of the armory, he lay in wait. Soon, as midnight approached, a petite figure appeared before Blake. It was the girl, Teresa Faxton, whom he had encountered earlier. This servant girl carried a food basket containing a book, yawning and humming a tune as she strolled down the adjacent corridor. Blake squinted from the shadows and stealthily followed her. He understood that this seemingly ordinary girl would lead him to the person he longed to meet, the greatest secret of Major Blakemore. Chapter 024, Night Visit to Thrall Part 2, Dunhold Castle, a significant stronghold of the Kingdom of Stormguard, sprawls majestically over a vast area, nestled against the mountains. Behind it, the towering Eagle's Nest Mountain pierces the clouds, standing as one of the highest peaks in the Northern Territories. The castle itself is constructed atop a prominent hill, creating a dramatic elevation difference of nearly 100 meters with the lower city, rendering it a formidable fortress. Even if the orcs breach the lower city, capturing the castle remains an immense challenge. This castle not only guards the Wall of Saladin but also controls the vital route from the hills to Eagle's Nest Mountain, making it an indisputable military stronghold. In reality, the castle is far more imposing than mere words can convey. In addition to the grand main fortress, there are several watchtowers and even a mage tower, though the mages stationed there have been recalled to Dalaran, leaving the tower sealed. Fortuitously, the mage tower's closure means that the watchtowers, overseen by mages, do not activate a magical barrier that would envelop the castle. Within such a barrier, lowly assassins like Black would find it impossible to stealthily navigate. Despite his humble rank as a major, Idlas Blackmore commands significant respect from the current king of Stormguard and the commanding general. A lowly position does not equate to a lack of influence. In fact, amidst the current tumultuous warfare, Major Blackmore leads an army vastly exceeding what his rank would suggest, boasting over 2,000 well-trained soldiers. He also holds command over Dunhold Castle and several nearby military camps. In this region, he wields considerable power. His military acumen is highly regarded, especially following several notable victories in the Highlands after the outbreak of the Orc War, which hastened his rise to prominence under the patronage of the ruling Torben family of Stormguard. A man of such ambition and capability, if he avoids misfortune or death on the battlefield, is destined for a bright future. However, whispers abound regarding Major Idlas Blackmore's stagnation in rank, attributed to the stain of his family's past. His father, Edlin Blackmore, once a general in the army of Lordaeron, was stripped of all honors for betraying state secrets. Growing up under such a shadow, the major found himself unwelcome in his homeland, prompting him to seek refuge and fortune within the kingdom of Stormguard. After many arduous years, he attained his current stature, making his story one of resilience and inspiration, an embodiment of the adage that gold shines no matter where it is found. Regrettably, the burdens of his childhood have fostered within him a ravenous thirst for power, and a multitude of darker ambitions that will haunt him throughout his life. A rough wooden table remained, accompanied by several books, an ink bottle, and a quill. In the corner, upon layers of straw, lay a small green-skinned creature, approximately the height of Teresa. If this were a human child, one would presume they had reached such stature by the age of 7 or 8. Yet, this young orc was merely 4 years of age, indeed, a testament to the rapid physical development characteristic of his formidable race. Mr. Blake? Little Teresa trembled as she lifted her head to peer into the darkness, catching only a vague silhouette. However, she quickly recognized the identity of the figure by the distinctive brutal weapon at hand. Was this not the kind-hearted gentleman she had encountered earlier that afternoon in the castle, who had offered her assistance? The castle servant spoke of this gentleman as one hailing from the marshlands, known recently for slaying numerous orcs in the hills, earning him the title of Orc Slayer. Are you here for Sal? Blake's hoarse voice resonated in the basement, laced with uncertainty. Upon entering the castle, I sensed the orc scent, which lingers upon you as well. Initially, I thought you were being coerced by orcs. Perhaps I could assist you. But it appears you have been in contact with this young orc. Why, as a human, would you form such a bond with one of their kind? And where did this young orc come from? Why is he present in the Major's castle? Teresa pressed her mouth shut in the darkness, vigorously shaking her head. She could not divulge this secret. It was the Major's to keep. Should she reveal it, the Foxton family would face ruin, and she and her parents would not escape the Major's wrath. Unwilling to speak? Blake chuckled softly, covering Teresa's mouth as he moved towards the small cell. Then I shall inquire with him. I harbor a disdain for orcs, and perhaps I may assist a battle hero like the Major in resolving this predicament. I would be more than willing to do so. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the slumbering young orc. Orc Orphan Sal, Gil, mortal form Frostwolf bloodline, juvenile, level 7 scholar level 2 warrior. From this information alone, the young green-skinned orc hardly exuded the aura of a savior. Yet, the incongruity of his Orcish identity with the role of a scholar suggested a remarkable intelligence. This also indicated that Major Blakemore was genuinely invested in his development. The scouting revealed its effect immediately, stirring the sleeping orc. Teresa, is that you? He blinked, still drowsy, mistaking her for a childhood companion or sister. However, before he could fully awaken, the cold blade pressed against his neck jolted him to full alertness, prompting him to clench his fists in preparation to retaliate. Yet, in the next moment, upon seeing Teresa rush towards him, he swiftly relaxed his stance and quietly implored the human assassin before him. Clad in dark leather armor, kill me if you must. Do not harm Teresa. She is innocent and has done nothing wrong. You speak human quite well, Blake remarked, flexing the glinting blade in the darkness as he surveyed the two children huddled together. In a tone befitting a villain, he continued, your eyes are blue. You have not been tainted by demonic blood. However, I believe you should share your story with me, for that might provide me with a reason to spare you. Alternatively, you may attempt to scream for the guards, but before they arrive, a rogue like me can accomplish much. Speak quickly, time is of the essence. Chapter 025, all set in the underground prison of Dunhold Castle. Young Teresa and little Sal embraced each other tightly, while a pirate assassin crouched before them, his blade gleaming ominously in the darkness. Above, a group of old soldiers engaged in idle chatter. If Teresa were to scream, they would rush down to assist her. However, as the orc killer had stated, in the fleeting moment before the soldiers descended, he could accomplish much. The blade could easily claim the life of an adult orc, and taking Sal's life would be even simpler. Yet, Black would not resort to such actions. He was acutely aware that the instant his weapon made contact with the young orc before him, a multitude of bronze dragons would emerge from the streams of time, shattering both him and his soul into oblivion, potentially even summoning the terrifying Time King himself. Fortunately, these two little ones were blissfully unaware of this, and thus, they were frightened by Black's bluster. In the face of impending death, 4-year-old Sal exhibited a steadiness surpassing that of his 6-year-older companion, Teresa. He rose to his feet, shielding the trembling Teresa behind him. It was evident that he, too, was afraid, his body quaking. Yet, he struggled to suppress his terror. Fixing his blue eyes on the lurking assassin in the shadows as he spoke, I was rescued by the Major 4 years ago. At that time, I was but an infant. Teresa's mother, my foster mother, nursed me back to health. The Major has treated me well. I am aware that my malevolent kin are attacking humanity. I do not understand the reasons behind the war, but I am not one of them. I have never harmed a human. I am grateful to humanity for saving me. However, I have also read that warriors among humans may become enraged by the death of their kin, transforming that fury into a sword of vengeance aimed at the hearts of their enemies. I may understand your pain, for Sergeant Drac often provokes me, tempting me to retaliate against him, and he enjoys beating me. Yet, I do not harbor hatred for him, for I know that Sergeant Drac's brother and parents fell at the hands of my kin. His choice not to kill me is an act of mercy. Therefore, if you seek vengeance, please take my life and spare Teresa. She is innocent. Sal's articulate defense, even at such a tender age, was a testament to Major Blackmore's successful tutelage, earning him the title of Azeroth's foremost childcare expert. Upon hearing Sal's words, a thought flickered in Black's mind. Yet he maintained his neutrality. He merely wiped the blade clean and, glancing past Sal, focused on Tarisha. I only wish to hear your stories. I am an orc killer. But I am not a child killer. As long as you are untainted by demonic blood, you are not my enemy. Tarisha, do you know more? If you satisfy my curiosity, I shall depart without revealing anything to the Major. Tarisha, her face pale with fear, peeked from behind Sal, gazing at Black as she spoke. When Sal was rescued, I was 6 years old. I was meant to have a brother, but he tragically succumbed to illness, leaving our family in sorrow. My mother still had milk, so the Major summoned her to nurse Sal. Later, the Major employed a scholar to teach me to read and write, instructing me to share my lessons with Sal at night. However, he learned far more quickly than I, and he now reads those tedious history books with great interest. Sir, as you can see, Sal is merely a child. He has lived in this basement his entire life. The Major forbids him from going outside. He has yet to witness the world beyond. He does not understand why his kin are attacking us. I have cared for him since childhood, and he is kinder to me than the other children in the village. He is good-hearted. Sir, he is innocent. You cannot judge Sal by the actions of other wicked orcs. The 10-year-old girl fervently pleaded for the young orc she regarded as a brother, striving to dispel the assassin's murderous intent. Yet Black remained noncommittal. He did not respond to Tarisha's entreaty. Instead, like a specter, he extended his hand, gently touching Sal's skin. It was green, akin to that of other orcs, yet smoother, unmarred by the rugged scales, sores, or grotesque protrusions birthed from the corruption of fell energy. Had the Major not disclosed his intentions regarding Sal's upbringing? The pirate gazed into the young orc's eyes, his tone somber as he inquired. Tarisha shook her head and whispered, I only recall my mother mentioning that the Major once drunkenly claimed he would train Sal to be our secret weapon in ending the war. He said he would demonstrate to those foolish, short-sighted leaders that coexistence between humans and orcs was possible. The Major is a hero. He treats us well, forbidding soldiers from bullying us commoners and providing refuge for many refugees fleeing from Southsea Town within Dunhold Castle. Everyone respects the Major, believing him to be a truly benevolent lord. He must be nurturing Sal for a good cause. Upon hearing this, Black sneered in the darkness. He would not elucidate his true ambitions to these two innocent children. In the shadows, he retracted his blade, as if convincing himself, shook his head, and took a step back. Impressive acting, he remarked coldly to Tarisha, who remained clinging to Sal. Indeed, as you have stated, I have confirmed that this young orc has not ingested demonic blood. He is pure. He is unlike those orcs who have succumbed to destruction. Excellent. This provides me with a justification to spare him. Thank you for your mercy, Mr. Black. Upon hearing these words, Tarisha exhaled in relief, holding Sal tightly. Her bond with the young orc was genuine. As she had expressed, Sal's arrival 4 years prior had alleviated her grief over her lost brother. Perhaps initially, she had viewed Sal as a mere substitute, yet 4 years later, he had become a true family member. However, the clever Sal pondered deeper matters. He sensed no murderous intent from the human before him. Though still a child, he acutely perceived that the blade pressed against his neck, while fierce in appearance, bore no intention of drawing blood. Sir, as Black began to retreat into the shadows, Sal urgently called out in a hushed tone, You just said I am different from other orcs? Do you know the origins of us orcs? I know pure-blood orcs are brown, not green. Your skin's mutation is due to your parents having consumed demonic blood. That vile substance grants power, yet transforms you into this form. Fortunately, the corruption of the mind does not pass through bloodlines. Thus, you have been granted a second chance at life, Sal. Black spoke softly. I not only know where you come from, I understand why you fell. I grasp the reasons behind your world's destruction and the source of all the calamities you have endured. As the saying goes, the one who knows you best is your enemy. I am the orc killer, and in this world, you will find no one who comprehends your past, or, indeed, your past, quite like I do. Sal, guile. The last word was uttered by Black in the Orcish tongue. It caused Sal's eyes to widen. This 4-year-old orc, raised amidst human culture, could not comprehend the language of his kin, yet he felt its weight like a hammer striking at his very soul. He struggled to rise, yearning to learn more. However, Black had already vanished into the darkness, cloaked in shadows that curled around him like tendrils of night, engulfing him completely. This encounter had reached its limit. He could not reveal more. The fate resting upon Sal's shoulders was of utmost significance, and any indiscretion might incite unnecessary troubles, especially with a bronze dragon in pursuit. Yet, the seed of connection had been sown, requiring only patience until it would take root and flourish. The basement lay in hushed silence. It was not until a minute later that young Sal emerged from his reverie, turning to Terra, gently patting his sister's back to soothe her trembling form. He inquired, Terra, who was that? That was the orc slayer. The blonde girl whispered, her face etched with fear. He is a terrifying man who has slain many orcs in the hills. I mean the wicked orcs invading our homeland. Not you, Sal. You are different. You are a good orc, my friend, my family. She continued, He claimed to have caught the scent of orcs on me and sought to kill you. I persuaded him that you were a good person. At this, little Tara puffed with pride, standing with hands on her hips, much like her sister, declaring, I saved you. Sal, you should be grateful. Now, let us resume our studies. The Major has instructed me to teach you the comprehensive history of the 7 human kingdoms before the end of this month. So today we shall learn about, Let me see this chapter. Yes, indeed. It concerns the war between the Kul Tiran and the Dreadlords, as well as the exploration of the maritime kingdoms, with origins tracing back to a hero named Vikris. Meanwhile, in the silence of his chamber, Black quietly opened the castle window, gazing out into the calm night, idly grasping a goblet of wine. Memories of Sal and his entanglement with Major Edelos Blackmore flooded his mind. For years prior, when he was merely a captain, he stumbled upon an Orcish civil war during a routine patrol. Such occurrences were not uncommon now, but back then they were rare. The orcs had yet to conquer the kingdom of Stormwind, still wreaking havoc in the southern lands. The northern nobility and populace had only heard whispers of a band of greenskin marauders, unaware of the true implications of that news. The war remained but a tale on the lips of the people. Ultimately, the captain did not intervene in the fray until one side had decimated the other, at which point he rushed to claim a trophy. There, amidst the carnage, he discovered a swaddled green-skinned infant orc. He ought to have ended its life. Yet, he did not. It was not out of mercy, but rather ambition. The captain sought to exploit this young orc to study its kin's vulnerabilities, allowing it to survive. Over the span of 4 years, much had transformed. What began as a fleeting whim evolved into a profound conviction as he observed the growth of the little orc. Exhibiting remarkable intelligence, the captain changed his approach, naming the child Sal and nurturing him with greater care. At this juncture, the Major's proclaimed vision of coexistence between humans and orcs was merely a strategy to infiltrate Orcish society and end the conflict. Soon, however, as the orcs faced inevitable defeat, the Major's ambitions would further intensify. He would desire to mold Sal into an Orcish king loyal solely to him, directing Orcish legions to conquer and expand his dominion. But that was a matter for another day. One must learn to focus on the present. Before the warm glow of the hearth, Black sipped his drink, narrowing his eyes. I have made contact with Sal. That should be sufficient to draw you near. Wouldn't you agree? You meddling bronze dragon. Come, let us become acquainted. Chapter 26. Into the dragon's mouth the following morning, refreshed from a night's rest, Blake opened his eyes, sitting up from his bed to dismantle several simple traps he had set up by the bedside. As an assassin, even a self-taught one, he understood that sleep rendered one vulnerable and required additional protection. The techniques for constructing these traps were learned from the enigmatic gnome, Grev the Mad. They were simple yet effective. Pushing open the door, Blake encountered Oridin Piranod, who approached in casual attire, a look of triumph upon his face. He bowed slightly to Blake and whispered, Master, did you sleep well last night? Yes, I am quite satisfied, Blake replied in a gravelly voice. He glanced around and signaled to Oridin, who quickly followed him. In a secluded corner of the corridor, Blake confided, I have some items that are inconvenient to carry. Perhaps your connections within the castle could assist me. As he spoke, he opened a magical satchel, revealing the severed head of an orc that fell at Oridin's feet, causing the young soldier's eyes to widen in surprise. Observing Oridin's reaction, the cunning pirate chuckled and added, I have many more. In the next moment, the heads of orcs he had hunted over the past few days were cast before Oridin, forming a small display at his feet. The latter's breathing quickened. So many heads. Truly, you are an orc slayer. How much military merit could these orc heads yield? Rest assured, master, you are a distinguished guest of my mentor. Oridin trembled with suppressed excitement, thumping his chest as he vowed, I will do everything in my power to fulfill your requests, be it gold or other forms of enjoyment. I shall deliver. However, I wonder what you require? I need some equipment, flexible leather armor, high-quality weapons, and perhaps some magical artifacts. But they must be of excellent quality. Do not attempt to deceive me with inferior goods. Blake cradled a restless murloc, advising, I suggest you do not reveal everything at once. The Major is planning a war against the orcs, and these items will decay slowly within the magical satchel. You have ample time to arrange things carefully. Do not rush. And be meticulous. Do not let others catch on. With the caution befitting a shadow walker, he warned, should the trouble you stir up involve me, I will impart a small lesson. Yes, master. Oridin immediately straightened, responding with formality, thank you for your reminder. Though my family has fallen on hard times, we still possess some treasures. I will retrieve them promptly and ensure your satisfaction. Also, the Major invites you to his office to discuss plans for retaliating against the nearby orc clans. Indeed. I shall visit the Major at an opportune time. Blake surveyed the status bar of his character card and declared, for now, I must hunt a few orcs as a prelude to my meal. With that, he stepped forward and melted into the shadows, disappearing without a sound. However, his destination was not an orc hunt. He sought the young Teresa, who was diligently helping her mother with chores in their home in the lower town of the castle. When Blake appeared behind her, Teresa was understandably startled. Yet today, Mr. Blake seemed much more amiable, casually sitting beside her and sharing tales of the hills and the castle as if passing the time. This puzzled Teresa. A person as formidable and awe-inspiring as Mr. Blake surely ought to be quite busy. Why did he have time to chat with an ordinary girl like her? Blake settled by the hearth in her home, sipping a rough wine while attentively monitoring his character card status. An hour slipped by, and as Teresa poured him a fifth cup, their conversation had meandered into the realm of mundane gossip about the Stormguard court. Suddenly, Blake's fingers trembled as he noticed two new entries silently appear in the translucent character card status bar. Character card, Soul Hunter Drake Prodmore, Blake Shaw. Status, Mortal Body Harbinger of the Abyss Temporal Beacon, locked, Dragon's Odd. Lower tier cannot be avoided. It has arrived. Blake narrowed his eyes, quickly rising to bid farewell to Teresa, placing a vibrant red apple in her hand. He ruffled her hair, smiling as he said, "You must be wondering why I came to see you today. I have a sister, much like you, golden hair, pale blue eyes. Every time I see you, I am reminded of her. The reason I spared that little orc is somewhat related to this." Blake sighed theatrically, continuing, "I can never refuse her any request." Huh. Teresa held the fragrant apple, gazing at Blake. Then, "Mr. Blake, you must really love your sister?" "Love? I suppose it is adequate," Blake replied, patting her head. "This apple is a gift for you, a token to make up for frightening you last night. Think of it as a small favor. Don't let me feel too guilty." With that, Blake vanished in an instant, rushing towards Major Blackmore's office at the fastest speed. Meanwhile, Teresa gazed at the red apple, its sweet aroma enticing her. She carefully sliced it in half, intending to bring the other half to Sal later. Humming a tune as she continued her chores. 5 minutes later, seated in his office, the Major studied a battlefield map of the hills, contemplating the impending counteroffensive when he suddenly sensed an icy intent to kill. The seasoned veteran reacted swiftly, violently kicking the table aside and ducking to evade the dagger aimed at him. He drew his short sword, rising to strike at the assassin before him. Clang! The short sword clashed against Blake's leg, sparking a shower of embers. The Major, using his strength, charged forward like a rampaging bull, forcing Blake Shaw, exuding a palpable aura of menace, several steps back. "Have you lost your mind?" The Major, recognizing the figure cloaked in shattered shadows, roared. Blake coldly retorted, "Edris Blackmore, you have betrayed your people. You have betrayed your king. You harbor orcs within the castle. You cowardly traitor." The words struck the Major with a jolt. The fury he felt from the assassination attempt instantly transformed into a bone-chilling dread as he locked eyes with Blake. Internally, he marveled at the prowess of the orc slayer, who had uncovered Sal's existence overnight. In this critical period of conflict between orcs and humans, should such a secret be revealed, the Major's hard-won reputation and accomplishments would be irrevocably tarnished. A decisive glint emerged on his formerly jovial face as he pivoted, charging towards the assassin before him with lethal intent. Even if he is an orc slayer, a valiant warrior of humanity, he has already invested too much energy and resources into Sal, with every aspect of the future meticulously planned. He cannot allow an assassin to obliterate all of this. As a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, Major Blackmore, though not among the legendary heroes of valor, has fought tirelessly since his youth, amassing a wealth of combat experience that gives him a distinct advantage over Black. Assassins are inherently ill-suited for direct confrontations with warriors. After a brief exchange of blows, Black found himself at a disadvantage, and the sound of approaching guards outside assured the Major of his impending victory. In a sudden shift, Black, with his head bowed, altered his strategy, abandoning his intricate fighting style for a reckless charge at the Major's short sword. As the blade pierced the assassin's abdomen, Black's fist also struck the Major's defending arm, both men erupting in a spray of crimson. Judging by the severity of the injuries, the assassin's attack seemed almost suicidal. And yet the outcome was far from favorable. However, since acquiring the blood ring poison, Black had ensured that every strike was prepped with venom. The despicable assassin! In an instant, the Major felt a numbing sensation wash over his arm. Stumbling backward while cursing vehemently, he kicked Black away, who collapsed to the ground, his abdomen nearly impaled. This was a grievous wound, yet he remained unfazed. His face, marred by burns, bore an eerie calmness, as if he felt no pain. Disregarding the gleaming swords of the guards flooding into the office, his gaze was fixed intently on Edlis Blackmore before him. The blood ring poison, as always, did not disappoint. Within mere seconds, the valiant Major was rendered pale and slumped into a chair, while Aladdin shouted for the priest. Just as the guards were about to mercilessly dispatch the vile assassin, time itself seemed to halt in Black's perception. The soldiers raised swords, their shouts and breaths, the clamor within the office, even the wind outside the castle and the sunlight, all ceased to exist. Time was frozen in the river of moments. Everything in the castle began to fade rapidly, resembling an old photograph stripped of all color, as if it were being extricated from the flow of time. Black's body was also immobilized, as if a power had pressed the off switch, rendering him unable to move a single finger, yet his unique soul remained vibrant as ever. He beheld a semi-transparent status bar before him, now featuring an additional entry, Time Rewind. In the next instant, the frozen time of the castle began to flow backward at an astonishing speed, akin to an unseen scale being gently nudged backward along the timeline. It was reminiscent of a silent black and white film being played in reverse. The swords that had descended upon Black, the furious soldiers, Aladdin's cries, the dying major. And even Black himself became part of this cinematic reversal. Everything was regressing. This process was disorienting, akin to being thrust into a frenzied washing machine spinning at breakneck speed. As Black's consciousness returned to his body, he found himself forcibly reverted to the moment of combat against Major Blackmore, now leaping toward the Major's thrusting short sword. His fist mere inches from the Major's defending arm. In the still frozen time, under Black's gaze, a tall figure emerged from the stilled flow of time, an ethereal high elf. Draped in a moon-white gown, crowned and adorned, with flowing white hair and elongated ears. She hovered a few inches above the ground, regarding Black with a cold, impassive expression. Beneath her elegantly arched white brows, her eyes, meant to be beautiful, were instead filled with a startling yellow serpent-like gaze. In this frozen moment, she alone remained unaffected. As though she were the sovereign of this temporal realm. She drifted closer to Black, scrutinizing him from head to toe. A second later, her voice rang clear and melodious, reminiscent of birdsong, as she enunciated distinctly, "I've caught you, Drake Prodmore. You, a remnant of time that should not exist." Chapter 027. At this very moment, the pinnacle of time with a swift motion, Sephiroth's fingers clasped around Black's neck, gently pulling him from the frozen flow of time, as if he were a grain of sand. In an instant, his faded form was restored to its rightful luminescence. "Speak." The young bronze dragoness revealed her recent misfortunes. Aside from being pursued and injured by a red dragon in the wetlands, she had nearly fallen victim to an ambush by a cadre of elven rangers while investigating temporal disturbances near the Dungalok castle, due to her own carelessness and inexperience. Fortuitously, being a time-manipulating bronze dragon, she could repel the troublesome rangers, unlike a red or blue dragon who would have paid a heavy toll, perhaps even losing their life. For she remained merely a young dragon, born of legendary lineage but not yet a true legend in battle. Her mood was evidently sour, and her tone grew colder as she fixed her gaze upon Black, demanding, "Who rescued you from the dead world line? Who instructed you to disrupt the time node of the Dungalok battle? What purpose do you have in approaching Thrall? Most importantly, how much do you know?" Before Black could respond, the little murloc concealed within his garments leaped forth, brandishing a poisoned fish knife, striking out at Sephiroth. It was clear that the murloc was terrified. The aura of a dragon, even a young one, exerted an overwhelming pressure on such a lesser creature, far exceeding that felt by humans. As it swung its claw, its body trembled, as if expending all its strength and courage in a desperate attempt to protect its master, Black. Yet, the endeavor was short-lived. The moment it leapt out, it was cast back into the frozen flow of time, suspended mid-air like amber, rapidly losing all its vibrancy. Coughing slightly, Black made no attempt to retaliate against the dragoness. Instead, he remained remarkably composed, fixing his gaze upon Sephiroth's yellow, serpentine eyes. "I have known of your existence for quite some time, dragoness. I am aware you have been searching for me. Are you not curious why I intentionally sought out Thrall, to welcome your arrival at Dunhold Castle?" The young dragoness's elven visage paled slightly. Instantly, she extended her senses and, in a mere moment, detected yet another critical node of this place's timeline. She stepped forward, grasping Black, and with a movement akin to a great mage's teleportation, they transitioned from the office of Major Blackmore to the home of little Teresa Foxstone. Before her, Teresa sat cross-legged on her bed, a bright smile illuminating her face as she raised a half-eaten, succulent red apple to her lips. Just as her lips were about to touch the fruit, time froze. In the next instant, the entire timeline was pushed backward once more. Another silent film of temporal reversal unfolded before Black's eyes, as Teresa returned to the moment before he had gifted her the red apple. At that moment, Black was reclining by the fireplace, engaged in conversation with Teresa about the court intrigues of the Stormwind Kingdom. He even witnessed an echo of himself lingering in the timeline, another version of himself. In the instant that the time reversal ceased, that version of himself, frozen in the timeline 7 minutes prior, vanished before Black's gaze like a soap bubble. One cannot meet oneself from the past or future unless within a time-distorted region, such as the sanctum of the Bronze Dragon Legion or the Nexus of Time. However, if one were a bronze dragon, they could circumvent this rule. Sephiroth's expression grew weary as she dispersed her senses, sweeping through the most significant figures of the Dunhold Castle timeline, future chief of the new tribe and savior, Thrall, and the pivotal characters in his growth, Major Edelos Blackmore and Teresa Foxstone. Evidently, the bronze dragon held steadfastly to the belief that no one is born a savior. They were convinced that an individual's accomplishments are inextricably linked to their experiences, and surely, the future savior is no exception. If Thrall did not undergo the fated legendary deeds, he could never become a central figure in an age of tumult. What else do you have? After confirming that all dangers within Dunholt Castle had been neutralized, Sepher turned her attention back to Black, who shrugged as if surrendering any resistance. In a gentle tone, he replied, "The substance on that apple was merely a common herbal concoction that induces drowsiness, a trivial piece of knowledge I acquired from Greif. It was merely a jest. I have not stooped so low as to use a child to gain victory, though it does demonstrate your inexperience, Dragoness. Did you not perceive your surroundings with your senses before your grand entrance?" "Silence," Sepher commanded with a low tone. Yet, Black persisted, saying, "The events at Dungalok were purely accidental. I had no intention of altering the fates of the dwarves destined to perish, yet I find joy in their survival. Saving lives is always more gratifying than taking them. However, I know you have not sought me for this. I regret to inform you that the answer you pursue is also the one I seek. I do not understand why I have been reborn. Perhaps a more potent force intervened, allowing me glimpses of the future, akin to you bronze dragons." Sepher scrutinized the human before her, convinced he was merely an ordinary being, flesh and blood, devoid of any extraordinary power. As for Hela's Soul Lantern, that was not a significant concern. This individual was not the first mortal pawn of the Mad Queen of the Underworld. Over the past 100,000 years, she had made many similar attempts, only this time shifting her focus from the Vrykul to humanity. Moreover, Hela's identity was unique. Matters associated with her were entrusted to the elders of the sand-shifting scales. Realms too complex and mysterious for a young dragon like Sepher to navigate. "You appear quite open-minded," Sepher remarked with her clear voice within the frozen flow of time. "This is beneficial, for it will save time when I escort you to where you are destined to go. You are aware of your fate, are you not? You will indeed die and be reborn. But not at this moment." "Yes, I know," Black shook his head in response. "I must slumber beneath the sea for approximately 30 more years, until my sister eliminates my father, transforming into a parricidal beast. Until my homeland is torn asunder by my mother's dear friend. Until the entire world endures one cataclysm after another. Until those heroes venture among the stars to defeat the burning legion and seal away the fallen titans, only to return to Azeroth to engage in their foolish games of chance. Then I shall emerge once more. I will miss the true marvels of life. Yet, I do not wish to miss them." "Your desires are irrelevant," Sepher replied in a tone befitting a dragon's indifference. "This is fate, your fate, which you should accept with equanimity. Sleeping in the cold abyss until that moment arrives. I shall return you. Then please do so, Time Guardian." With a rueful smile gracing his scorched cheeks, Blackwood inquired softly, "Before my departure, I have one final question. I implore you, Dragon Miss, in light of my impending demise, not to dissemble." "Ask," the bronze dragon responded. "Your remaining time is fleeting." Blackwood fixed his gaze upon the serpentine, yellow eyes before him. His tone deepened, becoming grave. "If my visions of the future are accurate, even a bronze dragon who has endured the rigorous temporal trials to join the sands of time requires the unadulterated divine power of the Time King or his scion to unlock the gates to crucial junctures that directly influence the world's timeline. Therefore, young dragon, might I be so bold as to inquire about your true identity? Are you Nazdamu's granddaughter, a noble temporal princess? Do you possess the ability, unaided by companions and relying solely on your past and future selves, to independently open the temporal gateway to the battle of the Old Horde's invasion of Quel'Thalas?" Sepher's expression shifted. "Drekthar Proudmoore, what have you done?" she demanded sharply. 7 days ago, the pirate replied, his tone now even more serene. His tranquility stood in stark contrast to the fury etched upon Sepher's face. 7 days ago, within the halls of Dangarok Keep, I encountered Nathanos Maris, or, to use a name more familiar to us both, the future Nathanos the Blighted. I presented him with a missive I had procured from an Orcish scout. It was a letter from Flameblade Chieftain Darkon Bloodblade to Bloodring Chieftain Kilrog Deadeye, divulging a disquieting revelation. Orgrim Dewhammer, allied with the Amani Forest Trolls, was advancing upon Quel'Thalas' Eversong Woods and Silvermoon City with half the Horde's forces. Blackwood savored the look of horror that washed over the bronze dragon's face. Methodically, with an air of assured victory, he continued, "Given the High Elves' wartime efficiency, that letter likely reached the Sun King's desk 5 days prior. Perhaps, at this very moment, the High Elven Mage Legions and Farstrider armies are mobilizing along the Eversong Woods border, poised to deliver a crushing blow to the unsuspecting invaders. It is even conceivable that the venerable Sun King Anastarian himself will wield the legendary blade Felamalorn, channeling the magic of the Sunwell to personally join the fray. I find myself consumed by curiosity. In a confrontation between the Sun King, augmented by the Sunwell's power, and Gul'dan, the Horde's most formidable and cunning warlock, who shall emerge triumphant? I am further intrigued to know whether, forewarned as they are, the Old Horde will find it as easy to breach Quel'Thalas' 6,800-year-old magical barriers. the domain of the Protector, Renaud Bandil? And if they fail to breach that barrier, can Chieftain Orgrimmar do hammer? Facing the full force of the High Elven Phoenix mages with his magic suppressed, extricate the Horde unscathed and return to the northern frontier as he did in the original timeline? My final burning question. Blackwood paused, regarding the dragon mist before delivering a final, devastating blow. The temporal manipulation limit for a mature bronze dragon who is not a direct descendant of the Time King Nazdamu is 8 concurrent timelines, with a maximum temporal reversion of 15 minutes in each. Only a bronze dragon who has successfully traversed the temporal flow trials is deemed worthy of adulthood, possessing the authority to summon past and future selves for aid. Yet you are but a wormling. You are inferior to mature bronze dragons in every aspect, and it is implausible that you could revert time to 7 days prior, an act reserved solely for the Time King and his kin. It is beyond your capabilities. Thus, 7 days ago, when I entrusted the letter to Nathanos, I observed that your inexperience led you to overlook a minor detail. You did not manifest yourself at that juncture. Blackwood craned his neck, drawing closer to the bronze dragon's trembling form, whispering near her ear, I knew then that victory was mine. Chapter 28. A temporary calm in the past, I employed a clever stratagem to secure victory in the impending war. After loudly proclaiming triumph, Black forcefully pushed aside Sepher, who had a grip on his throat, and with a somewhat audacious gesture, adjusted Sepher's collar. He waved his hand as if bidding farewell. Miss Dragon, filled with reluctance, you may slay me and usher me into my destined fate, subsequently embracing the irreversible collapse of the world line, perhaps even returning to the time nexus. Through the time portal there, you could journey back 7 days and prevent me from delivering that letter to Nathanos. Do not attempt anything perilous at that juncture. You ought to understand that if you eliminate me 7 days prior, you could never glean this information from me 7 days hence. This is the time paradox, a troublesome conundrum. Is it not? As a bronze dragon, your first lesson learned within the time nexus is to avoid reckless actions that could spawn a time paradox. You are bronze dragons, unique beings existing independently at any temporal point. Yet this very independence means that a single error triggered by you may spawn countless others. Your power grants you strength, yet it also binds you. In the frozen flow of time, Black pulled out a chair and seated himself opposite the frozen figure of little Teresa, who still bore that foolish grin. Black shook his head in exasperation. He reached out, attempting to brush Teresa's hair aside. But his fingers met only emptiness. He was not a bronze dragon and lacked the ability to manipulate the flow of time. Though positioned within the same temporal stream as Teresa, they were evidently in different dimensions. This is the illogical nature of bronze dragon power. Time, that supreme force, is a realm seldom touched by mortals. It is said that some great archmages can grasp certain secrets of time, yet the knowledge they possess is but child's play in the eyes of a bronze dragon. Without turning, Black could sense the fury, reluctance, and helplessness emanating from the dragoness behind him. He spoke in a tone as unprovocative as possible, aiming to avoid agitating the inexperienced young dragoness. Compared to a legendary dragon, I am merely a dispensable pawn to survive under the pursuit of a mighty dragon. I have devised another small preparation. Should you slay me here, the fate of Major Edris Blackmore will also be altered. He is not a pivotal figure, but his destiny is intertwined with Sal's. Without his protection, Sal would not survive to adulthood. Of course, you could resolve this tangled web with a more brutish approach. Yet I am aware of certain principles upheld by bronze dragons. Outside of critical temporal junctures, you cannot alter events that have already transpired. Once you transgress the foundational principles of a time guardian and become a reckless dragon abusing temporal power, you will invite far more terrifying troubles than those present. So, consider this a modest lesson, dear dragoness. I implore you to verify your chances of victory before charging in to trouble me in a fit of rage. This is a sincere warning. With your significant lack of experience, it would be wise to maintain your distance from me. This is merely a small caution. Do not compel me to inflict real harm upon you. You bronze dragons are indeed formidable, but you are far from invincible. Behind Black, the elven form of Sepher had already transformed into a bronze dragon amidst the swirling sands of the earthy light, its massive eyes fixated on Black Shaw below. Within the great dragon's maw, a chilling breath of sand and dust was brewing. With a single exhalation, it could reduce this human to the ashes of time, yet it ultimately refrained from doing so. Black was correct. The Bronze Dragon Legion adheres to its own principles. To resolve everything through violence is a transgression not permitted by the Time Walkers. They uphold a mission requiring utmost seriousness and meticulous thought. Details overlooked will dictate the success or failure of their endeavors. Just moments ago, and 7 days prior, Black had imparted a lesson to it through action. You have triumphed. Sepher's figure slipped into the river of time, the surrounding moments rapidly restarting. And the dragoness's weary voice echoed in Black's ear, akin to a warning. I will be watching you next time. It will not be so easy then. Next time? Black chuckled softly, reflecting. As long as I remain here, it signifies that you have attempted countless times in the future, yet still cannot terminate my rebirth at the source. Do you still desire a next time? No. Dragoness, I have declared my victory. You have no further opportunities. The pirate assassin turned, wiping the sweat from his brow as he watched 'For vanish into the dust-like flow of time. The young dragoness eyes, filled with inexhaustible fatigue as it departed, conveyed that it would not relent so easily. It would keep a vigilant eye on Black, like an unyielding specter. However, Black was not overly concerned about this inexperienced young dragon. On one hand, he had discovered a method to contend with it, achieving near-perfect success with Sal. This success, derived from creating a time paradox, was replicable. On the other hand, tonight's encounter was merely a rehearsal for a far more perilous endeavor. Bronze dragons are not truly omnipotent. Just as Black had warned 'For, there exists an abundance of entities in this world capable of slaying bronze dragons, and as far as Black knew, beneath his very feet lay such hidden powers. Moreover, there was more than one. Should this young dragon disregard counsel and insist on meddling in Black's life, the pirate would not hesitate to teach it another lesson. Broken Bones would serve as the best textbook. In truth, eliminating 'For here would significantly reduce his troubles. Yet the issue remained. With just the blade and fist as weapons, it was unlikely he could even breach dragon scales. Quite vexing. Regardless, from the moment the freeze of time dissipated, Blackshaw could finally enjoy a temporary respite from the threat posed by the bronze dragon 'For. He could relish a well-deserved period of tranquility. Within the time nexus, several hours later, having traversed the endless seas back, 'For wasted no time in contacting her dear friend, who was preoccupied at another crucial temporal juncture. Chromie, I require your temporal permissions to return 7 days prior. The elven form of 'For stood before the ever-shifting crimson light curtain, a portal to various world line nodes. Only those who had endured the trials of time and joined the ranks of the adult bronze dragons were eligible to utilize it. Her request was swiftly met with a response. Accompanied by a tinkling laugh, a diminutive time illusion materialized beside 'For, a gnome clad in priestly garb, dressed in pristine holy robes, clutching a white 4-pointed star staff that towered over the gnome by a factor of 2. Yet, despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, there was much amiss. For the gnome was exceedingly clever. This race had long ventured into engineering, being staunch atheists who believed solely in the power of technology. This race was capable of producing mages, warlocks, warriors, and rogues, possessing nearly infinite developmental potential. However, they could never birth priests, whose powers rely on faith. What brings you here, little 'For? The gnome priest named Chromie inquired in her characteristic crisp and childlike high-pitched voice. I am rather busy at the moment. Those mischievous troublemakers have returned to Stratholme, attempting to meddle with Prince Arthas's dark fate. I must repel them. Therefore, if you seek my company, you may visit my past self or my future self. No, it's urgent, Chromie, said 'For, her expression tinged with embarrassment. The predicament she faced was difficult to articulate. Yet despite Chromie's history of teasing her, she remained 'For's closest and most trusted confidant in times of trouble. In a hushed tone, 'For confided her dilemma to Chromie, whose expression turned grave. No, you must not heed the remnants of that timeline and return to 7 days prior. You cannot follow the steps laid out by him. It may very well be a trap. To resolve this issue, you must strike at the source. 'For, go to the coast of Kaz Modan. Find the moment when Drake Proudmoore is reborn, and before he stirs the waters, push him back into his destined path. Chromie, seasoned in such matters, offered 'For this advice. The young dragon's eyes brightened, and she nodded eagerly, exclaiming, but I lack the authority. Use mine. In that instant, the gnome priest's ethereal form solidified. As she momentarily set aside the troubles of Stratholme to assist her dear friend, she raised her hand, which bore only 4 fingers, and a flurry of shimmering dust surged into the temporal doorway before them, causing the crimson veil of light to swirl rapidly. Reflections of the Kaz Modan naval battle materialized before their eyes. Go. Chromie grinned mischievously, brandishing her staff and playfully striking 'For's pert rear, propelling the young dragon headlong into the swirling vortex of time with a startled cry. Despite her diminutive stature, Chromie was an adult dragon, far surpassing 'For in every aspect. Moments later, a disheveled 'For emerged from the time vortex, looking as though she had been thoroughly beaten by a band of orcs. Covered in soot, she yelled at Chromie. Hurry, help, my time node has collapsed. What? Chromie, who had been idly toying with a peculiar ball, widened her eyes in disbelief. The white-haired gnome with her large twin ponytails leaped from the ground, exclaiming, what on earth have you done to cause an entire time node to collapse? I merely followed your instructions. When Drake Proudmoore was reborn, I pushed him back into the abyss, and then... 'For replied, equally perplexed. No way, Chromie gasped, her eyes bulging as she gritted her teeth and rewound the time vortex 10 seconds. With a wave of her staff, she addressed 'For, who was wiping her face. You foolish young dragon, you must have inadvertently disrupted the timeline, triggering a butterfly effect. Stay here. Let me demonstrate. With that, the little gnome puffed out her chest and stepped boldly into the vortex. 5 seconds later, a similarly disheveled Chromie emerged from the collapsing time vortex. her robe singed in places and her face smeared with ash. She glared at 'For, stating, "This is dire. It seems that Drake Proudmoore has already spawned a new timeline within your time node, indicating that he will become as pivotal a figure in the world line as Thrall or Arthas. The moment of his rebirth has intertwined his fate with the world line. This is beyond what you or I can manage. We must report this to the sands of time." "Understood." 'For, now panicked, obediently followed Chromie's lead. The two bronze dragons transformed into their draconic forms, poised to venture to the sanctum of time, but as they prepared to take flight, a tempest of dust suddenly surged around them. A flicker of temporal power shimmered fleetingly. "Ah, it is the Timekeeper, he." Chromie gasped as the swirling dust abruptly ceased. Chromie and 'For found themselves returned to a few minutes prior, and most alarmingly, the two bronze dragons remained oblivious to the temporal fluctuations affecting them. "He mentioned 7 days ago?" Chromie mused, stroking her chin. The little gnome's nimble eyes darted with thought. "Very well, let us return to 7 days prior. Remember not to be too forceful, employ a degree of finesse. There is no need to directly seize that letter. We cannot interfere with history that has already transpired. But it is merely a letter," she continued. "A single flame could obliterate it. Or we might alter the Orc Scout's route to prevent him from encountering that temporal remnant. Do you understand my meaning? By addressing the details. As long as the world line remains largely unchanged, minor imperfections are tolerable, and we can erase any traces you may have left behind to avert future complications. Do not inquire as to why. It is a secret that you, as a young dragon, are not yet meant to comprehend." Chapter 29. Old Trade Blake lifted the soul lantern from his satchel, its pale glow dimmed slightly, accompanied by a faint sting upon contact, signifying the underworld's displeasure with yesterday's catch. It urged him to hasten his efforts in hunting more souls for Queen Hela. Blake grimaced, grumbling about Hela's heartlessness. "HM? Mr. Blake? When did you arrive again? Why the silence?" Little Teresa, having emerged from the flow of time, blinked her eyes. Oblivious to the harrowing events that had transpired during the 10 minutes of time reversal, Blake chose not to enlighten her. Instead, he smiled with a relaxed demeanor and said, "I gave you the wrong gift." He held up an already sliced apple, shaking it in front of the girl. "This was my experiment from last night. It's coated with a herb that induces sleep. I shouldn't have given it to you. Thankfully, you hadn't eaten it when I arrived. Nevertheless, a gift must still be offered as a token of my apology." Blake sat at the edge of the bed, addressing the tender young girl earnestly. "Here is the deal. At some point in the future, I will assist you, as a return for your unknowing help. Trust me, little one. When that dreadful moment arrives, you will undoubtedly need my aid. But I don't recall helping you, Mr. Blake." Teresa furrowed her brow, regarding him with confusion. "No. You have indeed helped, though you remain unaware." Blake chuckled softly, his voice raspy. "I am grateful to you, and a good child like you deserves a better fate. Remember our agreement for when you find yourself most helpless. Do not forget, you have a friend known as the Orc Slayer. He owes you a substantial favor. Well, I must take my leave now and embark on today's hunt." He waved goodbye to Teresa, stepping into the shadows and vanishing from her sight. As he exited the small dwelling, a sudden influx of fragmented memories invaded his mind, intertwining with his original recollections. The bronze dragon must have resolved the anomalies that should not have occurred 7 days prior. In his new memories, Blake never killed that Orc Scout. He had escaped. Consequently, he could not find the evidence to substantiate his claims. However, he still encountered the wayfarers taking respite at Dalaran Castle and had a conversation with Nathanos Blycaller. They hit it off, exchanging combat experiences and hunting together, before parting ways. Without the letter's aftermath, Nathanos did not arrive at Dunhold Castle, but remained stationed there with his companions, planning to proceed to the capital of Lord Darren in a few days. Blake visited Dunhold Castle, encountered Captain Blackmore, and similarly declined recruitment, agreeing instead to fight under his banner. The plans for a counteroffensive against the orcs in the hilly regions were abandoned. Everything returned to the normal flow of time. Chief Orgrimmar's covert operations would likely be discovered only after a fortnight, by which time Marshal Lothar would be too late to make strategic adjustments. Changing history proved to be more challenging than anticipated, especially with the intervention of a bronze dragon. Rubbing his forehead to process those elusive yet genuinely experienced memories, he glanced at his character card. The ranger class remained intact, and his power had not waned. That pretentious dragoness, who fancied herself an elf, would not relent easily. I must prepare before her next arrival. If memory serves, her name should be Sephora. In over a decade, she would be dispatched to the shattered realm of Shatrath City as the bronze dragonflight's representative in that world, essentially a form of exile. I wonder what trouble she has stirred. While the assassin contemplated, his movements remained swift. He launched his grappling hook, swiftly traversing the lowly abodes of the lower city in silence, leaping over towering walls into the hills. Soon, he spotted a group of orc scouts stealthily approaching the castle within the forest. Hiding among the branches, Blake narrowed his eyes, grasping his blade fist and the leg of Ith. As an orc neared, he leaned back, executing a silent assassination with the agility of a monkey. Swiftly positioning himself behind the orc and slicing his throat, blood spilling forth. The warmth flowed into his arm, and another experience was added, effortlessly deposited into the soul lantern, causing its pale luminosity to brighten, a sign of the underworld's delight at the new soul's arrival. Dragging the Blake extended his hand, caressing the stacked armor before him. Upon the touch of his fingers, he discerned the essence of this armor, the Mason Brotherhood armor of exquisite quality. Set bonus, enhanced attack, enhanced defense, enhanced stamina. Remarkable. In addition to the 2 attributes each of the 5 pieces possessed, the complete set also conferred 3 additional enhancements. Although one must don the entire ensemble to reap its benefits, wearing this 5-piece leather armor effectively added 2 more pieces of equipment to Blake's arsenal, marking it as the finest treasure he had unearthed since his arrival in Azeroth. Observing Blake's shifting expressions, Orgrimmar noticed a glimmer of joy in the master's eyes. With newfound confidence, he began to elaborate. This armor was procured through a friend of mine. They hail from an organization in the southern reaches of a distant continent, originally making their living in the kingdom of Stormwind, but now compelled to relocate to the northern territories. I once aided him by securing supplies for his brethren, and in gratitude, he bestowed his battle armor upon me, mentioning it was crafted by a master in Stormwind. However, as a soldier, I possess my chainmail, which offers superior protection, hence I have kept it in my collection. My friend, although they were once mere construction workers, are spirited individuals. They have since joined the military intelligence of Stormwind, engaging in guerrilla warfare against the orcs and Gilneas. Blake gazed at the armor, which struck him as oddly familiar. After a few moments, he inquired, "Is your friend named Edwin Van Cleef?" Indeed. Orgrimmar was genuinely taken aback, regarding Blake with a puzzled expression as the latter waved his hand dismissively. The Third Fleet had previously rested at the port of Dragobone in Gilneas. I heard tales of them in the tavern there, of the Mason Brotherhood from Stormwind, skilled artisans compelled to take up arms against the orcs. These stories are widely circulated in Gilneas. Ah, I see, Orgrimmar nodded, gesturing towards the 2 tattered satchels. These magical bags are not particularly remarkable, but given the current tumult, contacting families in Alterac is quite inconvenient, so I can only offer these as recompense. I hope you do not find them lacking. Not at all. I am exceedingly pleased with your efficiency, thus I shall provide you with an additional reward. Blake transferred the freshly acquired orc head from the satchel to a delighted Orgrimmar. The young soldier was well aware of the value of the exquisite battle armor. Yet, the reality was that a mere suit of armor paled in comparison to his promising future. With the orc head generously gifted by the master, he felt confident that following this battle, he could attain the rank of major or even lieutenant colonel. Just like his mentor, he could command his own domain and army. That was the true embodiment of formidable power, in comparison to power and prestige. Parting with a suit of armor he had no use for was an exceedingly trivial price to pay. Moreover, fostering a good relationship with this orc slayer could only bolster his future endeavors. I require more items of such caliber. Blake affixed the 2 satchels to his belt and addressed Orgrimmar. Should you come across anything superior, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall compensate you with whatever you desire, provided the goods are satisfactory. Be it an orc head or something else entirely, even assisting you in eliminating your adversaries. I am an assassin, Orgrimmar. There is no need to feel apprehensive about voicing such matters. Well, Orgrimmar's eyes sparkled with newfound realization. He had not previously considered this angle, but Blake's insight sparked a flurry of thoughts within him. After a brief pause, he whispered, I was exiled from the kingdom of Alterac due to the machinations of a cousin. Chapter 030, The Ravenhold Hunting Invitation, Part 1. It appears you have grasped the situation. In the candlelit room, Blake chuckled softly, his tone laced with amusement as he addressed the figure before him. Orgrimmar, provide me with his information, and prepare a reward that is no less than this set of armor. I shall attend to it immediately, Orgrimmar exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, akin to someone who had consumed 10 cans of energy drink. After bidding Blake farewell, he hastily departed. Fortuitous circumstances often come in pairs. Blake secured the door and swiftly donned a set of armor from the Stone Mason Brotherhood, no longer clad in mismatched pieces. He now wore a cohesive set of sleek black armor that hugged his form, offering both comfort and ease of movement. He grasped a blade fist and struck the breastplate, leaving merely a white mark in its wake, much to his satisfaction regarding its protective qualities. The leather armor, crafted from an unknown material, had been masterfully tanned to achieve remarkable resilience, impervious even to a sharp common knife. Only a direct blow from an orc's axe could potentially harm him. Moreover, after equipping the armor, his character's health bar visibly expanded by approximately 1/5, showcasing a significant enhancement in stamina. Coupled with various other attributes, Blake felt a marked improvement in reflexes, speed, agility, and strength, far superior to his previous mismatched gear. Wonderful, he murmured, delighting in the moment as he tossed a piece of fruit to the small murloc frolicking in a bucket of water. The creature leaped from the surface, catching the offering deftly like a dolphin, croaking joyously in response. The pirate assassin chuckled, reclining on his bed to contemplate his next course of action. However, as he settled in, he sensed something amiss. There was something beneath his pillow. With vigilance, he sprang up and hurled a dagger, sending the pillow flying and revealing a rolled black scroll at the head of the bed. An obscure symbol resembling a dagger emerged from the shadows upon the scroll. Upon recognizing the insignia, Blake narrowed his eyes. Ravenhold, the Assassin's Guild. I knew it. Operating in the Northern Territories, one cannot escape your gaze. So, this is an invitation? The manner in which this missive was delivered exuded the essence of a shadow walker. Blake was not surprised by the appearance of this invitation. In this world, anyone with even a modicum of understanding regarding assassins within the human kingdoms could not possibly remain ignorant of the name Ravenhold Manor. Of course, this name is merely a fade. The true nature of their organization resembles that of an assassin's alliance, an ancient lineage that reportedly took form nearly 2,800 years ago, long before the great Emperor Saladin unified the human clans. Their initial emergence was during the era when Emperor Saladin and the High Elves united against the forest trolls. The assassins of that time, armed with daggers and short swords, faced the more ancient troll hunters and assassins in the shadows of the jungles north of the Highlands. Initially, they were no match for the troll hunters and suffered considerable defeat. However, it is said that they received training from the secretive assassins of the High Elf Kingdom Quel'Thalas, allowing them to regroup and rise anew. With the alliance of humans and elves driving back the Amani Empire of the forest trolls, nearly extinguishing their civilization, the Assassin's Guild underwent its initial transformation. They did not seek glory in the sunlight but retreated once more into the shadows, continuing their operations discreetly. To this day, it is no exaggeration to assert that across the eastern kingdoms, from the northern lands of Lordaeron to the southern territories ravaged by the orcs, every human settlement harbors eyes of the Assassin's Guild. At least 6 out of every 10 criminal activities within human civilization are connected to them. They're a true behemoth, hidden within human society, evolving and coexisting until now, inseparable and indistinguishable from one another. The history of the Assassin's Guild is intertwined with the history of human civilization. Moreover, on the battlefield of the Northern Territories, the reason Marshal Lothar consistently outmaneuvers the orcs with brilliant strategic deployments lies not only in his keen strategic insight but also in the exceptional intelligence operations of the Assassin's Guild. Despite Ravenhold Manor's constant proclamations of loyalty solely to their commissions, a principle enshrined within the 6 tenets of the Guild, it is evident that in the face of a monumental conflict between human civilization and the orcs, the Guild remains steadfast in their original allegiance, firmly standing with humanity. From the silver pine forest of Gilneas to the troll territories of Stranglethorn, and from the war-torn Terranmire to the ruins of Stormwind now under occupation, the assassins of the Guild serve the human alliance across every inch of this continent. The resources at their disposal are nearly limitless, as are the victories they can secure. Given this backdrop, in light of Blake's recent reputation as an orc slayer, demonstrating his potential as an assassin, it would be truly remarkable if Ravenhold had not taken notice of him, or if they had no intention of recruiting him into their ranks. In truth, Blake harbored doubts that the delay in the delivery of the Ravenhold invitation might be attributed to interference from that bronze dragon. The dragoness would surely prefer not to have Blake, at such a low point, associating with the distasteful Ravenhold Manor. With the protection of those shadowy assassins, even a bronze whelp would find it considerably more challenging to trouble Blake. However, joining your ranks may not be entirely advantageous. Blake grimaced as he picked up the invitation with his Blackstone Mason Brotherhood gauntlet, sniffing it for any unusual odors, finding none. And his status bar showed no signs of poisoning. It appeared to be an ordinary invitation. Yet, the banality of the invitation belied the significance behind it. The fact that these assassins could so silently place this missive beneath his pillow indicated they could just as quietly take his life. There must be agents of theirs within Dunhold Castle. With a dismissive scoff, the pirate did not bother to open the invitation, casting it into the fireplace. He adjusted his attire and turned to the murloc still splashing about in the bucket, saying, "Watch the house. I'm going out for a bit." With the murloc's chirps echoing behind him, Blake opened the window and leaped into the shadows, releasing a rope to slide down the nearly 100-meter drop from the castle to the lower district. He needed no experience in discerning the assassin's presence within the Grand Castle to locate their hidden eyes. It was entirely unnecessary. Within mere moments, Blake descended amidst the night, landing atop a dwelling, and from the window, he dispatched 3 reconnaissance darts into a family preparing dinner within. No signs of activity, he moved on to the next house. Like a shadowy cat, Blake leapt lightly from eve to eve, tossing another trio of darts into the next domicile. Still nothing, he proceeded onward. After several minutes, Blake emerged from the shadows behind a tavern, where he struck a drunken patron over the head with a controlled blow from his weapon, rendering the man dazed and disoriented. The unfortunate soul's eyes glazed over as Blake dragged him into the underbrush, continuing the cycle of his operations. As midnight approached, 16 individuals, stripped bare and bound like pigs, with their mouths stuffed with burlap, were neatly confined within a warehouse located a mile beyond the castle's perimeter, in a village abandoned due to the ravages of war. I anticipate what you are about to say. Clad in newly acquired gear, Black had adorned himself with a black face veil to ensure uniformity in appearance, while the Stonemason Brotherhood's armor lacked a hood, prompting him to add a long black cowl that draped behind him like a cloak. With arms crossed, he surveyed the group before him, their faces etched with terror, and rasped, "I am aware that there are 17 of you. I purposely let one escape to assess the operational efficiency of the legendary Assassin's Guild. Furthermore, I discovered numerous bottles among you." The pirate maliciously pointed to several vials of liquid in varying colors resting on a broken table beside him and addressed the bound eyes of the Assassin's Guild operatives. "I am uncertain of their effects. Yet I find myself intrigued by the Guild's esoteric toxicology, so I intend to experiment with them on you. Gentlemen, pray that your superiors react swiftly." Casually, he seized a bottle of gray liquid, twisted off the cap, and approached a gaunt individual. "Initially, we are all shadow walkers, and now we must unite against the orcs. We ought to communicate openly, yet you choose to engage in this pretentious game of mystery. Are you attempting to orchestrate some infernal initiation trial for me? Is this a test of my mettle as the Workslayer? I am in splendid spirits today, so let us play." 3 hours later, Black, arms crossed, dozing against the outer wall of the dilapidated warehouse, was suddenly roused by a flicker of red light at the edge of his vision. He opened his eyes to gaze into the stillness of midnight, where, amidst the impenetrable darkness, a faint red marker was in motion, an ethereal glow visible only to him. This was a manifestation of the Hunter's Mark, an ability granted upon reaching level 5 in the Ranger class. It is a technique employed by the most astute hunters, allowing them to focus their entire being on their prey, akin to a mental imprint. Once marked, any prey within Black's line of sight, regardless of concealment or stealth, would be clearly visible to him. However, as it was merely a basic Hunter's Mark, its duration was likely limited, 3 hours at best. "Here they come," Black sneered, retrieving a short-barreled dwarven rifle from his cloak and producing a specially crafted round from his pack, which he loaded into the chamber, patiently awaiting in the shadows. As the mark drew within 20 meters, he seized his firearm and fired into the sky. A dull thud echoed as the round soared, igniting into a brilliant light that illuminated the surroundings. This contraption was known as a flare, one of several hunter's gadgets imparted to him by Greif the Mad. It was not a skill, but rather a method of crafting specialized ammunition, filled with dwarven gunpowder that possessed negligible destructive capacity. Yet upon discharge, it would radiate light, dispelling shadows. The enigmatic dwarf had specifically instructed Black that crafting flares required finesse. A skilled hunter would incorporate various materials to enhance the flare's potency. However, that knowledge would be for Black to acquire on his own. The moment the flare erupted into brilliance, several stealthy assassins were banished from the shadows. They appeared bewildered, yet reacted swiftly, drawing weapons in preparation for combat. The flare's illumination had caught them off guard, yet with the advantage of mid-level shadow affinity, Black remained undetected. He deftly threw a grappling hook, ensnaring the nearest assassin and pulling him down as he lunged forward, wielding the leg of Vitor, striking another assassin on the back of the head. Amidst the dissipating black smoke of the shattered shadow cloak, Black exuded an aura of lethal intent. His left hand clenched into a fist. After all, this was merely a demonstration. There was no need for actual fatalities. Thus, he switched to a wooden stick resembling the leg of Vitor, raising both hands to unleash a flurry of strikes upon the assassins before him. He unleashed a torrent of shadow strikes, pirate combat techniques, and military swordsmanship, resembling a berserker wielding twin blades, causing the lower-tier assassins to scatter in terror. He pursued them relentlessly until, 2 minutes later, the last of the battered and bruised Ravenhold assassins collapsed to the ground, cowering and trembling. Only then did Black discard the wooden stick. He stretched his shoulders, casting a glance behind him. Addressing the empty night, he declared, "Ravenhold's esteemed figures. Have I passed the test?" Chapter 031, Ravenhold's Hunting Invitation, Part 2. This was merely an invitation. Although the circumstances had been inverted by Blake, from being tested by others to testing others himself, the invitation remained an invitation, or perhaps a trial. Since it was a trial, there must certainly be a host. Blake did not believe that the infamous, or rather, the shadowy Ravenhold Assassin Alliance possessed such limited capabilities. He was certain that, aside from the 16 spies he had bound in the barn and the 7 or 8 novice assassins he had bested, there were others lurking in the darkness. Perhaps more than one. After all, Blake had undeniably exhibited a measure of hostility, which might be perceived as provocation by Ravenhold. Such ancient organizations have always maintained a low tolerance for provocation. However, with the tidal charm in hand, Blake might not be able to triumph, but he would certainly be able to escape. Big shot, have I passed? The pirate assassin dropped the wooden stick in his hand and sheathed the leg of Vit back at his waist, stepping upon the shoulder of a bruised novice assassin. Folding his arms, he called into the darkness behind him. His voice was hoarse, failing to echo in the expansive moonlight. Soon, amidst the swirling shadows before him, a man clad in a Gilnean-style evening suit, adorned with a high gentleman's hat and clutching a black cane, appeared before him. Clap, clap, clap. The man did not withhold his applause for Blake's performance. The crisp sound resonated through the night, a stark contrast to the disheveled scene before them, indeed rather ironic. Your trial has failed. You ought to return and train properly. The man did not immediately address Blake, but spoke to the novice assassins who lay on the ground, clutching their injuries. The recommenders from various places have informed me that you are top-notch talents. I regret to say that I have seen nothing in you but recklessness and excessive aggression. On your very first day at the estate, I told you, we are assassins. We are thieves. We require no facade. We despise the bravado of fair duels. When we cannot defeat an enemy, we must flee, even if you are confident of victory. You must retreat. Alas, you have learned nothing. The man shifted his cane to his left hand, leaning on it as he stepped forward, his tone laden with disappointment. When you were driven back from the shadows by the orc hunter's flare, you lost your most potent weapon. Facing an enemy who is well acquainted with your style, you should not have drawn your daggers and charged mindlessly. You ought to have retreated, lured the enemy deep, and worked together. I believe that even if the orc hunter is formidable, he can only pursue one of you at a time, and with 8 of you. The worst that could happen is the loss of one member. The remaining strength would still suffice for a second infiltration counterattack. Forget it. I am too weary to teach you. Go rest for the night, and tomorrow replace our brothers at Tidal Fortress. Hopefully, a sufficiently long period of lurking will enable you to learn something. The fallen novice assassins, filled with shame, rose with their wounds concealed, retreating into the night. They had failed. For a trainee, this was a disgrace. Yet, had it been a true mission, they would not have had the opportunity to feel such shame, thus rendering this humiliation a form of fortune. As for you, Orc Hunter, the pompous figure, having dismissed his incompetent subordinates, adopted a gentler tone as he scrutinized Blake. Congratulations. You have qualified. Blake tilted his head, assessing the man before him. Qualified for what? Did I ever express a desire to join you? Ah. It seems you are quite dissatisfied with our little trick. The man, leaning on his cane, did not take offense at Blake's blunt remarks. Rather, he maintained his gentle demeanor. He explained, I previously told Farid that to invite a burgeoning star who has proven his prowess through tangible deeds, we cannot resort to methods suited for ordinary folk. Mediocrities may fear us for our elusive nature, but geniuses merely feel provoked and seek to retaliate, much like you are currently attempting to stealthily delve into my pocket. Your thieving skills are commendable, Orc Hunter. It appears you possess more than just a talent for decapitation. With a casual flick, he interrupted Blake's thievery. A master. Undoubtedly a master. Blake shrugged. Unpert Blake caressed the emblem in his hand and, without hesitation, initiated a reconnaissance. Lone Wolf Winston Wolfie, corporeal form, shadowy guise, cunning, perception, premeditation. Lightly wounded status, level 35 assassin, level 40 scholar. In the instant the reconnaissance activated, Winston, who was about to enter stealth, abruptly turned around, flicking his hand to unleash a shadow that sliced through the air, hurtling toward Blake's eyes with a menacing swiftness. The incoming dagger was deftly deflected by Blake's blade, the impact causing the pirate's arm to tremble slightly. The small knife embedded itself into the ground, its hilt vibrating rapidly beneath the dim moonlight, reflecting a dark green glimmer, evidently poisoned. Who trained you? Did your mentor not instruct you against displaying malice toward those you cannot provoke? Winston's voice lost its softness in that moment, revealing a raspy edge laced with a hint of murderous intent, as this astute individual sensed Blake's animosity. As an injured high-ranking assassin, I do not believe I stand no chance at all. You disguise yourself quite well, Mr. Winston, but perhaps you should recuperate fully before venturing out again. Blake shook his wrist and continued, Now, let us discuss your grand scheme. I am eager to learn more. You must first join us. Winston tossed this remark over his shoulder as he turned to depart. Blake then felt a buzzing object was past him, raising his left hand without looking back. He expertly caught it. Without the need for sight, he recognized it as the emblem he had just received from Winston. I have joined, Blake declared. Can we speak now? For days hence, at the southwestern corner of Frostwind Ridge, at the stroke of midnight, even if you have joined. A friendly reminder, this mission does not permit withdrawal. Should you, by unfortunate chance, sustain injuries that impede our progress, they will not hesitate to abandon you. The specifics of the mission cannot be divulged, but it involves orcs. Ravenholt seeks to eliminate a significant figure capable of altering the tides on the hill's battlefield. That is all I can disclose. Winston melded into the shadows, leaving Blake with cryptic words that exuded the quintessential aura of an assassin. Blake felt no disappointment. Having been compelled by circumstances to tread this shadowy path, and now operating in the northern front, he would inevitably engage with Ravenholt, which offered numerous advantages for joining the Assassin's Guild. Though he might be periodically assigned to perilous assassination or infiltration tasks, considering his current situation, fostering a favorable relationship with this ancient organization bore no detriment. Moreover, although Winston revealed little, the mention of orc targets and a hunting operation given his prior knowledge of Orgrimmar's forces heading to Quel'Thalas, indicated that the Hills region held significant interest for the Assassin-S Guild, likely involving a few prominent clan chieftains. The Bloodring clan resided in Arthi Highlands, while the Blackrock clan had been taken by Orgrimmar. The Wosong and Twilight's Hammer clans, under the command of the great warlock Gul'dan, accompanied the warchief to the Elven Kingdom. Blake squinted, his mind racing through possibilities. He discounted potential targets one by one, pondering the Dragonmaw clan in the swamps, the brutal Warsong and Shattered Hand clans remaining in Draenor, on the other side of the Dark Portal, whose violent kin were deemed untrustworthy. They had never been brought into Azeroth. The Frostwolf clan had long since parted ways with the Horde 6 years ago, having avoided the war. Now lurking deep within the Alterac Mountains, they were certainly not among the targets. Presently, the likely candidates were limited to the Thunderlord clan, which commanded a formidable cavalry, while the remainder comprised minor clans unworthy of direct involvement from the Assassin-S Guild. So, was their goal to assassinate the Wolf King Fenris? Did they intend to claim a trophy from amidst the throngs of enemies? Blake stroked his chin, sensing the outcome of this assassination attempt was rather precarious. Yet, as he lifted his foot, another name suddenly sprang to mind. No, I overlooked one, the letter that never existed. Old Daler's letter to the Deadeye, the Fireblade. The clan renowned for producing sword saints was also active in the hills, though they excelled in concealment, rendering them difficult for the Horde's sharpest blades and warhounds to detect. But could it be? These audacious assassins aimed to slaughter a host of orc sword saints? To tackle such formidable foes? Truly, Ravenholt possesses remarkable audacity. How exhilarating. Chapter 32, advancing towards the grand scheme having roughly deduced the targets of the Assassin's Guild. Black found it difficult to slumber that night, primarily due to the formidable adversary he was soon to confront, the Sword Saint. This designation, a term of reverence among the orcs, is reserved for those battle-hardened warriors who have mastered the art of swordsmanship to an extraordinary degree. However, the title of Sword Saint encompasses more than mere nomenclature. These individuals wield mysterious powers, possessing not only robust physiques and unparalleled swordsmanship but also abilities akin to those of an assassin, including stealth and the capacity to create magical mirror images. They move like the wind, bringing death in their wake. Among the orc clans, only the Fireblade clan has the secretive methods to train sword saints. This clan also produces shamans who communicate with elemental forces, imbuing the blades of the sword saints with unique power. Throughout the tumultuous history of Orcish civilization, attaining the rank of Sword Saint has been the pinnacle of glory for any orc warrior. Regrettably, as the civilization of Draenor crumbled, the traditional power of shamans was supplanted by the emerging dark warlock magic, leaving even the Fireblade clan unable to cultivate more Sword Saints. With the opening of the Dark Portal, the Fireblade clan succumbed to the tide, consuming the blood of demons and marching into Azeroth alongside the tribal forces. Under the leadership of Elder Darkon Bloodblade, the clan has fought valiantly, overcoming numerous obstacles for the Horde. They are the sharpest blades in the arsenal of the current warchief, Orgrimmar Doomhammer. Just over a month ago, when the orcs landed in Hillsbrad foothills, it was the Sword Saints of the Fireblade clan who breached the human defenses, capturing Southshore and securing a foothold for the Horde. It is evident that Ravenholt's chosen target is exceedingly challenging, yet strategically sound. Should they succeed in eliminating Elder Darkon, the commander of all Sword Saints, and subsequently sow discord within the Fireblade clan, the orcs would not only suffer significant losses in their assault capabilities, but also endure a severe blow to morale. Meanwhile, the alliance would be invigorated by this victory. Most crucially, since the onset of hostilities, the number of human commanders who have perished at the hands of the Orc Sword Saints has reached staggering heights. These elite warriors are masters of tactical decapitation. If they remain unvanquished, the human forces will undoubtedly face catastrophic losses in the impending grand confrontation. The Ravenholt assassins stand against the Sword Saints of the Fireblade clan, a clash of titans that merits the utmost retaliation. The following morning, as Black pondered how to bid farewell to Major Blackmore, having previously promised to fight alongside his troops, he was approached by the Major's apprentice, Aladdin, who summoned him to the Major's office for an urgent discussion. Alas, it was disheartening. Black had hoped to join the Orc Slayer on the battlefield to achieve victory. In the office, clad in heavy armor, Major Blackmore regretfully handed Black a transfer order. A mere glance revealed that it was issued directly by the Stormwind royal family, sealed with the emblem of General Daneth Trollbane, specifically summoning the Orc Slayer Blackshot to the garrison at the border town of Alterac, Steinbrad. This town lies on the fringe of the Icewind Pass, bordering the hills and the kingdom of Lordaeron. It was evident that this letter was orchestrated by Ravenholt, providing Black with a legitimate reason to depart from Dunhold Keep. It appeared that the agreement made with the Major had not escaped the watchful eyes of the Assassin's Guild. Furthermore, it subtly hinted that Ravenholt had embedded more than 17 spies within the castle, perhaps even one among Blackmore's closest associates. The Major expressed genuine regret, but the order from above was not one he could defy. He escorted Black out of the castle with a semblance of reluctance, generously gifting him a horse, the same one he had previously bestowed upon Nathanos. Due to the intervention of the bronze dragon, this steed remained safely in the Major's stables. "Do not mourn our parting, Major," Black said as he mounted his horse, grasping the reins. "If we have the fortune to meet again before the war concludes, I shall fulfill my promise and fight alongside you. Should I survive after the war, I will return to Dunhold, keep to share a drink with you. This place truly feels like home." Major Blackmore chuckled heartily, refraining from further words as he rendered a military salute, watching Black depart. At the castle's entrance, Aladin Piranod awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Black ride towards him, the noble scion of the Alterac royal line seized the opportunity of delivering supplies to hand him a rolled-up portrait containing information about his enemies. Black tucked it into his saddlebag and remarked to Aladin, upon receiving good news, "Do not forget to store the gift at Durnhold Castle. I shall collect it later." "But Aladin, I despise debts. Though I may be leaving, I still have eyes watching over you. Wishing you great accomplishments and a smooth life ahead, my friend." With a wave, Black took the reins and, accompanied by the chattering Murloc, set forth on the road ahead, journeying northwest. The Icewind Pass lay some distance from Dunhold Keep. With 4 days to traverse, including hunting and battling along the way, time was of the essence. He needed to hasten his pace. Black-hearted scoundrels. 4 days later, at dusk, Black rode along the mountain path where Eagle's Nest Mountain converges with the Alterac Mountains, muttering under his breath. This was not due to any issues encountered on the road, for his journey had been remarkably smooth, with the hunting of orcs and other targets proceeding seamlessly. The true dilemma lay in the fact that, in preparation for the impending grand operation, Black had devoted all his accrued experience over the past 4 days towards advancing his class, without offering a single soul to the Queen of the Damned. The consequences were dire. Touching his forehead, he glanced at the translucent character card. Noticing changes in the status bar, character card, Soul Hunter Drake Prod Moore, Black Shaw, class, level 19 Pirate, level 5 Ranger, empty status, Mortal Body Harbinger of the Damned Wayfarer, Lone Wolf, Death Curse, effective in 22 hours and 23 minutes. Damn it. Black cursed again. The glaring countdown for the Death Curse represented not only the impatience and malice from the realm of the damned, but also indicated that their tolerance was limited to 5 days. If Black could not demonstrate his worth soon, his soul would be reclaimed. Had all those souls previously offered been for naught? Hela was truly an unreasonable madwoman. After dealing with the affairs in the north, it seemed he would need to devise a plan to rid himself of Hela. The pirate assassin sat astride his horse, squinting as he contemplated. If it weren't for the lingering utility of the soul lantern, I would have long since discarded this crazed collaborator, so avaricious and myopic. It is no wonder that throughout Azeroth, no one wishes to befriend Hela. Perhaps I should devise a means to meet Odin, to become a traitor and eliminate this scoundrel. But for now, Black's musings were merely a fleeting indulgence. Hela's caliber was far beyond his current capacity for opposition. She wielded power that surpassed even demigods, reigning supreme across Azeroth. He could manipulate the inexperienced bronze whelplings using the memories he possessed, yet when faced with such a vast disparity in strength, cunning was rendered almost futile. Exhaling deeply, he relaxed his demeanor, choosing to ignore the countdown to his demise. As he stroked the head of the Murloc nestled in his arms, he urged his steed onward, navigating the rugged mountain path unsuitable for human habitation. From this vantage, bathed in the light of the setting sun, he could faintly discern the small border town of Stannard in Alterac. In truth, this elevated terrain was hardly within the traditional dominion of humanity. It had once been the dwelling of a forest troll tribe. However, decades ago, when Alterac officially became a nation, they were eradicated. The Kingdom of Alterac, a mere city-state over 50 years past, had only recently attained its status as a kingdom. It is the youngest among the 7 human nations, as well as the smallest in territory. The region they occupy, the Alterac Mountains, is a harsh and unforgiving land. The contemporary king, Aiden Paranold, is the founding monarch of this realm. It is said he was once a noble scion with grand ideals. Despite its brief existence as a kingdom, the origins of the fierce mountain dwellers who inhabit this land can be traced back over 2,800 years to the era of the human emperor, Thoradin. The name Alterac itself is derived from the original tribe known as Alteraci. In essence, Aiden's ability to establish a kingdom stemmed from the fact that other realms deemed this inhospitable land unworthy, thus allowing him to seize the opportunity. This mountainous nation initially possessed little significance. Its sparse population and meager military strength, coupled with the fierce independence of the mountain folk, rendered Aiden's rule tenuous at best. The kingdom faced both internal strife and external threats. Yet, the Orcish invasion of the northern front suddenly illuminated the importance of the Kingdom of Alterac, primarily because these mountains served as a formidable barrier against the orc armies. Throughout recent years, Alterac had received support from other kingdoms, erecting numerous fortifications at the mountain passes, leading to newfound prosperity. if not for Aiden's treacherous betrayal mere months later, which nearly plunged the human alliance into despair. One might describe his life as a classic tale of heroism birthed by circumstance. As Black admired the picturesque snowy mountains under the fading light, he shook his head, musing to himself, no matter how majestic or unyielding the peaks, or how impregnable the fortresses, a cowardly king renders them all moot, if not for Orgrimmar's unfortunate fate. Burdened with the treachery of Gul'dan, and the fortunate perseverance of Tirina's too, history would surely take a different turn. Moments later, as his steed crested a ridge, Black beheld the ruins of Icewind Dale, remnants left by the troll clan vanquished by the kingdom of Alterac. This was also the rendezvous point for the Ravenholt operation. He tilted his head upwards and soon spotted a familiar figure at the edge of the ruins, armed with a battle bow and 2 axes at his waist, playfully engaging with a hunting dog. Marius? Black blinked in surprise and called out, "What brings you here? Were you also summoned?" Chapter 033. Additional homework. As Blake appeared on the ridge, the loyal hound playing with Nathanos Maris instantly turned, crouching low and preparing to pounce. This Jalean royal hound, poised for attack, displayed a fierce demeanor that was intimidating to behold, its dark eyes fixed intently on Blake, as if selecting the spot for its initial strike. From the beast's gaze, Blake could sense its scrutiny of his neck. "Down. Quiet. It's a friend," the pirate commanded, raising his hand. Yet, the valiant hound disregarded him, maintaining its threatening posture, the growl deepening in its throat. Upon hearing the voice of its true master, the hound immediately crouched obediently, retracting all signs of aggression. However, its gaze remained locked on Blake, with a hint of hostility that suggested an imminent attack should he provoke it. "Didn't you go to Lurdarin?" Blake asked as he dismounted 10 meters away from Nathanos, observing the human ranger with a gentle smile, cautiously inquiring, "And the letter, has it been sent?" "What letter?" Maris responded, momentarily bewildered. "I do not recall you giving me a letter. Besides, I indeed left Dalarock Castle 2 days ago with my companions, heading to the capital of Lordaeron. However, we encountered some minor issues along the way." Maris regarded Blake, recalling their previous encounter at Dalarock Castle before they parted ways. And now they stood before each other once more. There was no shared journey to Dunhold Castle in his memory. Yet, an inexplicable sense of familiarity lingered towards the Orc Slayer, compounded by Blake's presence in the Howling Fjord, indicating he too had been invited by the Ravenholt. "I, along with my captain, received a special hunting invitation that piqued his interest, hence our arrival here," he explained. "Is Ravenholt's reputation truly that grand?" Blake jested. "I presumed the Assassin's Guild held sway only within the human kingdoms, yet it appears even the high elves of Quel'Thalas are aware of their existence." In response to Blake's inquiry, another voice, distinct from Nathanos, chimed in. The pirate lifted his gaze to see a tall high elf, clad in identical attire to Maris, adorned in elven chainmail and a cloak, equipped with a war bow and 2 phoenix short swords at his waist, emerging from the jungle. His command of human language was impeccable, laced with a slight lisp, with golden hair cascading over his left cheek, partially obscuring his face. His pointed ears peeked out from beneath a sapphire headband. Most strikingly, he bore several grotesque troll heads, bound together, still dripping with fresh blood. The soldiers of Alterac have done a poor job clearing the ruins of Howling Fjord. Even through the trees, I can scent the stench of troll activity." The elven ranger remarked with a congenial smile, carelessly discarding his trophies before producing a fragrant handkerchief to wipe the blood from his gauntlets. He approached Maris, scrutinizing Blake from head to toe, and said, "Nathanos, is this human friend the Orcslayer you've spoken of?" "Indeed, Captain Mingy," Maris replied respectfully, performing the customary greeting among travelers. He then introduced Blake. "This is my captain, Hagelin Mingy, a High Ranger of the Wayfarers Legion. Although he currently holds the rank of Lieutenant, Lady Larissa, the Ranger General, highly regards him. He is likely to become the next Ranger Lord of Quel'Thalas. Then let me pay my respects to the future Ranger Lord." Blake stepped back, mimicking the elven customs he had observed, offering a slight bow. Hagelin, embodying the characteristic poise of high elves, acknowledged the gesture with a nod in return. However, Blake was acutely aware that Hagelin's future accomplishments would transcend merely becoming a Ranger Lord. In a decade's time, he would become the first Ranger General of Quel'Thalas from outside the Windrunner lineage. Those acquainted with Quel'Thalas' internal affairs would recognize the magnitude of such an achievement. Of course, Hagelin's ascension to Ranger General was not solely due to his exceptional abilities, nor merely because of a friendly regent. A significant factor lay in the decline of the Windrunner family, who had held the position for nearly 7 millennia. With the eldest sister missing, the second sister slain, and the youngest sister having departed, only a young heir remained, too inexperienced to uphold the family's millennia-long glory. As a human, single-handedly slaying hundreds of orcs was a true hero's feat, almost miraculous. Had he been born in Quel'Thalas, bards would undoubtedly sing epics in his honor. Hagelin regarded Blake with kind words of admiration, yet his sharp gaze made Blake feel as though he stood bare before this formidable ranger. He dared not probe into the ranger's thoughts, instinctively sensing that such an action could lead to dire consequences. As Hagelin's twin phoenix short swords were poised at his waist. Moreover, knowing Hagelin's strength and that he was an ally sufficed. There was no need to engage in actions that might cause displeasure. Blake increasingly felt that the scouting skills granted by the ranger class resembled the evil detection of a paladin. It was a powerful ability, yet its side effects were considerable. Once deployed, it would invariably attract trouble. Blake, I have heard that Maris has imparted the Wayfarer's blade dance technique to you. He mentioned that you were likely the second human to grasp this skill after him, the future accomplished elven ranger remarked, displaying a rare openness devoid of the deep-seated arrogance and prejudice common among his kin. In just a few minutes of acquaintance, Hagelin left a remarkably positive impression on Blake. After observing Blake's weapons and the time of day, he suggested, there is still time. Why not practice the blade dance with Maris? Allow me to see your understanding of it. If you truly master it, perhaps the Wayfarer's Legion will open its doors to you. From what I know, Lady Sylvanas has already seen this potential in her disciple Maris. She intends to select talented humans to join our ancient ranger corps. This notion is supported by General Larissa. Perhaps you could become the second Maris. Indeed, my friend, Maris chimed in, humorously adding, I often miss my homeland while alone in Quel'Thalas. And some elves regard me as a rare specimen. If a human friend were to join the Wayfarers, my situation would undoubtedly improve. Then let us proceed. Blake, unperturbed, unsheathed his blade and Legavith, gesturing towards Maris, who shrugged and effortlessly drew two elven hand axes. Under the watchful gaze of Hageron, arms crossed, the two began their sparring with weapons. This was not a battle to the death, so the pace was measured, resembling a rehearsal. The movements of the left arm were exaggerated. Wielding the weapon in such a manner would undoubtedly impair one's reaction speed. Suppress your urge to attack. Always be mindful of the opportunities the enemy presents, as they may very well be traps designed to lure you in. Maris, your counterattacks are far too sluggish. Blake, remember to defend as you retreat. This is the first step. If you cannot master defense, then a counterattack is but a fanciful notion. Are all humans so uncouth? Elegance. Remember, your movements must be as graceful as possible. This is not merely for aesthetics, but a tradition of the Wayfarers. We cannot engage in battle like savages. The blade gauntlet is ill-suited for you. Perhaps you should consider a dagger or a short sword, and Maris's one-handed axe would be more appropriate than the blade gauntlet. You lack the proficiency to wield such a unique weapon, merely flailing it about at your whim. Hageron, the winged light, is indeed a rather strict superior. Perhaps he wishes to conceal his attitude, yet he instinctively corrects Blake and Maris whenever their actions falter. After several mistakes, he even resorts to the characteristic elven sarcasm to admonish them, causing the two novices considerable pressure, akin to taking an examination before a stern teacher. However, this stringent guidance proves effective. As Blake is repeatedly corrected, he can clearly see the progress of the skill blade dance in his character card steadily increasing. Perhaps it is due to Hageron's expertise in this skill that Blake's learning accelerates at such a remarkable rate. At this pace, in another 2 or 3 hours, blade dance could truly be unlocked. Hey, you are far too strict. Look, you have frightened them. After just an hour, as twilight descended. During the fourth round of their confrontation, a soft voice suddenly permeated the air around the trio. Hageron reacted with remarkable speed. Blake could hardly comprehend how he drew his bow before an arrow whistled through the air, illuminating the surroundings in the next moment. A flare. The illumination arrow, judging by the brilliance of its explosion, was clearly of high quality, yet it failed to draw out the lurking assailant from the shadows. In an instant, two dark blades flashed before Hageron, the ranger's body bending and contorting as if boneless, evading the strikes, like a spring coiled tightly. Just as his torso seemed on the verge of breaking, he grasped the phoenix short sword at his waist, delivering a swift and fierce counterattack against the armored assailant emerging from the shadows. Sparks flew as the tall, oddly clad assassin, dressed in a black battle skirt and bare-chested, was sent reeling, yet he remained unscathed. With a nimble leap, he landed gracefully atop a higher branch. Their clash was as swift as lightning, yet neither gained the upper hand. Oh, Winged Light, your skills have noticeably declined. The assassin on the treetop rose, and Blake finally discerned that he was also an elf. Sporting long, dark gray hair cascading over his shoulders, tied into a single ponytail at the back, adorned with a goatee. This is a flaw of elves. They live too long, showing no signs of aging before death, making it challenging to gauge their true age by appearance. Deep Shadow, you remain as insufferable as ever. Hageron sheathed his twin phoenix short swords, disregarding the taunting elf, stating, I had expected a Shadow Walker from the Sanguinor family, yet here you are, an amateur. I now begin to worry about the outcome of this hunt. You, my friend, are lacking in every regard. The Shadow Walkers of the Sanguinor family are preoccupied with guarding the Sun King. They have no time to frolic in human territory. The mocked elf assassin, unfazed, shifted to a more comfortable stance against the tree, idly toying with a crystal-like slender dagger, languidly replying. This operation in Ravenhold fails to pique even the interest of Blood Baron. His little girl Valira is eager to participate, but alas, she has yet to complete the shadow trials. The prominent figures look down upon your trivial skirmishes. Thus, I am the only one who has come. Chapter 034. Debate. Two elves were engaged in a spirited debate in the obscure and intricate language of Seralis. Blake understood their conversation and found it quite intriguing, as it revealed a plethora of information. The two appeared to have a strained relationship, yet there was an underlying familiarity between them. Blake scrutinized the elf perched atop the treetops, narrowing his eyes in recognition. It was Viril Shadowdeep, the master assassin of Quel'Thalas, a devoted ally of Prince Kael Sunstrider, and one of the prince's most trusted subordinates. While undeniably powerful, his character, as Hagelin had noted, possessed certain flaws, most notably, a foolish loyalty. Well then, everyone, what is the point of watching two younglings bicker? Viril's called out from his lofty perch, addressing the enveloping silence of the night. Prince Kael places great importance on this operation, and I would rather not return to him with the disgrace of failure. Since we still have time, let us discuss the plan. There's no need to reiterate. It has already been set in stone, a voice echoed, slightly aged, resonating through the darkness. It belonged to a woman, her speech marked by the accent of the southern continent. Under Blake's gaze, a seasoned female assassin clad in black leather armor, her face obscured by a mask, sat upon a stone not more than 10 meters away. Judging by her demeanor, she had clearly been there for quite some time. The fact that Blake could not sense her presence, and even Hagelin, a powerful ranger, had failed to do so, spoke volumes about the formidable strength of this silver-haired matron. This was Pasonia Shore, the esteemed commander of the Stormwind Kingdom's intelligence division, often referred to as the legendary assassin of humanity. Accompanying her was a young man with brown hair, of similar age to Blake, also clad in black and armed with daggers. His demeanor was enigmatic. Without the need for further investigation, Blake recognized him. Matthias Shore, the grandson of the legendary assassin, destined to become the commander of the intelligence division and the master assassin of Stormwind. However, like Blake, he was merely a novice at this stage. His undetectability by Hagelin was likely due to Pasonia shrouding him within her shadowy attire. There is no need for further discussion. The target has already set out, completely unaware, and is en route to Stonethorn. Another deep voice interjected. Accompanying the voice was a middle-aged man with black hair, donned in dark leather armor and a flamboyant cloak. His face concealed by a Ravenholt mask. He bore two long swords at his waist, a rarity for an assassin. Blake recognized him as well. Farid, the master assassin of Ravenholt Manor. While his notoriety was not as pronounced as that of his companions, his future actions would certainly not go unnoticed. Excluding the factors of deception and manipulation, Master Farid could be considered the savior of the Black Dragon, as he would, over 2 decades hence, rescue the last pure-blooded Black Dragon Prince of Azeroth. Is everyone present? Farid asked, stepping forward to salute the seemingly indifferent Pasonia, who was nonchalantly sharpening her nails with a dagger. She cast a calm glance over the assemblage and remarked, "Who else is missing?" We extended an invitation to the legendary half-orc assassin Garona Halfrison, who has recently escaped from the battlefield of Sindorii, but she has neither responded nor harmed our messenger. It seems the rumors of her estrangement from the Orcish horde hold some truth. Farid quietly replied, eliciting an icy glare from Pasonia. The elderly matron coldly retorted, "I am aware that the Duke has been scheming to recruit that half-orc wretch, but should you dare him?" Pasonia smiled like a true matron and said, "Hunting requires bait. My dear, as you have heard, our accomplice has set up an explosive zone, and your task, along with those 2 novices, is to lure as many Fireblade Sword Saints as possible into it. If I were to send a master to undertake this mission, old Darl would undoubtedly see through it. That orc is the most cunning and cautious tactical mastermind I have ever encountered. Before the assassination begins, any rustle or breeze will alert him to danger. However, if it is merely 3 hapless novices who have wandered into the hunting grounds, he would be more than willing to send forth his elite to play with you, especially with a burgeoning orc slayer among you." At this point, Pasonia shook her head. In a manner reminiscent of a mentor imparting wisdom, she advised Blake, "In the profession of an assassin, it is best not to achieve too much notoriety, child. Fame can be a heavy burden for us, bringing forth many unnecessary troubles, like the situation we find ourselves in now. According to your words, 1 bait is sufficient with me." Blake blinked and inquired, "Did those 2 offend you?" "Not at all. I am not one to seek personal vengeance," the legendary assassin replied patiently, elucidating to Blake. Nizano's Maris was invited in at the suggestion of his mentor, Lady Sylvanas Windrunner, who adheres to a philosophy of ruthless growth, believing her disciples must endure trials to succeed. As for my grandson, Shaul, this is his shadow trial. Pasonia glanced at the expressionless Matthias Shaul beside her and softly continued, "We are the defenders of the kingdom of Stormwind, yet we have failed in our mission. The moment King Lane was assassinated by that wretched Garona upon his throne, all the assassins of the SI 7 were shamed. I have grown old. My disgrace shall accompany me to the grave. For Shal to inherit my heavy responsibilities, he must prove his worth. The path to redeeming this dishonor is long. And perhaps one day my grandson will plunge a dagger into that wretch's heart on my behalf. But for now, his capabilities suffice only to serve as bait. Thus, he must complete this task and undergo his first trial, just like the two of you. Do you understand? Understood. Blake nodded. You are either here for the mission or to cleanse a disgrace, yet I seem to have yet to find something worth my peril. Therefore, if it is not too presumptuous, should I survive the battle, I wish to request the rights to the spoils. After all, I am now a member of Ravenholt. Our creed is to remain loyal to our commission. Ah, quite the character, lad. Passonia shot him a glance. As long as old Darl dies today, you will be hailed as a hero, you will gain renown, you will acquire everything you desire. Is that not sufficient for revenge? As an assassin, being too well known is not a good thing. That is the lesson you just imparted, Blake countered, shaking his head. Thus, I believe I should ask for something more tangible. Humph, sharp-tongued, Passonia massaged her neck. The silver-haired matron huffed. With so many masters present, you dared to make such a request. I hope your abilities are as formidable as your greed. However, this demand is not unreasonable. It is indeed appropriate to reward those who risk their lives. But only those who survive are entitled to claim the spoils. I have high hopes for you, bold lad. Do not let me down. Now, everyone else, take a breather. The 3 baits may set forth. Shal will escort you to the designated location. Lastly, I urge you, when pursued by a horde of orc sword saints, do not stray from the shadows. With your skills, should they catch up to you, it would take less than 10 seconds for your demise. Chapter 035. The Sword Saints Expedition. What misdeed have you committed to incur your grandmother's ire? For her to send you as bait is indicative of a strained familial bond. In the darkness surrounding the Alterac Mountains, Black withdrew his blade from the neck of a wolf rider that had infiltrated their lines, shaking off the blood. He turned to Shore, who was silently extracting a dagger from another corpse. The latter had yet to develop the commanding presence he would wield over Azeroth a decade later. Nor had he transformed into the loquacious legend fond of men. In Black's memory, Master Shore's experience diverged from that of an ordinary man. He appeared rather inexperienced now, although the precision and ferocity of his ambush tactics hinted at the prowess he would later attain. In response to Black's inquiry, Shore remained silent, seemingly deeming the question unworthy of a reply. With a shrug, Black glanced ahead. Thanks to their combined efforts, only 2 wolf riders remained. Having managed to escape a dozen paces on their steeds, they intended to deliver a warning to the advancing Fireblade clan regarding the ambush. Suddenly, 2 black-feathered arrows shot forth from behind the assassins, striking the fleeing riders with the force of a heavy blow, sending them tumbling from their mounts. The fierce sparks of hounds erupted from the front as hunting dogs emerged from their hiding places, swiftly dispatching one of the fallen orcs' necks. Blood glistening as they lunged at the 2 remaining warwolves. One orc perished instantly as a finely crafted arrow from Quel'Thalas shattered his heart. The tally now stood at 5, 3, 2. A pirate assassin whistled, addressing Shore. Let us exert ourselves, fellow assassin, with our 2, for blades. We have been outdone by an archer lurking behind. With a swift motion, Shore tossed a spark to ignite the body behind them, deftly arranging the scene to appear as an encounter rather than an ambush. He raised his head, casting a silent signal behind him, indicating that 2 more orc scouts had likely infiltrated the area. They needed to eliminate these orcs before the Fireblade clan arrived. While they were tasked with being bait, they could not naively wait for the Sword Saints to leap into the trap. They needed to take a more proactive approach to draw the attention of the Fireblade orcs. In simpler terms, they must learn to attract hostility. The 3 novices, as viewed by the masters, moved swiftly through the night, guided by the Hawk of Hagelin Brightwing. As if the fog of war had lifted, they soon encountered a second group of orc wolf riders encamped in the area, initiating their ambush with Maris's assassination arrows as 2 assassins sprang from the shadows, blood splattering. 30 minutes later, the third and final group of wolf riders was precisely eliminated. Black sat beside the flickering flames, chewing on jerky, regaining his strength while surveying the surrounding darkness. Other than the crackling of flames, silence reigned. Behind him, Nathanos was applying poison to the arrows in his quiver. While this act appeared dubious, given the nature of their ambush, employing poison proved a commendable strategy. The pirate turned, noticing Shore also applying poison to his short sword and dagger. Shaking his head, Black retrieved a small vial from his pack and tossed it over. Use this. The hunting poison from the Bloodring clan is potent and fast-acting. It surpasses that of the Assassin's Guild. I tested it a few days ago. Shore glanced at the vial at his feet, then at Black, decisively picking up the poison to coat his weapons. He was a remarkably pragmatic individual. They will be arriving shortly, Maris's voice echoed from behind, as the human ranger fed a piece of jerky to his beloved dog. Based on the traces we left, we have disguised ourselves as a group of Alliance assassins. The number of Fireblade Sword Saints pursuing us should not be fewer than 5. This is the maximum we can lure, leading them into the explosive zone. No, Black interrupted, stroking the smooth, pebble-like talisman hanging from his neck. Shore's grandmother tasked us with luring as many Fireblade Sword Saints away from their stronghold as possible. The more Sword Saints we draw away, the higher the success rate of their assassination of Old Daler. 5 is insufficient. And what is your plan? Shore finally spoke, his voice raspy. Uncharacteristic of a man in his 20s. He produced a face covering from his pocket and donned it, asking, "Do you have a better method to attract attention?" "Indeed." Black replied candidly. Rising, he addressed his companions. "According to Maris, we have left traces. The first wave of pursuers will soon arrive. And your esteemed grandmother has accurately assessed our strength. Once those Sword Saints force us from the shadows, we will be finished. However, what if I told you I possess a method to immobilize our pursuers?" Maris's eyes sharpened in an instant, and he succinctly inquired, "One? Or a group?" "A group." Black caressed the tied talisman, explaining, "This artifact came into my possession by chance. I cannot adequately describe it, but it has never failed me since I acquired it. However, Sword Saints are no ordinary orcs. I cannot guarantee I will incapacitate them for 3 seconds. Nonetheless, whether 5 or 10 arrive, as long as I am not slain in an instant, I am confident I can stun them all for at least a second. Imagine if the Fireblade clan suffered losses among their Sword Saints. They would send a greater number in their second wave, and our mission would be extraordinarily successful. We shall startle those old crones." The pirate shifted his shoulders, feeling the fervent thrum of his heart. "Yet my sole concern is, my 2 friends. Can you eliminate those immobilized Sword Saints within a second? If you fail, we are all doomed." In response, Shore and Maris exchanged glances. Rising, he tossed a package to Black, stating, "This is a special blinding powder my grandmother gave me before I set out, mixed with some magical materials that can envelop you in shadow. If you falter, use this." "Very well." Black stowed the blinding powder in his magical satchel, glancing skyward as a black hawk glided silently above them. "Here they come," the pirate called to his companions. On the opposite side of the valley, a bare-chested old orc, adorned with the Fireblade battle flag and wielding dual-hand blades, crouched beside a disfigured heap of corpses. He expertly examined the tracks left on the ground and remarked to his companions, "The footprints are chaotic, indicating a considerable number, though it could also be a feint. These cunning assassins often indulge in such tricks to obscure our vision. However, it is evident that the assailants are elite. These wounds suggest a swift and lethal strike." With little indication of struggle, he retrieved a broken arrow from the still-warm ashes, inhaling its scent. "Poisoned, how cautious. Yet, as far as I know, human armies do not excel in archery. They prefer the brutish firearms of dwarves. Thus, have the elusive elven rangers rumored to have appeared in the Arthi Highlands joined this fray? It is likely a trap, a high probability indeed." Behind the aged orc, another warrior, strikingly similar in appearance, known as the Fireblade Sword Saint, spoke, "Chieftain, we should not have ventured here. The Thunder King clan has fervently assured us that we would achieve something significant in Stoneblade, yet everything seems too coincidental. Be it the news of the human marshal's emergence or that letter, both reveal too many peculiarities. Frankly, I harbor doubts regarding the information confirmed by those assassins who once served the Shadow Council. Indeed, it may be a conspiracy, yet we are compelled to come." The chieftain of the Fireblade clan, Darzar Bloodblade, discarded the broken arrow from his grasp and rose. This elder orc, with his grizzled hair and white beard, possessed a physique more robust than the other Sword Saints. His torso, abdomen, and arms bore the marks of countless past battles, yet rather than appearing frail, they adorned him like medals, signifying a life filled with relentless conflict. His skin, a deep green, bore the taint of fell blood surging within, a corruption that nonetheless bestowed upon the orc a fierce strength, allowing the aged Darzar to wield his blade once more. Clad in deep crimson battle trousers, he wore a necklace of blessed beads around his neck, a testament to shamanic favor, and bore upon his back a tattered Fireblade banner, a relic of numerous battles fought. Beyond this, he wore no armor, for to don armor would be an act of cowardice for a Sword Saint. Even the lightest leather would hinder their fluidity in combat. As Sword Saints, they possessed the confidence to evade or parry every blade aimed at them. Armor, in their eyes, was utterly superfluous. The great chieftain had departed for Quel'Thalas to seek new allies for the tribe. This information was likely already known to the Alliance, and a massive counterattack was imminent. We must act to buy sufficient time for the chieftain. The old Sword Saint gazed into the enveloping darkness and solemnly declared, "If Lothar is in that city, then splendid. We shall risk everything tonight to slay the human commander. This act would propel the war into its final confrontation, and at this juncture, our chances of victory are substantial. If Lothar is not present, it matters little. The human commander, Gavinrad the Doomed, has already made his appearance in that city. If we can eliminate him, we will maintain our pressure over the humans in the hills. This is a ruse. The humans are forcing our hand. If we do nothing, the Thunder King clan and the Fireblade clan will find themselves ensnared in the forthcoming counterattack in the hills. We cannot rely on support from Arthi Highlands. Bah. The Blood Ring clan is a collection of inept fools. Just like the Dragonmaw clan, which hides in the shadows of dragons and dares not step beyond the marshes. The elder chieftain shook his head, addressing the void behind him. The elite assassins of humanity have surely scattered throughout this valley. I shall personally confront the human commander. Warriors of the Fireblade clan, I require you to buy me time. And those assassins who have slaughtered our kin must pay in blood. Go forth, find them, and grant them an honorable death. A hush fell upon the elder chieftain's orders, yet a gust of wind surged through the night, stirring his white hair tied in a single ponytail, as though an invisible army had commenced its advance, with his subordinates vanishing into the shadows. The upright old chieftain let out a resigned sigh. Alas, Samuro, if you were still by my side, even if misfortune befalls me tonight, I would harbor no regrets. Under your leadership, the Fireblade clan shall not wither. Jubal is also capable of bearing great responsibility, yet he is too old, aged like myself. He extended his hand, seemingly to gauge the direction of the night winds. With a soft tear of fabric, the black twin-bladed daggers materialized in his grasp. And as his fingers glided across the darkened blades, a flickering flame, pulsating as though alive, ignited upon the edges. The flames illuminated the old orc's eyes. This night may very well mark the final battle for the Fireblade. Orgrimmar, you promised me that you would seek a new homeland for our people. For that, I am willing to drink from the cup of curses and wield the blade for you. I fear not death, but you promised me. As the night winds whispered, Darzar Bloodblade, clutching the flaming blade, stepped forward, vanishing into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 36. Master of Weapons. The Windwalk of the Sword Saints allows them to move with the swiftness of the wind, while simultaneously maintaining a stealth effect akin to that of us assassins. However, to my knowledge, Windwalk is not true stealth. The Sword Saints are genuine warriors. Their path entirely unconnected to shadows, their Windwalk is a magical effect. Being a magical phenomenon, it can be dispelled. In the dark valley of night, Nasinos Maris stood on a conspicuous hill, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. From his quiver, he retrieved a special arrow. This arrow was exquisitely crafted. Its head not a hastily fashioned iron tip, but a finely polished magical gem. It was clearly the handiwork of the elves of Quel'Thalas, who had elaborately adorned the shaft with a phoenix motif. This was customary, as the phoenix emblem is the crest of Quel'Thalas, representing their affinity for vibrant elemental life in the arcane. Before departing, Captain Mingy had provided me with 3 magical arrows. The human ranger seemed to be talking to himself, alone save for his hunting dog, as he gazed ahead, knocking an arrow onto his bowstring. Once this arrow strikes the ground, it will activate a binding spell with a wide radius, ensnaring any creature that enters its confines and capable of dispelling magical effects. I can reveal them. However, relying solely on magic may not hold them for long. We shall protect you, Bait. A voice, laced with mirth, whispered from the shadows. Maris shook his head, raising his arm slightly. With a swift motion, the magical arrow soared through the night sky, landing just below the hill. The arrow struck the ground but did not immediately activate, remaining nearly undetectable in the darkness. This magical arrow could be seen as a trap, likely only affordable for the wealthiest of hunters. This human ranger had indeed been well trained by the elves. He had chosen this small hillock wisely, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, with only the path before him for any potential assault. Should the Sword Saints approach, unless they could defy gravity, they would have no choice but to charge forward. After firing 2 magical arrows, covering all areas in front of him, Maris sat cross-legged on the hill, maintaining a steady breath while patiently waiting. The night was eerily silent, a tranquility that sent chills down one's spine. Below, Blake stealthily patrolled the base of the hill, gripping his shadow-enshrouded blade fist in one hand, while the other held Vit's leg, his palm sweaty with anxiety. He was tense, uncertain of Shea's whereabouts. The young man's stealth skills surpassed even Blake's, who bore an affinity for shadows, a clear testament to years of rigorous training. Suddenly, a burst of blue luminescence erupted from the ground, reminiscent of sparks flying when electrifying a rodent in a power grid. The binding arrow had been activated. The Sword Saints were upon them. In an instant, Maris sprang to his feet, drawing his bow as 3 figures wielding combat blades materialized within the overlapping zones of the 2 arrows. They were tall, imposing, armed with straight-bladed weapons, their bare torsos adorned with elemental beads, a testament to their status as elite orc warriors. Realizing they had stepped into a magical trap, the 3 Sword Saints reacted immediately. One of them cleaved the ground with a mighty swing, shattering the binding power of the magical arrows. The other 2 dispersed to either side, their speed defying normal human capabilities. But in the next moment, boom. A tidal wave of auditory illusion surged into the ears of the 3 Sword Saints as Blake emerged from the shadows. The tidal incantation's effects crashing uniformly upon the orc warriors. Just as in previous encounters, their battle-hardened bodies felt as if they were struck by a battering ram, weakening and forcing them towards the ground. This mighty impact even affected their consciousness, rendering the seasoned fighters momentarily dazed. Without hesitation, Blake pressed forward. Aware that this was no ordinary hunt, they were dancing on the edge of a blade, and a single misstep could spell doom for them all. The poison blade fist, infused with the full might of a pirate's strength, plunged into the back of the nearest flame blade sword saint. This insidious weapon, with its barbed edge, would shred even the most resilient heart if thrust and withdrawn. Simultaneously, Shayer brandished his dagger, executing a standard throat-slitting maneuver as he emerged from the shadows. The dagger pierced the sword saint's neck from behind, while another blade struck with serpent-like precision near the sword saint's ear. The synchronized assassination took less than a second. Yet, the third sword saint began to show signs of awakening. Indeed, against such seasoned warriors, the tidal incantation's disorienting effect had diminished. Perhaps their bodies and wills were simply too formidable. Suddenly, a flying arrow struck the recovering sword saint's neck, causing him to stagger. With a resounding thud, Vit's leg collided with the third sword saint's forehead, knocking him back down as Blake lunged forward, essentially riding the fallen warrior's back. He raised his left fist, the blade fist imbued with blood and fragments of heart, plunging down mercilessly. On the other side, Shea kicked out with the tip of his foot like a knife, striking the fallen sword saint's eye. The excruciating pain elicited a roar from the warrior grasping a sword saint's battle blade beside him. He leapt forward like a nimble monkey, charging at the sword saint who had just toppled Shawit to the ground and was poised to execute him. Blake's steps faltered slightly, not out of fear, but because he needed to process the immense experience gained from slaying two sword saints. As a torrent of translucent experience surged into his character card, the pirate class underwent a remarkable transformation. He soared from the latter half of level 19 to level 20, accompanied by the emergence of a dazzling new talent. Weapon Master, mastery of melee combat techniques. The instant this talent manifested, Blake's mind whirled with recollections of every battle he had fought since his rebirth, every weapon he had wielded. The fluid motions of brandishing blades echoed within him, etched into the depths of his soul. Previously, Hajira Mingi had scathingly remarked that Blake was utterly inept with such an unusual weapon as the blade fist, merely flailing about. The pirate had thought this was a bias unique to high elves, but now he realized Hadron had spoken the truth. Moreover, as he scanned his skill list, he noted that every combat skill, including military swordsmanship, pirate brawling, and shadow strike, had risen a level in proficiency. What had once been proficient military swordsmanship was now elevated to mastery. It was a moment of profound transformation, adorning the title of Orc Slayer. Blake seized the leg of Vit and the blade fist, utilizing the time his two companions had bought him to don his shadow battle attire once more. He dashed into the fray, maneuvering around the sword saint who was mercilessly pummeling Maris and Shower, inhaling deeply before springing forth from the shadows. This time, as he swung the blade fist, the dual influence of the title's attack adjustment and the weapon master talent propelled his strike toward the sword saint's neck. His other hand wielded Vit's leg with precision, landing a crushing blow to the back of the sword saint's head. This precise strike resulted in a critical hit, causing the sword saint to stagger, momentarily dazed. As Blake's blade fist slashed, it grazed the sword saint's protective elemental beads, deftly finding its way into his throat. With the blade's withdrawal, the barbed edges of the blade fist inflicted a gaping wound, rendering the sword saint momentarily weak. Yet, his counterattack remained fierce. He spun around, delivering a swift and vengeful slash, which Blake barely managed to block with Vit's leg. To his horror, he watched as that companion, which had been with him for so long, was cleaved in two. No, Vit, the pirate cried out, sent tumbling to the ground by the overwhelming force. The sword saint, swaying, intended to deliver a fatal blow, hoping to take Blake down with him before his own demise. But behind him, a disheveled Shower and blood-soaked Maris rose simultaneously. Three promising newcomers, reminiscent of street brawlers. Shower tackled the sword saint, while Maris hefted his battle blade to deliver a fierce downward strike. Without a weapon, Blake gritted his teeth and hurled the blade fist with deadly intent. At this distance, the destructive power of the blade fist was fully realized. The blade embedded itself in the orc's forehead, scrambling his thoughts, while Maris's battle blade executed a decisive cut, severing the sword saint's neck. The grotesquely coiffed head, stained with blood, spun through the air, landing at Blake's feet. The pirate exhaled a sigh of relief as waves of exhaustion washed over him. The adrenaline ebbed, and he sank to the ground, gasping for breath. The sword saint was dead. With 3 against 4, and having executed a frontal assault, this victory was undeniably hard-earned. This was perhaps the first time since entering Azeroth that he had battled a true powerhouse. Looking at the bloodied head before him, he cracked a smile. The feeling of triumph after a grueling struggle was truly delightful. Chapter 037. The dark promise in the cool, breezy night, Nasinos Maris swayed slightly before collapsing onto the ground, shedding any semblance of grace befitting an elven apprentice. Meanwhile, Shor grimaced as he rubbed his injured shoulder. Once again, your grandmother's assessment of our capabilities is remarkably accurate. Blake lamented, gazing at the severed remnants of Veet's leg. He wearily pulled the blade from the head of the sword saint and addressed his two companions. Had we not been prepared, we would have been reduced to mere pulp at the hands of the 4 sword saints upon engagement. These sword saints are truly formidable. But we emerged victorious. Shore's eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at the 3 corpses at the foot of the hill. Such a remarkable achievement spoke volumes. He had successfully passed his shadow trial, provided he could survive long enough to share this good news with his stern grandmother. Seeing the pirates disarmed, he tossed his short sword to Blake and retrieved a spare weapon from his pack to strap to his waist. Indeed, we have triumphed, Maris added, equally elated. With a heavy heart, he recalled the wounded hound, Ashen, whimpering by his side, and retracted the magical reins. The aftermath of the battle had evidently strengthened their bond. Blake toyed with the short sword Shore had thrown, marveling at its quality as a descendant of a legendary assassin. It was no surprise that he possessed such exceptional gear: blade of pain, excellent quality, enhanced precision, enhanced bleeding, minor combo. The 3 attributes of this weapon quickly distracted the disgruntled pirate from his sorrow over Veet's leg. He stowed away his old companion and grasped his new weapon with renewed vigor. All right, brothers, let us relish this victory, but we shall speak of true triumph later, Blake declared, brandishing his newly acquired weapon. Though he had only just obtained it, his stance while wielding the sword suggested a natural talent for the art of combat. Let us prepare the battlefield. Rising to his feet, he lifted the decapitated head of the sword saint and grasped the tattered battle standard, addressing his companions. Though desecrating the fallen is frowned upon, in the midst of battle, provoking our foes requires no further instruction, I presume? Now, we must make our escape. The trio was in poor condition, and time was evidently of the essence. No one could ascertain how many sword saints from the Fireblade clan lurked in the shadows of the night, but it was certain that their skirmish had drawn attention. They hastily cleared the battlefield, with Blake stowing away 3 sword saints' battle blades, each of excellent quality and significant importance, making for splendid collectibles. Grasping Maris's arm, he led the injured ranger into the shadows. As the shadowy garb enveloped them, he heard Maris's familiar exclamation, You can lead others in stealth? Indeed, I can. You are a gifted ranger, infatuated with your mentor, while I am a prodigious assassin, a wanderer at heart. Thus, there is no need for such astonishment. How dare you speak such nonsense? My relationship with my mentor is entirely innocent. Rest assured, Lady Sylvanas shines like the sun. Merely approaching her leaves one feeling inadequate. How do you know my thoughts? Can you read minds? Both of you, be quiet. Someone is pursuing us. Idiots. A furious roar erupted minutes later on the battlefield, now a scene of chaos. An elder sword saint struck his blade forcefully against the wooden frame before him, shattering it into 6 pieces, while the heads impaled upon it tumbled to the ground. In the pool of blood, For Fireblade battle standards lay torn and drenched in a suspicious liquid, an unmistakable provocation. The elder orc surveyed the scene with wide, bulging eyes, his breath growing heavy as crimson veins surged in his gaze, emblematic of his seething rage. Although there had been sporadic casualties among the Sword Saints since their arrival in Azeroth, none had ever suffered a loss as humiliating as this. For Sword Saints slain in a single blow, this was a disgraceful defeat. Yet, the Sword Saints were seasoned warriors, their physical and spiritual training unmatched. Though the failure was shameful and the enemy's taunt infuriating, it did not disrupt the Elder Sword Saint's contemplation. Despite the demonic blood coursing through his veins urging him to seek vengeance and reclaim honor, the old soldier suppressed the urge for destruction. The ability to kill 4 Sword Saints in one fell swoop had already proven the adversary's tenacity. He crouched down, meticulously examining the surroundings, soon discovering the trail of blood leading away. They went that way, he assessed, noting the disordered tracks, an unpredictable number, but likely no more than 5 individuals. For Sword Saints had perished without leaving a single body behind. So, it must be an elite human assassin squad? Perhaps even a master assisting them. They should not be underestimated. The Elder Orc retrieved a small bone horn from his waist and blew into it, producing a strange, low, eerie sound reminiscent of a war drum. This was a signal for assembly. Soon, nearly 20 Sword Saints from the surrounding area were summoned, their eyes drawn to the desecrated standards and the bodies of their fallen comrades. Some of the younger warriors, unable to contain their fury, howled into the night. To the north, the Elder Sword Saint commanded, pointing with a hand and addressing his comrades in Orcish. The enemy is formidable. There may be human assassin masters at play. Do not scatter recklessly. Pursue them in teams of 5 and strike alternately. We must slay the provocateurs. I will lead the charge to support the chieftain. The disgrace and blood debt of our 4 fallen kin shall be repaid by your hands. At your command, master. The Fireblade Sword Saints responded in unison, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the wind. Yet, the Elder Orc did not depart immediately. He lingered, respectfully gathering the remains of his fallen comrades. As he rose, He turned to address a figure behind him. "Lantrasor, why do you not pursue the hunt?" "Because they despise me," a low voice answered from a distance of 10 paces. It belonged to a fire-blade sword saint, taller than the others, with peculiar black-purple hair. His skin lacked the typical green hue of his kin, instead displaying a brownish tone with a hint of blue. His facial features were softer than the usual Orcish countenance, with larger eyes and smaller tusks, evidence of his mixed heritage. He bore a double-handed battle blade, distinct from those of the other sword saints, adorned with fiery, magma-like patterns, an elemental blade reserved for the sword saint masters. "Even if I am stronger than them, even if I follow you into this new world, even if I forsake my conscience to slaughter the weak alongside you, even if I fight with greater ferocity than any fire blade orc, they still loathe me." He crossed his arms and spoke in a deep voice. "So why should I aid them? Why should I assist you? You are one of the fire blade." The elder sword saint furrowed his brow. "You are akin to the departed Samuro, the most promising warrior of the next generation of the fire blade clan. The chieftain values you. You should recognize that." "Indeed. He values me. Thus, he is willing to accept me, a half-breed, into the clan, yet he has never truly regarded me with esteem. He sees me merely as a weapon. I am weary of this." The mixed-blood orc sword saint spat to the side. "Old Daler is senile. He leaps into traps knowing full well they are traps. I shall not accompany him to his grave. I must depart, Master Jubal. It was you who trained me. I know you, like others, held me, a half-breed, in contempt, but you did grant me strength. After tonight, I shall no longer be a member of the Burning Blade. Indeed, after tonight, the very existence of the Burning Blade is questionable. I am returning to Draenor." With these words, the towering orc turned to leave, only to be halted by the aged Blade Master's call. "Lantrasor of the Burning Blade, if you truly regard me as your mentor, then fight once more for the Burning Blade. The chieftain requires reinforcement. I know you will not aid him directly. Therefore, I ask that you accompany our comrades to hunt down those elite assassins who have desecrated the Burning Blade banner. They have trampled upon our honor that you do not possess." The half-breed Blade Master retorted with disdain. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he pursued the band of Blade Masters, uttering as he departed, with a tone of finality, "Like myself, honor is lost. The moment the Burning Blade's war blade struck down the first non-combatant human woman, we forfeited all honor. This new world is fair, yet we, a cadre of dishonorable butchers, defile it. We are unworthy of it. I shall heed your request, not for the sake of the Burning Blade's honor, but merely because when you discovered me, you did not cleave me in two, but instead taught me to wield a blade. Nothing more." Watching the half-orc Blade Master vanish into the wind, old Jubal clenched his fists. He found it difficult to entreat his student to stay. In truth, with the earlier departure of the other prodigious Blade Master, Samuro, the aged Blade Master had foreseen Lantrasor's farewell. Perhaps the departure of these two geniuses, who were meant to uphold the future of the Burning Blade, portends ill for tonight, as Lantrasor's parting words suggested. After tonight, the very existence of the Burning Blade is questionable. But, Shing the Master's blade was drawn. Jubal gripped it as he had countless times before. The weapon that had accompanied him throughout his life of battle felt unusually heavy this night. He could already hear the roar of the blade storm gathering. It emanated from another direction, the sound of the chieftain battling formidable foes. Like the war drum signaling the start of conflict, it summoned him to the battlefield. He yearned to spar with his comrades on the boundless plains of Nagrand, as he had in his youth, rather than invade another world as an interloper, vying for new lands after his own world's demise. He longed to remain in the homeland of his memories forever, even in death. He wished his soul to return to the Burning Blade's homeland of Haviland, now on the brink of destruction. Alas, he might never have that chance again. Whoosh! After taking 3 steps, the old Blade Master whirled around, unleashing a strike that effortlessly cleaved a grotesque creature that materialized behind him. It appeared to be a succubus. With a comely face, demonic horns, cloven hooves, and a pair of wings, a cunning breed of demon with marginal combat prowess. However, under the old Blade Master's blade, it was dispatched to the twisting nether without so much as a word. "Emerge, you reeking cur!" Jubal roared. "Did your master Gul'dan not warn you to keep your distance from the warriors of the Burning Blade?" "Peace, master." A bizarre eyeball floated into existence from the warlock's magic of fell energies. It approached the old orc, and a cunning voice emanated from it. "I come not to provoke. Master Jubal, you have undoubtedly discerned the trap that the wily humans have laid for Chieftain Dalen. Several legendary figures are participating. I know you are mighty, but you would merely be throwing your life away. Once Chieftain Dalen falls, the Burning Blade will be torn asunder by his 2 unworthy sons. Therefore, I pose but one question. Do you wish to see the Burning Blade fall? Do you desire to save your chieftain?" The warblade in the old Blade Master's grasp hummed, poised to shatter the demonic abomination summoned by warlock magic, yet he refrained. After a few moments, he spoke. "Speak. Ha ha ha, excellent. We favor warriors of your wisdom and might." The voice said with a touch of deviousness and affectation. "The Shadow Council shall fight for the Burning Blade this night. Of course, after Chieftain Dalen is rescued." We will require the mighty Burning Blade Masters to perform a few insignificant tasks for us. Chapter 038. Truth and Deception. A mournful and eerie horn echoed through the night, reverberating in the valley. At the far end, Pandaria shore, an elderly woman with silver hair, abruptly halted her playful manipulation of a dagger. Rising from her seat, she cast a glance into the distance and remarked, "That is the signal of summoning from the Fireblade clan. It seems the young ones have exceeded my expectations." Her tone held little respect as she inquired about the young men from the Mingi family. Behind her, Haduran Mingi, hailing from the noble lineage of Quel'Solaris, displayed no signs of discontent. The elven ranger gently patted the falcon perched on his shoulder and replied, "Master Farid and the Deep Shadow have each led their teams to hunt down the scattered Fireblade Sword Saints. The elite forces of Ravenhold have mobilized in the hilly terrain. With the assistance of the Storm Kingdom's intelligence division, the battlefield has been effectively divided. If we can take down the old Darl, Triple Bloodblade here tonight, it will be a glorious victory worthy of the annals of history." Pandaria mused over the word, letting out a brief, mocking chuckle. She shook her head at the battle-hungry ranger, stating, "Not we, just I. Young man of the Mingi family, you possess great talent. But you are not yet prepared to partake in a legendary battle. Do not display that look of unwillingness. I speak only the truth. You lack the essence of true power, and your understanding of your combat skills remains at an impasse. Your arrows would not even graze old Darl. Should combat ensue, he would sever your head before you could react. Perhaps your mentor, General Larissa, might stand a chance, but alas. She too has aged and is reluctant to move, much like myself. Time is unforgiving." As the legendary assassin spoke of the relentless passage of time, she vanished into the shadows with a speed that Haduran could not hope to match. From the depths of obscurity, she commanded, "Go assist those 3 youngsters. They have executed their tasks with remarkable precision, yet a multitude of gathered sword saints is beyond their capacity to handle. The remainder of this endeavor must be completed by an adult. Be cautious as you enter the explosive zone. Those neurotic gnomes can be rather unreliable." Prince Muradin remains as vibrant as ever. I sometimes wonder if the blood coursing through those copper-bearded dwarves is indeed blood or merely tempestuous lightning. Before her words had fully dissipated, Pausanias's presence had already receded, charging towards the thunderous ravine ahead. Haduran Mingi gripped his phoenix war bow tightly. A surge of pride welled within him, compelling him to rush to the legendary battlefield, but he quickly quelled this impulse. Pausania was correct. He was not yet equipped to intervene in a legendary conflict. In this war, every participant must fulfill their role to steer the tide toward victory. Next time, Haduran picked up the magical whistle, blowing a sharp note. Amidst the peculiar wail, a white chocobo adorned with a splendid saddle appeared beside him. With agility, Mingi leaped onto the saddle, grasped the reins, and cast one last glance toward the distant mountain, where a violet magical barrier was emerging. He then urged his beloved mount towards the explosive zone with haste. "Next time, I shall not miss my opportunity," he vowed to himself, as if making a solemn promise. They arrived with astonishing speed. Blake, galloping fiercely on his warhorse, glanced back to see only shadows swirling in the night. Yet an undeniable sense of peril prickled at his core. There was indeed a cadre of sword saints in pursuit. His steed began to wheeze heavily. Having sprinted at full speed for an extended duration, yet they still could not shake off their relentless pursuers. The orcs, concealed by their windwalk, matched the warhorse's pace with their own swift legs. "Damn it, what do these sword saints feed on?" "Maris!" the pirate shouted ahead, where Shore was riding another warhorse with fervor, while the ranger Maris clung to him, riding backward. Blood seeped from his hands, yet he held his bow firm. In an instant, as Blake called out, Maris lifted his hands, releasing a binding arrow that soared into the sky, piercing the ground with a resounding thud. The binding effect of the last magical arrow activated amidst a flash of blue light, ensnaring an unfortunate sword saint, wielding a black war blade and bearing the Fireblade banner in place. Yet, almost immediately, the sword saint broke free with sheer force, dashing forward to re-enter the Vale of Windwalk. However, a red circle of light appeared in Blake's line of sight as he looked back. Even in Windwalk, the mark of the hunter still flickered. Moreover, in that fleeting moment of looking back, Blake had skillfully dispatched a scout, and the feedback left him furrowing his brow. Fireblade Clan Sword Saint Apprentice Mortal Body Fireblade Ritual Windwalk Deadly Strike Level 40 Warrior Level 3 Sword Saint. False. What does this false imply? A curious notion crossed Blake's mind as he rode at full speed. Were these fellows not genuine sword saints? They were labeled as Sword Saint Apprentices, yet they bore legendary statuses. What was this Fireblade ritual status, sounding like an additional effect? Swish. The sharp sound of slicing air filled Blake's ears, sending a chill down his spine. He rolled outward, tumbling off his horse just as the creature's head was cleanly severed by a flash of steel. Blood sprayed as the headless horse collapsed forward, revealing the sword saint who had ambushed them. The assailant, brandishing a blade, appeared in an instant, extending his left hand without looking back to catch an incoming arrow, which he then hurled back, striking Maris with a pained cry. The ranger's arrow now flew back with greater speed, embedding itself in his left leg. Something is amiss. This adversary is far too formidable. The sword saint pursuing them was still nearly 30 meters away. No swift draw could possibly traverse that distance in one stroke. The assailant was undoubtedly stronger than the other pursuers. He had locked onto Blake. As Blake rolled on the ground and rose, he caught sight of a flash of steel before him. In a moment of life and death, he drew his pain-strike blade and blade fist, crossing them defensively before him. Bang! The force sent the pirate tumbling away. The figure before him vanished like an illusion, and when he glanced up again, his hands trembled. The attacker still standing 10 meters away. Swish! A scout was sent forth, and the information returned made Blake's eyes widen in shock. Havro Olsen Lantriso Fireblade Mortal Body, Critical. Illusionist Deadly Strike Level 60 Warrior Level 8 Sword Saint 60 levels. For a moment, Blake doubted his vision. But the feedback was undeniable. He had encountered someone who had honed the warrior's path to the brink of the mundane and the extraordinary. Perhaps only a step away from true legend. The figure before him, taller than the other orcs, was on the verge of transcending into the realm of legend. Such an opponent in their midst felt like cheating. Hey, is there no game master to intervene? The towering orc killer flexed his neck. He flicked the dark purple beard beneath his chin with a hint of disdain and contempt, raising the master blade, ablaze with elemental fire, towards the front. The blade was angled sharply at the rising Blake. What is the point of slaughtering those cowards? Come, test your mettle against a true warrior. Blake remained silent. Adjusting his breath, he could sense that the attention of this formidable adversary was firmly fixed upon him, an indescribable sensation akin to being targeted by a fierce tiger. Any slight movement on his part would result in a devastating blow, an absolute onslaught of crushing damage. They despise you. Blake lowered his body. His left hand clenched into a fist while his right hand gripped a short sword, his gaze unwavering upon the true sword saint before him. Your comrades should have rushed forward to slay me, yet after your appearance, it is as if they no longer see me. I have desecrated your fiery banner and slain your kin. They would relish the chance to kill me. Thus, there can only be one explanation. You, Havarasan. Your companions harbor greater loathing for you than for me, even as you fight for them, you wretched creature. I conjecture your Draenei mother did not willingly wed your orc father, did she? He provoked this overwhelmingly powerful opponent, hoping that the man would lose his wits and charge at him. Meanwhile, Blake was preparing to activate the tidal charm, relieved that 15 minutes had elapsed. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the charm would prove effective against this foe. Undeniably, it was his sole chance of escape. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to report to Queen Hela in the Shadowlands. A trick of the weak. The towering half-orc, however, was not riled by the provocation. He gripped the weighty war blade, which burned with elemental fire in the darkness, and addressed Blake, but you seem quite knowledgeable. I was unaware that there were others in this world familiar with the term Draenei. You have piqued my interest, Orc Slayer. Blake inhaled deeply, seizing the initiative, but suddenly noticed a flicker of light several dozen meters behind the half-orc in the darkness. Huh, a pirate shouted, lunging forward with his blade toward the sword saint, whose brow furrowed in annoyance. Is this the caliber of the Orc Slayer? Pathetic, akin to a desperate street thug. Disappointment surged within him as he raised the warblade, swinging it down in a decisive strike aimed at Blake. Buzz. The warblade descended, the charm activated. A sound reminiscent of crashing tides echoed in the ears of Lantriso Fireblade, startling him for a brief moment. His body trembled as 3 vivid illusions sprang forth, encasing him in protection. Yet, the moment the illusions emerged, they were obliterated by the tidal strike, leaving him momentarily dazed. Blake's suspicions were confirmed. The stunning effect of the tidal charm barely lasted a second upon this half-orc, insufficient to allow him even a single strike. However, upon activating the charm, he did not hesitate. He dashed past the half-orc, unleashing the grappling hook and sprinting into the dark night. Meanwhile, 30 meters away, Hajlamingi, his expression impassive, released the tension in his fingers as he drew back his war bow. Whoosh! A meticulously crafted magical arrow from the mages of Quel'Thalas transformed into a streak of light, breaking the sound barrier as it spiraled through the night, creating a vortex-like trail, aiming directly at the Fireblade Sword Saint. Upon awakening from his stupor, the Sword Saint turned and drew his blade, positioning it like a shield behind him. Yet, thud! The magical arrow, akin to a venomous serpent, struck the Sword Saint's shoulder with a barely audible arc, injecting poison into his veins upon the activation of its magic. Ah, despicable! The half-orc Sword Saint bellowed as he pulled out the lethal arrow, snapping it in two. Before him, the long-haired Hagelin Mingi leaped forward, bow in hand, shooting arrows in rapid succession, forcing the beastly warrior to retreat. What is the point of bullying a child? You deluded orc. Why not seek a true ranger to spar with? And Havarasan, that must be a term of insult among your kind, right? You wretched Havarasan. Chapter 39. Dwarven Technology, a heart-stirring encounter. Ah, that is the true Sword Saint. In the darkness, Black sprinted forward, glancing back at the poisoned half-orc sword saint, who was now engaged in a fierce clash with Hagelin Mingi, who swooped in like a hawk, wielding 2 phoenix daggers. That was a worthy opponent. Seizing the chaos of their battle, Black cast a scouting spell on Hagelin, an act he had long desired but had previously been unable to execute. The feedback information unfolded in an instant. Hagelin Mingi Light Ranger Mortal Form Strong Strike Aura Spirit Monkey Guardian Hunting Stimulus Phoenix Inheritance Wayfarer Beast Pack Level 60 Ranger Impressive. Truly a testament to the future Ranger General. Under normal circumstances, he would struggle against that half-orc sword saint, but I am acting as bait, giving him the upper hand. It seems he has also utilized a poisoned arrow. The outcome is uncertain. Black mused, hastening his pace away. The outcome of their duel was of no concern to him. After all, Mingi had the means to retreat when faced with fatal danger. He needed to focus on his own mission. During his escape, he couldn't fathom how many pseudo-sword saints he had attracted. It was certainly far beyond his initial plan. Ahead, beyond the hill, lay the designated explosion zone. He wondered if Maris and Shea had arrived at their assigned positions. As he ran, he called upon his shadow armor, propelling himself toward the explosion zone. However, just a few steps later, a muffled roar erupted. Boom! A brilliant flame erupted from the blackness ahead, akin to a fire dragon descending from the heavens, scorching the hillside with its searing blaze. Black halted, tossing a grappling hook to a nearby tree, nimbly leaping up to peer toward the explosion site. He could still faintly see the Hunter-S mark he had previously cast. It hovered within the explosion zone, confirming that Shayer and Maris had completed their task and lured the pursuing sword saints inside. The gnome who had waited behind the explosion had also detonated the explosives as planned. Boom! Another thunderous explosion followed, resonating like a series of detonations, shattering the tranquility of the night. Flames erupted continuously from the hillside, illuminating Black's eyes. He clearly witnessed an orc pseudo-sword saint being hurled into the air by the force of the explosions, only to be obliterated, scattering his remains across 3 or 4 different areas. What a pity. The ruthless pirate felt no sympathy, only a sense of regret. Those were precious experience points. Even if he did not need them, they could be fed to the Soul Lantern to extinguish the wrath from the abyss. With that thought, he glanced at his character card. There were no significant changes, except for a slight alteration in the status bar. Status: Mortal Form Abyssal Envoy Wayfarer Beast Pack Death Curse. Effective in 19 hours and 23 minutes. Previously focused on battle. He had not noticed that his status had shifted from Wayfarer, Lone Wolf to Wayfarer, Beast Pack. This prompted him to glance back once more. When he had scouted Hagelin Mingi earlier, it seemed he too possessed the status effect of Wayfarer, Beast Pack. This change in status confirmed Black's suspicion. When 2 or more Wayfarers hunt together, their talents shift. Lone Wolf enhances sharpness and swiftness, while Beast Pack amplifies perception. No wonder he had sensed the presence of a sword saint pursuing him while fleeing. Maris must have also experienced this enhanced perception. When Maris had been shooting arrows from his bucking steed, he had displayed remarkable precision. Black had witnessed him unleash 3 arrows, even striking a sword saint in the Windwalker state. Regrettably, Maris likely lacked a character card to alert him to this detail. Black returned his gaze to the still rumbling explosion zone, noting that the Hunter-S mark he had cast earlier was shifting toward his direction. This ignited a spark of excitement in him. He moved stealthily along the branches, drawing his weapons, preparing for a high-altitude assassination. Despicable Alliance Dog. Darshi, the apprentice sword saint of the Fireblade clan, cursed as he helped a companion with a broken leg, struggling to emerge from the explosion zone. The orc had lost his battle knife, utterly unarmed. The perception of a sword saint was indeed sharp. However, the gnome landmines concealed underground possessed no life force. These orcs, having consumed demonic blood, were inflamed by the desecrated battle standard, their minds clouded with fury as they pursued 2 assassins into the explosion zone, only to meet such a grim fate. That gnome, whom Black had not met, named Kaelxie Steelglow, was quite formidable. In that explosion zone, she had buried at least 100 dark mines. The simultaneous detonation of such densely packed explosives could even injure a legend, let alone these pseudo-sword saints. Hold on, brother. Darshi spoke to the sword saint beside him. I will get you back. That Haver Olsen is right behind us. He is a nuisance, but he will help us. What a disgrace. We actually need his. Whoosh. A barely audible sound emerged above the orc's head. Darshi instinctively reached behind him, only to find no weapon with which to defend himself. Puff. His left-hand blade thrust deeply into the neck of the crippled sword saint, while his right-hand dagger struck forcefully at the Council of Artisans has heard whispers of your grand scheme to vanquish the vile greenskins, and thus selected the bravest gnome to assist you. That would be me. Alas, when I last visited the hills, all was tranquil. I relish fishing in the quaint town of South Sea. Sigh, that place is now overrun with greenskins. Their stature is quite imposing, towering over you humans. and they are exceedingly fierce and loathsome. Even in Dun Morrow, these malevolent orcs lurk, attempting to ensnare us. Yet, they cannot even locate the gates of our technological city. And the concealed explosives buried in the snow shall inflict grievous losses upon them. As she rambled on, she seemed indifferent to whether Shal and Maris were even listening. It appeared she simply delighted in the act of speaking, using words to dispel the fear that gripped her heart. Indeed, this diminutive figure, who had just activated all the bombs with a sophisticated control panel, eliminating over 20 formidable orc sword masters, still trembled with fright. Clearly, the ferocity of the sword masters had unnerved her. Gnomes are peculiar creatures, with but 4 fingers on each hand. They possess a cunning that sets them apart from other races in Azeroth, yet their physical frailty is evident. Most are timid, though occasionally one might emerge with the spirit of an adventurer, paradoxically endowed with extraordinary courage. They represent 2 extremes, a rather neurotic race. While 10 gnomes tied together would hardly stand a chance against a single human infantryman, 100 humans combined could not rival the ingenuity of a solitary gnome technician. These restless, timid, and endearing little beings perceive the world through a lens that starkly contrasts with that of others. To illustrate, while humans and dwarves reside in stony fortresses, gnomes have constructed their own high-tech cities beneath the earth, complete with assembly lines, automated robots, aircraft, and tanks. They even possess perforated chip technology. It is said that over 170 years ago, when gnomes first emerged from their subterranean dwellings, their emissaries soared above in wooden aircraft, forging friendships with their kin in Dun Morrow. Maris, nursing a leg injury, felt dizzy from the gnome's chatter and pain. He lifted his gaze to Shal, exclaiming, "Have you found him? Shal, has Black returned?" "Hold on, I'm searching," Shal replied, his focus unwavering as he peered through the night vision monocle, meticulously scanning the darkness for their comrade. They had just witnessed Black being unseated from his mount by a towering sword master, and an ominous premonition loomed over them. Having just fought valiantly together, they dreaded receiving news of their companion's sacrifice at such a moment. "I see him," Shal exclaimed a few minutes later, excitement lacing his voice. "Down below, that madman. He is alive. He is pursuing the surviving orcs. Truly remarkable. He is the orc slayer." "Wait," cried the small pink-haired gnome tending to Maris' wounds, suddenly alarmed. "Get him out of there." A few of the explosives did not detonate. He might step on one. "Hurry!" With a resounding boom, a sudden explosion startled the little gnome, causing her to jump. She peered anxiously over the hillside, fearing her blunder had claimed the life of an Alliance hero. But it was not so. It was the unfortunate sword master, pursued by Black, who had triggered the undetonated gnome explosive, resulting in the loss of his arms, only to be swiftly dispatched by a now frightened Black. Black, nearly petrified by the explosion mere feet away, stood awkwardly, hesitant to move. The efficacy of gnome technology was as astonishing as he remembered. He had no idea if there were any remaining undetonated explosives around him, and he felt a wave of apprehension wash over him for having so boldly ventured forth. After all, the one who set this explosive zone was a gnome. How could he have forgotten the inherent quirks of these lively, neurotic little beings? It was a miscalculation. Chapter 040. The Unbeaten Legend with a thunderous clash, a heavy warhammer, imbued with intricate blue runes and exuding an aura of perfection, hurtled toward Old Daler. Reminiscent of a battering ram aimed at a fortress, it effortlessly shattered the legendary sword saint, who wielded the flame blade, into a cascade of shimmering light, creating a crater upon impact with the ground, accompanied by a burst of lightning. Cunning Greenskin, observing that his storm hammer had merely struck an illusory reflection of the sword saint, the dwarf Prince Muradin Bronzebeard roared in frustration, his voice resonating like distant thunder. This dwarf was intriguing. While he stood no taller than Lieutenant Darren Ironscale, whom Black had encountered, his beard was extraordinarily long, nearly as tall and thick as he himself. It cascaded from his chin, divided into 3 strands, with the lowest adorned by exquisite black iron rings, while the middle section was intricately braided, trailing upon the ground, rendering him akin to a beard spirit. His armor was equally imposing, a complete set of deep blue-black, featuring square-shaped ram heads on his shoulders, both distinctive and majestic, crowned by a horned helmet. 2 long horns, crafted from the ivory of Northrend's mammoths, rose majestically, their perfect curvature a testament to trophies he had personally hunted. He relished his helmet and would wield his heavy warhammer to topple any scoundrel who dared mock his stature. He faced off against Old Daler, the triple bloodblade. As the battle raged on, Muradin, barely reaching Old Daler's waist, maintained a commanding advantage. This was Muradin Bronzebeard, king of the Copperbeards, a legendary warrior with thunder coursing through his veins, and one of the Alliance's greatest forces. He bellowed, his dual-bladed battle axe crackling with lightning. In a courageous leap, this muscular figure launched himself like a cannonball, shattering the ground beneath him. The earth itself could hardly withstand the onslaught of a legendary warrior's raw power. The immense recoil propelled Muradin through the air, landing beside his warhammer, just as two lifelike illusions of old Daler swung their swords toward him. Huh! The dwarf's boisterous laughter erupted. Seizing his warhammer, he spun around and delivered a thunderous strike, the ground quaking as his stout legs hit the earth, obliterating the two illusions effortlessly, dispersing them like dust. As the three illusions shattered, Muradin glanced about in confusion. Something was amiss. According to his intelligence, even a legendary sword saint like old Daler could only conjure three reflections at once. Having already vanquished them, where was old Daler's true form? Dwarf, come here. In the next moment, a cry for help echoed from behind Muradin, amidst the rocky outcrop. The dwarf turned abruptly to see the Dalaran Archmage Madara, who was maintaining a binding magical barrier, ambushed by old Daler, who had emerged from a gust of wind. As the stoic orc appeared, his flaming sword tore through several magical shields with ease, as if slicing through butter. The shields, capable of withstanding cannon fire, were rendered utterly useless against old Daler's peculiar blade. Yet, Madara was no ordinary mage. Her decision to confront old Daler this night indicated she possessed her own formidable means. In response to the sword saint's lethal strike, the female archmage did not choose to blink away, but instead raised her staff, summoning a cascade of glacial ice. Enveloped in crystalline frost, she transformed into a towering ice edifice while the chilling torrent enveloped her surroundings, encasing old Daler in frost. Boom. The legendary weapon of the Fireblade clan, the Flameblade Sangsu, struck the icy fortress of Archmage Madara with terrifying might, sending shards of ice flying. This spell, dubbed Absolute Defense, was shattered as a third of its icy armor was cleaved away, leaving the burning blade perilously close to the Archmage's head. Yet, Madara's ruse had indeed served its purpose. As old Daler revealed himself, Muradin stormed hammer sword through the air with fatal intent, hurtling toward the sword saint. The sound of its rush echoed like a cannonball, while the immobilized old Daler found himself with no avenue for escape, or so it seemed. Uft! Like a sharp object piercing a balloon, the storm hammer collided with old Daler, reducing him to a flurry of radiant light. Both the encased archmage and the legendary dwarf stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. Another illusion? No. Just moments ago, old Daler had indeed struck with his true form. An illusion could not possess the power to shatter ice. Swoosh! The sharp sound of a blade slicing through the air surged behind Muradin, sending shivers down his spine as the sword saint's lethal edge approached from behind. Old Daler, expressionless, had already prepared his execution stance, resembling a tall, indifferent harbinger of death, poised to dispatch his foe with flames in hand. The most embarrassing aspect was that, due to the height difference between old Daler and Muradin, the sword saint need not adjust his stance. A simple draw and slash would suffice to sever the dwarf's head from his shoulders. For Kaz Modan. In this dire moment, the dwarf prince roared defiantly. Without flinching, his form expanded, his bronze skin transforming rapidly into a visage akin to gray-white stone. It was as if he had metamorphosed from flesh and blood into A with a resounding clash. The sword of flames met the warhammer axe, causing old Daler to lean back momentarily before firmly grounding himself with his hind legs. He gazed at the panting dwarven prince before him. A smirk of derision crossed the face of the old sword saint as he inquired, "How much longer can you endure?" "Long enough to crush you." Murloc, in his stony form, glared with eyes crackling with lightning, bellowing like the earth itself, "You butchers shall not take a single step past me." Old Daler scoffed, "So? Is Lothar truly in the city? No wonder you have assembled such a formidable display. But you, dwarf, cannot impede me. You cannot withstand the undefeated force that has roamed Draenor for 70 years. With a thunderous roar, old Daler unleashed a tempest of slashes from the blade of flames, transforming his movements into a deadly maelstrom. In an instant, countless strikes rained down upon the dwarf's rocky form. As the pinnacle of the sword saint's path, old Daler was well versed in the ultimate strike of the sword saints, a storm of blades that obliterates all. At last, the king of the hills emitted his first cry of anguish since the battle commenced, sent sprawling like a battered ball by old Daler's ultimate blow, his body marred with wounds. Though merely superficial, the sight was grim, with a horn of his battle helm shattered. Yet, old Daler's breathing grew heavy. Murloc was no easy adversary. Were it not for the confirmation that Lothar was indeed within the city of Stannard, he would not have unleashed such a devastating strike. But all was worthwhile. The archmage before him posed no barrier. Once he broke through this barrier, with his speed, he could infiltrate the town in less than 10 minutes and execute a fatal strike on Anduin Lothar, securing victory for the Horde. All he needed was to take a step forward. Yes, just a step. Suddenly, shadows coalesced, and two small daggers danced around old Daler's neck like butterflies flitting through flowers, caressing him like the touch of a lover. Emerging from the darkness was Panya Shawl, her silver hair cascading like a maiden's in the night air, moving with an agility that belied her age. In a flash, she darted around old Daler, leaving behind illusory afterimages as if a dozen shawl matrons were attacking simultaneously. In less than a second, old Daler found himself akin to a violently split watermelon, blood gushing from his body. This was the Shadow Assassin. Old Daler felt the breath of death brushing against his ear, and the blade of flames, Sanxus, awakened, its elemental fire swirling and dispersing in all directions. Nia's demeanor shifted, and she swiftly vanished into the shadows, only to reappear beside the now-recovering Murloc. She glanced at her left hand, which bore the severe burns inflicted by elemental fire from their brief contact. That sword, something is amiss. Hey, madwoman. The dwarven prince wiped the blood from his beard, tightening his grip on the war axe and hammer, his tone irked. You surely poisoned the blade, didn't you? I detest such tactics. He is a true warrior. You should. What do you think? A simpleton with a sense of justice. Nia, suppressing her wrist pain, replied casually, you have known me for more than a day or two. You even courted me once. You know how malicious I can be. In such a crucial moment. I am a cunning assassin who stops at nothing for victory. Do you honestly believe I would forego the use of poison? She regarded old Daler, who knelt amidst the blood, propped up by the blade of flames, his breath labored. The venom derived from an adult green dragon can kill any creature in Azeroth within 10 minutes, procured personally by the Duke. Even a legendary body cannot withstand it. Heaven knows what price he paid for it. But an undefeated force that has roamed Draenor for 70 years? Orc, I remind you that you stand upon the soil of Azeroth. You are no legend. You are merely a butcher devoid of dignity and honor. You are doomed. Chapter 041. Strategies of the Shadow Council do not presume that you have me at your mercy. In the legendary battleground, ensnared by the petite violet barrier, old Darl, bloodied from Pesunia Shore's last-minute ambush, half-knelt like a grievously wounded beast. He leaned heavily on the blazing flame blade, Sanxu, his sharp eyes glistening with agony. Yet he remained unbroken by the terrifying toxin that swiftly ravaged his body. The venom coursed through his veins, originating from the legendary green dragons of Azeroth, whose emerald scales belonged to the chromatic dragonflight. Their emerald breath was the most corrosive liquid in existence. Now, this exceedingly rare toxin, meticulously concocted by the mysterious Duke of Ravenhold, had transformed into the most fearsome poison known to the world. Even the legendary physique of old Darl could not withstand its onslaught. In less than a minute, deep green veins resembling spider webs erupted on his pallid cheeks, the poison spreading rapidly. As long as his heart continued to beat, the toxin would relentlessly erode his body, ultimately draining the vibrant life force from him. Puffed, gritting his teeth, old Darl rose, spewing forth the foul, putrid blood that reeked of internal decay. Pain ignited both his emotions and fury, and the infernal blood coursing within him fueled a volatile strength. I have faced opponents who wield poison before. He grasped the dark red elemental prayer beads around his neck, tearing them from his body. In that fleeting moment, the shamanistic spells stored within were unleashed. Waves of pure elemental energy surged forth, encircling old Darl, diminishing the purple-black veins that marred his flesh. Pesunia retreated a step, her daggers reversed in her grip as she vanished into the shadows, her voice barely a whisper. Dwarf. Now. Boom. Although Pesunia's derogatory term for him displeased Muradin greatly, the Prince of Bronzebeard understood the gravity of the situation. Old Darl must be eliminated here and now. Otherwise, dire consequences would ensue. The old sword saint had discerned the truth. Marshal Lothar was indeed in the city of Stormwind, not merely as bait but to execute a genuine military strategy. And he was not alone. King Aiden Paranold of Alterac was also present. Should this old sword saint breach the city and slay even one prominent figure, it would spell disaster for the Alliance. The storm hammer, crackling with arcs of lightning, hurtled towards him. Old Darl raised the flame blade, attempting to evade this direct assault as before. Yet with every step, he staggered. The effects of the green dragon's poison were far more severe than he had anticipated. Crash! Old Darl's body was shattered by the warhammer. Once again, he became a mere illusion, for as the strongest of the remaining sword saints, he had transformed the art of mirroring into a true mastery. He was a genuine master of illusions, capable of shifting between his true form and 3 mirrors, transcending the mere realm of martial skill. However, while he evaded the reckless assault of the dwarf, he could not escape the strike of another shadow master. Amidst the eruption of blood, the remaining 2 mirrors of old Darl were simultaneously extinguished by flying daggers. When Shore unleashed her attack, she did so without revealing herself. Her true form continued to leap swiftly through the shadows, as old Darl prepared to strike the Archmage Madara in an attempt to disrupt the violet barrier. Pesunia arrived at her attacking position almost concurrently. Just as the flame blade was raised, it was brutally pierced in the left arm by the interlocking daggers, the blade slicing through flesh with a sickening sound, severing the sinews and bones of the old sword saint's left arm. Ruthless, precise, and lethal. After delivering the blow, Pesunia did not linger in battle but retreated into the shadows, awaiting her next opportunity, cold and calculated like a seasoned female leopard. With his left arm rendered useless. Old Darl's surprise attack bore no fruit. Yet the Sword Saint was resilient. He pivoted and, just before Muradin's battle axe could strike, leaped into a swift step. Switching the blade to his right hand, he appeared behind the dwarf and delivered a swift cut. His movements were executed with immaculate precision and speed, rivaling those of two-handed wielding. For a legendary Sword Saint, losing an arm was no hindrance. Even without both hands, they could still wield a blade. They remained deadly. Bang! Muradin's war stomp erupted, the crackling thunder disrupting the Sword Saint's strike. The dwarf roared as he lunged, fists clenched, delivering two powerful blows toward Old Darl. The first punch was deflected by the sword, but the second struck him squarely on the head, causing Old Darl to spit blood and stagger backward. His feet sank into the ground, carving two deep furrows as the blade embedded itself in the earth, igniting a path of flames before he came to a halt. His vision beginning to sway. The toxin was assaulting his last vestiges of vitality. He could scarcely endure any longer. It was time to retreat. Buzz. It was again a moment of peril, a time for another attack. Pesunia emerged from the shadows, her left-hand dagger piercing Old Darl's chest, while her right hand raised the blade against her arm, preparing for a lethal strangulation to sever his neck completely. The strike was incredibly swift. Having just been repelled, Old Darl's reaction was a fraction too slow. He was on the brink of demise. Yet at that very instant, the Archmage maintaining the barrier lifted her head. Through the violet magical barrier, she glimpsed several green lights illuminating the night sky. Meteors. They were meteors summoned by magic. No, not just meteors. There were warlocks present. Madara's expression shifted as she instantly constricted the barrier's range, channeling her power while shouting to her comrades, "Prepare for impact. It's hellfire. They have summoned hellfire." However, it was not merely hellfire. On another mount, hundreds of meters away, amidst the swirling shadows, 5 hooded orc warlocks guided an ominous incantation to its final stage. Before them stood a bizarre figure, clad in dark red robes, resembling a spellcaster, yet armored in sturdy plate, wielding a heavy iron staff reminiscent of a scepter. A voice, decayed and sinister, emanated from him. It was truly a voice of decay. As one drew closer, the stench of rotting flesh became palpable. This human's body had long since succumbed to decay, now dominated by the soul of a warlock. This vile practice of merging the souls of orc warlocks with human knights was pioneered by the warlock Gul'dan, the abominable creation. Possessing the spell-casting abilities of a warlock and the melee prowess of a knight, was pridefully referred to by the warlock as a death knight. During the previous Hilly Landing battle, these fiends had made their grand entrance, employing their malevolent spells to awaken the undead and charge forth, shattering the human mage's defenses, ultimately leading to the fall of Southsea Town to the orcs. These beings were the secret weapon of the Horde. Boom. Amidst the Death Knight's sinister laughter, for fell meteors, summoned by his own hand, crashed violently against the constricted violet barrier. The clash of arcane magic and fell energies ignited a brilliant shockwave in the darkness, leveling the entire shattered valley. Yet, the formidable defensive spell emanating from the magical city of Dalaran withstood the impact of 4 meteors, remaining unbroken. However, as the Archmage had foretold, these were no ordinary meteors. Upon their descent, the searing cores of fell energy erupted with a more corrosive green luminescence. Within that shimmering aura, 4 monstrous constructs, towering nearly 10 meters, rose from the crater, roaring with an intense heat. The mindless demons swung their claws, unleashing a power foreign to this realm. Striking violently against the faltering barrier, Archmage Madara poured her very essence into maintaining the shield, while the impacts of the Hellfire meteors separated the 3 legendary combatants locked in deadly struggle. With a glimmer of desperation in his eyes, the aging orc, Grommash, realized he must seize this fleeting opportunity or perish. Although this 1 against 2 battle represented the valor sought by warriors, the desire to survive was paramount. In a flash, the Windwalk ability activated amidst the chaos of fell flames. With a bellow from Muradin, the Stormhammer was launched once more, striking Grommash in the back as the flame blade crashed against the Archmage's ice shield. A spray of blood erupted, and Madara crumpled to the ground, the barrier collapsing in a thunderous roar, while the Elder Orc was sent flying several meters by the force of the Stormhammer. He teetered on the brink of death. With gritted teeth, Pesunia leapt from the shadows, determined to deliver the final blow, but was met by the long-awaited arrival of the Swordmaster, Jubithaz, who charged into the fray. Launching into his signature move, the Swordmaster's blazing blade whirled into a deadly tempest, relentlessly driving Pesunia back into the shadows. A howling terror demon descended from the sky, seizing Grommash and whisking him into the darkness. Victory! The Death Knight observed with glee, his satisfaction swelling as the life force of the orc was entirely siphoned away by a sinister ritual, like a sacrificial offering. In the next moment, a blinding green light erupted from a distant ridge. A colossal demon, akin to hellfire, adorned with vast wings and wielding a blazing fell sword, clad in searing armor and hoofed feet, descended like a meteor into the valley. Under the triumphant gaze of the Death Knight, the formidable Doomguard swung its sword, embedding it into the earth and spilling fell energy before it, effectively blocking the legendary warrior Muradin. Yet, a single high-ranking demon would not suffice to hold back a legendary fighter. The Death Knight, once a great warlock, assessed the situation with a professional eye. Convinced that this ostentatious Doomguard would be reduced to mere paste within 30 seconds by the wrathful Muradin Bronzebeard. But what of it? The old sword master Jubiathaz had already risked his life to intercept another legendary assassin, and 30 seconds would be ample time for Grommash to be spirited away by the Terror Demon. What had the Shadow Council truly lost? Merely a few soul stones of hellfire and the life of an unfortunate warlock. Yet, what had they gained? The loyalty of a legendary warrior and the goodwill of a powerful clan, which was invaluable for their grand designs. Even if Grommash were to perish, the Shadow Council would not suffer. This decaying body disgusts me, Talon Bloodmage croaked, his voice dripping with greed. A legendary vessel is worthy of a soul as powerful as mine. Let Orgrim's decree be damned. The coming age belongs to us. To the Shadow Council, we shall tread the path to divinity. We shall, suddenly, a whistling arrow imbued with magical energy soared into the sky, piercing the blue terror demon's skull with divine precision. Its head exploded, and the headless body, losing its ability to fly, spiraled downward, clutching the near-dead Grommash, plummeting like a stone into the valley between the peaks. This miraculous arrow shattered the Death Knight's reverie, silencing his thoughts as effectively as a hand upon a choking bird. No, the Death Knight's expression morphed in fury, twisting around to bellow, "Go! Prepare the Shadow Gate. Retrieve him. His life, his soul, must belong to the Shadow Council. His body shall be mine." Chapter 042. Heads and Hounds. This was the final arrow of my sniper bow. My aim was directed at old Darl's head, yet it struck the demon instead, hardly a failure. Below in the valley, the pallid Hagelin Mingi thrust his battle bow into Maris's hands, feeling somewhat awkward. He turned to the three young men beside him and a timid little gnome perched upon a bizarre mechanical bird, saying, "I can assist you only to this point. The rest is in your hands." Truth be told, it was rather unacceptable for a high-ranking ranger to miss at such a critical moment. However, considering the unconscious half-orc sword saint bound tightly at Hagelin's feet, no one could fault him for his misfire. Just moments ago, this ranger had engaged directly with a genuine sword saint. Furthermore, Hagelin Mingi's thigh was even slimmer than the half-orc's arm. As he drew his bow, Blake observed clearly that the ranger's arms trembled, a significant blunder for one who had trained for centuries. Unless, of course, he was truly at his limit. The elven chainmail adorning Mingi had been completely severed, and a grievous gash marred his chest, threatening his heart with just a slight deviation. Apart from the battle bow in his grasp, all his other weapons had been destroyed in the confrontation with the Fireblade Sword Saint, Lantriso. No one could demand more from him. "Kelsey, ensure Mingi's safety," Blake commanded without hesitation to the pink-haired gnome on the sputtering, smoke-emitting mechanical bird. He snatched the master blade of the half-orc Sword Saint from the ground and tossed it to the limping Maris, who caught it firmly in both hands. As a ranger, Maris was adept with such dual-wielded blades, despite his distaste for their weight. Nearby, Shawl extracted 3 vials of crimson potion from his satchel, tossing one each to Blake and Maris before uncapping one for himself and downing it as if it were wine. The taste was undoubtedly vile, as evidenced by the grimace that contorted Shawl's face. Nonetheless, the potion was surely potent. Blake uncorked his vial while sprinting towards the direction of Old Darl's fall. Hastily gulping down the potion, gag. A flash of light erupted. The keen-eyed Maris pointed towards the ground where the old sword saint was plummeting, shouting. Blake and Shawl, both retching, looked up to see a green light flickering in the forest ahead. It was the fell light, the magic of warlocks. "Prepare the sniper arrow," Blake exclaimed, tearing the tidal talisman from his chest, casting the grappling hook without looking back as he sprinted forward, pulling Shawl along with him. At his shout, Maris instantly summoned his strength, hoisting Mingi's battle bow and drawing the last 2 arrows from his quiver. "Shawl, we must fight with all we have." At the moment they landed, Blake turned to the solemn Matthias Shawl beside him, saying, "We may truly perish this time. There could be a grand warlock ahead. Tonight. Are we not accustomed to fighting for our lives?" Shawl finally revealed a smile, flashing his 8 teeth. Gripping his twin blades, he leaped into the shadows. And in that fleeting moment, he declared, "It is an honor to fight alongside you, Orc Slayer." "I feel no honor," Blake replied, rolling his neck as he too leaped into the shadows, clutching the tidal talisman. As he propelled himself forward with the grappling hook, he murmured, "There remains far too much I wish to accomplish. I shall not fall here." Within the forest ahead, green fell flames danced, shaped like steel molded by intense heat. Under the arcane manipulation, the volatile, corrosive magic twisted into an oval gateway adorned with grotesque, bone-like decorations, merely a magical effect. Warlocks reveled in such theatrics to showcase their malevolence and menace. Yet, the essence of this trickery was derived from the mage's teleportation portals. Due to the chaotic nature of fell energy, Warlock's shadow gates were limited in distance, merely a few hundred meters at most. In truth, aside from its low mana expenditure, it was a rather lackluster magic. Yet, at this moment, this seemingly trivial spell had become the optimal means for Death Knights to retrieve their spoils. As one rode a skeletal steed stripped of flesh by shadow magic, entering through the shadow gate with the grandeur of a villain. He wielded his iron staff and was followed by 4 subordinate warlocks. Originally 5, one unfortunate soul had been sacrificed while summoning a doomsayer. But the Death Knight felt no sorrow. Exceptional warlocks were rare, yet the dregs of the Shadow Council were plentiful, mere cannon fodder, expendable in his eyes. Even after witnessing a comrade fall as collateral, the remaining 4 warlocks remained steadfast to their leader, adhering to a brutal philosophy. They believed the weak were unworthy of concern. Only the survivors were strong, regardless of the reasons for others' demise. Having survived, they considered themselves strong, at least until their next inexplicable demise. These were a group of lunatics, their minds scorched by fell energy. Currently, leading these deranged warlocks in search of spoils was Talongar, the chief of all Death Knights within the tribe. He was a disciple of the great warlock Gul'dan, destined for a brilliant future, especially in the early days of the invasion of Azeroth. When the Shadow Council had supplanted the first chieftain, Blackhand, the warlocks of the Shadow Council were the true powers of the tribe. Regrettably, a slight complication arose in this carefully orchestrated scenario. Gul'dan, driven by greed, sought power that was not his to claim, leaving him in a coma for a time. During his incapacitation, the tribe underwent a radical upheaval. The puppet chieftain Blackhand was slain in a one-on-one duel by his former comrade and brother, Orgrimmar Doomhammer. During the ancient trial of glory, Mak'gora, granting the brutish yet dim-witted disgrace of a chieftain a semblance of dignity. Yet Orgrimmar, remembering their bond, exacted vengeance upon the Shadow Council led by Gul'dan. The warlocks met their demise without grievance, for they were the architects of the destruction of the orcs' homeland, Draenor. They were the puppeteers behind the tragic fate of the orcs, manipulated by the demons of the Burning Legion among the stars. Talongar had perished in this internal purge, betrayed by his own kin, a death most humiliating. Yet now he had returned, resurrected by his deceitful mentor Gul'dan, who had escaped Orgrimmar's wrath. He was awakened from death and granted a new, inconspicuous name, Blood Sorcerer. Bring him here. The Blood Sorcerer emerged from the Shadow Gate, descending from the mountaintop into the valley, immediately spotting old Darl Tripleblood lying in a pool of his own blood not far away. Remarkably, the old orc was still conscious, though he lacked the strength to wield his blade. Yet he clung desperately to his flame blade, the still-burning weapon seemingly protecting its master. As the warlocks approached, the elemental fire upon it flared more fiercely. A glimmer of avarice flickered in the sunken eyes of the onlooking blood demon, the legendary weapon of the Fireblade clan. The flame blade Sangsu was a relic that only the true supreme swordmaster could wield. It was a legend of Draenor, much like the Dewhammer in the hands of Orgrimmar, or the Gorehowl wielded by Grom Hellscream. Not merely the body of old Daler that I desired, his weapon would also belong to me, and I would transform it into a blade of death, a blade that would be solely mine, the new source of my power. Ultimately, even Gul'dan would kneel before me. The contemplative Death Knight could hardly contain his delight as he envisioned these thoughts. He watched as 4 warlocks lifted old Daler's form from the headless corpse of the terror demon, drawing closer to him. The blood demon could not suppress a hoarse, decayed laugh, while old Daler, conscious yet devoid of the strength to fight, was now filled with despair. He did not fear death. However, upon witnessing the blood demon's emergence, the old warrior realized he would be subjected to torment and humiliation far worse than death itself. Had he known, he would have preferred to perish on the battlefield alongside Muradin and Pesunia. At least then, he would have died as a warrior, with some semblance of honor. Although he knew he was no longer deserving of such a term, the loyal old swordmaster, Jubal, believed he was saving his chieftain. Yet he remained unaware that his loyalty would plunge old Daler into a fate worse than death. His soul would fall into the hands of the soul-manipulating warlocks, and his body would be desecrated into a weapon by these loathsome wretches, tarnishing even the revered flame blade Sangsu, a holy relic of fiery lineage. Come forth, little creature that hides in shadows. Though the blood demon, transformed into a Death Knight, was no longer as formidable as he once was, he was still a force to be reckoned with. Even in his moments of pride, he did not lose his awareness of the surroundings. Upon sensing a shadowy presence, he raised his staff, casting a warlock spell that sent the approaching Shawl retreating from the darkness. The young assassin attempted a surprise attack, but under the blood demon's sinister laughter, a green spell struck Shawl, causing the assassin to clutch his head and flee in panic. Fear spell. A masterpiece of the warlocks. But the encounter was far from over. A dark arrow flew towards the blood demon, who carelessly tilted his head to receive it. Akin to a casual archer's fate, the arrow pierced the blood demon's skull, yet it failed to harm his soul. He let out a hearty laugh, raising his staff and forcefully bringing it down, unleashing a deathly green light that erupted from the woods and struck Maris, sending him hurtling away. However, these two were merely distractions for the blood demon. In the midst of the 4 orc warlocks, a tidal roar erupted like a phantom, stunning them simultaneously. Emerging from the shadows was Blake, wielding the blade fist, his expression cold as he descended upon old Daler's form. He locked eyes with the old swordmaster. And as he had surmised, the tidal spell held no effect on the legendary swordmaster's extraordinary physique. In that fleeting moment, Blake observed old Daler's expression shift from astonishment to acceptance, and in the final instant, there was a glimmer of supplication. Kill me. It was a plea for Blake, the orc assassin, to end his life. Grant him one final vestige of dignity. He would rather die at the hands of a human enemy, in the name of a warrior's demise, and return to his homeland, than fall into the clutches of the Shadow Council as hounds, to be toyed with and desecrated. As you wish. In response to the blood demon's roar and the surge of fell energy, Blake knelt upon old Daler's chest, gripping the blade fist tightly, and plunged downward with force. The warrior's blood surged forth. Chapter 43, the final chapter of the Fire Blade Heat. This was the sole sensation that engulfed Black Shaw in that fleeting moment. The blood gushing from the heart of the old Dal, staining his neck and cheek, felt akin to molten lava, giving Black the impression of touching a branding iron. The blade of his fist penetrated the heart of the old sword saint, driven forth by the wound left by Pisania's dagger. Without such an approach, his weapon would have been incapable of breaching the body of a legend. The wound was minuscule, merely the length of a pinky finger. Yet, under the dual enhancements bestowed by his title as the Orc Slayer and his mastery of weaponry, the fierce edge of his fist executed the assassination flawlessly. The light in the old Dal's eyes faded, akin to a candle flame extinguished in an instant, crumbling to ash. The terrifying heat radiating from his outstretched arms caused Black's body to tremble. After nearly a month in Azeroth, he had accomplished what 99 of the beings in this world could not achieve. He had slain a legend. A resounding hum echoed as the fragments of that tenacious soul shattered. What Black had turned experience surged forth like a tempestuous tide, an invisible force crashing against his body and soul. In a daze, he heard the desolate war song of the orcs. Time seemed to pause, and the vivid scenes of Dal's life, belonging to the triple bloodblade, rolled before his eyes like a carousel. He could almost distinctly sense that the old sword saint's final prayer was granted, his once robust soul, now weakened by the torment of legendary toxins, dispersed like sand blown away in the wind. Scorching power infused Black's being. Before him, the translucent character card appeared. Jolted by the impact, the digits of his dual classes fluctuating erratically, resembling corrupted code. In the next moment, everything returned to normal. The night remained shrouded in its somber darkness, and his senses snapped back to reality. He beheld the Death Knight Talon Blood Demon, mounted on a skeletal warhorse, wielding a staff exuding murderous intent, charging towards him with shadowy wings entwined around him. He also witnessed Shayer recklessly leaping into the fray, arms outstretched, seemingly intent on using his body to shield against the Death Knight's interference in this final assassination. What bravery! Black's gaze shifted back to his character card, where the changing information finally settled. Character card: Hunter of Souls, Drake Prodmal, Black Shaw, status, mortal body, harbinger of the underworld, wayfarer, Beastmaster class, level 30 pirate, level 15 ranger, empty new talents, infamous, hunting drive, new skills, shadow step, novice 1, sniping, novice. Thank you, Black murmured softly. As the newly acquired shadow step activated, he abruptly vanished from the still gushing body of Old Dal. The shadowy attire dissipated like black smoke, and he stepped into the shadows, traversing several meters in an instant, reappearing behind Shayer, with his left hand grasping Shayer. He rolled to the ground with momentum just as the fiery staff of the blood demon brushed past Shayer's head. They tumbled twice before Black sprang to his feet, the sawed-off dwarf firearm drawn and ready. Kneeling, he aimed at the blood demon, adjusting his posture slightly before pulling the trigger. Boom. At close range, 2 projectiles erupted from the barrel, aimed directly at the blood demon's head. The ranger skill, sniping. Bang. The bullets struck the blood demon's hood, tilting his head back, while the decaying jaw shattered, spewing forth a foul-smelling pus. Yet, this did not alter the Death Knight's state in the slightest. He reined in his horse, slowly lowering his head, his sunken eyes radiating a chilling malice, coldly observing the 2 fledgling humans as if they were mere corpses. "You ignorant mortals, how dare you?" rasped the voice that emerged from his decayed vocal cords. The misfortunes of the night had stripped Talon Blood Demon of all patience. When he was resurrected from death by his mentor Gul'dan, he was commanded to serve the tribe of Orgrimmar loyally. Yet unbeknownst to many, he had been assigned a secret mission, one that diverged sharply from the chief's ambitions and the tribe's overarching goals. As the tribe and the alliance stood on the brink of a monumental confrontation, these so-called secret weapons of the tribe outwardly obeyed the chief, while covertly engaging in their own nefarious dealings. Such behavior is often labeled as treachery. However, for practitioners of dark sorcery, such actions are not viewed as disgraceful, nor as betrayal. They are the elite among scoundrels, the kings of the sewer rats. They harbor no desire for the sunlit world, preferring to dwell in darkness, where they take pride in their wickedness. Thus, betrayal is shamelessly glorified as a means to their own ends. This night's turmoil constituted a significant part of that secret mission. They required warriors like Old Dal. Alas, Talon Blood Demon had initially allowed the Fireblade clan to fall into a trap, and secretly struck a deal with Jubair, risking discovery by Orgrimmar's watchful eyes. To stealthily venture into the heart of the hills, he had prepared so much. It was akin to casting bait, waiting for the fish to bite, only to discover that the duck he had already caught had flown away, right before his eyes. Twice, no less. This was utterly intolerable. Even for the unprincipled warlocks, this was beyond endurance. It was always the warlocks who stole victory from others. How could anyone dare to snatch meat from a warlock's plate? Kill. Slay them. Deliver Old Dal's soul to me. As a former Grand Warlock, Talon Blood Demon needed no visual confirmation. He knew that within the lifeless body of the old sword saint lay no precious legendary soul. Hand it over. The Death Knight roared, his skeletal steed rearing up. In an impossible charge, he surged forward, filled with murderous intent, towards the two oblivious humans. The staff of iron in Blood Demon's grasp shimmered with a green glow. A manifestation of dark sorcery, enhancing this already devastating weapon into an even deadlier instrument. As the Warhammer promised death, the fell energies would also extract souls. And souls are the treasures and currency of sorcerers. Faced with Talon Blood Demon's charge, Black's response was straightforward. He tilted his head back and cast a reconnaissance spell as a courteous gesture. Talon Blood Demon mortal body, rotting. Dark Pact Demon armor life drain soul extraction embrace of shadows demon skin demon might demon energy level 60 warlock level 50 death knight, pseudo. Level 5 dark harvester. The feedback from this reconnaissance filled Black with a sense of amusement in the face of impending death. The present Talon Blood Demon was perhaps the most formidable adversary he had encountered since acquiring his reconnaissance skill, showcasing an array of enhancements. It was evident that this individual was both cautious and value-driven, layering upon himself nearly every buff a warlock could possess. While the Death Knight likely bore several states as well, though this initial Death Knight was merely a half-finished product. Behold him. Still wielding the power of fell magic rather than the energy of death, clearly he is a mere counterfeit, possessing rank without substance, as anticipated. Talon, the bloodline, also boasts a legendary rank, the Dark Reaper. The name alone suggests an advancement within the warlock class. At this moment, Black harbors no fear, nor does Shawl behind him. Although the Blood Demon stands less than 2 meters away, and the warlock's magic is poised to unleash, there is no need for trepidation, for reinforcements have arrived. With a thunderous shout akin to rolling thunder, a stout figure enveloped in lightning descends from the heavens. Hurtling down like a meteor with a fierce battle cry aimed squarely at the Blood Demon. As shadows disperse, the silver-haired Passonia Shawl, brandishing dual daggers, makes an exceptionally dramatic entrance. She emerges from the darkness, delivering a swift kick to the Blood Demon's head, sending the charging Death Knight tumbling from his steed, before elegantly twirling in midair, landing gracefully before Black and Shawl. Upon her descent, this legendary assassin theatrically patted her lower back, and then, with a resounding crash, a legendary warrior makes a grand entrance amidst the sparking lightning. Dust swirls as the hammer and axe clash, and the beleaguered Prince of Copperbeard leaps from the impact crater below. The skeletal warhorse, adorned with a gem-studded saddle, is reduced to mere fragments by his valiant leap. In that fleeting moment of the two legends' arrival, the Blood Demon, devoid of any dignity befitting a powerful foe, turns to flee, taking the corpse of Old Daler with him into the disintegrating shadow portal. You two human imps, wait for me. The Shadow Council shall not let you escape. His venomous words echo as the sinister portal, pulsating with fell energy, shatters into luminous shards. In the instant the light dissipates, Muradin Copperbeard, feigning ferocity, suddenly sags, discarding his weapon and collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath without regard for his status. The shadow warrior, Shawl, also swayed slightly, only to be steadied by her quick-witted grandson, preventing her from falling. Even legends tire, especially after a fierce confrontation with the determined Old Daler. They had no time to rest before being met with the onslaught of 4 Hellfires, vanquishing a high-ranking demon. The two legends merely feigned bravado, successfully intimidating the cowardly Blood Demon. Yet, the Blood Demon's judgment was not entirely erroneous. Had he chosen to remain, the two legends, in a fit of rage, could have easily buried him here. He is, after all, a pitiful creature with a soul trapped in an utterly unsuitable vessel. Neither the Warlock's might nor the Death Knight's power could be fully realized by him. During their standoff, Black discreetly cast a reconnaissance spell on Muradin Copperbeard, receiving feedback that confirmed his suspicions. Mountain King Muradin Copperbeard, legendary form, wounded. Only a title and a name were visible, followed by a series of question marks, leaving his class obscured. "Hey, you there, what were you staring at so rudely?" Muradin exclaimed, sitting with his little legs sprawled, panting heavily. Glaring at Black with the remnants of his broken left horn helmet. With his characteristic boisterousness, he shouted, "Do you have a problem with me? Want to fight?" "Not at all." The pirate, in that moment, exhibited utmost politeness, hastily retrieving the beer and tobacco gifted by Lieutenant Iron Mountain during his departure from the Dangalok Castle. He respectfully presented them to Prince Copperbeard. "Now that's more like it." Muradin shot a piercing glance at Black, accepting the beer and popping the cap. Downing 3 bottles in quick succession, letting out a satisfied groan. He then took a puff from the lit pipe offered by the pirate, exhaling a perfect ring of smoke. "Ah, fine dwarven beer and tobacco. I'm beginning to take a liking to you, lad." Muradin glanced mournfully at his once splendid beard, now partially severed by the old swordmaster, patting his beloved whiskers while turning to Black. "Were you the one to slay old Daler?" "Confirmed?" "Indeed." Black nodded, lifting his bloodied blade in the serious gaze of the approaching Pasonia, revealing the lingering hot blood to the 2 legends. It bore a pungent scent of fell energy. "I plunged this blade into his heart." Gently caressing his weapon, Black murmured, "He is dead, I'm certain." Chapter 044. The young man's first noble weapon. After repeatedly confirming the news of old Darl's demise, Pasonia Shore finally felt a sense of relief. She gazed at the tranquil night surrounding her, casting a glance at the tattered flame blade banner that stood not far away. Although the body of the old sword saint had been taken away, the banner, a symbol of the Flame Clan's ancestral legacy, still attested to the Alliance's victory that night. However, the next moment, all eyes in attendance were drawn to the black battle dagger, still embedded in the ground, which the blood demon had failed to retrieve. With old Darl's passing, the once blazing dagger had reverted to its most unadorned form, as if it had withdrawn into itself. It was an artifact. Pasonia looked around. Her grandson had already ventured into the woods in search of the ranger Nasinos Marius, who had been driven back by the blood demon. Only 2 legends remained, along with a pirate. Clearing her throat, Pasonia declared, "It must be taken back to Lord Darren as an inspiring testament. It is wasted in your hands." Muradin Copperbeard puffed out smoke rings, displaying a dwarven fondness for legendary weapons. He replied in his deep voice, "Such a legendary blade should be brought back to Ironforge, where our finest blacksmiths can uncover its forging techniques. It is said to have been crafted in the depths of magma in the world of Draenor, having been passed down through the Flame Clan for millennia. Perhaps it will reveal the secrets of their lineage." "Wake up, little dwarf," Pasonia retorted, hands on her hips and voice icy. "Ironforge and all of Kaz Modan are besieged by orcs. How do you intend to take it back? You must realize that the Flame Clan will stop at nothing to reclaim the sword Saint's blade once they learn it is in your possession. Let the greenskins come," Muradin stubbornly exclaimed, embodying the true spirit of a dwarf. "Let us see whose prowess is greater, theirs or my warhammers." Their argument failed to escalate, as Pasonia was not so old as to forget the promise made just hours prior. Before their mission commenced, she had indeed stated that Blake would have the privilege of selecting spoils. Yet, the legendary assassin had not anticipated events would unfold in such a manner. Logically, Blake, as a novice assassin, should never have been able to participate in a legendary battle. Yet, he had accomplished just that. Ahem. The pirate, understanding the gravity of the situation, did not wish to waste the precious healing time of the 2 injured legends. He coughed a few times and pointed at the dagger before him, his tone short and forceful. "I want that. I have the right to choose spoils first, and I am willing to forfeit all benefits from tonight's battle. I do not care for fame. I just want that." With that, he disregarded the 2 legends nearby, threw out his grappling hook, swung over, and seized the black dagger that reached his chest. With a firm tug, he found it stubbornly anchored to the ground. It was heavy, far heavier than one would expect from such a blade. Its internal density must have been extraordinarily high. Moreover, the texture against his hand felt less like pure steel and more akin to a combination of cooled magma and steel with a somewhat matte finish. Blake gripped the dagger with both hands and executed a slashing motion. A new entry began to materialize in the translucent character card equipment section before him. Distinctly different from all his previous weapons, not only did it display the weapon's name and attribute entries, but it also included a folded description. Flame blade Sangsu legendary quality, exquisite armor piercing, exquisite magic breaking, exquisite sharpness, extreme bleeding, extreme ignition. Never wears out class inscription. Sword Saint Blake had long been aware of this weapon, having encountered it in a late-game version, where it appeared as a quest item. The 5 accompanying special effects, along with the final entry of it never wearing out, undoubtedly justified the legendary quality of the dagger. However, what truly sent a shiver down Blake's spine was the last line. Upon entering Azeroth and summoning his character card for the first time, he had taken a keen interest in the legendary and mythical classes inscribed upon it, as he had surmised. These legendary classes were likely powerful and prestigious roles not available to players, reserved solely for the noble NPCs. The inscription on the flame blade sank to confirm this notion. To unlock a legendary class, one must first acquire a token of power, and this dagger undoubtedly belonged to that category. Blake focused on the inscription regarding the class, as a new section extended below the character card. Yet, before he could examine it closely, he felt two hands touch him simultaneously, one a woman's hand on his shoulder, and the other a dwarf's hand at his waist. Ah, the plight of the vertically challenged. Ravenhold is willing to exchange other items for this dagger, Blake. Please do not be angry. Hear me out. This is not an act of theft or coercion. Pasonia's voice resonated in his ear, laced with seriousness. The Assassin's Guild has existed for nearly 3,000 years, and we have encountered far more divine weapons than you can imagine. We do not necessarily seek to possess this sword Saint's blade. However, carrying it with you may invite trouble. You may interpret my request as a form of cautious protection. Indeed, the old woman speaks truth, young man. Merlin Copperbeard interjected straightforwardly, his dwarven authenticity shining through. Enjoying his pipe tobacco, he earnestly advised Blake. As we just discussed, with the news of old Darl's death spreading, the Flame Clan may splinter, yet they could also unite under Orgrimmar's banner of vengeance. The loss of the sword Saint's blade, a symbol of the flame, is something they must reclaim. Can you fathom the consequences of carrying that dagger? You will be regarded as a sworn enemy by all flame orcs, who will relentlessly hunt you down. Other clans of orcs will join in this pursuit. Passing aside and continued Merlin's argument, we barely managed to slay one legendary orc tonight, yet there are at least 7 more within the entire horde. Eager for revenge against old Darl, or to redirect their fury towards the Alliance. You will become their target, but your performance tonight has proven your worth. Ravenhold will not abandon any valuable member. I must consider your safety. Perhaps you could become the next legendary figure of a new era. But that is a matter for another time. You may store it at the manor until you possess the strength to wield it. We will return it to you as your spoils. As long as I draw breath, no one shall take it from you. So what is your response? Blake blinked, first glancing at Merlin, whose blue eyes reflected concern, then smiling at the dwarven prince, before turning to the stoic Pasonia. He took a step back, resting the heavy dagger against his hand. Thank you both for your reminders and warnings. You are both respected masters and mentors, but I am not afraid. In fact, I even hope the orcs will come hunting for me. This spares me the time I would waste in searching for them. I am eager to continue the legacy of the Orc Slayer until I exact vengeance from my comrades who rest in the depths of the Kaz Modan seas. Until this war reaches its conclusion, it will indeed come to an end, and the Alliance shall surely prevail. I shall contribute to this cause, even if it means slaying just one more orc. Masters, should I unfortunately perish on the battlefield, then I implore you to take the time to return this blade to the Alliance, to seek out its next worthy bearer. Blake's words resonated with noble resolve. Yet the underlying message was clear. The weapon is now in my possession, and no one shall pry it from my grasp, unless I meet my demise, and even then. With the frenzied Queen Hela at my back, I will carry this blade to the afterlife. Moreover, the threat of the horde. Blake chuckled inwardly. He gazed toward the distant town of Stoneblade, reflecting that the seemingly formidable horde has become like a grasshopper after the autumn harvest. The Shadow Council's audacious maneuvers signify that the traitorous king of the horde, the great warlock Gul'dan, has begun to orchestrate a betrayal that will undoubtedly shock the world. In just a month or two, the horde will collapse. By then, the orcs will be hard-pressed to safeguard themselves, let alone chase after me. Blake's determination prompted a glance of understanding between Pasonia and Muradin, both seasoned individuals who grasped the intent of this young assassin. After several moments of silence, Pasonia toyed with the dagger in her hand and addressed Blake. Very well, we respect your choice. Such tenacity toward your objective is indeed a requisite for becoming a master assassin, and I have high hopes for your future, provided, of course, that you survive to witness your glorious destiny. However, you must first accompany us to Stoneblade. Fear not. We do not intend to seize your treasure, but rather to introduce you to an important figure. He must personally verify this information before we can advance the war to its next phase. Blake paused, sensing the underlying implications in Pasonia's words. In the next moment, he inquired, is Marshal Lothar truly in that town? Is this not a trap? Is the intelligence received by the Fireblade clan genuine? How could you be so audacious? Young one, you underestimate Lothar's courage. Muradin bellowed with laughter, the Prince of the Wildhammer exhaling a plume of smoke. He thumped his belly and declared, tonight's ambush was proposed by Lothar himself and orchestrated by Ravenhold. However, he is not merely here to serve as bait. The Grand Marshal of the Alliance has come to this town for an exceedingly significant matter that requires confirmation. Our ambush tonight has already provided him with crucial intelligence. Ahem, but as an old dwarf, I must refrain from divulging further details. Perhaps in a few days, the truth will reveal itself to you. Observing Muradin's spirited demeanor, Blake's mind raced as he pieced together the answer. The Horde's war chief, Orgrimmar, had secretly departed the hills with several major clans' forces more than a fortnight ago, heading northward. What a pity. The Alliance could have received this intelligence 10 days in advance, thanks to Blake's interception of a letter from the Orc scouts. Alas, the meddling of the Bronze Dragons forcibly restored the timeline to its original course. 10 days. In a confrontation of such magnitude. Receiving vital intelligence a mere 10 days earlier could have hastened the Alliance's victory and averted countless casualties and losses. Yet, in the eyes of the Bronze Dragons who govern time, history, whether past or yet to unfold, cannot be altered. They have missed a chance to conclude this war. What a lamentable circumstance. Your collective accomplishment of the seemingly impossible has left even a seasoned ranger like myself, who has witnessed nearly 5 centuries, in utter disbelief. Following the skirmish, Haldurin Brightwing, escorting his captives, promptly arrived at the post-battle rendezvous. There, he learned of the preceding events from Kale that Sunstrider, the excitable gnome whose tongue seemed to have a mind of its own. Upon meeting with Blackthorn, Marius, and Shaw, the usually composed elven ranger could not help but commend them, exclaiming, "In the annals of the human kingdom, a legend of 3 valiant warriors will be etched. Bards among my kin shall immortalize your tale in epic poems. Truly remarkable." Lying on a stretcher, his face ashen, Nathanos Marius offered sincere gratitude to his captain. "Were it not for your timely arrow, Captain Brightwing, our assassination would not have met with such felicitous success." Haldurin turned to him, replying with evident satisfaction, "In truth, Nathanos, when Lady Sylvanas, against the counsel of many, insisted on inducting you into the Far Striders, none foresaw this day. Yet, events have vindicated Lady Sylvanas's perspicacity. And I confess myself among the ignorant. I owe you an apology, my comrade, my brother in arms. Your actions this night have unequivocally established your worthiness to be one of us, nay. The entire Far Striders will be graced by your valorous deed." With a painful twist of his head, Nathanos glanced at his 2 companions, whispering, "I have not failed my mentor, nor brought dishonor upon her." The unfortunate soul, in his final act of launching the decisive arrow to afford Blackthorn the window for assassination, was struck by a death coil from the Blood Fiend, draining a third of his life force. Being but human, lacking the robust vitality of the elves, he was fortunate to survive. However, his injuries would sideline Marius for at least half a year, even with the finest physicians and clerics of the Alliance attending to him. His loyal hound, Desolation, lay steadfastly by his master's side, licking Marius's fingers. The faithful canine had also sustained grievous injuries, spared only by fortune from a spinal blow by the Orcish Blade Master. Yet, with its remarkable resilience, the royal hound would, in due time, resume its hunts alongside its master. "Rest well." Marius, Shaw, his arm in a sling, approached and knelt beside his comrade, gently wiping the sweat of pain from the ranger's brow. "A personage of great import seeks audience with us on the morrow, after which you shall be conveyed to Qualthalas for recuperation." Blackthorn interjected, his tone earnest. "Nay, I would counsel a return to your homeland instead. I gleaned disquieting tidings from Ms. Parsonia. The High Elves may soon face tribulations. In your present condition, it would be best not to encumber your mentor in the forthcoming battles. Recuperate at your family's farm in Darrowshire. Should the opportunity arise, Shaw and I shall visit. And this, consider it a spoil of war." From his satchel, he produced a pair of black gauntlets, seemingly crafted from wolf hide, and placed them in Nathanos's pack, trophies from his hunt of the Blade Master in the Blast Zone. Blade Weaver grips, of superior craftsmanship, enhancing both resilience and wrist strength. The attributes are commendable. Alas, the Stonemason Brotherhood armor denies me the use of gloves, lest I forfeit the set's advantageous properties. Thus, they are yours as a prize." He continued, "I have tested them. Once fastened, they do not impede movement in the slightest. Moreover, a subtle enchantment permeates the wrists, some form of magical effect. Perhaps a boon from the shaman of the Blade Master's homeland. As an archer, you require them more than I to safeguard your fingers. I brook no argument. I am aware you could procure finer gloves among the elves, but this is a token of my regard, for I have little else to offer as a gift." He clapped Marius on the shoulder, eliciting a grimace from the ranger. "Thank you," the ranger murmured, then gestured towards the discarded scimitar of the half-orc Blade Master, saying to Blackthorn, "I shall be absent from the field for an extended duration. It serves me no purpose. Take it." The pirate scoffed, a hint of pride in his voice, as he patted his satchel and winked. "I possess a superior weapon." Marius's countenance turned grave. He glanced around, then lowered his voice, saying, "We are aware of the legendary blade. Ms. Parsonia informed us. But we also know that your strength is wanting. You can scarcely wield the blade. How can you fight with it? The Far Strider's bladework techniques are applicable to two-handed swords, until you have grown strong enough to wield that legendary weapon. This masterwork blade can at least assist you in familiarizing yourself with the art of the greatsword. Take it, Blackthorn. As you said to me, you require it more than I. And Shah must continue his tutelage in the assassin's arts under his grandmother. I must return home to heal. Though our acquaintance has been brief, we are now friends. We have risked our lives together, accomplished great deeds together. In our absence, this blade can at least serve as a bulwark in our stead. Shah, too, reached out, lifting the masterwork blade and placing it in Blackthorn's grasp. The young, somewhat taciturn assassin patted Blackthorn's shoulder, saying, "He speaks true. Take it." Very well, the pirate relented, unable to refuse the goodwill of his friends. He grasped the half-orc blade master's weapon. Though its form bore some resemblance to the flame scythe, its quality was markedly inferior. Rantaris' scimitar, of superior craftsmanship, enhancing armor penetration, sharpness, and bleeding. 3 attribute enhancements, one more than ordinary superior weapons, attest to its masterly make. Until Blackthorn can wield the flame scythe, it shall serve admirably in teaching him the art of the greatsword. The carriages have arrived, the red-haired gnome, perched atop a buzzing mechanical bird and sporting high-tech engineering goggles, shrieked from afar. Blackthorn followed Sparkquill's voice and beheld several carriages approaching from the town of Steinbraid, sent by the Alliance military to retrieve the heroes. Yet, the battle was not yet concluded. In the darkened valley behind Blackthorn, the assassins of Ravenholt and SI-7, led by Masters Falstad and Valen, continued to hunt the remaining Burning Blade Masters, putting the final touches on the engagement. After this night, the Burning Blade clan may not immediately teeter on the brink of collapse, but without old Dalrind and the Flame Scythe, its decline, the decline of a Blade Master clan that had forged countless legends, was now inexorable. The carriages rattled along the mountain road. Beside Blackthorn, the wounded Nathanos Marius, having been dosed with medication by the physician, now slumbered. Shah rode in his grandmother's carriage, leaving Blackthorn alone in the swaying compartment. He leaned against the carriage wall, surveyed his surroundings, and then reached into his satchel, retrieving the legendary greatsword, now bereft of all elemental flames, returned to its ancient, unadorned essence. The movement startled the loyal dog, Arid, who lay nearby. However, the hound merely cast a glance at Blake before returning to its slumber, continuing to guard its injured master. Clearly, it had come to regard Blake as a harmless and friendly companion. What a good dog. Blake expressed his admiration, refraining from impulsively reaching out to pat Arid's head. Nassanos had informed him that royal hounds would only ever have one master in their lifetime. They possessed a proud sense of dignity and, in most instances, would not permit anyone other than their master to touch them. The pirate inhaled deeply, his fingers brushing against the hilt of the legendary blade sheathed in tough beast hide. And he closed his eyes, still able to envision the character card materializing in the darkness. He activated the legendary class inscription that he had previously overlooked, which unfolded like a drop-down menu. It provided detailed information regarding the Sword Saint class. Legendary class, Sword Saint requirements. 1. Must be a level 60 warrior, not met, requires talent. Rage control, not met, requires talent. Weapon master, met, requires talent. Foresight, not met, requires talent. Death's will, not met, requires skill. Master level whirlwind slash, not met, requires skill. Master level execution, not met, requires skill. Master level death strike, not met, requires. 2. Must be a level 40 warrior, not met, requires the Fireblade ritual, not executed. The more Blake scrutinized, the more his brow furrowed. Truly, the requirements for a legendary class were beyond stringent. Upon delving into the first requirement, he was met with a plethora of unmet conditions, prompting a resigned shake of his head. It appeared he had indeed been overthinking. This path was not so easily traversed. However, the second method of qualification piqued the pirate's interest. No wonder the reconnaissance data on the Fireblade Sword Saints contained the term pseudo, judging by the current explanation. Those Sword Saints had not attained their status through the first path. They had taken a shortcut via this enigmatic Fireblade ritual. It was no surprise that the capabilities of the pseudo-Sword Saints differed vastly from those of the true Sword Saints. Blake caressed the cold hilt of his battle knife, narrowing his eyes as he pondered. Yet, when he had previously examined the information on the half-orc Sword Saint, Lantriso, he had not noted any legendary physique. So it could be reasonably concluded that attaining a legendary class did not necessitate enhancing one's body to a legendary state. Nevertheless, for significant advancement and to fully unlock the potential of a legendary class, a robust physical constitution was imperative. As the Sword Saint class was an evolution of the warrior class, it required a warrior to comprehend the mysteries of the path of rage. Thus, should there come a day when he encountered the legendary class advancement of the assassin's path, it would demand the exploration of the Shadow's mystery. Blake silently nodded, finding immense value in tonight's discoveries. Yet soon after, the pirate began to contemplate another issue. He scrutinized the class information on his character card. He was uncertain how others fared, but he had the capacity for 3 ordinary classes, currently holding only pirate and ranger. he could still acquire one more. So, should he reclaim the warrior class he had lost due to the curse of the Eye of Polaris, in preparation for a future transition to Sword Saint? Moreover, if he delved deeper into his thoughts, was the warrior's path truly suitable for him? In the real world, there was likely no such thing as talent reassignment. Even if he were to acquire another cursed item akin to the Eye of Polaris that could strip away a class, Blake would refrain from using it. The side effects were far too severe. Thus, he needed to ponder this matter seriously, as it would directly influence the path he chose to pursue. Legendary power. In the jolting carriage, Blake cradled the weighty, straight-bladed war knife before him, examining it closely. After a few minutes, feeling fatigue wash over him, he returned the war knife to his magical satchel, crossed his arms, leaned against the carriage wall, and dozed off, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Yet, in the instant he drifted into slumber, he found himself back in the memories of Prince Drake. Before him lay a vast expanse of azure sea, bathed in sunlight, shimmering with scattered light, accompanied by the clear, languid melodies of the sea maiden, a vision of his homeland, a call to set sail into the horizon. Chapter 046. The invitation of Anduin Lothar. Blake enjoyed a restful slumber. Though brief, the carriage came to a halt in the unremarkable outskirts of the small town of Stormwind. Once the vehicle steadied, he leapt down, adjusting his face covering. Before him stood a contingent of fully armored knights, their formidable steeds stationed at a distance. Each knight, tall and imposing, donned a full helm and was swathed in blue military cloaks. They bore massive two-handed swords or long polearms suited for mounted combat, exuding an air of training and strength. "Brave warrior, please follow us." A knight, seemingly of some rank and in his 30s, stepped forward, gesturing for Blake to proceed. Other knights carefully lowered the unconscious Nazanos from a stretcher. Blake suppressed the urge to size up the commanding officer. The muscular figure before him radiated an intimidating presence, and the current circumstances suggested the presence of high-ranking individuals. The entire street, and indeed the small town, appeared to be under military lockdown. As Blake disembarked, he sensed a stirring in the shadows around him, indicating the presence of numerous allies concealed in the darkness. The pirate discreetly scanned the higher vantage points surrounding the nondescript inn, noticing soldiers armed with firearms stationed at strategic locations, alongside slender figures resembling highborn elven rangers. The level of security was rather daunting. The knight, a colonel, led Blake into the inn. Inside, the ground floor was populated by resting heavily armored knights seated around several tables. Before ascending the staircase to the second floor, a bald, elderly knight, his expression impassive, extended a hand towards Blake. "Hand over your weapons," he stated matter-of-factly. The colonel complied, removing his heavy sword and placing it aside before drawing his knightly blade and passing it to a comrade, then turning to Blake. The pirate shrugged, surrendering his blade, followed by a vicious short sword, then produced a dwarven firearm from his cloak and detached his ammunition pouch. Yet, he was not finished. He retrieved 3 small daggers from his belt, bent down to extract 2 more from his boot, and finally, with a subtle motion, produced 2 elongated needle-like weapons from the back of his collar. The bald knight observed Blake with an expressionless gaze as the pirate revealed an array of weapons, prompting Blake to smirk. Clearly, he was dealing with someone experienced in confronting rogues. Blake then took out the pouch of glittering powder given to him by Shore, tossing it into the old knight's hand. "There is much more within my magical satchel. Shall I retrieve it?" he inquired. "You can still open your magical satchel here?" The old knight raised his gaze, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Blake realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to extract items from his satchel, only to discover that its magic was sealed. This was a first for him. It was evident that a wizard was present. "Very well, brave warrior, follow me," the colonel remarked gently upon seeing that the weapons had been surrendered. Blake nodded, adjusting his face covering without taking offense. The current atmosphere clearly indicated that an important figure awaited them upstairs. Given Lady Pisonia's previous words, it was not difficult to deduce that General Lothar himself was likely above. Sir Anduin Lothar was a pivotal figure in the grand conflict between humans and orcs, the supreme commander of the human coalition forces, and the last scion of the bloodline of the late Emperor Thoradin, a legacy spanning 2 millennia. He also served as the regent of the exiled kingdom of Stormwind. Such a diverse and significant identity indeed warranted heightened protection. To be frank, Blake felt a flicker of anticipation. This would be the highest-ranking and most legendary figure he had encountered since entering this world. He wondered if he truly resembled the balding old fellow depicted in the game's lore. Excitement bubbled within him. As Blake reached the second floor, nearing the staircase exit, he was greeted by a cacophony of laughter and conversation. He discerned the loudest laughter belonged to Muradin Bronzebeard, while a deeper voice, belonging to Lady Pisonia, chimed in. "Where have you been?" Upon ascending, he spotted Shore, now attired in noble hunting garb, waiting for him. Nearby, in a small room, he observed Hagelin mooning, of the esteemed Quel'Thala's lineage, adjusting his attire before a mirror. The ranger had shed his chainmail for a resplendent crimson elven noble robe and was primping his hair. Truly. Elves prioritize appearance above all else at every opportunity, Blake thought, bemused. They've taken Maris to the adjacent room for treatment. I lingered there for a while, Blake replied. Shore nodded, acknowledging that Maris was not in a suitable state for company. Your attire is not appropriate, Shore remarked, frowning as he regarded Blake. Still clad in his assassin's leather armor, face covering and hood intact. There are formal garments in the room, you should change. General Lothar was rather easygoing and respectful towards warriors, but attendees included King Antonidas himself, as well as representatives of other kings. In this context, decorum was of the essence. This is my grandmother's wish. She desires your debut to be more dignified, especially since you performed a heroic deed tonight. Blake's attention peaked at this remark, and he glanced around the room, whispering, is the envoy from Koltirs also present? Yes, His Majesty Dalen has sent his most trusted knight, Sir Celestus, to represent him. The king is currently commanding his fleet in the northern seas, pursuing orc vessels, Shore answered softly. General Lothar invited him, but he could not attend. We all understand. Given that His Majesty has recently lost his son, I know, I survived that naval battle, Blake stepped back, casting a glance at the conference room at the center of the second floor, shaking his head. Please convey my apologies to Lady Passonia, but tonight, I must decline her goodwill until I have exacted my vengeance for my fallen comrade, my prince. I cannot face those from my homeland. You need not feel this way. Shore countered, glancing back as he urged him. You assassinated an orc legend tonight. Even the harshest critic could not condemn your prior retreat. I am aware of the circumstances surrounding the Battle of Kaz Modan. I have seen the reports. It was a tragedy beyond the control of any single individual. I cannot go, nor do I wish to, Shore. Blake sighed, lifting his gaze. For the first time before Shore, he lowered his face covering, revealing the severe burns and the fledgling stubble of hair on his scalp, shocking Shore into silence. This honor will surely terrify those illustrious figures. The pirate revealed a regretful, yet terrifying smile, readjusting his long hood and face veil. He took a step back, spread his arms, and jested, You go ahead, Shore. Represent us three while I check on Nassinos. I never fancied such feasts. I am a rough man, as you know. Please convey my gratitude for your grandmother's kindness. I appreciate it. However, as she taught me, it's unwise for an assassin to be too well known. With that, Blake turned and descended the stairs. The Knight Colonel did not impede his departure. He had just witnessed Blake's fearsome visage and followed him silently, observing as he reclaimed his weapons and escorted him to the inn's entrance. The Colonel gazed at Blake and softly remarked, Earlier, my subordinates mentioned that the three of you accomplished something significant, and I was somewhat incredulous, for you appear too youthful. Yet now I believe it. I cannot fathom the calamities you have endured, but after such suffering, to not only rise again but also return to the battlefield to challenge formidable foes is truly commendable. I apologize for my earlier disdain, warrior. The knight removed his gauntlet and extended his hand towards Blake, speaking earnestly. I am Alfred Obdes, aide to Duke Alexandros Mograine. It is my honor to fight alongside you in this war. Obdes? A question mark arose in Blake's mind. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to grasp the offered hand, replying, I am merely a deserter, while you are the true heroes. I wish you success in battle, Colonel. Perhaps by our next encounter, you will have attained the rank of general. However, I must inquire why a knight of your caliber has yet to be inducted into the Argent Crusade. Your information is quite astute, Colonel Obdes chuckled. The paladins only revealed themselves on the hillside battlefield a month ago. Yet you assassins were already aware of the formation of the Argent Crusade. My initiation is next month, if fate allows us to meet again, Beast Slayer. I shall toast to you as a paladin. I look forward to it, Colonel, no, future General Obdes, Blake responded with a smile, then elegantly waved his hand before turning towards the resting place of Maris, intending to catch some sleep. He planned to depart for Alterac at dawn, not having forgotten his minor task awaiting him at Orid and Paranort. In a certain sense, this minor undertaking represented the true inception of his career as an assassin. However, when dawn broke, Blake received news that could neither be deemed entirely bad nor good. Under the morning sun, he observed Shore handing him a commendation letter, adorned with Marshal Lothar's signature and the seals of the Seven Kingdoms. Accompanying the commendation was also an invitation. What? Marshal Lothar invites me to the capital of Lordaeron? Blake gazed at Shore, who nodded in affirmation. Not only you, Maris, I, Captain Ming Wing, Master Farid, and others have also been invited. The assassination of Chief Fireblade is significant news of victory. The Marshal requests our presence in Lordaeron to bolster our compatriots' courage. This time, you need not expose yourself. You simply need to attend. Shore patted Blake's shoulder, saying, Do not decline. The Marshal has heard of your exploits and has arranged for you to meet with High Priest Fail. Though your burns are severe, a priest of such power should be able to heal you. But that's precisely what I dread. Once they learn of my identity, that old fool Dalen will undoubtedly slay me himself. The Prothermores cannot tolerate the existence of a pirate prince connected to the Shadowlands. The pirate lamented inwardly. Just as he was about to refuse, a thought crossed his mind, and he smiled. Very well. If I were to decline the Marshal's invitation again, it would seem excessively arrogant. I shall accompany you. Chapter 47. Side job Stonebridge, a small town on the border of the Kingdom of Alterac, serves as a significant area of the kingdom's frontier. Before the onset of war, it was already a vital hub. To the northwest lies the entrance to the Alterac Mountains, one of two mountain passes in this great range, the other being further north and of greater strategic importance. Crossing this pass leads directly to the Tirisful region, home to the capital of the most powerful human kingdom alliance, the Kingdom of Lordaeron. The town itself is not large. One could ride around it in just over an hour. The martial law in the old city has been lifted, and the dignitaries departed at dawn, leaving the townsfolk to begin their day without noticing any significant change, save for the persistent crowding. Since the conflict began a month ago, countless refugees fleeing the turmoil have poured in. King Aiden has welcomed them, yet offered little material support. Some reside with relatives, while others are left to sleep on the streets, and the orphanage in town is overflowing, resulting in a chaotic state of affairs. Although the esteemed Barrow family has opened several residences in Stonebridge to shelter the homeless, it remains a mere drop in the bucket. As the locals say, true noble blood, such as that of the Barrow family, is exceedingly rare in this forsaken place. However, during wartime, one cannot expect too much. In the once bustling inn of the old city, after the dignitaries had left, the space became vacant. Blake, along with Hagelin Mooning, the exotic ranger, finally had a large room to themselves. Ravenhold Manor generously provided them with the necessities for their journey and even covered their lodging expenses. A royal priest from the Kingdom of Lordaeron was also assigned to tend to Nathanos Maris. Notably, this priest is a familiar figure to Blake. He bears the surname Whitmain and will eventually father a daughter whose beauty will bring about great turmoil. We depart tomorrow. Shaw leaned against Blake's door, playing with a small knife as he sliced fruit. Before him, Blake was preparing his gear. Today is free time. Would you like me to share some insights about the city of Lordaeron? My friend Shaw, do you assume that because I hail from overseas, I am ignorant of the customs of the most prosperous city in the Northern Territories? Blake adjusted his leather armor and donned a new hooded cloak, pulling it down to obscure the upper half of his face, and flexed his wrists. There is no need to play the tour guide. I have visited Lordaeron before, and not just once. Very well, Shaw shrugged, watching as Blake secured his weapons and concealed them with the cloak. Are you heading out? Hunting more beastmen? No. Just taking a stroll around the city, Blake replied softly. Though I have joined Ravenhold, our organization's rules do not prohibit taking on side jobs, do they? Side jobs? Shaw pressed his lips together, nodding in understanding. He stepped aside to let Blake pass, who then opened the window. In the morning sunlight, Blake glanced back at Shaw and said, Take care of Maris. I shall return by night. Also, may I ask where Ravenhold's information point is in this city? You must find it yourself. Shaw sheathed his knife, stating earnestly, I cannot disclose that. It is against the rules. Thus, it indeed exists. Blake's eyes, partially hidden beneath his hood, sparkled with a hint of amusement. In an instant, he vanished into the shadows, even in daylight. The shadowy attire cloaked him as if he were traversing the night. He silently cast a grappling hook onto the rooftop across the street, crouching beside a chimney. Blake glanced at his character card. The countdown for the death curse had dwindled to less than draped in a robe and holding a wine glass. He greeted the morning sun with an air of flamboyance. Despite being aware of the offense he had caused, he chose to forego the company of guards, reflecting the woeful security of the estate. Did these noble scions of Alterac truly comprehend that they were enmeshed in a conflict? Blake shook his head. He scaled the wall with the grace of a black cat, moving stealthily through the shadows. Approaching the main structure of the manor, he crouched, his hand deftly grasping the small dagger sheathed at his waist. The blade shimmered with a faint green luminescence, coated in the classic blood ring poison. With a swift flick, the knife was launched, a masterful, lethal throw. It sliced through the shadows like a whistling arrow, piercing through the unsuspecting chin of Fail's Pyranod, driving straight into his brain. The wine glass in the noble's hand plummeted to the ground as he collapsed backward onto the balcony, blood gushing forth. The glass shattered upon impact. And in that same heartbeat, Fail's body crashed onto the opulent carpet, eliciting a shriek from the exposed lady within the chamber. Chaos erupted throughout the estate. Yet, Blake had vanished. A true assassin, striking with precision and retreating into the distance. Very well. It is not as exaggerated as it seems. Esteemed Queen, consider this my recompense. He cast a warm fragment of the soul into the lantern at his waist. The countdown of death on his task card showed no signs of halting. Clearly, Hela was unyielding in accepting the apologies of her disloyal soul hunters. Or perhaps, this token of compensation was simply insufficient. The pirate assassin shrugged. He understood the complexity of the situation. An enraged woman was perilous, and he was now incensed at a madwoman, one with a heart as wicked as it was unhinged. Minutes later, on the outskirts of the now tumultuous noble district, Blake entered a desolate grocery store, his hooded cloak shrouding him in mystery. The bell atop the door chimed as he stepped inside, rousing a drowsy young lady slumped over the counter. She yawned, gazing at her customer with a lackluster tone. "Good day, esteemed guest. We offer goods from various kingdoms." With a clink akin to coins, the assassin's emblem tumbled onto the counter. Blake extended his left hand. Clad in black gauntlets, tapping softly on the surface as he lowered his voice, "I require a list of all criminal organizations in this city, along with their hideouts. Please filter it for me. I seek only the most heinous among them. I mean, those deserving of execution without trial. The kind that would be met with applause from the townsfolk. The more, the merrier." The young lady, previously yawning, now regarded the assassin's emblem with sharpened focus. She scrutinized the mysterious figure before her, his face obscured save for his eyes, and questioned, "Local organizations have not issued any bounties on such criminals. Even if you were to eliminate them, there would be no reward. At most, it would be seen as a public service, but the organization does not encourage such actions. Nor does it prohibit them." Leaning on the counter, Blake whispered, "Could you expedite this process?" "My time is limited." "Just a moment," the young lady replied, her gaze lingering on him with intrigue before retreating to the back of the store. Moments later, she reemerged, tossing a small notebook to the assassin. "In recent months, due to the influx of refugees, the city's security has deteriorated. Many small gangs have risen to power, and resources are scarce, prompting them to engage in black market dealings. Their ruthlessness is driven by the competition for territory. Meanwhile, local soldiers have been depleted, dispatched to the front lines. No one is managing them." "Understood." Blake flipped through the notebook, adjusted his hood, and departed the shop. The young woman observed him leave, contemplating that this assassin was likely a newcomer. In wartime, the tenets of Ravenhold dictated loyalty to the coin. Few within the organizations would undertake such thankless tasks. Yet, if someone were to dismantle the nest of these vermin in the city, it would not bode ill for her, a native of Stainbraid. At least, she would not need to carry a blade when venturing out at night. May fortune favor him, she mused. Chapter 048, Urban Hunter Last Night. 2 significant upgrades in his profession bestowed upon Blake 2 talents and 2 skills. The skills were nothing extraordinary. They were classic abilities associated with rogues and hunters, firmly rooted in Blake's memory. Shadow Step enabled him to leap through shadows without breaking stealth, usable even in non-stealth mode, with a maximum distance of 25 yards. Sniping, on the other hand, referred to precise shooting, a concept easily grasped. After a brief charge, a bullet or arrow would be launched with remarkable accuracy and power, embodying the signature skill of a shooting hunter. Thanks to the weapon's master talent, which rendered all melee skill proficiency effects as one, Blake found himself seamlessly transitioning from novice to adept in Shadow Step the moment he acquired it. Sniping remained at the novice level, but with continuous practice, he could swiftly attain mastery. Blake had already discerned that the true strength of the weapon's master talent lay not merely in the proficiency level of one, but in the fact that once he honed every combat skill to its utmost limit, he would still retain that base proficiency. This was its most formidable aspect. Regrettably, Blake was only aware that mastery existed beyond proficiency, with the realm above it remaining uncharted for him. The effect of hunting thrill was rather impressive. In the dimly lit basement of a back alley in Stainbridge City, Blake flicked the blood from his blade, while his other hand, clutching a dagger, dripped with fresh blood. Behind him lay a disarray of bodies, a dozen or so armed thugs sprawled out in various positions. This was a recently dismantled black market hideout, marking Blake's 3rd target in his campaign against crime today. Consistent with his approach in the previous 2 locations, he opted for a frontal assault rather than stealthy assassination, charging in with weapons drawn and unleashing a flurry of violence. Besides practicing his melee skills and refining his increasingly proficient shadow strike ability, Blake was also acclimating to the 2 talents he had acquired the night before. The hunting thrill talent, awarded at level 10 for rangers, enhanced his damage output and speed with each successive blow as combat progressed. Based on his recent experience, he could expect an increase of up to 1/5 in both slashing and piercing speeds, along with refined movements that significantly improved accuracy. It was a practical combat talent. As Blake mused to himself, glancing back at the pool of blood behind him, he shook his head and made his way towards the exit of the basement. Recently, he had been hunting down more formidable orcs, and the sudden switch to human opponents felt remarkably easy. Of course, these brash thugs and gang members were not particularly strong either. However, the talent bestowed upon him at level 30 for his pirate class was somewhat perplexing. Blake scanned the talent section of his character card. Notorious, fear and brutality, the weapons of pirates, instilling greater fear in enemies due to your infamous reputation. The description was rather vague, and Blake found himself disliking such emotional interpretations. What did it mean for enemies to fear him? Did they tremble in terror upon hearing his name? Or did they drop their weapons and flee? Kicking open the dilapidated door, Blake mentally grumbled. So do I have to announce my name before every battle now? How utterly humiliating. Just as he pondered this, his acute senses remained alert. Upon re-entering the alley, an assassin deftly threw a dagger, embedding it firmly in the center of a nearby broken wooden crate, startling two children hiding behind it, who immediately turned to flee. With a swift motion, a grappling hook flew out, descending gracefully like a figure from the heavens, landing directly in front of the two ragged children. The sight frightened them so much that they fell to the ground in shock. The commotion roused the little merman sleeping in Blake's satchel, who peeked out curiously at the two terrified human children. Before the battle commenced last night, the little merman had been left with the logistical team in Ravenhold and was only returned to Blake that morning. Those careless assassins had fed the little creature a sleeping potion, leaving it slightly dazed. You saw everything? Blake fixed his gaze on the two children, both young and barefoot, their tattered clothes patched and indicative of a poor upbringing. They stared back at Blake, only able to see his eyes, as his entire figure was cloaked in shadow. Faced with the pirate's question, the two boys shook their heads vigorously. Yet, it was evident they had witnessed Blake storming into the lair of the villains and likely heard the sounds of his battle with the thugs. They had been hiding among a trove of stolen goods, food, clothing, alcohol, and more. Blake assessed the two children before him, pointing towards the basement. He spoke in a gravelly voice. As long as you're not afraid of blood or corpses, you can help yourselves to those treasures. Alternatively, you could go get your parents to assist you. I'm sure they would be more than willing to help, provided you do not disclose my involvement. Understood? With that, he turned to leave, leaving the children wide-eyed in shock. However, they quickly reacted, sprinting off, and within minutes, their families began to gather, led by a few adults wielding wooden sticks and shoved farewell. Blake crossed his arms, making a gesture of refusal, and declared, I have no desire to expose my soul for others to scrutinize. Lord Mingy, the skills honed by the Wanderer's Legion are meant for the battlefield. Your actions are truly in poor taste, do you not realize? Yet Mingy remained unperturbed, still smiling as he replied, Our elven lifespan stretched far too long. Days pass as if they were an eternity without end. Beyond war and training, one must find something to occupy oneself. In addition to being a ranger, I also aspire to perhaps become a bard in the future. The tale of this human rogue I have witnessed today is indeed a splendid little narrative, is it not? Blake Shaw, you are a fine assassin, and a noble soul among humans. I have seen you aid the weak and rob the wicked to alleviate the plight of the impoverished, which does not belong solely to the battlefield. Yet it remains an act of kindness. He reached back to unfasten his warbow, casually brushing his golden hair. Do you mind if I join in and partake in this simple pleasure? Also, please refrain from calling me Lord. Simply refer to me as Mingy. I am delighted to have made the acquaintance of another human friend. It would be unfair to them if you joined. Blake pretended to ponder for a moment before shaking his head. However, perhaps you could utilize your formidable tracking skills to assist this unfortunate soul, creating a perfect synergy. You seek, I slay. It would also serve to hone my combat skills. After witnessing the legendary battle firsthand, I have come to realize that shadows alone cannot protect me in this perilous world. Then let us proceed. Mingy laughed heartily, slinging the bow back over his shoulder. He pointed towards the east, saying, There is a gathering of vermin plotting nefarious deeds. Before anyone is harmed, the rogue Blake must intervene. Ah. This serves as a splendid prologue. Chapter 49. Audience with the Sanctum Shawl's explanation bore a hint of obfuscation. However, Black refrained from probing further into the matter. Though his interactions with Lady Passonia had been limited, he could surmise the formidable nature of this matriarch. Even a stubborn dwarf of noble stature like Muradin, a legendary warrior, found himself at a disadvantage in her presence. Shawl, needless to say, was even less fortunate. Lady Passonia appeared to be nurturing her grandson through an unconventional yet profound form of care. Once an assassin, she was said to have been a thief beset by misfortune before her transformation. She had endured multiple incarcerations in the prisons of Stormwind, narrowly escaping the gallows, until Lieutenant Avery Yenden, a founding figure of the Intelligence Bureau, liberated her from her shackles, granting her a new lease on life. Having weathered the storms of life in her youth, Lady Passonia was acutely aware of the means to safeguard herself. Following the untimely demise of Shawl's parents, she took it upon herself to instill in her grandson the skills necessary for self-preservation. Yet, the love she bestowed seemed excessively stringent, leading to some alterations in Shawl's demeanor. Black wished to convey to Shawl that an explanation was unnecessary. Yet, upon observing the complexity etched in Shawl's eyes and expressions, he understood that the young man sought to dispel the malicious rumors that threatened to mar the nascent friendship between him, Black, and Maris. Of course, being well-versed in the future, Black was aware that despite Shawl's fervent assertions, he would ultimately breach the taboo in the ensuing 2 decades. Nonetheless, such matters were personal, and even as friends, it felt inappropriate to delve into the nuances of another's orientation. Thus, after a brief moment of awkwardness, they tacitly agreed to bypass the topic. Their conversation meandered through many subjects before they bid each other goodnight. On the following morning, as if nothing were amiss, 3 young men and an elf embarked on their journey to the city of Lordaeron, arriving there 5 days later. Ah, Lordaeron, the crown of the northern territories. Positioned before the city gates, Black, mounted upon his steed, gazed upward at the towering walls, reaching a height of at least 30 meters. Adorned with soldiers and the banners of Lordaeron. He sighed, for this was not his first visit to Lordaeron. Apart from numerous excursions to the ruins of the city during his gaming ventures, he held vivid memories as Drake Proudmoore of having visited it multiple times. In his childhood, Dalen had brought him here. His most recent visit occurred 4 months prior when the Kultiras fleet answered the Alliance's call, and he accompanied Dalen to the city. He had even met Tyrannus too on more than one occasion. Those memories remained vivid. Black did not need to enter the city to recall its vast layout and the renowned taverns scattered throughout. Dalen Proudmoore was an unorthodox king. A Kultira's native and arguably one of the finest sailors in the world. He possessed certain sailorly vices, such as lingering in taverns during his leisure, indulging in potent spirits, and partaking in tobacco. Let us proceed directly to the court, Shaw suggested, glancing back at the carriage where the royal priest had tended to Nathanos, allowing him to walk with the aid of a cane. The human ranger peered out of the carriage window, gazing at the city of Lordaeron. Though he was born a subject of the kingdom, his expression hinted at this being his inaugural visit to the royal city. In contrast, Maris, well-traveled and knowledgeable, had already witnessed the magical city of Quel'Thalas and likely found the stone-built human city before him unremarkable. Directly to the court? Black furrowed his brow. It won't be another soiree, will it? Wasn't it agreed that I need not make an appearance? Perhaps you should go ahead. I can head straight to the cathedral where Pope Fail should be. No, the Pope is within the court, Shaw replied, observing Black's growing agitation. You truly need not make an appearance, my friend. We shall take the carriage, and you can proceed directly to the court's chapel. The Pope will be there to heal your wounds. This is a personal request from Marshal Lothar. He stated that our alliance requires warriors such as you. While he cannot soothe the pain of your lost comrades, he can at least use the light to alleviate your physical suffering. Since you seek neither honor nor title, preferring anonymity, this is the greatest reward the Marshal can bestow upon such a valiant warrior. Very well, Black replied tersely, choosing not to elaborate further. The 4 of them did not enter the city but waited in a small town outside its gates. After Shaw signaled, a spacious, unassuming black carriage soon arrived to escort them. As the door swung open, the pink-haired gnome, Kelsey Steelshard, stood within, waving enthusiastically at her new friends. Her voice, sharp and cheerful, echoed, "Hey, why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you all for days." Without her high-tech gnome engineering goggles, her large, light green eyes sparkled as she donned a stylish little dress befitting her stature, resembling a doll. To be candid, if one disregarded height, gnomes were indeed aesthetically pleasing to humans, and for those with particular tastes, gnomes were the epitome of charm. All females of their kind remained legal lowless throughout their lives. However, gnomes, akin to dwarves, belonged to the long-lived races, capable of living for several centuries. Thus far, Black had not heard of any tales of unions between humans and gnomes, which was quite regrettable. The human king hosted a grand banquet in his palace, where the city's nobles donned their finest attire, awaiting at the court's entrance. As the carriage sped along, the little gnome perched on the spacious sofa began to regale her companions with tales of the evening's events. She animatedly waved her hands, describing the scene as the bearded mages of Dalaran emerged from their portals, an impressive sight. We gnomes have mages too, but ours are not as tall as humans, so naturally, they attract less attention. Alas, what a pity. And elves, Kelsey exclaimed, glancing at Hagelin, who had donned his phoenix robe. She blinked her eyes and remarked, elves like Hagelin, tall as trees. There was a lady, a significant figure, who received greetings from King Tyrannus himself. She was breathtaking, clad in magnificent armor, wielding what is said to be a legendary bell. All the men in the banquet hall were staring at her, but she paid them no mind. Proud as a swan, she spoke only to her kin. Her hair was golden, absolutely beautiful. She must be Lady Aurelia. Hagelin nodded, holding a mirror as he adjusted the angle of his hair. Presenting the information, he added, she is the leader of our Far Striders, the elder sister of Lady Sylvanas, mentor to Maris, and a pride of the Windrunner family. Once a strong contender for the next Ranger General, she was stripped of her commission for her unwavering support of the war between humans and orcs. Yet we continue to follow her willingly. Kelsey, are there other elves at the banquet? Mingy inquired, and the little gnome clapped his hands, exclaiming in a sharp tone, Indeed. There is also a prince, who sits alongside the kings, a truly significant figure. The master craftsman, Mekatok, informed me that this prince is from Dalaran and is one of the most formidable mages in all of Azeroth. What was his name again? The names of your elves are quite intricate. The language of the Highborn is replete with marvelous trills. Even someone like me, a gnome, struggles to remember them. Ah, yes. Prince Kale, that Sunstrider. The eyes of the ranger, Mingy, sparkled with pride as he uttered the name. He addressed the others in the carriage. He is the sole prince of the current Sun King and our loyal ally. He embodies elegance, wisdom, and strength. being the most perfect heir of Quel'Thalas. He is destined to become a great king. Lady Aurelia brought us here to support the human kingdoms, and it was with the princess backing that we received assistance. Although the official stance remained silent, Prince Kale that's indeed secured a significant amount of resources for us. At this, Blake smirked, sitting with his legs crossed on the sofa, and jestingly asked, "Does your prince, like you, also sprinkle himself with perfume, Mingy?" "Rude." Mingy the ranger huffed. It appeared he had no intention of discussing etiquette with a coarse rogue like Blake, although Blake was quite knowledgeable about the manners of human nobility. After all, Drake had been groomed as an heir from a young age, and Dylan had even imparted many of the refined customs of the highborn to him. Blake was not ignorant of these matters. He simply chose not to ponder or engage in them. Moreover, given the necessity for disguise, he was capable of employing the standard 17 different elven greetings should the occasion arise. As for wide.When, a king of a maritime nation, would be well versed in the seemingly unrelated customs of the highborn. Well, that is another tale altogether. The carriage rolled into the heart of the royal court of Lord Darren, the mightiest kingdom among the 7 human realms. And the court reflected the grandeur befitting such a powerful nation. It was vast, with an intricate internal structure. Its aesthetic was both beautiful and imposing, imbued with a strong sense of pragmatism, capable of serving as a fortress in times of war. Tonight, a grand banquet was to take place, and the court would undoubtedly be bustling. However, Blake, entering through a side door, could not see this as he was guided by the king's attendants, circumventing the banquet hall to head directly toward the chapel situated behind the royal gardens. This was a private chapel reserved for royal family members, ordinarily closed to the public. But on this night, it had been granted a special mission by Marshal Lothar. Knights clad in armor patrolled the vicinity, and from the searing energy they emitted, it was evident they were the Alliance's secret weapon, newly birthed paladins, waging battle in the name of the light and faith. Blake refrained from recklessly probing these knights, but he could surmise that the paladin class was indeed a hidden vocation in the real world. Those who could harness the power of the light would be exceedingly few and far between, and each instance would represent true elite forces. He underwent rigorous identity verification and surrendered all his weapons, guided step by step into the chapel by a paladin clad in a helmet. The individual he was about to meet was the unequivocal representative of the light's doctrine within the human kingdom, a legendary priest not known for his combat prowess, serving as the spiritual leader of humanity. In terms of sheer status, this individual was even more exalted than Anduin Lothar or any human king. Moreover, the crucial point was, he had encountered this high priest of the light on multiple occasions. He had received the blessing of baptism from this pontiff at the moment of his birth. His greatest concern now was whether Archbishop Alonsis Fail would recognize him. No. A legendary priest skilled in healing and medicine would undoubtedly recognize him on a vital level. But would this pontiff choose to conceal the knowledge of his survival? How could he persuade this legendary priest to help him keep his secret? Chapter 050. The cathedral assassin accompanied by a paladin, Black stepped into a tranquil church, radiating a warm and sacred light. Although his expression remained impassive, he felt a flicker of emotion within. This sentiment was not solely due to the heartfelt words of Marshal forth.He, who had entrusted the Assassin's Guild with a message of warmth, but also stemmed from the fact that, as a Grand Marshal, he could still take note of a humble assassin amidst the Grand Human-Orc conflict. Perhaps this was a tactic to win hearts, yet it undeniably reflected forth.He's remarkable charisma. A leader who remembers the contributions of their subordinates and takes the initiative to care for them undoubtedly earns their loyalty and dedication. It is no surprise that forth.He, who habitually cares for every soldier and warrior he knows, could ultimately lead the Alliance to triumph over the Horde. Moreover, the warmth in Black's heart was partly inspired by the golden light enveloping the modest church. It shone gently, reminiscent of a mother's comforting hand, embracing all who received it. This was the light, a force embodying hope, justice, purity, selflessness, and healing. One of the 6 primal forces beneath the cosmos, alongside arcane, deeply mastered by humanity. It transcended mere power. It represented a faith that, as Black understood, had emerged with the rise of human civilization over 2,800 years ago, as recorded by the Church of the Light. The first human priest appeared during that era, and the faith continued through the development, division, and warfare of human civilization to the present day. It had become a symbol of human belief, influencing even the High Elves, who possessed a few priests wielding the light, albeit in limited numbers. For the proud High Elves, arcane magic remained their true source of power. Yet, human records are often inaccurate, lacking the clarity to discern the truth. As Black gazed at the radiant light before him, he recalled memories associated with it. He recognized that the light's presence in Azeroth predated human documentation. Its power had taken root at the dawn of this world. Across the vast expanse of stars, many civilizations also embraced the light as their companion. This was not merely a belief of one civilization. It was a faith shared among the stars. Had Black been reborn with a paladin or priest among his ranks, he would not have had to seek refuge in shadows. I sense a lost soul. Perhaps you require a modicum of counsel? As Black remained silent, the elderly man before the beam of light opened his eyes, clutching a rosary. He turned to face Black. His attire was unpretentious, lacking the robes typical of priests. In the backdrop of the evening escort banquet, this man, likely in his 50s, wore a simple garment. Aside from the faintly visible golden emblem behind him and his bright, pure eyes, he appeared no different than an ordinary elder. Sir Kaidan, the paladin who had escorted Black into the church, stepped forward. I wish to borrow your sacred covenant to aid this valiant warrior of the Alliance in healing his wounds. This ritual must not be interrupted. Therefore, I request that you and all other knights await outside. Your Holiness. The tall paladin presented the sacred covenant, radiating pure light. To High Priest Alonce's fail. However, he leaned in to whisper, I harbor no doubts regarding this warrior's loyalty to the Alliance, but he is, after all, an assassin. Do not fret, Kaidan. Fail smiled at the Grand Knight, twirling the rosary in his hands. This young man poses no threat to me. The light will safeguard me. Depart now, and return once the ceremony concludes. Seeing the High Priest's unwavering resolve, Kaidan could not dissuade him. He turned decisively. Pausing beside Black to scrutinize him with a cautious gaze, yet he said nothing. Quietly and resolutely, he led all the paladins from the church, sealing the doors behind them. Black watched their departure, curiosity filling his eyes. Was this indeed Kaidan Dathrahan, one of the original 5 Grand Knights of the Silver Hand? As rumor suggested, he was a steadfast, brave, and taciturn man, said to never remove his helmet, whether in battle or prayer. Perhaps he was a bald-headed warrior? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he hastened forward as the doors closed, stepping into the warm embrace of the light. He placed his hand over his heart and bowed before the High Priest. It is a pleasure to see you again, Your Holiness Fail. I am equally delighted to see you, young Drake. Fail's countenance shone with genuine joy as he reached out to affectionately pat Black, as if regarding a true descendant. His eyes sparkled with surprise and relief. I sensed your unique vitality moments ago. I feared I had lost my wits. The entire realm knows you perished alongside the valiant Third Fleet at the Kaz Modan Sea, consumed by the flames of the orc-ridden evil dragon. I too mourned this news, as did your father. Yet here you stand, alive before me. This is a miracle of the light. This news will undoubtedly inspire your father and ignite fervor across all human kingdoms. Thank the light. The legendary priest made a gesture of faith, embodying the sincerity and relief in his heart. However, Black shook his head, stepping back. Forgive my rudeness, Your Holiness, but I must present to you a sinister object. I must inform you that my escape from death was not a gift of the light but a curse of fate I bear. I have carried it thus far, and in the foreseeable future, I shall be unable to rid myself of it. That is precisely why I implore you. Please do not reveal my survival to anyone. As he spoke, Black retreated from the radiant light, returning to the shadows. He retrieved the soul lantern from his satchel. The moment it emerged, its pallid glow seemed to provoke a tangible ripple in the surrounding sacred light, causing Fail to tighten his grip on his rosary. He had never encountered such a malevolent artifact, yet his legendary status allowed him to surmise its origins. Gazing upon Black, who held the pale soul lantern, Fail observed the ominous light entwining around Black's left arm. A shadow of sorrow and regret crossed the High Priest's face. He shook his head and said, No wonder you fled from the calamity of death, choosing anonymity and allowing your family to bear the pain of loss rather than facing them. You are not evading them. You are protecting them. Poor child, may the holy light protect you. Yet this lamp, does it originate from hell? As a person of faith, His Majesty Falau's tone grew more complex upon uttering the word hell. He is a pure believer, yet he oversees the faithful of all human civilization. Not all share his sincerity. And during the dissemination of faith, clergy sometimes utter words relating to hell in their fervor to promote good deeds. However, no one can ascertain whether hell truly exists in Azeroth. Now, this mystery has been unveiled. Yes, Your Majesty, hell does indeed exist. This lamp is a product of that realm, the realm of the Vrykul, a sanctuary for the souls of humanity and all living beings after death, alongside Valhalla. The Hall of Valor revered by the Vrykul. It aptly symbolizes the two fates that await us after our demise. Blake explained to the Pope, in the sailor tales of Kul Tiras, there are legends of the underworld. As we ventured into the frigid northern continent of Northrend, whispers of that place emerged from the Vrykul. Among the merchants of Kul Tiras, tales linked to it also flourished. I was once a skeptic. Yet you see, I am now one of the damned, having made a dreadful bargain. As the price for survival, I am bound to serve the Queen of the Underworld. Perhaps I shall traverse the waves and shadows bearing this curse for the remainder of my days. Your Majesty, I cannot allow my father to learn of this news. It would inflict upon him a pain even greater than knowing of my death in battle. He has emerged from the grief of losing a child. While he may harbor regrets, I still have my sister and brother, who will sustain our father's life. I do not wish to offer him hope only to cruelly snatch it away. Please help me keep this secret. No, my child. Dylan has not emerged from the anguish of losing you. Fallow sighed. In that fleeting moment, the legendary priest's face bore an expression of profound compassion. He closed his eyes, twirling the rosary as he recalled. On the third day after news of your death reached the mainland, Dylan appeared alone in my church, utterly inebriated, kneeling before the holy light, weeping like a child. I had never witnessed such despair in Dylan, who was as steadfast as steel. Your demise not only robbed him of all joy, but also carved a deep wound in the heart of a man as resilient as the sea, shattering his soul into fragments. It was a void, a terrifying loss, one that nothing could fill, not even the holy light. That night, he confessed much to me. He loathed the orcs who took your life and vowed before the holy light to dedicate his life solely to slaughtering those butchers, returning the fear they instilled 100-fold. Yet he did not come solely with hatred. He also bore guilt. He recounted every moment related to you. With each recollection, his torment intensified. He despised himself for being preoccupied with military duties and not accompanying you on your voyage, stubbornly believing that had he been there, you would have evaded such a fate. My child, I do not understand why you lack emotional fluctuation when speaking of your father. But I must tell you this. Your father's love for you far exceeds your imagination. Fallow paused, opened his eyes, and gazed at Blake. Speaking softly, you are asking me to do something that will continue to wound your father and your family. You fear that your father cannot accept the current version of you. But trust me, child, he will accept you, no matter how you have changed. He would give everything he possesses to have you back by his side. You should not keep this from him. Your mother, your sister, and your brother are all waiting for you to return home, just as he is. But I cannot, your majesty. Blake concealed the guiding lamp. The words of Fallow regarding Dylene's profound love for Drake moved him, yet they also intensified the pressure within him. He took a deep breath, unfastened his veil, revealing his grievously burned visage. He said, "The fire of the red dragon has sealed my fate. I cannot present myself to them in this accursed state. Your majesty, my request for you to keep this from them does not signify a desire to sever ties. I will cautiously approach them in my own manner. In due time, I shall return to their side. But please, do not interfere in this process. For this, I am willing to devote my remaining days to the cause of the holy light. My life may forever be shrouded in shadow. I have embarked upon that path." Blake looked at Fallow. He lowered his head, placing a hand over his heart, saying, "But no one dictates that one cannot serve the holy light from within the shadows. I require assistance from the holy light to fend off the encroachment of the underworld. I do not wish to surrender my soul to the hands of a maddened reaper. In your presence, I aspire to become a holy assassin in service of righteousness, akin to the legendary assassination of the orc outside the gates of Stannard. This is not merely a promise, it is more akin to a plea. From this moment forth, I shall dwell in the shadows, yet I shall also serve the light." Chapter 051. The minor figures in the court. My dear child, your words are beautifully articulated. Within the church, the legendary priest, Alonsis Fail, listened intently to Blake's remarks. He blinked, resembling a gentle elder amused by an engaging discourse, his face betraying a sly smile. Clearing his throat, he continued, "However, I am but an old man, having traversed the long expanse of life. A man of my years invariably perceives the other side of matters, regardless of whether others wish me to see it. You present yourself with sincerity before me. Yet, as far as I am aware, the Proudmoore family has historically favored the Storm Church of the native maritime kingdom over the tenets of the Holy Light, since your ancestors began their dominion over Kultiras. Though both you and your father were baptized in the Holy Light at birth, you seldom don the holy insignia in formal gatherings. You, my clever lad, are audaciously attempting to barter with a faithful believer using what I have steadfastly upheld as my faith throughout my life. However, having witnessed your tribulations, I now comprehend your request. Young Drake, I shall deliberate carefully upon your counsel and honor your choice." Fail spread his hands, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity as he addressed Drake, who stood ensconced in shadows. "But child, darkness is a beguiling temptation, should you choose to dwell within it. You shall become estranged from the world, bathed in sunlight. I implore you not to disseminate the radical thoughts you have expressed to me today. Just as I do not wish for you to linger in the shadows, I expect you to maintain a heart that is clear and radiant. Furthermore, I do not require you to commit acts of slaughter in the name of the holy light or for the sake of the faithful under the guise of grandeur. Such deeds are reprehensible. Now, let us conclude our discourse on doctrine. Step forth, child, for I must heal the burns inflicted by the red dragon's fire. This is in response to Lothar's request, and as a reward for your courageous deeds on behalf of our brethren." Blake obediently stepped forward. The legendary priest raised the sacred artifact he held, a relic that had been passed down through the church for nearly 3 millennia, originating from the era of Emperor Thalorian. It was said to be a divine gift bestowed upon humanity by the Holy Light. The artifact's form struck Blake as remarkably familiar. He had encountered many similar items within the confines of his game. Fail's sacred artifact was exquisitely crafted by skilled artisans, yet its essence seemed to derive from the cosmos. Perhaps a fragment of an energy being, or rather, a corpse. As Fail positioned the shimmering artifact before him, he nodded to Blake, who reached out to touch it. In the next instant, the old priest recited a verse of scripture, and a triangular, luminous insignia unfurled behind him like wings of light. Activating the power contained within the sacred artifact, it radiated brilliance. A surge of warmth, imbued with healing magic, flowed from Blake's fingertips into his body, akin to flames igniting kindling, enveloping him in the holy light. The artifact's power was overwhelming. As it ignited, the entire church was illuminated. The golden light traced the contours of the church, transforming the circular edifice into a radiant sea of gold. The luminous glow spilled beyond the church, casting a golden beacon into the night. The surrounding paladins, witnessing this miracle, bowed their heads in reverence, softly reciting sacred verses. In the heart of the church, Blake, bathed in light, felt an immense comfort, akin to plunging into a warm spring. On his translucent character card, aside from the addition of a holy light blessing status, no other notifications appeared. He could distinctly sense the vitality returning to his face and body, where the red dragon's fire had wrought severe decay. With each breath taken in the light, he expelled intense heat, likely remnants of the dragon's flames lingering within him. Although the character card indicated Blake's health is stable, he had consumed a considerable amount of food over the past month without gaining any weight, still resembling a gaunt figure liberated from a curse. This was clearly abnormal. Now, the ailments within him were gradually being purged by the warm embrace of the holy light. These injuries may not impair his combat prowess, but their presence condemned Blake to a life unfit for a normal man. Child, a chilling power resides within your soul. It must be the curse of the Lich Queen, Helia, that you spoke of. With the holy insignia, I could forcibly dispel it, but such an action would ravage your soul. The gentle voice of His Excellency FAO waved his hand, turned back, and resumed the prayer that had been interrupted. In the gentle glow of the swirling light before him, his silhouette appeared almost ethereal. He spoke, "Bravely take the first step, young Drake. You have transcended death and returned to the realm of the living. Nothing shall impede your return to their side. Do not disappoint those who hold expectations for you, whether they be family or friends. The holy light shall bless you." Meanwhile, in the courtyard garden on the other side of the church, attendants had adorned the area with lanterns and ribbons, while nearby, nobles from various nations engaged in tedious socializing. Most were marginal figures, unable to boldly enter the grand banquet hall where the prominent gathered. Instead, they maintained their circles within the garden. Blake advanced through the shadows, unnoticed by anyone. He intended to leave, utterly disinterested in the courtly festivities. However, perhaps it would be prudent to heed the Pope's suggestion and check on his sister, who was so near yet so far. His emotions stirred within him, yet they did not hinder Blake's movements in the shadows. He bore no weapons, nor did he come seeking violence. He was confident. With his current stealth skills, he believed he would not be detected by the court's attendants or the dull-witted aristocrats. A rogue permitted to roam the court, a rarity indeed. As Blake turned a corner, he heard an elegant voice tinged with an Alterac accent, sending chills down his spine. He glanced back from the shadows to find a dark-haired nobleman, clad in an elegant black robe, holding a glass of wine and smiling at him. The shadows that enveloped the pirate seemed to part in deference to the noble's gaze, revealing Blake fully, as if the darkness itself feared him. The noble raised his glass in a toast. "Drink up, Master Rogue," the noble said, rising from his seat to pour a glass for Blake and approaching him discreetly. Handing the glass over without drawing the attention of others, he raised his cup once more, speaking earnestly, "If I'm not mistaken, you are the famed Orc Slayer, a selfless star of the Alliance who has accomplished great deeds for our nation. I have heard you resolutely declined all accolades. Were it not for Marshal Lothar's intention to celebrate tonight's great victory, you might not even have graced this ostentatious banquet with your presence. I hold such selflessness in deep respect. Individuals like myself, who thrive on extravagance, cannot aspire to such humility. Thus I admire warriors who adhere to such principles." "You flatter me, sir." Blake emerged from the shadows, accepting the glass and clinking it with the nobles. "I merely did what I was obliged to do. It is my duty and the vow I must fulfill." "I have heard of your past," the noble remarked, taking a sip of his wine, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. "It is said you hail from the naval battles of Kaz Modan." "Ah, but I have yet to introduce myself. How rude of me." Standing tall, he brushed off his sleeve with noble poise and introduced himself. "I am Davor from Alterac, currently serving the Alliance under the esteemed King Terenas, just as my ancestors of the Prester family have served kings for generations. Yet, I am but a minor figure. Compared to a hero such as yourself, my contributions seem insignificant." He spoke humbly to Blake. "It is indeed an honor to meet you tonight. To be candid, I am quite intrigued by the Orcs and their dragons. The Alliance military grapples with the troublesome red dragon subservient to the Orcs. I wish to alleviate the burdens of those in power. However, I find it challenging to encounter a warrior who has faced a red dragon and lived to tell the tale. Perhaps you could describe that naval battle to someone like me, who dwells in the court and lacks the courage to step onto the battlefield." If my experiences could assist the Alliance in defeating the Greenskins, even in a minor way, I would gladly offer my help. Blake nodded seriously, gesturing for the noble to proceed. I shall recount everything to you. It is my honor, Mr. Please, follow me. My experiences are quite convoluted, particularly after my narrow escape from a dragon's jaws. I hope this will not take up too much of your valuable time. Excellent. You truly embody the spirit of the Alliance. Lord Prester praised once more as he followed Blake into the shadows of the garden. No one noticed their disappearance, nor did anyone observe Blake's presence, as though some peculiar force influenced the entire garden. Chapter 052. A familiar tactic according to your assertion, Mr. Blake. The Dragonkin orcs have effectively subdued the red dragons, correct? In a secluded corner of the royal garden, Lord Presto, cradling a goblet, listened intently, embodying the demeanor of a genuine naturalist. He was not merely absorbing Blake's account of his encounters in the Kaz Modan Sea, but was also posing nuanced inquiries, as if he were sincerely aiding the Alliance in gathering intelligence on the Dragonkin clan. Such pretense. Blake nodded earnestly, inwardly scoffing at the theatricality of the individual before him. He was acutely aware of this man's true identity. Indeed, it was for Lord Daver that Blake had resolved to come to Lord Darren. His acceptance of the treatment from Lord Fail was merely a secondary benefit. The bronze dragon, Sephiral, was in pursuit of him, a remnant of time, and it would not relent. Blake had also issued a warning to the young dragon. Should it return, it would meet its demise. The pirates were not merely bluffing. This dapper human noble was the lethal snare prepared for that bronze dragon. If it were to arrive, escape would be a distant hope. None could rescue it from this extraordinary being, not even the timekeeper, Nozdormo. It seems the rumors surrounding the Dragonkin clan hold merit. After absorbing Blake's narrative, Lord Daver stroked his chin and remarked with utmost seriousness, "From what I have gathered regarding the great dragons, they are not creatures easily subdued. Their will is as formidable as their might. The orcs must possess some nefarious artifact capable of controlling the red dragons, perhaps a relic of sorts. The intelligence you have provided is invaluable, Mr. Blake. I must organize this information and report it to the kings and marshals. If possible, we must orchestrate a raid to reclaim that artifact from the orcs." He meticulously outlined his plan. "Perhaps once we have subdued the orcs on the front lines, we should select an elite contingent, such as yourself, and enlist the mages of Dalaran to join the fray. We might even consider recruiting a warrior or two from foreign lands to bolster our ranks. I am more than willing to serve the Alliance, my lord." Blake cleared his throat and suggested, however, the interior of the dwarven ruins of Grim Battle, occupied by the Dragonkin orcs, is exceedingly convoluted. Prior to initiating our operation, we must establish contact with the Wilehammer dwarfs. A guide from them would be most advantageous. Indeed, you are correct. Lord Dever nodded with satisfaction, stating, "Your counsel is of great significance. I will incorporate it into the design of our operation, and you shall certainly be invited, Mr. Blake. Oh, look at my clumsiness. I have taken too much of your time. I ought not to disturb the rest of a warrior any longer, though you are indifferent to fame. As a young man, you should learn to relish life. Rest assured, should you reveal your identity, many ardent ladies at tonight's banquet would be eager to share a night of revelry with you. They would hardly mind your scars. They would reward the heroes of the Alliance in their own unique way. You need not be reserved, nor should you decline. This is also one of the intentions behind His Majesty's invitation to them this evening." With a veiled jest, Lord Dever laughed heartily and politely bowed to Blake before making to depart, only to be halted by Blake, whose eyes reflected a flicker of hesitation. He approached the Lord and softly murmured, "There is one more matter, which I am uncertain will assist you, Mr. Daver. In truth, I have encountered dragons not only in the Kaz Modan Sea. Approximately a fortnight ago, while en route to Dunhold Castle, I chanced upon another dragon in the hilly terrain." Lord Daver paused, his tone turning grave as he responded, "A dragon? In the hills? You jest, do you not, Mr. Blake? I assure you, I witnessed it." The pirate said earnestly, "One evening, I observed a dragon's silhouette soar over the wall of Soridon. It flew at a considerable altitude and was unlike any red dragon I had previously seen. At that moment, it was heading northwest, precisely toward Lord Darren." "A dragon flying toward Lord Darren? Intriguing." Daver stroked his chin, took a sip of his drink, and inquired, "You mentioned it differed from the red dragons you have encountered? In what manner?" "I cannot precisely articulate it, as you can see, I am not a naturalist, merely an ordinary assassin with limited knowledge of dragons." Blake adjusted his hood, a look of confusion crossing his face as he replied, "It appeared slightly smaller than a red dragon, and the light reflecting off its scales at sunset was not the fiery red I was accustomed to, but rather a metallic sheen. For a moment, I doubted my own sight, Mr. Daver. You seem quite knowledgeable about dragons. Are you aware of any dragons possessing bronze scales in this world?" "Indeed." Lord Presto cast a glance at Blake, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He replied, "According to various tomes of the High Elves, Azeroth is home to a vast array of dragons, with a 5-colored dragonflight serving as protectors across the realms. There exist several subspecies of dragons, though I do not claim to know them all. However, if your description holds true, what you encountered was likely a bronze dragon. They're a group. How shall I put it? Lord Davr's left hand moved slightly, perhaps indicative of his shifting mood. He took another sip of his drink, seemingly losing interest in the conversation. He stated, "They are a reclusive lot, indifferent to the changes of the world, yet curiously disdainful. It is indeed surprising that they would appear in the Lordaeron region. Perhaps they are drawn here for some purpose? Some treasure?" Blake feigned the curiosity of an ordinary person captivated by tales of dragons. Speculating, perhaps they too have fallen under the orcs' control and come to assail us? That is not a concern of yours, Mr. Blake. We have conversed enough for tonight, please. Enjoy the evening's festivities. Lord Davr's demeanor grew colder. He raised his goblet to Blake one last time, bidding farewell in a tone both gentle and distant, before turning back to the gathering of nobles indulging in their revelry. It was as though Blake's provision of vital information had rendered him devoid of further value in the Lord's eyes. What a callous individual. Yet the pirate remained unfazed. He discarded his goblet into the flower bed, casting one last glance at Lord Davr, who was engaged in conversation with a noblewoman, before stepping back and slipping into the shadows. He had accomplished all that he set out to do. The trap was laid. Now it was time to cast the bait. As he departed, the identity of the nobleman rolled through Blake's memory. Lord Davr Presto. Hailing from Alterac, he was not the insignificant figure he modestly claimed to be. In truth, he was a pivotal player in the political sphere of the North. His deft maneuvering had seen him establish an extensive network of connections within the upper echelons of human kingdoms many years ago, and his influence was considerable. A direct example of this was when, 4 or 5 years prior, upon hearing news of the Stormwind Kingdom's assault by orcs, it was Lord Presto who downplayed the orc threat, dismissing them as a mere nuisance. He single-handedly thwarted the North's assistance to the Stormwind Kingdom. After the fall of Stormwind, Lord Duval experienced a profound change of heart, transforming into an extreme hawk. This shift earned him even greater prestige. Marshal Loss's ability to command the human coalition and unify the human kingdoms against their foes was bolstered not only by the compelling oration of Master Turalian, a disciple of His Majesty Fail at the King's Council, but also by this noble's clandestine machinations and considerable contributions behind the scenes. Yet, all these grand titles and the overwhelming power they conferred held little significance for Lord Duval. To him, they were utterly meaningless, with a mere flick of his hand. He could obliterate the entire court, annihilate all of Lordaeron, or even devastate the entire North and the Eastern continent. The war between the human kingdoms and the orcs was, for him, little more than a pastime. He was a dragon concealed within the realm of humanity, a black dragon of unparalleled might. One of the most perilous beings in all of Azeroth, quietly orchestrating the conflict between humans and orcs from the shadows. He reveled in this game, manipulating the actions of mere mortals. He bore another, lesser-known name. He relished calling himself Deathwing, the harbinger of doom. His skills in disguise were flawless. Even the legendary priest Fail and the esteemed figures within the banquet hall, despite their proximity, remained oblivious to his true identity. However, Black was well-versed in history. He understood Duval's identity and his formidable powers, was aware of all the tales surrounding Deathwing and his fate, and grasped his character traits and psychological vulnerabilities. He knew the true purpose behind Duval's infiltration of the human court. In fact, he comprehended everything about Deathwing even more profoundly than the Dragon King himself. Thus, this power could be wielded to his advantage, as long as he treaded carefully to avoid falling into the grasp of this godlike figure. Just like now, he could subtly reveal a hint, plant a seed, or lay a trap. It was akin to the strategies employed at Dunhold Keep, casting bait and employing the same tactics once more. Yet this time, it would not be mere trivialities but a genuine maneuver to orchestrate another's downfall. Jaina. I was wrong. Amidst the hurried footsteps of children, a boy's anxious voice, tinged with remorse, called out to his friend, though he received no response. Dressed in a splendid hunting outfit with a short sword at his waist, he was a boy with golden hair, adorned in a blue cloak, resembling a young warrior. He dashed forth, trailed by a flustered attendant. His name was Arthas Menethil, the prince of the kingdom of Lordaeron, the son of King Tyreenus II, and the future heir to the throne. Stay away from me. Arthas, you annoying brat. I detest you. Ahead of him ran a girl in a blue dress, also with golden hair, her face still bearing traces of tears. Hey, I didn't mean to mention your brother. I was wrong. Please don't run away. The young prince pursued his dear friend, offering apologies, yet the little princess paid him no heed. She had every right to throw a tantrum, after all. She was no ordinary child. Her name was Jaina Proudmoore, the princess of Kul Tiras, the most powerful human realm upon the oceans, and the cherished daughter of Dalen. The two shared equal status. Jaina, I truly did not mean it. The boy, being fleet of foot, soon caught up to his friend. grasping her hand and repeatedly apologizing in an endearing manner, but Jaina remained unmoved. As a Kul Tira's native, she possessed an innate fierceness, and Arthas, the irritating boy, had dared to mention her valiant brother, who had perished in battle, a topic that undeniably touched upon her sorrows. As Arthas drew near, she thrust her hands forward and forcefully pushed him, sending the young prince tumbling to the ground, while she took a step back. In her misstep, she lost her balance and cried out as she fell down the steps. In a shadowy corner of the garden, amidst the swirling emotions, Black activated his shadowy step. With a soft thud, the screaming Jaina fell into a warm embrace. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself gazing at a mysterious figure draped in shadowy smoke and clad in a veil and long hood, who winked at her, eyes twinkling with light. "Be careful, little one. Until you master the art of teleportation, the stairs can be perilous for a young sorceress like you," Black said, while internally reflecting, "Bronze Dragon Saphir. I have once again encountered a pivotal node in the world line as crucial as Thrall. I eagerly anticipate your arrival tonight for our meeting." Chapter 053, Seville's Resolution Brother. In the Court Painting Academy, young Jaina gasped upon seeing the pair of eyes before her. However, the next moment, she realized her mistake. Her brother did not possess the frail appearance of this kind gentleman. Furthermore, there were scars on his cheeks, and he lacked the striking handsomeness of her brother. The brother she remembered was a vibrant person, devoid of such a gloomy aura. This was another individual entirely. He was not her brother. "Thank you, sir." Jaina expressed her gratitude to the gentleman who had assisted her, her curiosity evident as she observed him closely. In the court, stealthy movements were forbidden. Yet this gentleman's emergence from the shadows indicated his unique identity. Who was he? Blake merely nodded, suppressing the tumult of emotions that did not belong to him. Prince Drake's memories surged within him, as if a voice urged him to embrace this blood relative standing before him, yet he could not do so. "Be careful, little princess. A lady must not be so impolite," he rasped, preparing to turn away. "Orc Slayer." At that moment, the nearby Arthas, having risen from the ground, spotted Blake's distinctive attire and exclaimed. The young prince, his eyes alight with excitement, rushed down the steps. He looked up at Blake and assessed him, declaring, "I have heard your tale from Mentor Muradin. He said you single-handedly slayed hundreds of green-skinned orcs. You are truly remarkable. I aspire to become a warrior as powerful as you, to protect my people." The young prince proclaimed loudly, "Hail to the brave." "I do not doubt your bravery, Prince Arthas," Blake replied, glancing at Jaina beside him. "But becoming a warrior cannot begin with bullying a lady, can it?" "I was mistaken." Arthas ruffled his hair in frustration, lowering his head as he murmured, "I did not mean to alarm Jaina. She is my good friend. I accidentally mentioned her brother, but I truly admire Brother Drake. He is a hero, and it is a pity he has left us." "No, you are wrong." Upon hearing this, Jaina turned her head sharply, screeching like an agitated kitten. "My brother is not dead. He promised he would come to Dalaran to see me after the voyage. He would never deceive me. You are all lying when you say he perished in battle." "No, he has not left me. I still dream of him. I dream of him taking me fishing at Kul Tiras, with him, our parents, the foolish Tancred, and a blonde sister I do not know. My mentor told me that a mage's dreams are reflections of reality through the arcane web, filled with special meanings. My brother is definitely still alive. You must not speak such nonsense." Arthas appeared helpless, his youthful, handsome face displaying a peculiar expression. The entire human kingdom knew that Prince Drake had fallen in battle. Yet this little princess reft the crest of the Proudmoore family had been partially melted in the flames of dragon fire. Initially, he intended to present it to Jaina. But now, after a glance at his surroundings, he shook his head. Rising silently, he stretched his shoulders. It was not yet the time. In his moments of leisure, Black had contemplated how to navigate his identity as Dalen Proudmoore and interact with his family, yet he found no satisfactory answer. It was akin to expecting a mentally sound adult to seamlessly adapt to and integrate into a completely unfamiliar family overnight. Even from a pragmatic perspective, such a feat was impossible. Although Black possessed intimate knowledge of each family member's story and life trajectory, understanding them perhaps even better than they understood themselves, his awareness of the family's tumultuous future filled him with trepidation. Moreover, he could not guarantee that he would successfully play the role of the prince before the very relatives of the man he was most familiar with. Without revealing his true identity, Kul Tiras may not have possessed a legendary priest like King Varian, but they had the Church of the Storm, whose powers rivaled those of the mages in Dalaran. Furthermore, the Storm Church, closely aligned with the Proudmoore family, was entangled with one of the most dangerous and manipulative forces in Azeroth. This power was far more perilous than the depths of Hell Shadowlands. He was not yet prepared to intervene. Since entering this new world, his own life had been in disarray. He lacked the capability to alter the heavy fate of that family while being pursued by the Bronze Dragonflight. Speaking of troubles and the Bronze Dragons, Black emerged from his reverie, gazing into the dark horizon, stroking his chin, musing, "I left a warning last time. I hope you have learned your lesson." "Icewind Dale." the site of the Fireblade clan's defeat. In this place, the bronze whelpling Sephir was conducting reconnaissance and examination. The battlefield had been thoroughly cleansed by the assassins of Ravenhold. Anything of value had been reclaimed. Yet, what was mere tidying in the eyes of mortals bore significant remnants in the sight of a bronze dragon. Sephir hovered a few inches above the ground. Within her yellow, serpent-like eyes, wisps of sand and wind materialized in the surrounding darkness, outlining the events of that night, like a dazzling holographic projection, as if a film were playing, with Sephir as a true observer witnessing everything that transpired days earlier. She saw Old Dar being besieged and assassinated by the Assassin's Alliance, as well as the interference of the Shadow Council. While this was still within the realm of the ordinary, the subsequent appearance of the temporal residue known as Dalen Proudmoore instantly sent the situation spiraling out of control. Dar succumbed to death 3 months prior. The Flame Blade, Sanguine Blade, which should have passed into the hands of the last Fireblade Swordmaster, Samuro, after Old Dar's demise in the final battle of the Old Tribe in the Burning Steppes, had instead fallen to Dalen Proudmoore. Meanwhile, Lantris Fireblade, who was supposed to return alone to the fractured world of Draenor after the battle to establish a legacy on the plains of Nagrand, was captured by Hagelin Brightwing. Now, he languished in Dalaran's Violet Prison. The old Swordmaster, Japir, who should not have perished here, also fell to the assault of Pisania and Muradin, and worse still, Dar's legendary body had been acquired by the Shadow Council. It was a complete mess. Anger welled up within Sephir. Though the changes stemming from the transition of Old Dar and the Fireblade clan were insufficient to affect the fluctuations of the timeline, to her, such reckless alterations of the timeline were provocations. If Dalen Proudmoore were allowed to continue his activities, the accumulating subtle changes he brought would inevitably culminate in irreversible transformation. Just then, as Sephir simmered with indignation, she suddenly perceived a familiar sound, akin to the vibrations of a string. This startled her. The timeline experienced a slight disturbance. Jaina Proudmoore's fate quivered, once again linked to that insufferable residue of time. He dares to challenge me. Sephir raised her head, fist clenched. She gazed towards the direction of Lord Darren, but, this time, refrained from acting recklessly. Instead, she paused to call upon her past and future selves, requesting their assistance in surveying the surroundings. The foolish failure at Dunhold had taught her the importance of detail. Half an hour later, her future and past selves reported back to her present self. No signs of temporal paradoxes. Key figures in the northern realms remained in their respective positions. The war's grand scope remained unaffected. Orgrim Doomhammer had already joined forces with the Amani trolls and was preparing to assault Quel'Thalas. The human army, under General Turalian, was advancing to ally with the Wilehammer dwarfs, poised to intercept the horde. The Orc Warlock Gul'dan's Fell Reaver clan and the Twilight Hammer clan were secretly researching the High Elves' magical defenses, utilizing the runestones of the Leyline barrier to breed more ogres. Aside from the slight fluctuations in Lord Darren, everything else in the world remained as it should be. Excellent. Sephir, filled with confidence, transformed into her draconic form and soared toward Lord Darren. She had matured. She had learned her lesson. She meticulously examined all potential points of failure. She had blocked every possible scheme of the cunning Dalen Proudmoore. This time, she would not be defeated.